I didn't say pictures of milk. That was a misreading that is very amusing. But I
It
just
does
want to be
amuse,
clear
you are
that
correct.
Hey,
that
I
was an
eat
error.
pictures of milk all the time. They're delicious.
Just eat pictures of milk. Delicious.
Like when Jay was eating the
I feel
picture of the pizza. And he's making fun of his son.
eating pictures of pizza.
Cardboard pizza.
I
Only
guess
the
it'd be
best.
interesting.
Cardboard?
Yeah.
Well, imagine if there was an economy in the future where, like, I don't know, we had some crazy tech where you could just print. I guess I don't know why I'm going with printing at this point. If we're in the future, it's probably more impressive than that. But just print out the food and it has the flavor, but all of the nutrients in the piece of. Why would it be a picture? Why wouldn't it just be like a block? Just
I like
it
you
has all
sort
the
out your own
nutrients.
like will building, and you're like, why would it be this way? Like,
Yeah. But
this sounds
nevertheless, I can
stupid.
easily see that. Like, just getting little blocks of food that have all the correct nutrients but are flavored like things that actually taste good.
Flavor Town.
Because everybody's
Flavor
sitting
Flav.
around. I don't know if that's a particularly marketable like name for the product. I think we'll have to try a little bit harder than that. Because you gotta upsell gray cubes that people would want to eat.
Oh, remember our water
Yeah,
cubes
you'd have to
discussion?
really sell those.
Yes.
You'd
I do remember the water
yeah,
cubes.
I'm sure in the future they'll be able to flavor things that are very healthy for you, whatever you'd like. We'll have
Well, I mean, it's
very
the
good
probably, yeah.
tech. Or
I mean,
we'll
it's
have those the from Star Trek, the food maker
the
things.
thing
What are they
that
called?
makes I
Uh,
hmm,
they have a special name. Essentially, they just make food.
I'm pretty sure I
So
know the
you
name, that's why it's frustrating me that I've just
Yeah,
forgotten it.
yeah, like, I should know what they are, but they like tea, Earl Grey, hot, and you tell the computer what you want, and it just makes it. Steak, medium rare,
Replicators, you
seasoned with da
idiots.
da da. Replicator, yeah, something like that. So
God.
I
What
don't
media
well,
forgetting?
I guess they replicate yeah, they replicate the food, which implies that it's not well, I guess that's how you take replicating. Like, normally when you say, "I'm going to replicate something," it means you're gonna make, like a simulacrum of it, you know? Like, it's not gonna be the real thing.
Well, I
Like, to
guess
make an exact copy of, you
whatever it
know?
lacks probably isn't something that would... Because it sounds like you're saying like it would be missing something from the original.
Well, I don't know how the technology is supposed to work or if they just don't explain it. Um, but maybe the machine has this huge, supply of just raw materials in the forms of, like, elements, carbon, and all that sort of thing. And so when you tell it what to make, it gets all the materials and assembles them. So it could essentially make a steak out of just the raw particles and atoms and like the cells, and it
Oxygen.
assembles them together. Yeah, like it puts all those together without having to actually like grow the meat and to do it the natural way. It's the same thing as meat, but it isn't grown, it's assembled on a molecular level. I don't know.
Well, I was
Star
gonna say
Trek
that.
is one of those you can't think about some of the technology too hard. Inertial dampeners and universal translator, because not every episode can be Darmok.
And on that note, welcome to EFAP 158, where we're
Hello.
talking about all kinds of chattings and topics and discussions, but also
Correct,
having
Rooney.
a video. Now, the origin of this is a good old friend of mine sent me a video and was like, I like this channel. But they said some stuff in this video that is very sus. And I was like, I listened to some of it, and I was like, what in the fucking world is this advice for writing? Holy shit.
Cool.
And to further give context, I'm not a fan of you cannot do a thing because it's been done too many times before. Even though I'd probably casually bring that up as something about stuff in history. You know, like if someone
Like a
said, like, we can't
trope.
just have the good guy beat the bad guy, that's too boring. It would be like, All right, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we should probably think about it a little bit more specifically than that. Like, instead of just being like, he's got to do something different because it's like a trope at this point that the good guy wins. Be like,
Well, let me ask you this. What is the difference between a trope and a cliche?
that's not just have a
I
look
don't know.
at the
I'm gonna look it up.
definitions.
Wow.
And should we sort of, I guess, agree on the two if there is a meaningful difference,
So
like definition-wise?
it might be worthwhile to figure that out. A trope
Maybe, if we're
is
talking
defined
about
by
this.
Merriam-Webster, which I'm citing because that makes you sound smarter. A
Wait,
common word. Oh, what?
Neat. Go on.
Oh, okay. A word trope, a word or expression used in a figurative sense, and B, a common or overused theme or device. And a
So, I
cliche,
like
it
the first part of that. I like a
yeah,
commonly used one. I don't like overused
right.
because I
Because what
think
does
some
overuse mean? That feels very
and plus the good guy
objective, doesn't
defeats
it?
the bad guy. Is that a trope? Sure. I like it though. I don't think it's overused.
Yeah.
I
This
don't
is
think we have too
interesting.
many stories where the good guy beats the
Is
bad guy in the end.
cliche is a lot more qualitative. Number one, a trite
Oh.
phrase or expression. Number two, a hackneyed theme, characterization, or situation. Three, something such as a menu item that has become overly familiar or commonplace.
So when a trope goes too far, it becomes a cliche.
Well, it seems like actually, so cliche. So all cliche means is not original, really. That's
Like
that's.
it's like I could see how a cheaply made or lazy movie would be full of cliches because they couldn't think of
Mhm.
something original or interesting themselves. But a very cool, um, like I bet if you went through The Father or pretty much basically any movie, you'll find tropes,
Well,
but
I think
that's
tropes are
fine.
unavoidable. Is it a trope that everybody speaks English? Like, is that a
Yeah,
trope? Is it a
and
yes,
it's
trope
enough of
that
important
that.
that
is it a trope that
Okay.
like films obey the 180-degree rule when it comes to like cinematography?
Fringy, explain to the audience what the 180-degree rule is.
Um, it's basically that if you've got like two characters talking to each other, um, like if you have one person framed on the left looking to the right, the person they're talking to needs to be on the right frame looking to the left. You never want to put the camera on the opposite side, otherwise people get confused and like you can't tell where people are.
We kind of
Yeah,
talked
if
mentioned
people
this in
are
Train to
talking
Busan in terms of a lot
We
of
did a little bit.
the camera
Yeah.
often stands on one side of the train
One side.
than the
Yeah.
other.
It's particularly important in a movie like that because of the directionality of that set.
yeah,
You know.
if you only
Exactly.
have left and right to go, you really don't wanna confuse them and go, "Wait, why are they going back?"
Right.
Oh, that's the
Exactly.
right way. Okay.
"Oh, they're okay, okay, they're not dumb, that's
I
good."
guess reading these definitions, it feels like there is no difference between these two. It just means an overused thing.
Mhm.
Like that seems to
I
be.
like the idea that a cliche is when it's overused and unoriginal and almost, like, lazy, like you're relying on a cliche, but tropes are just emergent almost.
I feel like
That's
cliches are almost urgent, right? Or
I've
I think maybe with a cliche, you have to they're a little more specific maybe. Like when a character is about like when we're watching Batwoman or some show like that. Well, there's no show Batwoman. Um, and you watch it, and right before characters say something, you roll your eyes and you say their lines before they do because you know it's coming because it's just a cheap, obvious thing to say. Like that might be a cliche. Um,
Mhm.
whereas tropes are more broad.
I guess the problem I don't know if one definition says a common or overused theme or device and the other one says a trite phrase or expression. Trite means overused and unoriginal. So like it feels like they're basically the same thing, and that any distinction that we try to draw is just going to be like the one that we prefer, you know?
I enjoy my explanation.
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't
I
have
mean,
issues on
I'm
that
cool with
one.
that. I'm
Um,
I'm
it
like cool with that as a definition. I guess it's just interesting because you often hear cliche. Like I feel like both of them are tinged with negativity at this point. Like they're not
yeah,
neutral terms, they're negative
trope
terms.
trope more unfairly so, I would say by my definition,
I think trope is typically
because they're more
negative when it
broad.
seems like it just means common. So like for
Mm.
instance, is it a trope to say, "Hi, how are you?" Like is that a trope instead of just saying hi or how are you, or
Yeah,
any
that
other
greeting is such
number
a
of
trope, yeah. Like
uh,
the trope of small talk, "How's the weather?" and that sort
yeah,
of thing. Important to note though, this gets brought up every once in a while. Tropes are descriptive, not prescriptive. They
absolutely.
things are tropes because they pop up a lot. They do not pop up a lot because they are tropes.
No, they're
Important
definitely
distinction.
they're definitely descriptive. I guess I'm
Now
just
you can make a film, you can if you want to. Now maybe that is the difference, right? They're gonna say this, that's a cliche, that's what people say, you know? Maybe you
right.
can use that a little in the other way, whereas tropes are more they just sort of tend to happen in storytelling. And maybe cliches are more a little bit
Well,
more maybe
I guess
cynical.
th- what you just said is probably like the broad topic when it comes to tropes and cliches in storytelling is that you're gonna have them probably because like all creative work is derived from like something that came before. Like it's kind of impossible not to write something that is not in some part influenced by something that came before it, which is part of the reason why there are tropes in the first place, right? Like people get inspired by a story that they like and then they do something similar. They get inspired by it, someone else gets inspired by their story and then it becomes similar. And so like it just becomes just a common part of like is the three-act structure a trope? Is it, is in media res a trope? Is I don't know, like a linear story that starts at the beginning where it begins and then ends at the end? Like, is that a trope at this point?
Now,
Um,
in medias res means in the midst of things or in the middle of things.
yes,
So that's when a
something
story
like that.
begins, just sort of in the middle of stuff occurring. You don't really
Yeah.
get much
I don't know why you would say no
setup.
fringy dot dot dot. Do, this is a hype. Like, I'm not actually asking. Like, it's a topic. Um, I guess it's just I think that like trope and cliche get thrown around a lot, and I feel like we probably worth like diving into it a bit more than that, and then just saying that's a trope, don't do that.
There
Yeah,
are plenty of tropes that I love.
I think they're used interchangeably a lot. To me, the line is between writing out of laziness and writing because you're reflecting some truism that can be reflected throughout history in patterns of behavior. And I don't know which is a trope, which is a cliche.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to say that the cliche is the lazy one, and the trope
seems like that.
adheres more to the truisms that you can
I guess
observe
it's
It's
throughout history.
like it's more okay. Like if you said this is a trope in the movie, I'd be like, okay, like tell me more. If you said this movie is really cliched, I'm like, oh, okay.
Hmm.
Like I'm
well, as
less
opposed
I'm
to this movie is very tropey. Then you'd be
a
like,
very tropey movie. It's
hey, awesome!
trope-tastic.
I'm
It's
excited.
tropular. It's tropical.
I guess it's funny to think about because it's
Tropical.
tropical. I think it's interesting, I guess, because I find that lately I'm starting to get a little bit like frustrated with almost this unwillingness to do straightforward simple stories anymore, Like it feels
Gotta
like
be
Yeah.
different to be different. I'm
Hmm.
not like
well,
all those other writers.
it's kind of like the is the because someone could say at this point in fact I'm pretty sure it would be the hero's journey is like a trope. It is just it is a common recurring storytelling device,
Hmm.
but like I don't see that that is a good reason to not do it. Like because usually a lot of the advice follows, right? Like this is a trope, so avoid it or change it or don't do that. But I mean there's a lot of things that are just recurring elements of storytelling because they typically tend to work.
They just work,
Um
right?
Justify tropes,
yeah.
if you feel like if everything's justified, generally that's gonna be good as long as it all makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just you ask the question of why is it that the hero's journey is often is a very recurring storytelling device? Like why do a lot of stories adhere to the 3-act structure? Why do a lot of stories have it that there's like the second act low point, and then the hero comes back and then wins at the end of the day? It's just like I don't just because something is common doesn't mean that you can ascribe any like level of quality to it just because something happens a lot. It feels like we need to go further than that. And any explanation we have for why you should avoid it will not come from because it's common, but just that it's not a good choice.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, to
Um,
me, like that 3-act structure is the most effective formula for an emotional catharsis, and to deviate from that, you're just going to get a lesser effect. So,
I think you can
Very,
deviate.
very
It's just
broad
that
structure too.
it is a
So
broad
you have
structure. Yeah.
there's so much freedom to operate within that skeleton.
yes.
I was thinking about
A lot of
one.
operations take place in a skeleton, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about one that I don't even know if you call it a trope or a cliche, but something you want as a writer a lot of the time when you're building up your villain and your hero at the same time. You want to have them talk to each other before any kind of final confrontation. You're like, oh,
Typically,
We're
yeah.
not
Right.
so different, you and
yeah, just some
I.
kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to make a reason for them to have some kind of conversation, and they found a solution to this in lots of different things. And the Dark Knight did the Joker was indeed caught, which means that Batman can talk to him directly, and they have like a big old chatteroony. But he wanted to be caught. That's how he got in there, and then he can get out, and so we can still have our third act payoff. And then you fast forward to
I'm sure
2012.
Joker has a really, really well thought out, well constructed plan on how to get out.
They always do. You have
Yeah.
2012 then, Skyfall and Avengers. Both the villains in that both wanted to be captured in order to escape later, so they both talk to the heroes, if you know what I mean. And so
Yeah.
we get that as well. And now, because I've seen talk about this, the Batman trailer, Riddler is caught, and Batman's talking to him. People are like, "Oh, we're doing that again," and it's like, well, I mean,
Doing that again, when the hero talks to the villain.
Well,
like,
just
I like it when my hero gets to talk to the
the villain allows themselves to be caught because they always wanted to be, and then they'll escape, and they're just like, "Oh, we've seen this before," and it's just like, I mean, surely it'll be about the execution.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would say it's always about the execution. I guess
So
it's just
yeah.
there's also it's worthwhile thinking about like what are the payoffs that you can potentially get from just allowing a cliche to happen. Because a lot of like that great drama, that potent, spicy drama, is when you've got people who are just like diametrically opposed having to talk to each other. It's like usually you get some really good stuff from that. And of course, like if you want a further like personal relationship between like the hero and the villain and not make them so disconnected, you want them both together. And it's not like if that's a cliche that the hero like the villain is captured and then the hero talks to them and then the villain gets away. Like I don't know. I don't want to live in that world where apparently that's bad and we're not allowed to do that anymore.
If I notice something like that and I'm like, oh, we did this before, I am almost immediately, I have a thing in my brain that's being like, hey, chill out, that's not a criticism. Just because it's happened before.
Yeah.
But,
I like when that beat happens in an almost friendly context, like the movie Goldfinger, where like, well, Bond is captured, I guess, but Goldfinger's just like, come on out for tea. And they sit down. It's like, yeah, here's my evil plan. What do you think?
Well, yeah, a lot of the time you'll have
Just,
the villain calls the hero. And they'll just be like, you're annoying me.
So they just basically just meet up at a bar in movie Heat and just have that conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I
lots
remember
of
that
ways,
was like a really good conversation as well.
Lots of ways to do it, and it's just that people are noticing like a bunch of movies have done it already, and it's like, yeah, but they're all different. So I don't know.
But a bunch of movies have done that. There's a guy who dresses up like a bat and fights people. Is that we're not allowed?
They also did it for that spider person too.
They
I
did,
want Batman
but
to
then the spider
actually
person was
dress up like
different,
a
and they were
bat,
upset
though.
about it. So.
Because we say, oh, he dresses up as a bat. No. He doesn't. I want him to really fucking dress up like a bat with the big ears and the snoot and the eyes and everything. Go all the way. The big web wings underneath your arms.
Sounds like you want
Fucking
Man
do
Bat, Rags.
What? So you want a
maybe.
guy to stitch human
Man
skin
Bat?
underneath his arms and fly around?
Whoa!
Hey,
It
look.
don't have to be human skin.
Well,
it can be some web material. We don't have to jump.
Nope.
I thought
Human
you said he
skin.
needed to. I thought you said he needed to fully commit. I'm just
I
I'm
within
not saying that that's what
reason.
he should do. Okay,
Within
sure.
reason.
That's true. That is a little bit unreasonable, I will say.
I don't want this vigilante to break the law.
Holy fuck! I'm just looking at images of Man Bat. Jesus Christ, he's a
Man bat.
look at this. Look at this lad here, like roiding out.
That's cool. That's
Oh
really
my
cool. I
goodness.
like that.
Man bat. Oh boy.
It's one of Batman's villains.
Oh, it's a Batman villain. Man
Yeah.
bat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is actually. I forget about him.
Oh my goodness.
It's like
I've never
Batman, but the
seen
other way
Man
around.
Bat.
That's right.
He looks like one of the gargoyles, but with pants.
Yeah, I can see the gargoyle sort of.
Do you have pants on? Or the
Yes.
gargoyles have pants, you mean? Oh
No,
no,
they have
he's wearing
loincloths.
pants.
I don't think gargoyles wear pants.
Do you think he had
Brooklyn
blue legs?
Fuck me in the ass. All bats have little denim jeans on.
Yeah.
God, those fucking
That's common
veins,
knowledge,
though,
bro.
dude. He's just.
Yeah,
He's got,
goddamn.
look at those veins in his ears.
He's so
He's
muscular
more
that he's got
Fat
veins.
than
Very
man
angry.
now.
He's gonna fuck
Yeah.
you up. So yeah, one I want to bring up because it's going to line up similarly to the one that we'll be discussing in this video we're going to check out, but it's not the same, and the one that has bothered me for a while is Bury a Gaze. Have you guys heard of this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a whole
Yeah.
graveyard
We don't like it
out there.
when
Oh,
back
yeah.
in, I don't know, I want to say like 80s, 90s, I guess, there was lots of things that had gay characters, but they were getting killed, and that's bad, because you can't be doing that, and the trope like would line out that, yeah, a lot of shows decide to kill their gay characters, which is fucked up because it, I don't know, perpetuates a state that gay people, it's so hard to like connect the dots depending on like how, because
I think the logic is that you have the characters who are representative of some like portion of the world, and then they get killed, which means that they're no longer present in it. I think that's it's kind of like the black guy not surviving until the end of the horror movie. I think might be similar to that, you know.
The
in that it's
concern that they raise is those characters are less important, and thus they are killed.
Yeah,
which
something like that.
depending on the content, may or may not be true. It could be that the writer just gave up on the fucking gay characters, didn't know how to write them, and were like, I don't know, just kill them. Unfortunately, many things that I like quite a lot gets criticized for this, when in the story it is like incredibly important and justified, but it's like, yeah, but they're gay or they're whatever, so you can't kill them, otherwise you'll lead
And I
to that
guess
trope.
Once you hit that point, it's like, now this is the corrosive element of
Yeah.
allowing too much consideration for tropes and what other people do influence your story, because you may well have written a story where committing to a certain story beat is the correct decision for the story.
Yeah.
But you might be like, well, but like, but people might say that this is like those other things, and then it falls into a trope. I don't know, I'm not going to do that. And it's like, awesome. So you've now made a decision that has hurt your story based on
Yeah.
basically peer pressure.
I think the
Right.
first death in It Chapter 2, which is not a film I particularly thought was great, the fucking clown eats a gay guy. Like, and I remember people talking about, like, wow, so the gay guy dies first, bury a gay... I was like, it's fucking kill a clown who's eaten so many people, he eats a gay person,
Yeah.
suddenly it's, like, horrible. Like, what is this? Like, what are we doing?
Do you want representation or not?
To me, I see it as the opposite. It's like, it's a gay person gets eaten too, because everyone gets eaten. It's not, like, you don't get...
Well, you think the clown just draws the line at gay people? I was like, oh, I'm an evil killer clown, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to get, I don't want to get tweeted at.
And I wonder if... So, say, for example, you're writing your story and someone's like, whoa, don't kill your gay character. And you go, oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be a part of that trope. And then the next writer, until it's like, it's a trope that gay people are invincible.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
bad.
kill-
And then we go
kill
back
your
to the beginning.
straights.
Kill your straight.
We've sort of crossed over the hump when it comes to like with women. How when that was when feminism and that was kind of the thing that was in vogue. That was the trendy thing more so. We need more female representation. We need more women in this, more women in that. And then, sure enough, women would get killed in stories because that's what happens in stories: is characters can get killed, and they have bitched and moaned, da 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 da. Well, this is what happens when you want, you're gonna be around. You're gonna get killed by clowns.
Yeah, and it feels
The
because it's
importance of a character shouldn't have anything to do with their sexuality or their duration in the film. Like sometimes a
Mhm.
really key character can be someone who like dies in the prologue or something, and then
yeah.
like sets up the whole
Possibly.
line of action for the main characters.
Well, I mean, it's been said before, but like all of the story of Game of Thrones, it all comes back to Ned Stark's death, which is he's in the show for like 10%. But it's always that
Mhm.
that's caused everything ultimately.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that was like that's the value, I guess, because it's not about actually the quality of the writing. It's just going to tell you whether or not you're. It's almost like the reverse engineering of subversion, because you're like, how do I subvert? And it's like, well, look at what's often done, and then do other things. It's like, so main characters
Mhm.
usually survive, so you can kill them. Gay people don't get eaten by clowns enough or too much. Do the opposite. You're like, okay, I'll
Yeah.
surprise my audience. Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like it got to a point as well where people will be like, "This show has this trope, such as bury your gays," so I'm out. And it's like, oh, that just seems really fucking strange. Instead of just pointing out that happens a lot, maybe.
Bury your gays, as in bury them in a grave, like to kill them?
Yeah, it
Is
just
that what that
refers
is?
to you have a gay or well, an LGBT character in your show or movie or whatever, and they end up dying. That's bury your gays.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Right.
it's Barry. It's so that's Barry. He's the gay.
Cover them in berries?
See, you'd
No,
want to fuck with
like
that if you're making like a parody movie. The gay guy called
Barry the
Barry.
gays.
No, not the berries. No.
I'm Barry.
Fuck.
That could be his gangster name, Gaze, Barry the Gaze, and he's just got big eyes. He's in the mob, and he's got really big eyes. It's like, man,
The
this
mob.
this is Bugsy Malone, and this is Barry the Gaze, and
And
they're
you've got
eating out of Italian. They got pinstripe suits, and
Yeah.
well, his real name's Bugsy.
Mauler just wants normative values in films. I don't even know what that has to do with anything, really. I'm just talking about how often things happen, like and whether or not that's a problem.
We just want to see dead gays.
Well, part of the description says the problem isn't merely that gay characters are killed off. The problem is the tendency that gay characters are killed off in a story full of mostly straight characters.
Mm.
So I have some news that I might have to break to you. It's
Oh.
that there's not a lot of gay people compared to straight people. The vast majority of people are straight. So if you have a mostly gay a setting where most of the characters are gay, you will either have to come up with an explanation for that, or else it will be very strange.
Can we say that
Like
Batwoman is
Batwoman.
doing Barry as straight? Can we say that? I think we can.
It's Barry the Whites is what it's doing.
I was gonna say Luke Fox. He's still not gay yet, right? They haven't made him gay.
Nice. Not as I'm aware.
Yeah, because he's
I
definitely
think
still
he-
straight. Because he almost fell for the clue master person's daughter or whatever, didn't he? They haven't
Yeah,
made him.
that's right.
Yeah.
He's probably bi.
Yeah, well, I would assume they'd want to do. Well, yeah, but anyway, it's a funny world, Gotham and Batwoman. It's filled with
Every woman is basically a lesbian.
Well, yeah, I was about to say it's more accurate to say it's filled with lesbians rather than gays, meaning that there's a shit ton of women and they're all lesbian. Like that's just how it
like
seems to work.
I don't know where the people in this universe come from.
The gay world. Either way,
Everyone's
that would be a show that completely bucks this trend, and look how well written it is.
Mm.
Case in point,
Yeah, like that's
it
'cause
doesn't
that
guide
would-
you to
that's
good
like-
writing to avoid tropes. I don't think.
at least not strictly.
No.
Like it's I think that there's I certainly, because we've been talking about like I think that there is definitely an approach that you can take where you look at something that is commonly done and you can find a way to twist it, work it around, like find a way to change it a little bit. Like there are multiple ways that you can subvert a trope. Like there's more than one option.
Well, even Star
but it's-
Wars, that first movie,
Yeah.
not having Luke strike the Emperor down, instead his subordinate has a change of heart because it's like that's pretty subversive.
That is subversive. Absolutely.
And
Like
that's
you got
old.
loads of ways to be subversive, and of course it's funny, right? Something that is subversive can eventually just become a trope anyway.
Yeah.
Because everybody does it. Everybody's inspired by it and does it. So
that's why it feels like it just
like
churns forever. Like something that was created because I think you said it just earlier, Fringy, but like a simple story that's almost subversive right now. Like, whoa,
Almost, yeah. Like
just
it would
something.
almost be subversive to just have like I'm like coming of age in little medieval town. I'm gonna go on an adventure to like I don't know stop the dragon who's gonna come and destroy my town, and I come back changed. It's like it's like a really simple, straightforward story, but like as it stands right now, that would honestly be pretty like rare now to have
Yeah.
a story like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if were you going to say something,
Yeah.
Rags?
I was just it. Maybe this was less of an issue back back when Citizen Kane and stuff was coming out, and there were
Well, yeah, because that was subversive.
far less movies, and that
But
sort of you still had
that's
stories, of course, but you had
yeah.
far less movies, and cinema as a a medium was still kind of in its infancy, and you didn't have all of you didn't have so much baggage. There wasn't you didn't have as much in the way of movie tropes and things as you do now. That must have been, I guess, nice
Well, yeah, and
back
Citizen
And I
then.
Kane
guess
would
you
have
also
been
had less
experimental. Like,
Yeah.
well,
yeah.
now it's like very normal.
I guess it's also you probably less exposed. Now, thanks to the internet, you just have a good old database. Like, I mean, there's TV tropes, like a database of hey, like that idea you have, it's been done before. Like,
Yeah, I know.
it's every single idea that you could ever possibly come up with. There's probably something that exists that is similar. And then just
That
reminding you, and then of course too.
that website used to piss me off. It doesn't anymore, but like back
Yeah.
when I first discovered it, I'm just like, fuck, you can't do anything without this site going, oh, it's the old such and such that you're doing.
Dude,
Like,
it's
fuck,
TV
it's like
it is
impossible to be original anymore.
it is the internet version of The Simpsons did it. Like,
Yeah,
just someone
exactly.
hovering
Oh,
over your shoulder.
your main
Simpsons
character's
did it.
going to sleep, huh? Oh, I see.
Simpsons did it, yeah.
Yeah, and they all have little nicknames too, like each trope.
They
It's like,
do. Yeah.
yeah.
It's like awesome. I thought I was really smart. And then again, that is kind of like a great ego killer when you're in your edgy phase. When you try to write, you're like, "Oh, I'm so smart. Look at me doing all these crazy stories. I'm
Right.
so insanely original." And then it's just like, "All right, buddy, chill the fuck out. Whatever idea you thought was cool, it's not, and somebody already did it better than you will."
And
This is a nice, humbling experience.
since we'll be looking at the video about it, what do you guys know about the stuffed into a fridge trope? Its origin?
Yeah, I know about.
Stuff
I
into a
assume that's
fridge
referring to
trope?
Indiana Jones, but I didn't know that was a trope.
No, actually, it's not.
That's where my
but
mind goes as well.
it
Fridges will
originates.
save you from anything.
It originates.
Bridging.
Well, you can do it if you
Go
want.
for it, actually.
Well,
Well, the problem is you probably, because I vaguely know, you probably have it written down.
Someone tell me, I'm at the edge of my seat.
it originates
Reddit, like-
with Green Lantern.
Yes.
He
So-
makes a big green fridge.
And I was just going to read
Yes.
the actual TV tropes thing to give you the rundown, because I figured they'll have it better than I can say it as well. A loved one is hurt, killed, maimed, assaulted, or otherwise traumatized in order to motivate another character or move their plot forward. The term sometimes referred to as fridging was popularized by comic book writer Gail Simone, or Simon? I think Simone, I'm not sure. Through her
Simone,
website,
yeah.
Women in Refrigerators. On that site, Simone compiled a list of instances of female comic book characters who were killed off as a plot device. It is named for a storyline in Green Lantern, in which a villain, Major Force... Oh, is that his name? Okay. Leaves
Major
the
Force?
corpse... Yeah, Major Force. He leaves the corpse of Kyle Rayner's girlfriend, Alexandra DeWitt, literally stuffed into a refrigerator for him to find. Years later, Major
Oh my
Force
goodness.
repeated the gimmick with Kyle's mother in an oven. It was just a trick with a mannequin that time, though. The term came to be used
okay.
more broadly over time to refer to any character who was targeted by an antagonist who has them killed off, raped, and or otherwise brutalized, incapacitated, depowered, or brainwashed for the sole purpose of affecting another character, motivating them to take action.
Okay.
So you could probably see how it started, and you can already see how this will unravel and start to become a bit fallacious in terms of anybody who dies and it motivates anyone else to do anything. It's like, oh wow, look at you frigid. It's like,
And it's like, man, that is just like, that's like common. kind
A
of
Well, yeah,
from
if you have generally protagonists, at least back in the day, protagonists were normally like goodish people. A lot of the times our hero would be a good person. He would be upstanding. He wants to do the right thing, or she, of course. And one of the ways that a protagonist can be compelled into righteous action, um, or justified fury, is if a loved one suffers harm or is killed or there's some injustice that happens to them. I mean, it
Hmm.
just seems like I mean, that's what I mean. It takes Enkidu dying for Gilgamesh to get his shit together. I mean, this is like I mean, this is as a tale as old as tales.
Um, I
well,
watched a film recently called The Big Ugly. I don't know, I think I mentioned it to some
Also
people. I would
spoilers.
never fucking recommend it. But it's about Ron
We
Perlman
gotta go.
is an oil man in America, and fuck, why am I forgetting his name? Clockwork Orange main character.
Oh, you're talking about
Guy.
Alex DeLarge.
No, I mean
Oh, right.
uh,
Oh, is that not it?
the guy
sounded
free.
familiar.
He taught history and community.
oh,
Oh.
okay.
Someone in chat's gonna tell me any second now. I'm completely blanking. Malcolm McDowell, that's his name. So, and he's
Oh,
like,
the actor, right.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's like I think an English investor or something, and he visits Ron Perlman with his like,
Malcolm McDowell?
Yeah.
yeah, um,
All right.
so he visits Ron Perlman with his like top bodyguardy band, Vinnie Jones, and that's like the hook of the film, I guess. Like these three doing gun stuff, maybe. And it's like, okay. The deal goes great, and they're gonna go home, and I was watching it like, so what's gonna fuck everything up then? Everyone has a girlfriend, and Ron Perlman's son is like, I want to fuck all their girlfriends. It's like, okay, bit of a strange one, but fine. And in my head, I was thinking, if he successfully, because he starts trying to get with Vinnie Jones's girlfriend, and I was like, so even if he sleeps with her, that surely won't fuck the deal, because that's just like drama of, hey, you cheat on me, boo. I was like, I wonder how this is going to unravel. She's like partially into it, partially not, and it gets out of hand and he kills her. And I was like, oh, so that'll be the motivation there, because now that you've killed her, that means everything's going to fucking fall apart. And to a degree, I was like, oh, this is kind of like the fridging thing, where we had to motivate the destruction of this deal, and so he has to kill that girl. How's he going to do it? It's like, he tries to sleep with her, she refuses, he kills her, I guess. It's like, yeah, I guess that'll be enough to make Vinnie Jones do what he does. And what I'm getting at is just that when it's like a death that motivates them, but it comes from like a plot line, as in we just mentioned Game of Thrones, Ned Stark's death, you can see it coming a mile away, just because of how every character is characterized, where he is, what's happening, he's gonna die. If someone said, yeah, but it's fridging because it motivates everyone else in the storyline, because he's the leader of House Stark, sort of thing, I'd just be like, that's retarded. Like, you can't kill people if it motivates
if the
them?
idea is that, because you know what, when people die, that's usually pretty upsetting, and it can often change people's behavior.
Absolutely.
If that is a trope, then it's like, man, like what options, like,
I'm not
can you not
farting,
tell
it's
revenge
fireworks.
stories anymore? Like, can you
And if
not
generally
tell
your
revenge
hero
stories, or
well, like we were talking about earlier, most people on the planet are straight, awful as it sounds. And so if the majority of your especially action heroes and action protagonists and things of that nature are men, then that means that they will have a female romantic interest who will serve as the traumatic death
It wouldn't
that
even need to
will
be
spur
female.
them into action. It wouldn't need no, it wouldn't even need to. That's just
because
why
fridging can presumably
it's
go the
a
other way
Well,
around?
because they called
yeah,
it women in
it's
refrigerators, but
why
I know for a fact that that could apply to just anybody dying at this point.
again, that's not the point, Rags. Where have you yeah, it is. That's what we're talking about, the women thing. It's an explanation for why. Remember how now if most like if we lived in a world where most people were gay, then the trope would be different.
I guess
Well,
it's just when it comes to, because I imagine what the trope was like, man, look at all these women who just get killed so that, like, I don't know, our like
yeah.
protagonist superhero guy goes and fights the bad guy, and it feels like really lazy and purposeless.
What I
It's like,
assume
so
Rags' point was just that you can see exactly how that happened. It's not like nefarious.
Oh yeah. Like I mean, it follows, right? Because what is like very quick way to get to like drama. It's like, well,
Mm-hmm.
someone dies.
Yeah.
And then of
Yeah,
course
that's why
like you've got your
you
hero
get Kill
man.
Bill.
Well, yeah, like it's exactly, you've got like your hero man. He probably has somebody he really cares about. You can't kill the hero man because the hero man's going to go on the adventure, right? So who's the next person then? It's like, well, probably the person they care about the most. It's like, all right, like straight to the drama. But of course, like the reason why, I guess, it's when you think about it, it's like, yes, I think we can see how the recurring story element arises. And I would imagine, because this came up with in 1999, it's like, I imagine if you looked at it in 1999, probably would have been like, man, this happens a lot. That can't be it, though, in terms of the criticism, that it happens a lot. Like
Well,
there
and
needs to be
that's
something.
if there was nuance at one point for a lot of these tropes, they get boiled down because, like, it's interesting. Someone in chat just said that that's not the very gay's trope. It's about token gay characters getting killed off once the author's done using them for representation. That's a way better criticism because that seems like you could actually get somewhere in terms of detailing how that is happening.
That.
Unfortunately, bury
guess,
gays gets used on even characters that have been there the whole time, and their death is like very specific.
I guess this is the thing, right? When it comes to, because I can imagine that part of the criticism at some stage was that the women characters who got killed didn't have much of a personality or really anything at all. They were just like, oh, I love you, my girlfriend slash wife slash important person in my life. Oh no, you're dead. Skeletor, I'm gonna get you. Like, I imagine that was the criticism. But I guess at that point you're like, so what if I develop like a really well fleshed out character who is really easy to like, and they're just a person. They have a life. They clearly have a life in the story, and then they die, and then that motivates my main character to go forward.
And they're wearing an "I Love Life" T-shirt.
By the way, it's funny.
I love being alive.
That same
Die,
person
laugh,
said.
love.
That same person said, for it to be fridging, it has to be like long-term grief. It can't just be short-term. And it's like, the thing is, what you're saying makes much more sense. Like, these are actual criticisms. That's not how the trope's used. Believe me. Like, because it's unfortunate, but I don't know that it's not like I'm saying everyone uses it wrong, but that's what I think the trouble with tropes is. They get like
eventually
boiled, broadened actually, to the point where someone might just say, "Oh, look, somebody died." You're like, "Yeah, what?" It's like, I guess that's gonna motivate a bunch of other people now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely an overlap here with what we were talking about earlier about like laziness versus like what should happen in a story because it's actually meaningful. I mean, to kill off a character just for the sake of making someone angry to get some action going is so lazy, right? They killed my brother, now they're gonna pay. But like, what constitutes a meaningful death, right? To bring up, you're talking about it in the first part where the little kid's brother dies in the prologue or opening scene or whatever, that kind of shapes him and it makes him afraid. And it's that fear that the clown ends up taking advantage of, and he overcomes that fear. Like that would be an example where the death actually means something. Another one is I was thinking of the end of the third Indiana Jones movie, where the place is breaking up and that chick falls in the pit and she's trying to
Elsa?
reach for the I can't remember her name, but she's reaching for the Holy Grail, and like her reach exceeded her grasp, and she fell to her death, and she let
Yeah,
she's overwhelmed by the intoxicating power of that grail, and she tried to grab it, and she died as a result. And that there's something to that. It actually means something, especially in the beat after that, where Indiana Jones is in the same perilous situation, and you don't want him to make the same mistake, and he doesn't.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah.
She was evil.
And I
You gotta
think
make your deaths mean something.
Elsa was
Beyond
fridged.
just like, I'm pissed off now. I gotta
I guess
kill these bastards.
She was
that highlights the point,
creviced.
though.
Yeah.
I guess that highlights the point, though, isn't it? It's like, we need, if we're gonna say that the trope is like when someone dies and then it motivates the character, or if that's what it becomes, it's like, So we have missed something here. Like something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
We've now taken something where it's like, okay, so maybe it'd be a good idea when you're writing a story not to just have like some really flat generic woman character who dies and then it makes our main character go, "Rah, I'm gonna get you." Like maybe you should actually try and give her a personality or like develop her, or even think about other options that you have to make this story happen. But once it becomes like, oh, so when you kill somebody and that motivates the character, then it's a trope. It's like, oh, so like many stories that are good, like just are now fucked.
Yeah.
Like this, you've just made this way too broad.
Right.
Yeah. Fridging is often given a very negative connotation, as it is all too often a hallmark of supremely lazy writing, quickly hurting or killing an established character as cheap anger for the protagonist and devaluing the life of that character in the process. That is what I completely agree with, especially how characters
I'm fine
feel.
with that, yeah.
You know, like
It sure can be, yeah.
their wife dies, they kill the guy who killed the wife, and then they're totally happy. You'd be like, no, that's not quite right, is it? Like,
It's like when you want to show that the bad guy's bad, he like
yeah.
kills a dog or something like that. Like, how can we just quickly establish this
Fridging
guy's a
your
dick?
dogs.
Fridging,
Yeah.
don't fridge your dogs.
Oh, I mean, yeah. But I guess that's interesting, right? Because like you look at John Wick, it's like, well, so it wasn't just about the dog. So it's like that's an interesting example of fridging your dog, where you know
Well,
you haven't fridged your dog at
got
all. There's
a
actually a purpose behind it.
yeah, the dog came from a specific place. It had a
Exactly.
purpose. You know, there
Exactly.
was
I guess that's the point, though, right? Is that when it's like, oh, that's a trope. It's like, well, it give it more thought, you know? Like think about what else is going on in the
Yeah, 'cause
story.
John Wick and the Green Lantern, I haven't read the comic, but presumably it's the thinnest possible iteration
I
of this
would
trope.
imagine it is.
If they
yeah.
both qualify it on the trope, because that's what people are going to be saying, right? Like, to clarify, it has to be that it's, you know, got these other errors to it. But we may discover today that some other things get put under the umbrella that maybe they fucking shouldn't be. So, you know, not foreshadowing it all there, but it goes on to say, devaluing the life of that character in the process instead of giving the villain something actually interesting to do that can involve all three characters and more emotions than simple anger and angst. That feels a little bit like the person writing this just involved their own writing advice, which is that never kill the person. You can do more with three people, which is really stupid advice, I think. Like...
Well, I think it's more complicated than that. It's like you could, but you could kill them. Like that's
you can do more with 4 or 5.
Well,
Why stop there?
Depending on your fucking writing abilities, you could do more with 2 than with 3. You know, in terms of who they are, where they come from, and all that stuff. Just because there's more people doesn't necessarily mean you have more content to work with.
No,
It means more problems to solve, potentially.
Potentially. It's just down to the writer. It should be noted that while the term mostly commonly applies to male characters, female love interest, it can be used for numerous different scenarios of all genders and different relations from romantic, platonic, and familial. The core part is that one character is killed, or at least has something very bad happen to them for the sake of causing emotional trauma for the target, with said victim often acting as a plot device more than a real character in worst-case scenario. So that's, like, I think the heart of the criticism. They weren't a person, they were just a thing that was supposed to make a different character do something.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair.
I think that's totally fair, because you could always think about it like, because fridging doesn't mean killing, it could also mean hurting. So, like, I don't know, let's imagine we have Hero Man, and then, I don't know, his daughter, like, is basically paralyzed by the villain on purpose. And it's like, how much time do we get to spend seeing the perspective of the daughter after that happens? If it just happens and then she disappears to the side while, like, the dad goes off to kill everybody, it's like, you know, you could do something with that character. It'd be interesting to see what her perspective is and whether or not she feels like she still has agency, how much she participates in the story, what influence she might have over, like, the main character's choices by interacting with him in the future. It's like, yeah, you do have options that are worth considering.
What about a story that is from the POV of the villain, and the villain needs Hero Man to get angry and try and attack him for whatever reason? You know, you can make it up. And so we're seeing the villain, and he's like, what can we do? And this villain has a lot of power, and he's just like, kill his wife if he has one. Just wipe her out, and make sure he knows it was us. And then, you know, that scene happens with the hitman doing that, and then, you know, again, POV villain So the hero is just trying to get to him at all times. It's like, well, that's the worst kind of the trope. That woman wasn't even a character. And it's like, but what if in that scenario, the story isn't about that woman, but you know that killing a wife of a person who loves them is going to motivate them to do stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially if it's from his perspective, he doesn't care.
Yeah, the villain doesn't give a fuck about it.
I don't care what her personality is. I don't care if she likes Jenga or whatever the fuck women do.
So I
don't give a
wonder
shit.
because even the qualification of, like, you can tell if the woman really didn't have a character, I'd be like, is that bad? All the time.
Yeah.
Every single every damn day.
I suppose someone could argue it's like, well, if you'd given it a character, I would have cared more about Hero Man and his relationship to her and stuff, and I'd be like, sure, but does the story become bad, especially with the POV of the villain?
You don't even necessarily have to care about her. You have to care that he cares.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is kind of, yeah.
I'm trying to think of, I know that there's got to be examples of this, where, like, stories start out and we get, like, very little in terms of the relationship of the character and the people. You know, like, you guys see the Tom Jane Punisher with John Travolta?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Like, we get, what, like, I don't know, 5-10
Like
minutes of him with his family
with
members.
the hero, yeah.
And, like, the
Yeah.
person I think we get the most of is him with his dad. And that's still, like, or his wife, I think. His wife and his dad and his son, like, they're the ones that get a little bit more time. But they're all wiped out. And he doesn't forget that throughout the entire movie, right? And so the two components of just because they're avenged doesn't mean you stop caring. Like, I agree with that one. But the other one of those people have to be characters on their own. Like, I wonder how far you would need to push that in order to make it meaningful. When we all know that, you have someone you love in your life, it's going to motivate you to do X. Do you have to know that person's character, I wonder? I'm not sure.
I guess it's just what, yeah, like, and I mean, we could even push it further. What if the story begins with them already dead?
Mad lad.
And then you just entirely progress from there, and that's the choice you've made. It's like, is that fridging? And if so, can you qualify that as being a necessarily bad choice when it comes to that particular story?
Well, yeah, because we meet
Kill
Punisher.
Bill starts with Kill Bill starts with the bride's
Wiping people out.
essentially dead.
Yeah, you're right. And we didn't really get their relationship that much in terms of the two movies. You get, I think, one scene of looking at them together.
You're just like, I believe that she really loved this guy. And that is what is important.
Well, so that's funny because I'm pretty sure I'm not 100%. I'd have to watch it again, but I think the point was less so being with that guy, and it was more so getting away from Bill because even Bill calls her out that he doesn't think that those two have a relationship that's meaningful. It's that she doesn't want the baby to be brought up by Bill.
Yeah, it's that.
But that doesn't, I mean, not knowing the relationship she had with that guy or the family around them or the town that she's in, I don't think it makes it any less meaningful. And so, because a lot of people are saying surely it's contextual, like with all of these, and it's like, yeah, I think so. And I think that's how we should treat basically everything. And so tropes can become as infectious in terms of, it's like almost like shorthand for criticism, but it's like, no, you need to do more work every time, most of the time. Every time, 90% of the time. Anyway, that's enough of us talking about it. Let's listen to someone else talk about it. Now, this channel, I've already seen loads of people in chat saying, have you guys not checked out her Mary Sue video? Apparently, like, I have not, but people are saying she said that Rey doesn't qualify, which...
Oh, so she's
Yeah,
wrong.
she does.
I mean, she's almost made it so that she's the archetype now.
She's the poster child for Mary Sue.
Yeah, like, I don't necessarily care to use the phrase, but I mean, if we're going to talk about it, like, yeah, we can go look at the qualifications, and like, Rey... I'm wondering, even if she didn't qualify originally, she's changed what it means to be a Mary Sue at that point, regardless. But I'm pretty sure she does qualify.
I mean, if she's not a Mary Sue, fucking name one.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because this channel's been recommended in terms of like an EFAP guest before, so this, you know, I'm pretty sure anyway. I'm sure people have asked to get them on and stuff, and it's just like, all right, well, you know, still maybe in future if they're up for it, but they put out this video. Like I said, a friend of mine was like, "Oh man, this is bad." I was like, "Well, let's check it out." It's called Trope Talk Fridging. And so we're going to learn about fridging and how to, how not to and stuff in a nice little presentation. See if we agree or don't.
Oh boy. Already.
Oh, wait, is it paused? Oh.
Deaths are a big deal.
about
Their
to ask.
momentous
Wait, hang
case
on.
video was sponsored by World Anvil.
Ah.
100% guaranteed to not do.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Is
okay,
it working for
we need to
everyone
talk
else?
about it.
Because it was just doing
Yeah.
flumes on my side.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's on a World Anvil ad right now.
All right. Let's start on a 0. Here we go.
Video was sponsored by World Anvil. 100% guaranteed to not do terrible things to supporting characters.
I don't want
I've talked
that.
about-
So I was gonna say
I don't want that
I hate to pause already, but doing horrible things
I-
to supporting characters, is that bad?
Yeah, sometimes supporting characters need to get fucked up.
Yeah, it can happen. It'd be horrible, but you know that could have meant anything. So we'll just let it continue.
this before in its own
Yeah.
trope talk, but character deaths are a big deal. They're
Yep.
momentous
So-
occasions, both in story and out.
This
because
is
not only
this is a total
Yeah.
tangent, but I'm trying to
This
listen.
music.
Like I'm trying to. Sorry, you've already jumped the gun a bit. I'm trying to listen
Yeah.
to relaxing Nintendo music, and it's very hard to do that when the video that we're watching is going to have the.
Silly music.mp3.
Completely agree.
It's so common,
Everybody
it's
uses it. It's so
distracting, the
common,
music.
yeah.
So this is the
And
thing.
now I
Yeah.
can't listen
Here's
to
a
Nintendo
topic
music.
for us all. When you picked, say you started out in 2008, really early, and you were like, I do a show, well, not a show, a video series, I guess, where it's always within a particular context or framing. For example, Trope Talk, and you're like, yeah, I always use this track. It's the Trope Talk track, or something like
I
that.
always
I like
use
how somebody-
Dreamscape by 009 Sound Systems.
Like how someone had said this song is a trope. It's like, yeah, it is. It is.
This song is a trope.
Yeah.
So I've heard that before, though, where it's like, yeah, but that's the this tune, and I just wonder sometimes. I'm just like, but it wasn't at one point. You made it that,
No,
and now that's like
become-
almost an excuse so that you never have to think about the music.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good? Like, no. Surely you want to pick the music better associated with the content.
It's
There
almost
are
like don't even pick music. Pick a noise almost. Like just it's
white
barely
noise?
even a melody. It's almost like a like you can't, cuz you don't want to have someone try and pay attention to a melody instead of listening to you. It's
Ambient
almost
music.
like, yeah, like an ambient sort of tones, or what barely constitutes as a melody, something very simple and soft in the back, something that's not too punchy. Because if someone's trying to be like, "Oh, what's that music in the back?" and their mind is focused on identifying the notes of the melody, it distracts from your
well, I mean,
words.
I think there's a lot of hey, you could have well, you can't have chill Nintendo music, that get you in trouble, but like, you know, something similar to that, like those Donkey Kong Country, sort of just like the underwater, the chill ones that are pretty like slow and can't. You got options.
Oh.
You don't need to always use dun 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 or the do boo boo do 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 or boom boom down down dun 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 do 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 do. Like, you can pick different ones. All right, they burn into my head.
They are a little bit, yeah. And that's
Somebody
the thing.
has said,
I was just saying, I recommend against them because they're like signals to you that this is a video of many, if you know what I mean, rather than its own thing.
yeah, someone in chat said, "Oh, like video gameplay rags?" No, it is not like video gameplay.
That's not the same.
Because if you don't look at the video gameplay, it ceases to exist. It cannot even possibly be a distraction if you don't even want to look at it.
We've talked about that on past
But-
EFAPs because
Yeah,
the problem
but
is
music.
not all gameplay is made the same way. A lot of
True.
people just throw gameplay in. A lot of people choose gameplay to put in. Difference being the interesting gameplay or not, and that's definitely a choice as well. Because most people, it seems, consume YouTube videos without even fucking looking at them these days.
A lot do.
Interesting in
Yeah,
its actual relevancy to what you're talking about, right?
Well, yeah, because this is all under the guise of like tropes, I guess. Because people say, pausing the video trope. Like, yep.
Same old, same old. I want this video just for its music to just be Fringy going.
Drop the acapella tape.
Oh my god, should
I
that
guess
be a should that be the next Goodell background music? Fringy doing that?
But I could probably come up with
Yeah, just record it
We
for
can
like
do an acapella.
30 seconds and then we can just loop it.
well, now that you've thrown that out, that's definitely what's going to be happening.
I feel like all of chat will. Yeah, there they go. I'll have to let myself know where I found. So does this song have a name? Does anyone know?
I don't know. I think it's.
I can just.
Maybe it's in the description of the video. It could be from
doubt
like the YouTube library or something. You never know. It's a place to check. First place I'd check.
I guess it is the yeah.
I wonder if anyone in chat knows the song name.
Apparently,
Oompa Doompa.
Sheeming Weasel. That's what
Scheming Weasel, you mean?
Sheeming Weasel. I hate it. Is that that weasel's gonna sheem? I hate it when my weasels sheem. Is damn sheeming weasel.
That's the thing I would say when I would read that out.
The sheeming weasel. What were you thinking?
The sheeming weasel.
Did you think it was a
sounds
word
like a tavern?
You hadn't seen before or something. Why would you say sheeming?
I don't know how I mistook sheeming and scheming.
Like a dive bar, the sheeming weasel.
It's very early. All right.
Be
gentle. Be gentle.
Sheeming his machinations.
Yes. Hey, you should put that in Goodell. Sheeming.
Sheeming.
Oh, you think I haven't already?
There's a tight space. I have to sheem through it.
There it is. There it is.
Alrighty,
God,
anyway.
your Goodell video, Mahler. That Goodell video is fucking hilarious, man.
There's 4 of them. There's gonna be a 5th one soon enough.
Another one? Okay, I gotta watch those.
They basically just like a look back on the year of EFAP at this point. Fucking insane shit we come
How
across.
many can you remember?
Get your EFAP bingo card.
There are momentous occasions both in story and out, because the character dead, which is obviously a bummer on its own, but it also means the total loss of all future potential for a given character.
That's not
true.
But that's not true.
Flashbacks, prequels. That's just flat out not true.
Well, I don't know if you'll try to be more funny there, but I was specifically thinking about, ghosts, resurrections. They've left tapes and stuff behind, or they've left messages, or they've given instructions. Like, the impact of that character isn't gone when they die necessarily.
Yeah.
They get Obi-Wan.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were both thinking of it. Yeah.
I don't even know what she said. I was listening to the music because we were talking about it for so long.
See?
She said that when a character dies, their impact is gone, and it's like, no.
No, that's when it starts. That is the impact.
I think she was saying like their ability to. I think the
they can't do any more
interpretation of
impact.
what she said is that they can't do anything else.
Oh, for sure, but
which also isn't true.
Yeah, which is also not true.
But even if they can't, you could have a character who just keeps getting referenced and talked about.
Ned Stark is the example.
Yeah, the idea being that their presence is still there, even if they themselves are gone. Like, who they are, the influence they had on the world.
Or just that dying is the easy part. It's like, yeah, fucking Green Arrow, when he died, he came back as that spooky ghost. And did a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, he did the face laser, so...
Yeah.
Listen, if Infinitisms have taught us anything, it's that this video is wrong.
A bummer on its own, but it also means the total loss of all future potential for a given character. All their arcs, dynamics, relationships, everything, all lost in exchange.
No, that's just wrong, but that's fine. We'll move on.
Yeah.
For a one-shot gut punch. Now, most authors recognize hefty loss for their story, so they make damn sure the...
Also, not true either, the one-shot gut punch. Someone could have a slow, lingering death.
Yep.
If you have a character who succumbs to an illness, if that illness is a prolonged affair, that can wear down on a character over time.
There is a current reference that I can't use.
Joker, exactly.
Well, you could argue the father. The film is just he's deteriorating until he's going to die.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
the entire story is just a portion of his transition from life to death, pretty much.
Or that knight in
So,
Monty
yeah.
Python that gets his arms and legs cut off.
Now,
Oh,
most
the
of
Black Knight. Yeah.
His impact hasn't stopped just yet. Oh yeah, so imagine like Walter White. It's like, I mean, I guess so, yeah, because that's the impact of that news as well, you know? Yeah.
recognize that this is a hefty loss for their stories. Sure, the impact is worth the price. True, non-fake-out main character deaths are often heroic sacrifices, protracted tragedies, or carefully woven resolutions to their arcs after all the loose ends have been tied up. They're usually given time and narrative weight to reflect this cost. The surviving characters will process their grief, reflect on what the loss means to them, and are often fundamentally changed by the experience.
Agreed with all of that. That's yeah, fair enough.
Maybe carrying on their legacy, setting off on a lengthy quest, viewing their layered and complex life as a personal inspiration to guide their way forward. This is not that trope. Fridging is the cute shortened form of the full name of this trope, Stuffed in the Fridge, named for a now infamous issue of a Green Lantern comic where Green Lantern Kyle Rayner's girlfriend is murdered by the villain Major Force and stuffed in.
I guess it is. I don't know.
At this point, right?
I've
That's
not read it.
trope.
I don't know if it's like bad, but like stuffing a person in a fridge doesn't. You know, to me, I'm just like, that could still be good. It sounds pretty fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fridge for him to find when he gets home. Fridging is the very set of character deaths wherein a character is unceremoniously and brutally killed specifically and solely for the
Does it have to
narrative
be
purpose
brutal?
of hurting another.
I
Well,
didn't know it had to be brutal.
it was. It's weird that she said that instead of just saying, because the important part, I thought that what she was going to say was just that it's done specifically to make a character motivated, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, however they die isn't relevant, is it? Like, if it's brutal or not, if they just.
Yeah, what if it's like a cancer or a something like
Well, I was
that?
actually about to say, what is a non-brutal death? Because brutal can be used to, for chopping them up into tiny pieces or shot through the head. Like, someone could call both of those brutal. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
I guess a non-brutal death would be like
Like a quick
like
death, I
passing
guess.
away in your sleep.
Yeah.
Like you,
Yeah.
like you,
Something like
you
that.
die in
which
sleep. A
which
peaceful
could
death.
happen to motivate a character to do X, Y, Z. So like I assume the brutality of the death is irrelevant.
Right.
I would assume it's irrelevant as well.
Hmm.
That's my. I think it's odd that that was brought up as a prerequisite for friggery.
So is it possible to not have a brutal death at the hands of another person? Does it make
I
it
suppose they could
brutal
inject
just-
you with something and you just slowly pass away, sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it would be weird to describe that as brutal, but I guess someone might. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Brutally killed specifically and solely for the narrative purpose of hurting another, more important character. This motivation can be Watsonian or Doyleist, as in-universe villain motivation or out-of-universe authorial intent. In Watsonian cases, the killer is specifically motivated to kill the Friggy because it'll hurt the character who cares about them. In Doyleist cases, the killer
Sounds
might
like a
have all
reason.
kinds of personal reasons to want to unceremoniously brutalize.
All right, a character death that happens only to upset a more important character. Fridges or plot devices don't get some expressed gravitas as a major character death would be given. I think there's just an element of
Right,
pragmatism in
sorry,
that.
but if they die and then like that's the break in the story that causes the whole thing to happen, that's like significant.
Because
So
a
what
character
does it
can
mean when
die
they gravitas?
unceremoniously, but that could have incredible impact to other
Well,
people
so
in
this is
the
where we're
story.
gonna get. This is where we're gonna get into a big problem. Like you think about like in Tarantino films, one of like the big things in those is that characters just die. Like
Yeah.
main characters will just die instantly,
Mhm.
like unceremoniously because they don't spend much time on it. And they'll just die. Is that bad?
Is
Because
the example you're going to go with
I
Pulp Fiction? Is that what you're thinking of there?
guess that's probably the clearest example, right? It's like, yeah, he's there and then he's dead, like just like that, and that's it.
Well,
Um,
yeah, because I don't need to justify it, but like what was really cool about that is that we had him as POV for a while, then we switched to a different POV, and that character is now completely unimportant to this new
Yeah.
POV, if you know what I mean? And so he can just be wiped out like any other thug.
yeah, and that's just one of the reasons why that's just. I think that stories could honestly stand to have more unceremonious deaths rather than less. I think that because people do just die. Like sometimes it happens and it's quick and it's sudden, and like it, there's not much of a reason for it.
Oh man, I just shot Marvin in the face.
Yeah. I guess it's, I think that it's more often than not that when there is like a death in a story that it is super important, then it gets a lot of focus and it gets and everybody's really sad or it happens really slow or they get to die really slowly, whereas non-important characters get shot in the head or something. Like that is more of a thing that happens than characters. I guess we'll have to see where this argument goes.
Well, and
I'm
Quentin
curious.
Tarantino does a good job of making sure all his characters in his films are properly motivated. So if one
Yeah,
person kills another person, you usually understand why they were killed, even if there's not much to it. Like if they're at least motivated to kill that person, you'd be like, okay, he's dead now. I get it. That's fine. Like I agree with this girl's first point here. Like a character death that happens only to upset. If it's only to upset and that's it, and that's the only element going into the screenplay to like to make somebody kill someone else, and it's not even motivated by character, it's just to like make things happen, that's dumb.
what if
But
that is the villain's
if it's
motive, though?
motivated, um well, hopefully there would be an extra layer to it than just that, if like, because
Why?
it should tie into the theme somehow. I mean, not in every case. Like in some key moment where like the main character is affected at the end of Act 2 or something, there's a death
Oh, I'm
involved
just
in that
saying,
low point.
let's just call the opening of the film, villain needs hero to be angry and try and attack him in order to, he's gonna frame him for something. He's like, how do we do it? It's like, just fucking kill his wife, whatever. And that happens off
Right.
screen because we're doing, like I said, the villain POV. So it would satisfy this definition. And I don't know that we can just say, oh,
Right.
well, that's bad. It's like, is it?
Right.
Because I was thinking about Daredevil season 2. We see Punisher in his like prime, and then we find out later that like people were killed in particular circumstances. I don't know that we ever learn the meaningful relationship he had with his family, beyond sort of in that show
If you
anyway.
get in that show, you don't know.
And so like I don't consider that bad. And if someone said, yeah, but they died just to motivate him to be this Punisher character that everyone wants to see, and I'd be like, okay, but is that bad?
Or is it just neutral? And like whether it gets into good or bad becomes a matter of execution specifically.
Execution, yeah.
Because if someone said, like, yeah, well, you still do find out bits and bobs about them and stuff, and I'd be like, yeah, so I guess what makes it, what crosses the line, how much information do you need to know about these characters that died before, like, for it to be okay?
Mm-hmm.
So to say it only happens to motivate a more important character, I'd just be like, I mean, yeah, that could work, I think. Some people are referencing Uncle Ben. Do you think that qualifies?
Hmm.
A
Does
character
Uncle
death that
Ben
only
qual-
happens to motivate a more important character. It's like, to a degree, and I think the Uncle Ben stuff is pretty damn good when it's executed well.
Well, here's one. Erskine. Is that fridging Erskine because he dies specifically to motivate Captain America?
I imagine Cap was motivated regardless, but it definitely,
Sure. But like
yeah.
Erskine's death is specifically to like instill a core like thing for him, right? I guess, but then somebody would be like, well, Erskine's death means there's no super soldier serum, so it's like there is another reason for it. That's
Well,
so.
Uncle Ben's death is symbolic of the fact that Spider-Man had the capacity to do something and he didn't because he acted selfishly.
Okay.
Like that was a real meaningful
And so
death, I would say.
But like, like the Punisher one, if all we ever knew about the people who died in his life that motivated him to become who he was that they were killed by a criminal who was set free after a certain amount of time, and therefore matches Punisher's sort of perspective, is that enough to say that it now qualifies not as fridging?
Right.
Because I agree with you,
question.
Uncle Ben's death is supposed to relate thematically to the entire point of Spider-Man's journeys, like all of them, to do responsibility, but you could still say it's still a death that motivates Spider-Man to do XYZ.
Right. Yeah, I guess the lesson in the case of the Punisher isn't so obvious, or there's not really much to it other than my loved ones are gone. I'm going to make the criminals pay. But I don't think it's necessarily bad if it's shallow.
I guess that would be the thing is like even if it's flat, and I guess at that point it's like, so could you do it better? It's like, yeah, probably, sure. I guess it's just bad, like at that point. Because if this is bad, so a character death that happens only to upset a more important character, it's like I guess I want to know what only means.
Because
Like,
if it means it can't have, if it has nothing to do with the theme, then it's fridging. And I just be like, man, it does feel like that's an easy escape hatch. All I have to do is make it, like, you know, like Loki's, someone referenced Loki's death in Infinity War. If someone said that's fridging, and I go, well, no, it's on theme because Loki sacrificed himself, in a sense, to try and rescue Thor, which is something that everyone's doing in that film. They're giving up their lives and the stones in order to save individuals when the whole world is at stake, and it's a commentary on human nature and stuff. Does that then make it not fridging? Some people are referencing Batman's parents. It's like, were they fridged? And it's like, well, thematically, again, like, it's all about crime and what it could do to a person, I guess. It's a little bit
and I
complicated.
guess at that point, could you develop a thematic through line for any example if you really wanted to? Like even the Green Lantern one, is there something in the story? It's like, see, loved ones die, and that changes you. That's the theme. Gotcha. So it wasn't purposeless. Like at that point.
Someone keeps saying
Yeah.
Vincent from Iron Man 1. It's Jensen, not Vincent.
Jensen, not Vincent. No.
Vincent, he looks like a Vincent.
But again, if you looked at like Jensen, you could just say,
Well, that's...
but like he helped build the suit. So like there is a broader world impact that Jensen had.
Yeah, and
I guess that's
he
the
gives
problem, is it's very
Iron Man his
hard.
cool motivation in a sentence, right? Like,
Well, yeah, sure. But
your
I guess
second
what I'm
life.
saying is, even if he, I guess that's the thing, is like it's very uncommon that you will have a person who exists in like reality who will only affect one person, or will only have relevance to one person in a story. Like you could always find.
Yeah.
I guess that's a problem with these, like this particular definition, is I'm just trying to figure out ways that it breaks. It feels like there are a lot, because like don't get the same exploration death or gravitas as a major character death would be given. It's like, if a death of a character creates the story, does it not have much more gravitas than the death of a main character right at the end?
Mhm.
Like the whole story doesn't happen without that. So is that...
It is odd that a part of this is they don't get the same gravitas as a major character. It's like, that sounds categorical.
Almost
that
like
it should be that way.
It sounds
Yeah.
categorical, yeah. If they are major, they'll get a death that has more gravitas because... And I guess here's the thing, like, given by whom? Like, what the gravitas by whom? The story, by the reader, by who? Like, who is the what do you mean when you say gravitas?
Mhm.
I mean, surely not every character can be given, not just for time and time constraints, but not every character's in their demise, however that may be, is going to be given the same
Mhm.
Yeah,
gravitas.
I feel
Well,
like...
I mean, now I'm just thinking, like, here's one for you. Saving Private Ryan. Did Ryan's brothers get fridged because they die specifically to kick off the plot?
Launch a plot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
Because
each
if
of the
somebody said
members of
that's
the
fridging, I'd just be like, and
main
everybody in the team, yeah.
each of their deaths
when
last longer and shorter, not only based on how important they are, but just the poignancy of their death in the storyline as well. It's complicated.
Yeah, because I mean, would you say like there is more gravitas given to Wade's death compared to Jackson, because Jackson just gets blown up in the church tower. But then it's like, well, what do you mean gravitas? Because there's a difference. Wade's death is like really protracted and really sad. It's just really, really sad. Whereas like Jackson gets this crazy heroic last stand in the tower, and then we get extra elements of his character. The fact that he yells to the other guy to get out because he's more concerned about him than his own life. And it's like, well, what is gravitas really? What does it mean when we're comparing these two?
It's complicated because I love Saving Private Ryan is one of the best movies ever made.
Yep.
Just FYI. But Jackson's death, to me, it always matched because he's like an unstoppable force throughout the story. He never gets hurt, and he just fucking wrecks everybody he's fighting.
Incredibly calm and
and calm, just straightforward. And then it's just like he's winning, dead, and you're just like, fuck.
Well, yeah, you get those, because I mean, I always think, because you think about in that movie, because you see it like in the opening battle where there are people who just die and they're dead, and then there's not any thought given to them for like a very long time, because it's just that's in this situation you kind of can't do that.
Right.
Does that mean that this story is like, would we be saying that it's bad that like we have characters who because one of the interesting things is like if you're paying closer attention, like Saving Private Ryan, there are characters who are like important in world who die in that sequence, and you wouldn't know it because they just die and then that's it.
Yeah.
Is that bad? Because that would have happened. Because in reality, you're not a protagonist. In reality, you're just like a person among other people in this world, and reality doesn't like recognize your significance in a narrative sense, like depending on whose POV or whatever. So yeah, some people are just gonna die, and they're not gonna get as much exploration, depth, or gravitas as another
Someone in chat
character.
said, you're thinking too much about it. When you give people writing rules, you better have fucking thought about them.
Think about it.
What do you
yeah.
mean with, we've only talked about it for like 10 minutes.
Well, I don't care. If we talk about this for 10 hours, it doesn't fucking matter to me. This is fundamental. We're talking about character deaths. Do you know how important those are to storytelling? Like that?
And you know what? When you're working on your story, you'd want to think about it as much or more. Like, you really should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of her second fridging point, because the implication seems to be that like if every death isn't treated with the same level of gravitas, then it's fridging. This kind of reminds me
Yeah.
of when we were talking about the orcs and like the representation of orcs and how it's like racist because they're always like evil people.
Whatever that
And
means,
yeah, but it's this idea that every character needs to be like equally complex, otherwise it's racist because you're prioritizing one character or group of characters over another. And
well, that's yeah, exactly.
Just one sec. Just one sec.
Sorry.
Got 2 or 3 people already saying she gets into this. For fuck's sake, stop! Like, let her speak. It's like, so welcome, new viewer.
Welcome. Sorry, chat. Maybe you're new here.
No, John. Like, this happens every time we cover a liked content creator. They don't know that that's not how we do things here. We we listen and say, for example, she says everything on this list that you're seeing right now is bullshit. We'll be like, oh, okay, cool. That's what we'll say. But if she doesn't, then just continue.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, welcome to EFAP, new viewers. Lovely to see you. We're going to be talking about fridging today. And we right now we're just regarding these 3 points she's got on this little slide that we're having a look at.
The point where a character sorry.
Yeah, go right ahead, John.
The point where a death bothers me, and I think it would become fridging, is when I don't understand why somebody died. Or like usually it's at the hands of another person, and I don't understand why that person killed the other person. Like in the case of this Green Lantern fridge thing, I'm curious about the context of it. Like,
yeah,
you know, maybe if it was some kind of ice themed villain, you know, who like stuffs the girl in the fridge, and like I wonder if there's something that happened before this beat that kind of contextualize it and makes it a little bit meaningful, other than just like, I'm a bad guy and I killed someone close to you, even though I'm not really invested. You know, like I had no reason to kill this person, but I just wanted to upset you. Like that would be a bad.
There
that would
are
piss me off,
a couple of John Wick clones now already, and I think that if we were all watching a movie and there's this character who's got a history of violence, but they've got a loving family and everything's great, and like they have scenes that are just so poorly put together. It's like, hello, husband. Isn't it great how happy we are? Hello, child.
Yes.
I love you, child. It's been fun.
We're making pancakes,
that
drinking
South
orange
Park
juice.
Parody of World War Z.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Husband. How did I get so lucky to have the perfect wife?
Yeah.
And then someone bursts in, guns everything down. Everyone's killed except main character who's severely wounded. They're crying, and
then he goes, "I killed your family. Come and get me."
I bet you loved them loads. I bet you thought your old life wasn't going to catch up with you.
Yeah.
You got the McBain thing. Yep, 2 days from retirement. I just christened a boat. It's called Live Forever. Yeah, everything's going fast. And just shoots him. Damn, McBain. I'm not gonna make it. Don't talk crazy. It's like, just do one thing for me. get Mendoza, and McBain screaming to the heavens,
Mendoza!
Doza!
I
Like,
love
that's
the
an example
garnicle
of
as
fridging.
well.
Yeah, I don't
But
want to
yeah.
hear it, McBain. That cannon of yours is against regulations. In this department, we go by the book. Buy book. Sorry, I'll stop.
So, the thing to come away with is, this could have happened to us. We would see that shitty movie that I referenced, whatever it may be, and we see like 4 of them in a row, and then we go, you know what? This is a trope, and this is bad, and this is how it's qualified, and then you accidentally include things that are actually fucking excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems to be how this has happened.
Yeah.
That
I
last
just
point.
realized
Go ahead.
all the things I had to say. You all mentioned while I was waiting for a gap for me to talk, so I have nothing to add.
Oh, okay.
The third point is mostly afflicts secondary characters or characters that writer considers broadly unimportant to the story. She said,
Well,
deaths that count as fridging mostly happen to non-main characters. And it's just like, yeah.
Well, so we're running into a few problems. Broadly unimportant.
Yeah.
If you kick off the plot, you are very important.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the part that sticks out to me is almost like you even highlighted it in red, but that's kind of a contradiction to the whole point of fridging.
Yeah. The whole
They
point is
are
that
very
they
important
exist
to the
as a massive
story.
plot device. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
I do
Well,
agree
no-
it generally happens to secondary characters,
If-
but that's just generality.
If we're being as kind as possible, maybe she means excluding that portion of them. They don't have
I
any
guess,
importance other than that.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess excluding this extremely necessary important thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
excluding
those,
yeah.
yeah.
and I guess also we need to figure out what our definitions of secondary are, because those definitions can vary. Because I would say that a villain is not secondary for the most part. Like if you've got your primary characters, that's like your hero, your villain, probably your deuteragonist, something. Then maybe one more person, and then secondary is like the one below that.
Well, let's take let's on that note, let's take A New Hope. You have Luke's
Luke is the
parents
protagonist.
essentially. Luke's parents get fried up,
They
and
do.
you also have Obi-Wan. So it can be
And
both.
both of them get killed to motivate Luke.
True.
But,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Was Alderaan fridged? I don't know.
Was Alderaan fridged?
That's one to think about, because, yeah.
By the way, someone said that's what she means. It's like, so why didn't she write that?
Why didn't she see? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm no mind reader. But if it's important, see, here's the thing. I use a whiteboard in my videos now.
You do, yeah.
More
That's
art
right,
of those
you do.
coming soon. That's why there's been a delay. However, that's what I really make sure that what goes on that whiteboard, what I am highlighting textually that I'm saying is it's doubly accurate. If you're gonna bring it up in this manner, it had better be accurate. If that's not what you mean, don't fucking put it on the whiteboard and highlight it as important. Because it's not only on the whiteboard, it is in red as opposed to black text,
Mhm.
which means it's extra important.
I think if a writer writes a story and they
we
consider
almost did it.
one or more of their characters as broadly unimportant, then maybe they made a mistake and that character shouldn't be there. Because, like, you don't put a character in a story unless they serve some role. Like, they should all be important. It's just they are of varying degrees of importance. If you have an
Well, I guess
unimportant character, they just shouldn't be there.
If we have just like an opening boss scene and there's just there's 4 couples all around and like just chilling out, and we get to know like mainly one of them who's making a lot of jokes and blah blah, and then someone comes in to fucking mug the place and he just shoots everywhere, and his girlfriend gets shot in the head. We didn't even know her that much, but he's just like shocked and distraught. And like, does this if someone was like, we didn't even know her fridging, and I'm just like, well wait, we don't even know where this is going yet. Like, I don't know.
I would just say that's still relatable. Like you still can feel something about this.
Well, I
Like
think
if you see some, like you don't go out the street and someone in front of you gets shot in the face, you just go, I don't know that guy. Fuck this. I'm just gonna go home. It's like that's not how that works. Like there's still a reaction you have to that kind of thing.
I think
Like so,
what
it's
you
still
brought up
relatable if some character reacts to this, even if it's a secondary character that's unimportant to the story, which he then is not anymore because the character does do something about it, I guess.
It kind of reminds me of that movie Half Baked, where there's that guy who the roommate who's just like constantly sleeps on the couch. He's always in the background. He'll only like occasionally ever chime in some scenes, and
Mhm.
like I think he does have a role in the story at some point, but it's just like an unimportant background character. It's like, why is he even there? Like, just get rid of him. Like, they should all every character should like. There's a reason for everything being in a story, every single element, not just characters.
Someone mentioned the girlfriend in The Boys was fridged. Now, you talking about season 1 or 2? Because she technically dies twice, like in a sense.
That's right.
First death, if we're talking about that, it's we finally find out why is Butcher doing everything that he's doing. He says his wife was raped and killed, presumably by Homelander. And like that for me, when I was first watching it, I don't need to know the relationship between Butcher and his wife to know why he's motivated now. And if someone said, "Yeah, but that's fridging," I'd be like, I don't know why I have to know. Why is that a bad thing? Why do I have to know her exactly? I understand this person.
Well, I mean, that just, I think that's because I wonder if we're going to talk about it in this video, like if it's going to get brought up. It's worthwhile to consider why it's such a common storytelling device to have somebody that a person cares about die and that motivate them. Like,
Wait,
Well,
it's
Everyone,
I can tell
wait.
you.
Everyone's saying it's Hugh's girlfriend, so there's more with his than with Butcher's in season 1. You get more. We get to see them together.
yeah, they have
Yeah.
scenes together, whereas we have no, we have like, we only get scenes in the flashbacks with Butcher's wife.
'Cause people are like, not Butcher. It's like, well, Butcher would be worse by this definition, so why aren't we talking about that one?
Yeah. It's, you guys starting to see why, like, analyzing stories through the lens of tropes can be just, like, really difficult.
It'd be ass.
Mhm.
It's just us, yeah.
It's basically because she's a woman. Okay, I'm getting a little. What's going on in chat right now? what's happening here?
Uh-uh.
Because yeah, Huey's. I love that one. I think it's great. These two normal people who just have a relationship. The speedster, which is something that surprised me about the first episode. So it's just like, yeah, that probably would happen eventually in a world of superheroes. That shit's gonna happen.
Mhm.
And it's horrifying. If someone, yeah, but she didn't really have a strong character. She'd be like, I don't know why she has to. I don't know why.
Well,
That can't be the
yeah, it's
inciting
the idea
incident.
that we have a whole story where, like, a whole episode where we spend with them and then it ends like that. Is that necessarily better?
Just because
like,
it's
I
fridging
don't
doesn't
know.
mean it's bad. I'm pretty sure the whole point being made here is you shouldn't fridge.
And if
Yeah.
people are saying you shouldn't do something, like, I don't know, it sounds like it's
Sounds like
because
the same with
bad.
And you've
bad.
got a
But,
lot of work ahead of you.
Yeah. Batman
welcome to
fridge
EFAP,
Joker and Batwoman.
but yeah, let's.
I think the sentence "you shouldn't fridge" sounds funny to me. I don't know why.
Don't
You
put stuff in the
shouldn't
fridge.
Stop
Don't
fridge.
fridge.
Don't fridge, you guys.
But I just got groceries. Let me
Get
put
some
it-
help.
Dangerous.
Lablighter fridged himself. Like, I wonder.
The author's motivation in killing the character is only to make the character upset. The only narrative role this death plays in story is hurting a different character, and it's still framed as unceremonious and brisk. Fridging almost
Not necessarily.
I mean, we've already disagreed with basically all of your points, so we'll just keep going.
Yeah, those are bad points. Moving on.
always refers to character deaths, but sometimes the character is instead subjected to some kind of horrible torture or fate worse than death, with the
Victim survives, but is very badly hurt mentally and or physically. Focus is still on anyone but the victim.
Right, so the idea would be like I don't know, you have like some guy, it's like my wife,
In a coma now.
Yeah, or like she, something bad happened to her and she's like basically got PTSD and we don't focus on her at all. I guess the problem is it's like I would prefer that you would actually give her something, but is it necessarily, can you necessarily not tell a story where you don't focus,
Well, let's go with a coma example.
Yeah,
I don't know
the
if I just
that's
want to
why I
watch
said it.
someone lying. Yeah,
Yeah.
watch someone lying in a coma. Yeah.
Well, I guess the thing is, what if
Uh.
we had it where it was different and she's just like, she's just got trauma, like she's not in a good place mentally, and then we just go and follow our main hero man,
Well, 'cause,
and we
yeah,
like
'cause
don't see her until the end.
You could make that really meaningful in the hero does all this stuff to rectify the situation without realizing that
Yes.
being
Yep.
with her was the thing he should have done.
Yes, I was about to say.
What
it's
a
like,
grim
if
ending
at the
that
point.
he like gets revenge, everything's put right, they're all safe, and she's like fucking killed herself or something because he wasn't
Yeah,
doing.
because he wasn't there, and he was so focused on getting vengeance that he didn't think about how he could have stuck around and.
That's the thing
Yeah.
about tropes. They can
But-
build easy subversions by making people think that's what you're doing, sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Tropes can be an opportunity.
Ugh.
And yeah, loads of people are just referencing all kinds of media right now, asking if this counts as
Yeah.
fridging. And it's just like, this is what this
Yeah.
conversation does. It's just confusing now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
what
Fridging
counts,
everywhere.
what doesn't.
So you got, no, and she's like, please just call an ambulance. Like, ha ha ha.
There's a fridging epidemic in media.
Same overall impact. The character that really matters.
People say that I just described Berserk, so I've already seen season 1. I don't think that's happened in it, so I might be just... I don't know what... I wasn't referencing that specifically, but if that's what happens in it, then neat.
Isn't the one targeted for the horror, but the hero who's in the Phrygi's personal reaction to their awful situation is usually glossed over in favor of how much that focus character suffers by proxy. Because of reasons, fridging
Well, if they're the protagonist,
Exactly.
then
Yeah.
maybe
Like
we're going to
the-
be focusing more on the
So I already
protagonist.
see I already see something I disagree with. Female characters are often secondary supporting roles. Is that
Is that bad?
true, or is that in well, so we got two things. Is
Is
that
it good?
bad? But
Yeah.
broadly, the thing I find more disagreeable is that true, because I'm pretty sure it's not. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you put all stories together, that like that it would balance out, and that like
Yeah,
unless you-
I'm not
because
sure.
it's
are you
not
doing
just
the thing-
girlfriends.
Well, so here's the
parents,
thing:
mentors.
are you doing the thing that a lot of people do when they talk about video games? Most protagonists are male. It's like, well, most games don't have protagonists. Most games do not have a protagonist. Like, most of them is just you. Like, you're interfacing with a puzzle, or like you're in a 4X strategy game and you're like the grand. Like, this feels to me like female characters are more often secondary in speculative fiction, or like in action stories or something like that. Is this true? What if we included like all the stories? Like, there are so many books. Like, there are so many books that just feel like the shows where the protagonist is female. I just don't know that I even agree with this. That like female characters are often secondary. This feels to me
So-
like you're just reading in a genre where that's more often the case, and you're not thinking about all stories.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I could not hazard a guess if that's actually true or not.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
nothing to really... Because I'm thinking, like, well, a lot of characters that are driven by action from character necessarily might be more likely to be male, especially if we go back to, like, including stories from as early as they started. But at the same time,
Yeah, I guess, but
we've got a
What's the
lot
sign?
of female-centric stories as well. So...
we got
and a
so
lot
many.
of male-centric
in
stories who
f-
lose
especially-
males.
Talk about narratively disposable. I don't think you'll find anyone fitting that role more so than the average guy in the
Man.
background. Thugs, soldiers, they all just get wiped out and no one gives a fuck.
Practically every mook is a guy.
Well, I mean, we'll just do the common one. In action stories and games and stuff, you're shooting guys.
You are
like,
shooting guys.
99% of the
95%,
time.
easily
remember,
95%
I-
of everyone you kill.
Well, let me
is a
tell
dude.
you, I distinctly remember when I played Black Ops 3's campaign, and there were like women soldiers, and then you shot them, and then you hear a woman yell out. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
that-
what? Like, that was
yeah,
jarring.
That, sort of thing.
That was
Yeah,
jarring
that-
because I'm
like,
not
this
used
ain't
to
right.
that.
You're like,
Well,
But I guess that's what. Yeah.
Black Widow, right? All of the female foot soldiers for Dreykov are considered these victims that we have to rescue. All of the men are wiped out. No one gives a fuck.
They are. Well, I
Mhm.
mean, and it's funny because
and they're behind
once you get
masks
to
to make
that-
it even easier.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, and that's a common one. Make the men faceless, and you kill them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you don't even give them a sec. Dude, I remember when like the controversy in Grand Theft Auto 5 when they were talking about like, oh, women and stuff. It's like, dude, like I'm pretty sure there's only like 2 deaths that must happen that involve a woman in that game. Everybody else is a guy, like who dies. All of the people that you're shooting are guys, like in these confrontations, or like the villains that get killed are guys. And it's like, yeah, but you don't even think about it because that's just how it works. Like, men are the people that you fight and kill. And they have no relevance in the story at all. Like, they're entirely just there to be killed. They're fodder.
Someone said you got derailed from the main topic hard. We're literally on it.
Oh no,
Like,
not EFAP.
but we're on it
Even
right
if
now.
even if that was true.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And
Also,
someone said that was
secondary characters are more narratively disposable.
someone
Go-
said
go
that was
ahead.
deliberate in Black Widow, as if that's a counter. It's like it's not deliberate. They tell us that the widows are mind controlled. They do not tell us the men aren't, but everyone assumes that they aren't. So They just kill them.
Because they die in, yeah, and the reason why you assume they aren't is because they die and the story doesn't give them any consideration.
Yeah,
That's why
no
you assume that they're
character
not.
ever says, "Wait, are those guys mind controlled? Should we save them?" That's not deliberate. That's
Yeah,
an
like
accident from the shitty writing. They didn't realize. They were like, "No, just foot soldier guys. Don't worry about them." I don't know.
yeah,
Because
like
that's
if we
normal. It's
take
normal to have men in the background who get shot because no one cares.
oh, absolutely. If you want to look at movies like I don't know, like The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, right? You have all of the crew of the Nautilus, they're men, a lot of them
Yeah,
die. You have
yeah.
all of the baddies in the helmets, they're all dudes and they all die. No one gives a fuck.
Nope.
Nobody
It's
cares.
fine. They're just disposable
But
soldier men. It's
if you
fine.
had a female soldier, I feel like even the audience would be like, "Oh," and then she gets shot in the head or something. We'd be like, "Oh shit! Well, she's yeah, okay, wow."
Oh no.
Which I guess that maybe that opens another interesting can of worms there, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, no. Should that be the way that it is? Is that the way that it is for a
Yeah.
reason? And does that inform these tropes too, as a sort of counterbalance?
Yeah, right.
And
I guess
and when we talk about like the whole female characters are often in secondary, blah 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 blah. So first off, we don't even know if that's true. If female
I
characters
don't
are the
know that
ones in
that's
that
true.
role,
That would be
which
my
I'm not.
position.
I'm definitely not ready to make that claim. Are you implying that if it was the other way around, it would be better?
I think
Does
she's.
it need to be even?
Or does she want it to
You
be
know?
even?
Well, the
Is
idea
that
is
the
Yeah,
she's
thing?
that's the
explaining how we got here non-maliciously,
Oh,
I
right.
guess, because she's saying secondary characters are more disposable. Okay. Female characters are often secondary characters. So she's like, these are the reasons why we ended up here. You know, lots of women in fridges, but I don't know I think it's going to be a little bit more complicated than that, and I do wonder, doesn't that expose that it shouldn't even be about women? It should be about characters that this happens to?
Secondary characters. Can we not fridge secondary
'Cause
characters, I guess?
You're blocking out a lot of like flaws in writing that, because if someone's like, well, I did it to a guy, so whatever, and it's like, well, I mean, isn't the point that you shouldn't do it to a character? It doesn't matter if they're a girl or a guy.
Well, surely
Yeah.
if the problem is killing secondary characters only to push the main character forward, then it should be an egalitarian issue.
Yeah.
Don't kill people to propel the main character forward overall. Period.
Yeah, it's not worse because it's one gender over the other. It's about what's the point, what's the context of the story,
Right.
right?
This
And
keeps
plus, if
overlapping.
we wanna
Sorry.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
This keeps overlapping with the orc thing for me. Like these
Oh.
extra credits problems seem to be that it's an issue that movies are focused in one particular direction on one particular character, and it's bad that every character in the movie isn't treated with equal focus and complexity. It's like, well, the story's not about them. Like, sorry,
Yeah.
like movies are about like individuals. Well, not every movie, but like you see it on a lot of
the time.
posters, right? You got the big guy in the middle or the woman, like the big head face. Gender doesn't matter, right? It's characters, right? You got a big character in the middle, and then you got a bunch of secondary characters surrounding them that are kind of smaller in the
Yeah.
poster. And that kind of encapsulates the story, right? Where it's telling you, here's the character we're focusing on. And the reason we're doing that is to make a more central point clear. Like, are we supposed, like in the latest Halloween movie, like every one of like Michael's victims that survives or something, are we supposed to then follow them and we have an entire sequence about them dealing with their trauma? And like,
Well, yeah.
you could do that
That's-
infinitely, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's not about them.
Exactly. That's kind of the thing is stories. There is a limited amount of space in a story,
Yeah.
and you need to make decisions
the
about who
reality
you're going
of
to
it.
focus on, and just in general when it comes to like people and like stories usually, in fact, you could say almost ubiquitously have a main character, the person who is the most important, like the one who it is about. And of course, like a lot of stories have like two characters who are basically the main characters. Like Wallace and Gromit are both the main character. And but then again, you could argue that Gromit is really the main character in terms of like his role in the narrative. I guess that's where it gets interesting to think about.
Yeah,
in
I have
terms
to
of
Defining a protagonist sort of thing.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
gotta put up with this fucking cheeseophile all the time in his
Well, yeah,
shenanigans.
yeah, but I guess that's the thing is like, and now I'm just thinking about British comedies. In Fawlty Towers, it's like Basil Fawlty is the main character, but that doesn't mean that Sybil isn't also like a main character.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I can't believe I'm Manuel. Like these are all main characters. I guess that's the point, right? Is like where you draw the line in terms of significance or importance and how much focus you should be giving to somebody. It's vague. It can be difficult to figure out. Which is why I find these sort of very prescriptive writing rules to be restrictive, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Maybe she's got a point that we're leading up to, and it's all going to make sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, depending on if this idea is that you need to stop doing this, you're going to have to come up with an alternative.
Do you guys see
And
this
you're
shit?
going to have to come up with a lot of alternatives
She has
because
a
fridging
little-
is very common.
There's a little book that says Aristotle on it.
Does she? It just has. Oh, why?
It's just
Why?
Aristotle. Well,
Yeah,
it's
just-
about Aristotle by Aristotle.
It's
Yes,
the
because
that's all-
Aristotle.
Just one word, just Aristotle.
What's the other one? What's the other one say?
It's too blurry for me.
Here, I can go to the main video.
'Cause, yeah, I don't
and-
think Watch Together does 1080. It like reduces it.
Also, why is there like a white outline around the black outline on the on
it's-
the character?
Complete works of Shakespeare, I think.
Complete.
Oh,
Yeah. Let me
okay,
s-
I got that.
Can I
too, but it
scroll
don't look
before
like
the
that.
the Odyssey, the Aeneid? I can't pronounce that one correctly. And the
The Iliad.
Iliad.
Yeah,
So we've got Machiavelli,
Ooh.
just
Of course.
Machiavelli.
that's not what
library.
It's called The Prince, but okay, like that's what it's
Oh,
actually called.
maybe he wrote other,
He wrote an
Uh,
autobiography called Marquis. Maybe
yeah.
he did, and I'm gonna look like really stupid. Hold on. What?
This one says
Machiavelli books?
library stacking for dummies, and the pit and the no the
What's happened?
yeah the
what's
one on
happening?
its side on the third or on the second row I can't, or the second shelf I can't quite, and the third one either I can't make that one out.
Hmm.
Or the
Oh, you're
little
looking at
ones, yeah.
Are you looking at the books and the
Yes.
background?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's weird that many of them are about some of the smaller ones have text and some of the bigger ones don't.
Yeah. What's with the blue
yeah,
one
I
being
can't read
blank?
it.
I want to know what the blue one on the bottom right is. Come on.
Oh, that's Mark Twain.
Oh, right.
Disproportionately affects female characters, often barely developed mons or love interests whose only salient character traits are the hero likes them. So when they're brutalized or murdered, often off.
That's not. That's
Well,
not
no,
their
usually
trait.
their
That's not
trait
their
is that they're
trait.
like just a really good person.
They're just
That's
a normal
usually
good
the trait
person
that
usually.
they have.
Very thin,
Yeah.
but fine.
Yeah.
I still don't know that I would complain at that point. I'd need... You know, like the example we gave, it was like clunky as fuck dialogue and like a blatant sort of...
Yeah,
We know exactly what they're doing, right? There's no...
you can see
pretending
right
anything.
through it. Yeah,
Also, it's not a trait of
They're more-
yours that somebody likes you. That's
No.
totally independent of you. So it's not a trait of yours.
Yeah, because they could like you even if you're a horrible person, so...
Well, they
Yeah.
could like you and not even know you, and you
traits
might
are
not even know
your
them.
attributes, not what other people think of you.
Yeah.
I suppose someone could
It
say
is a
you are likable. That's one of your traits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but,
different.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's different from what she said, though.
odd.
They're more nuanced male hero fan / love interest unhappy about it. In fact, that's a very easy litmus test to help determine.
Okay, so now I'm getting a little bit annoyed because I feel like I should pause every time she brings up a new screen to read it first. Like-
Bridging
like-
test number 1. Would it hit the same if it happened off screen? Is the only audience impact how much this upsets the character when they find out? But you've just highlighted a point in favor of, like,
yeah, I think
just the options that you have.
this attacks her point overall, because is it bad for that to happen if someone dies off
Yeah.
screen? Do you know who died
Is it
off screen?
bad
It was
to happen?
incredibly fucking meaningful. I'm gonna...
Aunt Beru and
That wasn't
Uncle-
off... Well, I guess you could say that's off screen, but you saw the corpses. What I'm saying is you don't even see the person at all, ever.
oh,
Yeah.
Uncle Ben in
And Spider-Man Homecoming.
Spider-Man Civil War.
Civil War.
I don't know. I mean, to a degree. Okay, I was... my example was going to be Owen from Bly Manor.
We all have examples.
Yeah.
Ah,
Where it...
Owen from what? Sorry.
Bly Manor. His mum...
Oh, okay.
He talks about her a lot in the story.
Right.
And
Never
at
see
one
her.
point she dies,
Never.
and it's done through a phone call, and we
Yeah.
never actually see her or anything. And it's just like, damn.
It's a
And
really
so
sad scene.
But
it hits.
she got fridged though.
Yeah, it
That's
hits
what
really
happened.
hard, and so the logic of would it have been the same hit if it happened off screen is like, I don't even know what you think you're proving with this.
Well, yeah, because deaths can happen on screen that are pretty, like, it's just like, oh, okay. But then you can have a death that happens off screen, but because of the writing surrounding it, it's just way more impactful. Whether it happens on or off screen should not be determining your level of empathy necessarily. It depends on the quality of the writing.
Yeah.
None of you are
feel like
getting
it's
the
always
point of
coming
this
back to
video. It's
this.
like addressing individual points. It's like you're missing
We're
the
addressing
overall
individual-
point.
Softly
Thi-
to her
This
that we
happens
still don't
every
get the point
time we
yet.
cover somebody for the first time, or like whenever.
Yeah.
I remember specifically High Top. Let him finish his points on Homecoming. It's like, man, this level of charitability
was
is
gonna say,
not extending.
High Top is at cloud level for EFAP now. Like, nobody's going to be defending him
At this
anymore,
point,
especially
yeah,
after the fucking
sure.
Wonder Woman video. But, chat, remember back then, we got a shit ton of blowback for being critical of High Top. Same for Filmento. He's also in cloud territory now. So,
He's a silly boy.
and it's interesting to me because they do the whole, you're missing the forest for the trees. It's like, do you know what a forest is made
the
of?
trees for the forest.
No, fuck that. Just
You're
say, do you know what a
missing the
forest is made of? Like,
It's made of
Yeah.
trees.
that bitch is made
It
of trees.
I like you missing the trees for the forest. I like that one now. It's like, look at this forest. It's like, but the trees are all rotting and they're like falling down and they're bleeding. The trees are bleeding. You're missing the forest though.
Oh, yeah.
Stop looking at
Also,
the
random
trees.
commenter, feel free to let us know what the point it is that we're missing. Instead of just saying we're missing the point, clearly you think that we don't know what the point is.
And you
It would
do,
be
and you do,
helpful. Yeah, you clearly know something that we do not know. I would love to be imparted by with this knowledge that you have. Please tell us the point that we are missing. I'm very
Someone said
curious.
that they're not
Because
sure
when
she's
we're
saying...
physically reading,
They're not sure
Yeah.
she's saying it's a bad thing. So, she's saying the trope talk, like, avoid this trope is the idea. And then if you give
whether
us...
or not she even says it's good or bad, that wouldn't change what our commentary
Yeah, you're still
was.
making a lot of statements about, and also you have made statements about like shallow and good and bad and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
our main
so-
conversations are about how her requirements are going to make her have false positives. Because we already agreed that fridging is a thing. We just don't think that she's done a very good job of identifying it. Like, especially, like this, I say especially, it's kind of been throughout, but, would it hit the same if it happened off screen? It's like, that's not a good way to test this.
Mm-hmm.
And if she has some redeeming point at the end that ties all this together, maybe she should have opened with that to sort of frame the whole argument. And then it's like here's what I think, but now let me offer some
Put your best
counterpoints
foot
or
forward.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
By
So
the way,
we can either do this where we dive into each point individually and keep pausing it, or we can watch the entire video in its duration without pausing and then forget all the fucking points that were talked about, and then our
Yeah.
whole discussion is a mess. So which one do you want?
and I was gonna say, like that stupid film I was just describing, where like she's like, "Oh, I love you, husband and kid," and then someone walks in and goes, "I hate all of you," and then blood splatters everywhere, and she's like, "Ah!" like just going on screaming. And if they go, "Yeah, would that have hit the same if she was just in the supermarket and had a phone call saying your kid and your husband died, by the way?" I'd be like, "Well, I guess it hits harder when we see it." So. But they're both terrible. Like, I don't know, like, what... Because she's saying, like, would it hit the same? It's like, probably not, because seeing people die, like, that usually hits a little harder than seeing their grave.
Mm.
But it depends, because Owen, his mom, like, that one hits harder than,
Yeah.
like, some on-screen ones, because we have the establishing elements and all that backstory and stuff.
Oh, that's that's a great example. Someone mentioned Jon Arryn in Game of Thrones. He's, technically speaking, the death that starts the show. He's the King's Hand, and when he dies, it means that Ned Stark would be next to become the King's Hand, and him becoming the King's Hand is something many factions do not want.
Right.
And we find out Jon Arryn was killed, eventually. But the idea is, Jon Arryn's death motivates a whole bunch of things to happen. And it's like, we never even really find out much about him in the show, I don't think. We get a couple of lines from a couple of people about his life, but, like, that would qualify, I'm pretty sure, as fridging. But, like, if someone said, "Oh, so I shouldn't do it," I'd be like, no. Like, no, I don't know why we're taking that away.
character death constitutes
yeah.
fridging or not. If it could happen in off-screen and have just as much impact on the story, especially if it does happen off-screen, it's probably fridging. It's only now.
Oh god, what useless information. It's probably fridging. Like,
so it might not
Okay.
be. Why would it
Thank-
potentially not be? We need to now
yeah,
talk about
thanks,
that.
I guess.
Yeah,
because
it's
if
not
I said
helpful.
like if the character dies, it might be fridging. You know, like, so we need more than
Awesome.
that then.
So how do I know? Yeah, how do I know if it is or not?
Yeah.
Of impact is how it bums out the more important characters, with no exploration of how it affects the
so-
character actually being brutalized or killed.
So we are saying Uncle Owen and Aunt
That
Beru
Luke is
are fridging.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Are
Are you saying that they shouldn't have been fridged? That was bad that they were fridged?
presumably?
Or I assume they
I
think
guess the thing
that's
is, I sit
bad.
there. It's like, so how do we do the story of Luke initially rejects the call to adventure, and then he is motivated to do it? Like,
Because
what would be the thing?
his home is
The whole
destroyed,
point is
basically.
that there is, the whole idea is there is an oppressive empire that is killing people and hurting people.
An impressive
you-
empire.
Oh no, it's oppressive. Stop it. But like, what do your options become then to motivate him in terms of like fighting against this particular empire that is evil and like kills people who get in their way? How do we propel him without hurting other people? Unless would the idea be hurt him instead? And then that motivates him, but then you could be like, well, wait, so he only cares when it affects him personally? Like him personally.
Well, I was going to
know what
say,
I
you
mean?
can easily make the thematic argument for their deaths. They're a microcosm of the damage the Empire is
the
doing to
broader-
the universe. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's not fridging because they're representative of other people.
Of more. I suppose they're not... I don't think they're even mentioned by name ever after that scene.
I don't think so. No.
So maybe the original film could be
Mention
tweaked
their name
to...
afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you remember when Obi-Wan dies, Luke is like pretty depressed in the ship afterward, and then of course that gets Obi-Wan is mentioned many times because it was so influential, and it's just like, yeah, Luke spent his whole life with Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen, so you think that maybe they
Give
should
him
get
more
some more
thought.
lines. At the same time, I don't know that they qualify as being fridged. I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know.
I'm not certain if she's saying that this scene from Star Wars is an off-screen death. I wouldn't constitute this as an off-screen death because I mean, are we supposed
I
to
would.
see like his parents' flaming skulls?
I don't know.
Ah!
I don't know.
Like holding on it gratuitously. Like I don't think
Well,
we
I-
need to see that.
Well, we don't need to see it. I would still consider it an off-screen death. If you discover
Because
a
we see it
corpse
afterward?
afterwards, yeah, it is an off-screen death.
Well, I
but we
think
see an on-screen corpse.
What's being identified is this was a time where we don't need to see them get flamethrowed, right? Like that would be like, because she's almost saying,
Yeah,
like,
we don't
see,
need
it's
to
off
see it.
screen. I'm like, yeah, it is off. Yeah, like, I don't know that this should have been on screen.
They're
There
dead
is an
either way.
There's an argument to be made about what exactly is an off-screen death, but I think there's a difference between this and say Luke just being told
Yeah,
in
I
a
see what you
completely
mean.
different location.
Seeing
Like,
the
oh, your
bodies
parents
versus being
like,
oh,
told
no.
they're dead.
They're seeing their bodies. I don't know if he sees the bodies, but he knows they're
He sees
dead.
the
He
skeletons.
Oh,
sees
he
the
does.
He does.
buildings, right?
He says there's left of them.
This
Yeah,
Scalabros.
definitely a difference. It's more impactful to see the bodies.
Yeah, than
Generally,
him
yeah.
being told on fucking like a radio, like, oh, your uncle and aunt are dead, by the way. Oh.
Yeah.
How'd they die? Oh, they
Oh.
died in their sleep. It's really tragic. The Empire did it.
Yeah, Empire did it. You can imagine Obi-Wan did it, and he's like, oh my god, look what the Empire did. Oh, you have to come with me
That's
now.
fucked up, man.
You're like, holy shit.
Is how it bums out the more important characters, with no exploration of how it affects the character actually being brutalized or killed. Getting killed off screen is such a dismissive fuck you to a character.
No, it's
No,
not.
it isn't.
It's absolutely
What?
not.
What? You can't. How,
Dude,
what
we-
an incredibly stupid thing to say.
We just brought up the Bly example. It is so well handled that we never actually met her. We just get Owen's perspective of her, and then we just know that she's not got long left. The idea that she's like, well, that's a fuck you to that character. I'd be like, okay, you're insane. Like, how many stories have you fucking consumed to say that if ever a character dies off screen, it's a fuck you to them?
Yeah, in some
That's weird.
cases like this, it's the opposite of a "fuck you," where you're kind of giving some dignity to the death by not, like, portraying it in all its
Well,
gratuity like,
I,
it's
I mean, it's
you kn
just here's something
it's
for you.
terrible death that they suffered. You don't really I don't know if it'd be more effective to see that.
I just find this confusing because, like, guess what? In your life, there's probably going to be people who die who you weren't there.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That
Thanos,
happens.
Thanos snaps away half of the universe.
That was a fuck you to
Yeah.
half the
That was a
universe.
fuck you to half the universe.
What
for
a
not showing
did
them.
oh what a dumb thing to say. Also, Jojo Rabbit.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that
No,
is
that was-
handled fucking perfectly. I wouldn't change a thing about that
Yeah.
aspect. That,
What a
No.
I just don't know what else to say other than what an incredibly stupid thing to say.
yeah.
Mm.
All of
I
those,
wanted to see Darth Vader stuff his parents into that fridge.
Into
the fridge you go.
someone said those weren't secondary characters, so it applies to no matter what character you are, what we just said. It doesn't matter if you're secondary or not.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
Because she
says
just said an
mostly.
off-screen death is like fuck you. So
You could have
that
had-
was not a secondary character's death off-screen.
Like,
So-
imagine a character who's like the main character for 3 movies in a series. The 4th one, they're in the first half, and then they're like, you know, they fall ill or something, and then there's this big victory. Everyone's happy. He was really influential, and then you just find out he passed away during it. We didn't see it or something. Like, the idea is like, well, that's a fuck you to them. It's like, well, no, it could be poignant for many reasons.
Yes. Yep.
Mhm.
What if the point is that they died off-screen and like the character wasn't there? Or like,
Exactly.
you know, just
I
the
wasn't there.
starkness
Maybe
of
I
your,
should have.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Or you're just living your life and you're really happy, and then it's just like, oh, somebody you know, just yeah, sorry, it was an accident, something happened, and then that's like the point.
Someone said, "Yeah, Bambi's mom died off screen." That's right.
No Country for
Right,
Old Men.
right.
I'm not going to say anything more specific than that.
Don't, because I haven't seen it.
The
Yeah.
younglings got.
Sometimes the appropriate thing is to let the audience fill in the gaps in their head, right?
Yep.
Where you show them
Yep.
one shot
Absolutely.
and another shot, and it's like, okay, I can visualize what the
Yeah.
death probably was. It's not good. I don't need to. see it.
Well, there is an example in the show that you made, kind of, isn't there? Of an off-screen death
which
in a
which
certain sense.
I'm not sure what exactly you're referring
Well,
to.
you don't
but,
see it happen. You hear
Mhm.
it, but you don't see it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean,
Is
it
that,
wasn't
is that a fuck
necessary.
you because you didn't see it?
I was about
Yeah.
to
Do
say,
you need
it's a
do you need
little...
that
Really?
bloody money shot?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I would argue it makes
It's
it much more
more
powerful.
impactful without. Yeah, exactly.
Someone said Bambi's mom definitely ended up in a fridge. Nice.
Probably Joe
I
Rogan's
would say
fridge.
the genre has something to say about whether or not you see those gory money shots. You know, like if it's a grindhouse sort of movie, where
Mhm.
like you want to see some guy's head explode, whatever.
Hey, I
Like,
mean, we just
you expect
watched.
that in that genre,
I mean, we just watched Squid Game. I mean,
right?
there's countless examples of that happening.
Oh,
and-
shit,
It's
you're
full
right.
of headshots. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
and
full on
to,
headshots.
to clarify, they've seen up to episode 6, so no spoilerinos. But
Yes.
with knowing what happens in episode 6, I'm not going to say anything specific, but anyone who does, you know one of the very significant deaths is done while just showing a character's reaction, not the actual event.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, we got a couple of those.
2 of them at least, yeah, from memory.
Yeah. Wow, that was a fuck you to them.
That was a fucking...
even though it
That's-
was like, even though it was
Well,
like
so
the
some-
most important scene in the whole.
Some people are
Sure.
saying, though, if you hear it, I don't think that would... It still qualifies as...
It's off-screen. It is
That's
off-screen.
absolutely off-screen.
Well, it is
It's off-screen.
literally off-screen. I wonder if off-screen
Yeah.
refers to just you have no context for any of it. You're simply told by someone else that it
Well,
happened.
then use a different definition. Say something else. Don't say off-screen.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
So a lot of people got fridged in Titanic by that iceberg. They're fridged by the Atlantic Ocean. That's what they got.
Dude, imagine somebody when that happened jumped onto the iceberg and be like, "This is probably safer, right?" Like,
Oh, I'm glad you brought up Titanic, because Titanic has an example of like a very quick I can't remember his name. He's the you remember the part where like they've got the guns and they're trying to stop the poor people from getting onto the
Yep.
onto the boats, and then
lifeboats,
he
yeah.
accidentally shoots one of the guys who gets pushed, and then he's just like, oh nope, sorry, and then shoots himself in the head, and then that's it for him. Like,
Right.
are you gonna say that that was like just like? Is there a problem with that? The fact that it was so sudden?
Well,
Mhm.
I mean, this is the problem. Is if this video was meant to make something clear, it's muddied it completely at this point.
Yeah, because somebody said that apparently my take is all deaths in books are off screen because books have pages. So we're talking about.
What?
It is funny, right? Because
So can I just say, Fistful?
Great
true,
argument.
actually true. Nothing happens
Yeah.
on screen in a
Audiobooks.
fucking book.
You cannot refute that.
Yeah, what the
Dumbledore
hell?
died
I
off
love that's a
screen.
gotcha for Friggy, but like, yeah, books aren't on screens. Like, what?
yes, they
You
are
got
on
us.
screen.
Well, I guess you could put a book on a screen.
You could put a book on a screen and then it becomes
Oh,
an
that's right.
on-screen
That's
death.
right. That's yeah, that's right, Saxon. The books in Mist have screens. It's very true. Cirrus and Akanar. That's right.
Hmm.
So yeah, let's well, actually, I'm gonna use the loo real quick and top off my.
That might have
my
been a
drink
joke.
with-
I will say, when somebody says apparently, I don't think that. I think that that means they're like, "Ha, fucking idiot."
Alright.
You
Use
just said something
emotes
really
if it's a
stupid.
joke. Use emotes.
Use emotes, yes. Wait, what are you writing down? What are you writing down there? It's some.
There you go. I feel this isn't even representative of what they said in chat. I just think it's a really funny quote. If it's bad for someone to die on screen, then all books are bad because nothing happens on screen in a book.
Brilliant.
I like it.
Oh wait, someone to die off screen. Sorry, not on screen. There you go.
That's right, off screen. And if the idea is that like this is taking it too literally, the problem is that I think that if we actually have the conversation about what it means to be on or off screen, we're going to start disagreeing, and at that point, I'm probably going to be frustrated with you for saying that it was taking it too literally, because
Taking
we
it too
will
literally,
disagree.
like-
We absolutely will.
How far you can take this though? Because if I go, you're gonna want to only kill people who are like developed, like endeared to the audience, okay? And someone could be like,
When people,
I mean,
yeah, go
yeah, but like no. And then someone would be like, okay, you're taking it way too far. He's not saying every single character has to be fully developed. And you're like, no, I'm taking what he said literally. If I said it's better to have a character who's developed die than non-developed die, okay? That's my advice. It's just like that's kind of useless actually, because it's just there's so many circumstances that this is just you shouldn't have said anything to begin with.
You probably shouldn't get upset if somebody says, "But what if?" and then it fucks with what you just said. That means that there's probably something there that needs reconciling
Well,
in
'cause-
terms of your position.
Sounds like at this point these videos are just designed to make you go, that's kind of true. Yeah.
Yeah, which that's and if that changes the way that you approach writing stories, it's like, like
Uh-oh,
you could be
yeah.
diving down some rabbit holes you don't want to dive down.
Yeah, imagine that you want to, someone bursts in the room and wants to kill the main hero and shoots, and you're like, I can't have them hit the wife. I haven't given her enough development yet. You're like, what? What?
Yeah, that's
Mm.
yeah, totally.
What a
Send off-
penalty too. Like I cannot kill this character until I give them all of this development. It's like fuck, I do not have enough time.
Yep.
Well, it could just be that's not what the story's fucking about. It just seems to me that it's such a weird restriction. Remember, we're not a fan of
What if I'm
restrictions here at
telling
EFAP.
Yeah, contrary to popular opinion.
I know. She's not saying that. All right. You know what? Everything she says that we say that she says, she didn't say. We're just talking about a mystical other person with all these quotes, so don't worry about it.
No admission of tragedy, the character becomes nothing more than a plot else's angst. Side character or not, nobody deserves that. Now, the off-screen test
Untrue.
isn't quite enough to say if a death is
Yeah.
fridging or not. See, while fridging is intended solely to upset another character, well-written character
Oh,
deaths almost
wow.
always upset.
Wait, so are you saying this isn't fridging? This one here, Castlevania?
I don't know this one.
I'm not familiar.
Well,
with
so-
Castlevania.
I haven't watched this in a while because I think it's a
Yeah,
few
it's
years
been a
ago
while
at
for
this
me as
point.
well.
But I'm pretty sure the idea is that Dracula meets this lady and then they get along really well and they're like, she's like a witch or something, and then they burn her, and that is the whole that kicks off the whole story. The whole story is kicked off by he's really mad that they did this to her, and then he just goes on a rage-fueled revenge. It's like, dude, that you said it's fridging,
Well, we'll see, I guess.
but she's saying it's well written. It's like, wait, so
Well, here's
it's
the
not
thing.
about fridging then. If that's
Well,
the
this
case,
follows
right?
the rules of anime, where if it's done in an anime, it's all right.
Let's see.
Also,
Let's
what
see.
was this slide? This test isn't perfect. This relates to the whole off-screen, on-screen thing. So, no,
I guess
the
it relates to
dead
the other
character
test.
is too dead to experience complex consequences, so the survivors are always focused on longer.
So
Yeah.
that's not always true, but that is generally true. But how do you get around that? That's when you're alive, you are conscious and you can experience things.
Yeah, you make a bit more impact on your
Yeah.
environment.
Oh, she's
Some
saying
dudes- how do you-
these are examples of how her point has flaws in it, basically.
Oh, I would say that one on the left is like pretty fundamental. If you're dead, you can't experience anything anymore. So of course you focus on the people who are still alive.
Unless you're a force ghost.
Unless you're a ghost. Yeah, unless you're a ghost.
And an on-screen death can be used to torment the more important character when is still fridging, if that's only framing.
Okay.
Sorry,
only framing.
while what word is that? WHKN?
Which is still
on-
which is still fridging.
Oh, is it which? Oh, right, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
An on-screen death can be used to torment the more important character, which is still fridging if that's its only framing. Okay.
If that is its only right. Okay.
Well, if the
yeah,
torment
I thought
doesn't
you
mean
already-
anything, sure. But like,
But
yeah.
what if it does? What if the is that meant to be like Sephiroth or something? There, he's got like long hair.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think
Probably.
I think
Maybe.
that's the reference, yeah.
Right.
Sephiroth.
Enough to say if the death is fridging or not. See, while fridging is intended solely to upset another character, well-written character deaths almost always upset the other characters too. And since the character themselves is usually too dead to care, most of the lingering
well-written character deaths almost always upset everyone else too. If you have a room full of blank characters, and then I walk into it and shoot one of them in the head and then walk out, that upsets all of them.
That upsets everybody, even if you
Yeah.
don't know that person. You don't even know them, so they're not well written to you. They're just a person who
Like,
exists.
again, these
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
casually-
say earlier, yeah.
these casually said things. I'm just like, but no, though?
Yeah. But do tell us how that we got that wrong and that wasn't what was said just there.
upset the other characters too. And since the character themselves is usually too dead to care, most of the lingering ramifications of their death only affect the other characters.
Character
typically by-
themself? Sorry, hold on. Themself. Yes. Alright, fine. I always mix if it's just themselves, if that's like the
Since
only
the character
option.
himself is
Okay.
usually too dead to care, most of the
There you
lingering
go.
ramifications of that only affect the other characters, typically by upsetting them. So the distinction between a fridging death and a non-fridging death isn't immediately obvious from just
So
this.
that is
I-
not fridging then. You're saying
Well-
that Castlevania is not fridging.
Yeah, but the fucking requirement, because she said it's not immediately obvious, it's like, that is what I have learned very clearly. The line
Yeah.
between fridging and not fridging is fucking blurry.
It's
Yep.
very blurry, yes.
Definition. The key difference is a fridging usually makes the other character briefly and shallowly, while a solid character death makes the other character.
That was briefly and shallow?
Wait, what?
Wait, are
So
you...
a good death
Luke, that
so
was-
okay, so I'm just gonna do a story where I have wife and it's like,
Whoa.
hi wife, and then she gets shot in the face and we spend the next 10 minutes with him grieving, and then the story goes on from there. That's not fridging anymore, right? Because we saw I thought the whole point of why fridging is bad is that there is no focus on the person. The
Oh,
person who has actually suffered. I thought that was the problem, right?
Shallow?
But now she said that, well, if they grieve about it, like the other characters, if they mentally anguish over it, then that's good. I thought the whole point was that it does. I'm getting very lost.
And the other problem is,
getting-
like, for how long must they grieve?
What is the adequate amount of time to grieve? Yeah.
And I'm not
Because
trying
they
to do
grieve
this,
about-
like, appeal to the blurry line or whatever. I'm literally just like, no, wait, but if they, like, have a scene where they acknowledge it and deal with it, and that's it, is that not enough? Because it sounds like that's not enough.
Some people are like that.
Some people are like that. It's complicated as hell. Like, I don't know that we can just, because it sounds like she would say something like, you know, it needs to go forward at least into another act. It would be like,
What about like if the whole thing is now I'm thinking about 24, like season 3. It's kind of different, but like at the end of that season, Jack Bauer just starts crying for like a minute after having saved the day. And it's like, okay, so imagine, I don't know, we have a story where like main character's wife dies. Well, his wife does die in that. But yeah, like main character's wife dies, and then he goes on his adventure, and then right at the end, he just breaks down into tears.
yeah.
And then
Thor
left
would be
wondering why.
a more mainstream example, right? In Infinity War, he's like,
Oh yeah, of course.
Thor's not
yeah.
giving off an emotional reaction to a lot of stuff in ways that we might expect, but then once everything's calm, we have to wait, and he's just alone, and he's thinking about it. It's like, there it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's complicated, man. Pull it
Yeah.
back though.
Difference is a fridging usually makes the other characters upset shallowly, while a solid character death makes the other characters grieve. Frequently, fridged characters are never spoken of again after
I was like, I'm pretty sure Luke grieved over his parents dying, but
She's right that
the
they never
arc they
referenced
died in
again. I just don't know
Resolve.
that is that because it's such a like typically
The
they
Punisher
will be
references his
referenced.
wife again, so does he not count as fridging anymore? That he often references his
I was
wife?
about to say you could reverse engineer this, and we just have it be
Uncle
that they
Ben?
never actually grieve, but they do mention them by name, like they died, and this made me upset.
Well, this
Well,
reminds me of a scene in The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen where we learn that Alan Quartermain's son was killed. His son was fridged, and he doesn't like to like have it mentioned to him, and like is that like he's fridged there, but the way that it's brought up and his grieving for his son is very it happens in certain circumstances, depending on how
Yeah,
it's
it's
brought up.
not
So in
him
a
bringing it up.
situation, yeah, so in
oh,
that situation, is Alan Quartermain's son, was he fridged or not?
I got so many examples coming into my head now of things. And the reason why I'm thinking about them is because the Grand Theft Auto trilogy is getting remastered. So we got a few examples I want to go through. So in Grand Theft Auto 3, when Claude gets shot by Catalina in the chest, and then that's like the whole motivation is he wants to get revenge on her for shooting him.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be preferable to fridging because it happened to him personally? And despite the fact that he never seems to express any clear feelings on like, whether or not he's pissed off about that, except that he's trying to get revenge, is that preferable or is that a whole different problem?
Yeah, because by this logic,
Um,
we could fridge somebody and have a great story. So
Yes.
now we're
Conversely, we
confused.
could have a story where we don't fridge somebody, our main character gets shot, and then he goes on his revenge story, and there isn't like much to him at all. And then we're gonna do another one. In Vice City, Lance's brother gets killed in the opening, and that's like a big point for Lance specifically. He is not a character in that game at all. So you could say that he got fridged for Lance, but then retroactively, he gets a game that is all about him. Has he been unfridged because he got a whole game where we get to learn about him and who he is and what
Oh, is
he's
that
got
Vice
going
City
on?
Stories?
Yes, that's the one.
Right.
Is he unfridged? Is it possible to
Mm.
unfringe somebody by giving them a prequel that tells us everything we need to know about them, and thereby retroactively make them non-fridged? There's a thought.
The
Right.
fridges
Uh,
can be opened and closed, and
Fridges
yeah.
can be open.
That's so
Right, they
fucking
can.
true, dude. It's so true.
Yeah.
Well, do you
That's
remember,
true, they can be.
to re-reference High Top, I'm pretty sure a point in his video was that you can't have Peter Parker grieving the death of Tony Stark and trying to interact with MJ as a form of trying to start a relationship. You can't do that. And his comment section, people being like, I'm sorry? Like, you can't grieve at the same time as trying to form a new relationship with somebody? Like, what the hell?
That's absurd.
Yeah, and you get into the whole, like, I don't know how definitive you can be about grieving with a human being. It is complicated, everybody's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially if it's a shared grief. Oh, you knew my father as well at his funeral? Oh, well, yeah, I knew your father too, and we've never met before. He was, I'm his son, and oh, I was his friend from da 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 da. And literally, someone's death and a shared grieving over a person can literally create relationships.
Because they'll talk about what they both knew. And
Exactly,
Like in Final
yeah.
Destination
Yeah.
3.
Look, we're referencing.
All these references.
This is one of
I
them
was just
EFAPs
thinking
where...
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
This is one of them
I was
EFAPs where you
thinking
find
about
out all
the-
the shit that we've seen, because we'll just reference all stories, basically.
Yeah. I was thinking about the Star Wars example. Like, can we not assume that Luke is grieving his parents in his fighting of the Empire throughout the movie? Like,
You
do we
could
need to
definitely
see
infer
like him crying in front of the bathroom mirror or something? Like, we don't really need that. We can
And-
assume, like, yeah, he's sad, and this is why he's fighting.
To clarify for
You
you, I've seen some people say they're not his parents. They are his parents, okay?
Oh.
They're his parents. Just because they're not blood, like, even though they are blood technically because they're all gold. Yeah, so they're his parents. They're just not his mum and dad. Well, even though you probably would have called them. Okay, it's not important. The point is that they raised him. So yeah. True.
It's action through, or character through action. You know.
But I guess the big thing though would be, if we are going to say that it's a problem that Luke doesn't react, the criticism would be more so that it is inconsistent with who he is, that he wouldn't be upset that his parents died. Not, well, this is fridging. Like, they didn't get enough time on screen. They're just there to motivate him. Like, the criticism would be more character-centric than it would be, some meta, hey, this is a trope, don't do it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't watch Star Wars and think like, oh, well, it's been a while since they mentioned his parents. Maybe he just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, I think that's
he's just fighting the Empire for the fuck of it.
Yeah, you would pack it into the general motivation he has to get the Empire out of here, the pieces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Characters grieve. Frequently, fridged characters are never spoken of again after the arc they died in is resolved, or even before it's resolved. Try and convince me that Luke Skywalker was still bummed about Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru 10 minutes later. So was second
it would be bizarre human behavior if he wasn't. I think it's pretty clear that, especially when you give people, that's why one of the things you do when someone's grieving, give them things to do. To keep their mind off of that grief a lot of the times. If you're in a bar and someone's hassling you, maybe you have more pressing concerns, or I'm going to take my grief and I'm going to channel that into fighting against the Empire.
Right.
Also, you can take this too far as well. There's a character, so Guild Wars 2, this story and characters are basically shit. There's a character whose mom dies, and for like season after season after season, this fucking asshole won't just shut up about it, and he just mopes around all the time forever and ever and ever, and everyone fucking hates him for it. So you could absolutely take this too far. This will be very, very character specific.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this next slide. I've just read it, and
Fridging test number 2. Would it hit the same if it killed their favorite possession? Is it sadder, more profound, or more profoundly impactful than no, my prized collection?
So the implication here being that the person couldn't have been that meaningful if their death is no more meaningful than them losing, like, you know, a particular item of theirs. But the problem with this is, if I lost a ring that was passed down through my entire family versus Bob, my neighbor, who I've met 3 times, like, it just, yeah, I'm probably going to feel more for the ring.
Or alternatively, if your house gets burnt down and you didn't have home insurance, it's like, you know what? Like, you might be sadder about that than that one guy you met that one time 7 years ago.
There are stories about this. I can't believe it. I think this kind of counts, but in God of War, the 2 main characters are put in serious danger for the sake of getting ashes to a particular place. Like, they will go through almost getting killed many times, specifically because of something meaningful they want to do. What I'm almost saying is they almost value that shit above all of those kinds of very earthly, very realistic risks.
What about MacGuffins and stuff, like, or some sword that has a legacy or some crazy power?
Yeah.
You know? Something like that. Like, possessions can be valued, and they can be valued significantly in a narrative.
Someone said that's what she's saying. Like, yeah, but she's saying it like it's a bad thing.
Like, that's a bad thing, yeah.
It's like, to know you got Phrygian is when they die, and it's no more impactful than a possession. And you're like, well, but that can be meaningful, so what do you mean?
What if the point of the story is that this guy is so obsessed with his valuables that characters die around him, and that kind of motivates him, but then when, like, I don't know, someone breaks his PlayStation, he's like, I'm gonna kill you for that, you know? Like, you're gonna die. I can't get another one. The scalpers, they cost too much.
Yeah, the Infinity War is, like, all about that. It's like, are the lives or the possessions more important?
Yeah, that's right. Vision, the stone versus his life, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
litmus test, I'd like to propose a corollary of the iconic sexy lamp test, which explores if a story would meaningfully change if a character was replaced with a sexy lamp. This is the property damage test. If a dead character could be replaced by someone's prized Pokemon card collection and their loss would have the same or more emotional impact on the plot,
What if the
What if
Pokemon
that's the
cards
story?
were collected by many people who eventually
By his
died of
dad.
cancer and passed it down?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what if it was his dad? It was like a cherished heirloom. John Wick, the dog, was given to him by his wife.
That's what
And
gave
that is
it
why
meaning,
it
yeah.
matters to him. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's what got stolen from him. Oh, there's so many counterexamples that just, like, break these rules.
Ah.
Do you remember Hateful Eight? When she spits on his letter from Lincoln, he just fucking punches
Yeah,
it.
that's
She
right.
flings out of the
Yeah.
frame, and then you have Kurt Russell just looking at her, looking back at Sam Jackson, like, what the fuck? And then he just pulled out too because of the chain. I love that bit. It's
Yeah.
fucking great.
Yeah.
But yeah,
This reminds me of one of my classes in film school where they showed us like a shot of a coffee cup, and the teacher was just like, "It's just a coffee cup, right? Doesn't mean anything." Or you in the context of a film, you can make this coffee cup mean anything.
yeah.
You can charge it with a bunch of meaning or sentimentality, with a bunch of scenes that precede it, and then all of a sudden, when you see that cup on the screen, you're like, "Oh, I really care about that thing." Like it just depends how you execute it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can have an item that is incredibly important to the survival of characters, that is extremely like important. Like we need this thing to get us to safety. We need this thing to get us out of here. And if a character destroys that, the others might be like
Or-
they could be enraged and kill them because of it.
It's almost
Yeah, you can have a lot of
explicit.
fun with it too. Like, dude, where's my car or something like that.
Yeah.
Where it all
Well,
revolves
but,
around
like,
trying to find this thing.
Dramatically, it's explicit in Infinity War. He's like, I will not hesitate to choose the stone over you and Spider-Man. It's not even... And someone was like, oh wow, so their deaths mean less than a fucking item getting... It's just like, yes. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's like, well, that's very indicative of fridging. I feel like, oh no.
And so you should avoid it. You should not tell this story.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're missing
What a
out.
wanna.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think when she thought of this, she thought like mundane
Yeah,
little items, trinkets,
like my
and
wallet or
doodads.
something.
Yeah.
Or a lamp.
Or a
Sexy
sexy
lamp. But what if
lamp.
we're telling a
Or-
story?
or-
What about
yeah.
Luxo Jr. and the story about him and a lamp? He's a lamp and he's a person. You can make a lamp a person.
You can make a toaster a person.
You can make anything
Well, all
a
of
person.
the-
You can make anything a
If
Toy
they were-
Story.
if they
They're
were
all-
the-
Toy Story, they're possessions.
If they were
they're
the
little-
infinity lamps, like, suddenly...
Infinity
that-
Oh no.
Infinity lamps.
And if the ultimate point here is actually, no, a meaningless item, it's like, well then the problem isn't the comparison with an item, is it? It's the meaningless relationship. You don't need to bring in, what if it means less than a meaningless item? You're like, well yeah.
Right. Yeah.
that character
like-
was probably fridged. Now, this is kind of a joke, but fridging is a bad trope.
Oh no.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
there you
Sorry,
go.
all those people in chat. Bye-bye.
Yep.
What happens when a character
Maybe
death
she's
is
like
handled?
this. Maybe she's saying what's here on the screen in text is not what I think.
Oh yeah, she could still say that. I doubt it's gonna happen, but oof. It's what happens when a character death is mishandled, drastically reducing its emotional impact on the audience. That's an interesting...
That's a statement.
Alright. Because
thought the
remember,
whole
by her
point was that they
definition,
had
she's decided
incredible-
that Owen's mother's death was mishandled. Which,
Yeah.
Mhm.
good luck arguing that.
Thereby dramatically
Mm.
reducing its emotional impact on the audience.
Yeah, because if she was in this call right now and said, yeah, but had we seen her with Owen, it would have been more impactful. I'd be like, you can't be definitive about that. You just can't.
No.
Mhm.
It's not a frequently misused trope or a hard day. It's bad writing. Character death
Oof.
It's
just
bad
writing.
writing.
Bad writing. That is an interesting
Oh
statement.
fuck me!
Here we go.
Bad writing.
It's bad
It's
writing.
Bad
Yeah.
writing.
And see, this is a big problem
Jeez.
because she's been so nebulous up to this point that like we've given you guys so many examples of things that apparently are now bad under her definition.
Oof. Jeez, do not take her writing advice. Fuck me.
Certainly not this video. I'm going to say the same I said for
Oh,
High
this-
Top and for Filmento. Just one. I don't know. This is just the one video.
Maybe it's just the one.
maybe-
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe this is their one shitty video.
are not bad trope-wise, but fridging specifically indicates respect for the fridged character and their narrative potential. Fridging weighs a character's
Does it
potential worth.
It
necessarily?
doesn't necessarily. That's the problem.
Who gives a
Bad
fuck about
writing.
narrative potential if the story's not about them?
Yeah, if you were like, wow, you could have told the story of that guy. You're like,
It's like,
yeah,
I could have told
didn't.
that story, but I chose to tell this story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Or I
could
could've
tell
told
a
the
story about
him.
any fucking character in the movie.
Yep.
Exactly.
The story and concludes that all their future potential and growth and dynamics in the narrative are worth less than another character feeling kind of
That okay? You've this
Feeling
is,
kind
kinda
of bad.
That's
Wow, this
mad.
is really bad faith right here.
I was about to say like.
Oh.
To clarify, she's saying that
This is
whenever a
bad.
character dies, the writer has decided that their death means more than anything they would have done in life,
Man,
and that's why I've chosen it. Which is
We have
not how
fallen
it
off a
works.
cliff. We
Ned-
have fallen off a cliff right
Yeah, this
now.
is insane.
Wow.
Ned Stark's death, he could have, is often I've talked about before, because I really like the idea of he doesn't die there to see how everything plays out. But his death is incredibly meaningful, but his life would have been too. The idea that the writer said, nah, I'm doing it because it would be like more meaning comes out of him dying than living. It's like, that's not how stories work.
No, this is the story that I have chosen to tell. I could have told a different one, but I didn't because I wanted to tell this specific narrative.
Yeah, that's wrong. Just straight up
It's not
bad
a
advice.
zero. It's not a zero-sum thing of this has more value than this. It's like they have a different value. They are different stories
Yeah.
with
Not
different
everyone can be a
meanings.
main character. Like we
Yeah,
need some
everybody can be
secondary
a main
characters. We
character.
need supporting
Well, and
characters. Like,
Someone just said,
what do you?
I
what are you
doubt she would
doing?
consider Ned Stark's death a bad one. It's like, I know, that's the problem. He counts.
Yeah.
But carry on, sorry.
A lot of stories are good.
Medal.
Wait, I was done. I was finished.
Oh, sorry, I thought I cut you off.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
we're good.
just this is frustrating because I know she wouldn't consider Ned Stark's death bad. Nobody does. It's fucking great. The unfortunate thing is that there's lots of boxes that one ticks, including but not limited to. You can argue that there's more meaning in him living in that universe with the political positions for everybody. Tywin literally says he shouldn't have been killed because he was a really good fucking hostage. We you know, it would have been much better for us. and then you always have the chance of his. What I'm saying is his death gives you story A, his life gives you story B, but you can always go to story A at any point as well. So technically speaking, you can argue, more meaning, but I'd be like, I don't know. That's how we categorize fucking.
I don't know
anything.
that that's. I don't think it's that simple.
No.
Any change in what happens or who lives and dies, that will just create a new story. I don't
Yeah.
have to tell
Yeah.
any story.
Right.
I have no obligation to tell a story where this character lives.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting because, you know, with us, when someone's writing a story and they're like, all right, my hero's in this room, someone bursts in with a minigun and unloads into them, and they're in like a steel corridor, and they're really good at aiming. It just establishes, so we're like, oh, so they die? And they're like, well, no, that wouldn't be meaningful, so they're going to survive. And you're like, well, okay, but you need to change it so that they're not in that scenario then, because that scenario kills them. Like, you need to do something else.
Right. Yeah. Back to the drawing board.
Instead of simply being, because to be fair, advice like this I think leads to what we end up getting. It's like, don't have Black Widow die when she jumps off the facility in the third act, so just give her a parachute.
Oh, she lives. Yeah, she lives.
We'll spawn a parachute next to her. It's like, you can't, that's, and it's like, yeah, but it
Yeah.
would have been less meaningful if she died. It's like, which by the way, that's not necessarily true. It'd just been funny.
Because remember, reality does not recognize the existence of tropes.
Doesn't give a fuck
protagonists.
about tropes, yeah.
There is no protagonist. There are just things that happen.
Right.
Y'all are deliberately interpreting what she's saying like 4-year-olds. It's like, may I
She
not?
literally said it. We're
She-
going by
That's
her
bad
literal
writing.
words and her text.
She said it's
Yeah.
bad writing. Like, come on. Come on.
for a little while. This is reflected both outside of the story, since this character's killer, be it the character who kills them or the author who makes the call, demonstrably couldn't give a shit about them in their own right, instead choosing to focus
You can't say
entirely-
that. You can't.
I
No, 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 no,
can't-
no. You can't say
Absolutely
that.
cannot say
You
that.
can't
You are
say that
trying
they
to
don't
insert
care.
yourself into the
This is
mind
unreal.
You can't-
of every story.
That is actually a pretty significant. Why would you say that they don't care? That the writer doesn't care? They clearly don't care. It's like,
How the fuck
that's
could
a-
you know?
You can't know that. You can't possibly know that.
This is
Also,
just
that's
wrong.
like that's just a weird character judgment to make.
If you kill them, that means you didn't care for them. It's like, wrong. Fucking wrong.
This is wrong.
You know, George
Maybe you
Lucas
are.
didn't give a fuck about Vader,
Sorry.
did he?
Yeah.
Nope.
If we're talking about characters who are fridged, even then, if she's saying if you basically fridge a character by killing them like this and denying them life in this fictional world that you don't care about them, like that's if it's fucking ridiculous.
Agreed.
Like
When I'm
it's
writing
almost
stuff and I'm coming up with characters, like I even if it's just a tiny one-off thing where that character only appears in one episode for like one scene, I care about that character. And I think a lot about that character and like trying to realize it as like a real person. Even if it's just that they're only there for like a little blip in terms of screen time relative to the other characters. I do care about the characters. I think a lot about them. But the story's not about them. It's about
Yeah.
the other people.
Mhm.
can you
They
kill
serve a role.
so yeah, I guess it goes back to the whole if fridging is just bad writing, you are going to have to come up with some serious alternatives for motivating protagonists. Or
Well,
you're going to have to completely restructure entire stories so that we have these characters get all this depth and background and da 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 da. Yeah, that ain't happening.
Someone
That
said
is just flat out not fucking happening.
maybe it's more accurate to say the story doesn't care about the character rather than the writer. It's like, but again, Ned Stark, his death basically forms all of the events to come. To say the story doesn't care about him at that point, I'd be like, I mean, I don't know about that. You know, like Boromir's
true, no.
death, like when it's brought up in Minas Tirith and everything, it's like, well, the story doesn't care about him. He's dead now. It's like, no, it does. His death still it permeates through the characters' fucking journeys. Like, I don't know what else to say about that. And the idea that Tolkien didn't care about Boromir because he killed him or something, it's like, oh god, okay.
No, Boromir's crucial because he represents
Story,
what the
since this
ring
can-
can do to a bad or a good man.
Yeah.
Well,
You
if
know?
we want to
Yes.
if I think she's referring to the characters who are fridged. So I assume
but that's
that
the problem.
they
These
wouldn't count.
people. Well, remember, she said whenever a writer chooses to kill someone, that means that they believe their death has more meaning than their life. So, like, already that's a problem, and that's like, I don't even know that that's necessarily connected at all to fridging her overall thing.
I
She
think
just,
that's general story stuff. You're
It's-
saying the decision to have them die will yield greater utility in the opinion of the writer than their life. And that it is like that. That seems to be what the point is. And that is an interesting statement. That's all. Like,
and Boromir's death motivates the fuck out of Aragorn. So,
yes, it does.
as well as Pippin. Yeah,
What about
and-
Gandalf
and
as well?
Frodo as well, because
Frodo.
all of a sudden he's acutely aware of like the burden he's carrying. It's like, fuck, I better
Yeah.
be careful, otherwise I
well,
might
that
go
was-
down the
Right.
same path.
That was another thing. She made it clear to say one character at one point here, and I was just curious, like, if it motivates more than one, is it not fridging?
Yeah, if it motivates two people.
Because she said about the
Yeah,
Castlevania one,
if-
it motivated, like, everybody or something. It's like, wait, but surely you could
Just
still
go
call it
to-
fridging.
Well, let's stick with two. What if a kid, the death of a child, and the parents are the protagonists, and the child has died off screen or before the story begins, or at the beginning of the story, the child dies, and therefore that impacts the parents because it's 2
Mhm.
people, and assumedly the rest of the family, but primarily 2 people. Is that not fridging?
Right.
Gets confusing again.
Since this character's killer, be it the character who kills them or who makes the call, demonstrably couldn't give a shit about them in their own right, instead choosing to focus entirely on how
Demonstrably.
ending this character's life will make another character upset for an arc or two. Their own life and death isn't
Just an arc or 2, as if those are like dismissively a whole character arc.
That's just a
arc,
character
right?
Can
Yeah.
you see this?
Well, you
She's
know,
got like an image
character
of, oh, they maybe invent something. They're doing something with powers. They're defending the
Maybe
innocent.
they're
They're getting an
yeah.
item. They're falling in love. Apparently, all of that is irrelevant compared to their death. Like, that's what she's saying?
We have to have
Mm.
they have to have this we have to focus on them having the sads, and I'm like, I would even say that generally them having the sads is just the default of what you'd expect.
It's just
It would be
amazing because
weird
you
if
can
they
apply
didn't.
this to literally every character that's ever died.
Yeah. The argument extends beyond fridging. This
yeah.
particular one.
important or deserving of focus as hurting the hero by This successfully indicates that the killer is a terrible person, but it also reflects a level of dismissiveness from the author. A love interest slash beloved character can be killed or deeply, deeply hurt in a way that predominantly affects the plot by hurting another character without it feeling like fridging. This is largely a matter of
it's feeling like fridging now, so it's not about whether or not something is, it feels like fridging.
It feels like it's the enemy rule.
It doesn't feel like fridging here.
That's
Useful. Real fucking useful.
Execution, pun intended. If the death is unceremonious and quick and off-screen, that's a pretty bad sign, since it doesn't really give the character their due. It doesn't highlight the tragedy of their life.
So it's
no, a
interesting
character isn't necessarily owed anything.
Interesting she's using X-Men Origins when this was all... This is what I was talking about before. This is the villain wanted it to be this way. So you look at the events in isolation, and you're like, see, this fits fridging. It's like, but what if in narrative the villain wants to kill this character to motivate the main character to do something? This is exactly what I was talking about, actually. I can't believe I didn't even think about it. The idea here is that if they kill the wife, they'll make Wolverine angry enough that he will start trying to fight and he'll opt into the Adamantium program. Turns out she's not dead, by the way. She works with the villain. So I don't know why you're using this. This can't possibly be considered fridging. Like, she's in on the plan.
Right.
Maybe it counts as fridging if the protagonist believes the death is real. That still counts.
So what I'm saying
that
is
would defy the criteria that she set out.
I know
right?
it doesn't really.
She's the character, the person who dies, quote unquote, the wife. They have a relationship, and then she has to address this with him later that she faked her own death to make him do what he did.
Yeah. So how would that qualify if she is relevant later in the plot?
Yeah, quite relevant.
Her definition was specifically that they're not relevant anymore. Like, that's it, I guess.
Like, this film's not good, by the way, but like, it's, you know. And that's kind of the irony here, right? Because it's like, bad writing, fridging. It's like, this film doesn't qualify, yet it's still bad. So like, you know.
It just focuses on why and how this will make the main character. Every character is the hero of their own
Screaming in the sky.
I skipped a bit for me, sorry, I'm gonna roll it back.
You did.
Potential lost. It just focuses on why and how this character sad. Every character is the hero of their own story, and if they die just to further someone else's story.
What is this?
Fridging feels bad because the dead character isn't being treated like a character, so their death's impact is limited to the other better written characters feeling bad, not the audience mourning.
So she's putting the cart before the horse a bit by saying that their death's impact is limited to other better written characters. So a lot of the times a protagonist will be better written because the story is about them. Therefore, they will have more material. They'll be better written. They'll be expanded upon. But the idea that every character is the hero of their own story, I was like, so?
I find it interesting she's using
the universe
Padme
doesn't care.
as an example, because the problem wasn't at all that she wasn't her own character. She had fucking 3 movies of characterization. Like, she's just not very well written she's not very well characterized in general. The audience doesn't... Like, how much did people really care when Padme died? I remember I was just like, there she goes.
Oh, she's dead.
Like,
yeah, it's like, oh, okay, that happened.
And,
now say liar.
And saying that, like, her death is only going to be motivating Anakin or whatever, I guess you could say, but there's a hell of a lot going on for Anakin in the prequels, more so than just Padme's death. Or her threat of her life, right? Because he does... I don't think they do a very good job of this, but he definitely believes in a lot of what the Empire represents. He makes that clear in the 2nd and 3rd movie. But, like, the motive... Being like, Padme was fridged, I'd be like, I don't know if she's gonna qualify. There's so many... She has so much fucking screen time, and she impacts so much of the story.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think it's a huge mistake for this video to say that Padme gets fridged, because that disqualifies so many characters, or at least it does the opposite. I misspoke. It lumps in so many characters, despite, like, if Padme gets 3 movies of existing and being a part of the plot, importantly so, and she dies, and that's fridging. I don't think you're not prepared to be consistent with this thing that you've established. Not at all. You are just not. You're not going to. If we press you on the amount of characters, well, this goes past fridging. This video is just like characters dying.
Yeah, I would go as far as saying she's getting closer eventually to what we actually take issue with, which is just that Padme wasn't very well characterized or endearing, I guess, and we would try and fix that by giving him... Because, like, if you think about her in Phantom Menace, she's like a young queen of Naboo that's trying to foster some peace while the Trade Federation attack her people. There's some stuff there you can work with. And then Attack of the Clones, she's like a hands-on politician. You know, this stuff, but like I think the third one is kind of where she's Anakin's pregnant wife. That's who she is, almost. This is open up a whole conversation about the fucking prequels, but like it's I think you're missing the point by saying the problem with her is she got fridged. I'd be like, no, it's much more about how she's written as a person, and because she has so much screen time and she's so important to the plotline. I don't know that she could ever qualify as being fridged. I don't think that's the problem.
I mean, if she counts as being fridged, is it just any woman who dies? Is that just what this is about?
Some people in chat have been saying that. It's like, clearly at this point it's just when women die. And it's like, I mean...
I wasn't ready to say that, but with the Padme thing, I'm really starting to lean towards that. All the examples tend to be women. I mean, Padme is a very strong...
Does Arthur fridge himself in the Joker? Yes.
He does.
Yes,
he does fridge himself.
That's his happy place. Denies that character the basic dignity of being their own person. Exists as more than just
Fuck off. Padme was a person.
She was, yeah.
She was queen of a planet. Fuck off.
Well, I would just go... This is the thing, I don't want to undermine, like, because I do have loads of issues with the prequels, but, like, there's a lot of... She gets a lot of characterizations, there's a lot of things she does, a lot of things she believes in. Like, I don't want to take that away from her. I was never particularly invested in it, but, I mean, you can definitely have references for her character.
Else's story, it denies that character the basic dignity of being their own person who exists as more than just a prop in someone else's life. It takes their death...
She does stuff in her own storyline that has fucking nothing to do with Anakin, necessarily. Like, she makes her own decisions.
I'm very confused. I don't even know what to say.
Because the implication is that everything she does, everything she exists for is to relate to Anakin, but it's just like, I don't think Padme, that doesn't count.
No, that's like...
the loss of their entire future life and minimizes its short, brief emotional impact on another character. It's dismissive.
I wouldn't call the impact of her death on Anakin brief.
This is kind of a... I just... What do these words mean to you when you say them? You know, I feel like we're speaking different languages. How could that be? If Padme's death has an influence that you don't feel is good enough, fuck me. We're in trouble.
Isn't it 19
You can't
years?
kill anybody.
It's like 19 years plus another... Is it 9 for the span of the OT? It's just like, that was a while. Darth Vader, you know, you're just not getting over it, buddy.
Also, what if characters just don't get dignified ends? Like, that's a thing. Some kids, some oh, fuck.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
So, for reference,
no.
everybody, there's 2 factoids I want to tell you about. One, the person who sent me this video, this was the reason. 2, we've said many times on EFAP, one of the scenes that we actually think is pretty damn strong in Endgame was Black Widow's death.
Absolutely.
So
it's the best part of the story.
Everyone in chat's like, oh no, no.
Yeah.
Also, it's on screen. I know it's on screen. I've seen it with my eyes.
Maybe.
So I don't know what this is going to be about.
I'm sorry, but this is where we're going now.
Okay, well, maybe she's saying that this is a character death done right, even if it stands in opposition to all of her previous stuff. Maybe she's really inconsistent, and she just thinks that this one is good, but the other ones definitely weren't ever. Maybe that's what she says.
I was gonna say we could briefly review that scene and what meanings there, but I feel like we're gonna be prompted to, so don't worry.
Death and the loss of their entire future life and minimize into a short, brief emotional impact on another character. It's dismissive. Now, we're about to enter the spicy take zone because, you know, the MCU is my old favorite punching bag, but personally...
Hey, same for us.
Yeah,
high five.
Yeah.
This is how I felt about most of the major character Infinity War and Endgame, especially Gamora and Black Widow. Loki and Vision do die fairly quickly and unceremoniously, primarily to hurt the characters invested in them, but they're given narrative weight and some dignity.
Oh,
I mean, it's a
Okay.
huge payoff. For, it's a
Remember
huge
now.
payoff for Loki as a character over. Fuck.
Okay, I just find that interesting. They die for other people, but it's like,
They're
okay.
given narrative weight and meaning. You see?
What does that mean? What does that
Well,
mean?
So they don't.
The
die
reason I
for
bring
other
that up
people.
is that means Black Widow and Gamora's deaths do not have
Do
narrative
not
weight
have
and
narrative
meaning.
weight and meaning, despite the fact that they are fucking significant. Like they
Hugely
are
significant deaths that have major
Yeah.
repercussions.
Yeah. And in terms of like consequences on existence, Black Widow's is more consequential than Loki.
To be fair, so is Gamora's.
So is Gamora's too. Yeah, they're both incredibly consequential. Dude, Gamora's death is the reason why Thanos wins because Peter gets
Exactly.
pissed off and punches
And Black
Thanos
Widow's
in
death is the
face.
reason why the good guys win.
They win. She's the reason why they won because she did it to bring the family together. That was her
Well,
way of. That was her.
And so that means we've nailed narrative weight. Now we just need to nail meaning. And it's like not hard
Now,
to
what
talk
does
about.
meaning mean? Dude, all of the original Avengers are sitting there talking about how they have to make sure that they win for her. They have to do it for her to make sure that it's. And then
So yeah,
Ooh,
we've barely
careful,
begun,
careful,
and it
careful,
feels
careful.
as though she's drawn a line that's very, I was going to say arbitrary, but in reality it's just a very inaccurate line. She separated Loki and Vision from Gamora and Black Widow by saying one side has narrative weight and meaning, while the other does not.
Which is just an interesting thing to say.
Yeah.
Doesn't Red Skull say on that cliff, if you want the Soul Stone, a woman must be fridged?
Oh yeah, now that you mention
to be
it, that's
fair,
exactly what
actually,
happened. Ah shit, yeah. I'll take it back.
Unfair and tragic in-universe that they couldn't be saved, feeling like bad writing. But Gamora, well, it's actually kind of fascinating. In the 2 movies she'd been in, her entire arc had centered on escaping Thanos and his deeply fucked up abusive parenting situation, healing and growing as a person, and learning to trust and even love her new friends. Her dynamic with Nebula was following that same track, realizing they weren't enemies but victims of the same terrible situation.
Correct so far.
Yes.
Like,
Okay.
I'm worried though.
And the same manipulative, tortuous narcissist. Thanos is large over Gamora's arc is the root cause of all the pain and suffering in her life, and the thing that scares her most that she's constantly fighting to escape. In Infinity War, Thanos is told by Red Skull that in order to get the Soul Stone, he has to sacrifice something he loves. So he kills Gamora, like permanently if she's dead. Now that's bad enough. It's worse that it
That's
works.
bad enough.
It's bad.
But why?
I'm gonna.
It's bad enough.
I already, we've come across this argument before. EFAP number 3, and we're gonna have to let her finish it because you guys are not gonna like it.
He kills
Have you-
Gamora, like permanently if she's dead. Now that's bad enough. It's worse that it works. Gamora believes that Thanos
It's
is
worse
incapable
that
of
it
love, and quite
works?
frankly, by every indication, she's right. He's a raging narcissist who can't see past his own chins, and this should have been the test of character that screwed him over. And also,
Meaning,
What do
he-
you mean?
So,
What?
So the
How dare this
problem that
movie function?
No,
The
no, no,
problem
just-
that you've encountered here is that it is not. Thanos believes that he loves her.
it's not even that.
that
He
is-
does love
Yeah.
her. He loves her.
Yeah,
That is-
he does.
Well, that's what I'm
There's
saying.
no
Universe
believe.
confirms
Doesn't come
it.
into it. That's what love is. It's similar to
also-
belief. It is
he
something
also-
that's
Yeah, yeah,
happening
yeah, yeah,
regardless
sure.
of your
He also,
choice. He loves her.
Yeah,
He does
but,
both.
but that's what I'm saying
Yeah.
is from his perspective, and that is how he gets this. That,
What I-
that
yeah,
is-
No, so
that's how the stone
Rags,
works.
what I'm-
It's from
Both are
your
true.
perspective.
What I'm
Both are
addressing
true.
is what her point is. She's saying the film, much like movies with Mikey did, confirms Thanos loves her. It's not about whether or not he believes it. It is true that he loves her in the universe.
Yes.
And that is the issue she takes. She's like, you shouldn't be presenting this as love, which is what movies with Mikey said.
Juvenile opinion.
Yes.
Like,
100%
I
juvenile.
I hate to pull Rick and Morty, but even Hitler loved Germany or something. Evil people can legitimately love things. It's not like, oh,
Yeah.
you're a bad person, which means that you're just disqualified from being able to love stuff. The history
Well, yeah, so-
is full of
and also-
horrific tyrants and dictators who loved their families, or they loved their spouses, or their, whatever.
to address this specific point in the film is acknowledging that like what Thanos has is like wrong, like
Toxic.
it's fucked up. And conversely, in Endgame, we see what it actually looks like, what it should look like, which is that these people are trying to sacrifice themselves
It's a
for someone
great
else.
parallel, yeah.
It's a great parallel. So like you cannot make the argument that in universe that like Infinity War is saying, yeah, Thanos, man, this is ideal relationship right here. Like that is not the point.
Well, yeah, like, look at the abusive dad who just fucking hits his kid every day. If that kid is then hit by a bully at school while the dad is there, you can fucking guarantee that dad is probably going to knock out the kid who did it. Like, that's my son. I love him. And you're like, you love him, but you hit him. Like, it's amazing to me that you're so... love is when you're really nice to people. Simple as that. Just like, love can never be an influence that leads you to do horrible things. Passionate thing. Like, it's so dumb that it's like, Thanos didn't love Gamora, he was abusive. It's funny, because if you watch him in the film, this is probably the most healthy their relationship has been. He basically just comments on how impressed he is with her. And like, yeah, Thanos' idea of like raising a person is obviously fucking horrible. He gives them body modifications if they fail battles. But from his perspective, he's improving them. Like, it's, you know, he loves them, he's perfecting them, he's training them. You just, like, the idea is, like, that's not love, bro. You're like, alright.
Yeah. Well, there's a devouring aspect to love. It's not positive in every regard. It can make you blind to atrocity. You can love something too much.
This is literally, we just talked about Padme. That's what that is.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole idea is it overshadows, like, all of these other... you know, objectives.
I will do all of these things because I love her.
To be fair, she also said he's narcissistic. Right?
Narcissistic.
You think narcissistic people can't love other people, like, at all? Even, like, narcissistic traits.
You can love yourself and also love other things. Love isn't some zero-sum economy, like I have to divvy up my love points. What a really just horrifically bad point. It's super juvenile. It is extremely I'm trying to think of the word. It like two-dimensional levels of analysis. These are very complex things. Love is an extremely complex thing.
Yeah, I just don't think being a narcissist makes it impossible for you to care about someone else. It'll lead to that. And I don't know that he's a strict narcissist, because Thanos clearly cares about people beyond himself. It's what makes him much more interesting than a lot of villains.
He's still a bad person.
Absolutely.
Like, he's still a bad person.
He thinks Thanos can't love? What? Well, that would be a mistake,
again, the
right?
problem is you got to remember,
that's wrong.
It's POV. It's what it's his perspective.
Yeah, because if you remember,
perspective.
This is what I think the film's point was, because Gamora's like, lol, you can't win because you don't love anything. And then Thanos is like tearing up.
Yeah,
because he knows what he's going to do.
The logic of the Soul Stone is it's something that you value personally that is being given up. So there is no like objective arbiter looming overhead. Like, well, no, you don't actually love her. Like, this is not how it works. And again, when we just talk about the broader story, it is a parallel, because his version of love is absolutely twisted, whereas the version of love between Nat and Clint is like that they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the other. Let's see where she goes with this point.
Because I'm thinking about it more and more, and I'm like, Thanos is like characterized specifically as looking to save the world. And you could be like, yeah, you could still be a narcissist if that's what you believe. It's like, no, but I mean specifically, he's willing to die to make sure that everyone else can now live. Because I'm ignoring Endgame for a second, because he becomes a fucking crazy person in that film. Infinity War, he's talking about how like he's trying to save everybody, and that he's motivated because he tried to do it before, he was prevented, and everyone died. Like, the idea that he doesn't care about anyone else, is like, I don't think so. And even if you could apply that to particular interactions he has with people, he still loves Gamora. I'm sorry. He does. Remember, like, the test he ran to see if she would kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that because he doesn't give a shit about what she feels and what she would do. He's only himself. It's like, come on.
Right.
looms large over Gamora's arc as the root cause of all the pain and suffering in her life, and the thing that scares her most that she's constantly fighting to escape. In Infinity War, Thanos is told by Red Skull that in order to get the Soul Stone, he has to sacrifice something he loves. So he kills Gamora, like permanently. She's dead. Now that's bad enough. It's worse that it works. Gamora believes that Thanos is incapable of love, and quite frankly, by every indication, she's right.
No.
No.
Just that just seems so fucking immature to me. I'm sorry.
I just do not take fucking writing advice from this person. Don't fucking do it. It will lead you nowhere good.
Thanos is incapable of love. Why? Because he's mean. Because he beats people up.
He's a raging narcissist who can't see past his own chins, and this
Not true,
It's
actually.
literally like what a child
And
thinks.
also-
Yeah,
but
he's
it's just
a
not
raging
true.
narcissist.
Like, the idea that he has no... He's characterized as big picture man. Everyone else is not. Like, in the
Yeah.
film, that's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. That's what he keeps saying. Like, you know, they didn't listen to me. They said I was mad, and then everything went wrong.
He
Like,
also
so-
acknowledges Tony at some point when they
Absolutely.
fight.
He does.
Oh,
This is where I'm
I hope
starting
they
to
remember your
completely...
name.
I've almost
Like,
completely
damn.
flipped on my position over the past, like, half an hour. I'm starting to wonder, like, is he a narcissist at all? Like, because...
No.
I don't think he qualifies, because it's not about him.
No, I don't think so.
It's not really about. Well, I mean, remember, his logic is that he is willing to basically destroy himself in order to achieve this goal.
Well,
'Cause he
if it was
kill-
all about
like-
him, then he just gather up a bunch of shit and just fuck off somewhere to take
Well,
care of
why
himself.
would his objective be about saving the universe?
Saving,
again,
the
shit?
universe.
And going to a little farm where he lives alone and nobody knows who he is and what he did. Like, he won't make
Exactly.
any
And he's like...
around and like.
In the fight, he's like pretty much
What?
at peace that they're gonna fucking kill him because he's like, my job's done. And remember, Endgame Thanos does actually say, like, he's not upset when he sees that. He's like, my job was done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he qualifies. And even if he did qualify, that doesn't mean he's incapable of love.
it's
Yeah,
worse
I
that
don't
it
think this
works.
person knows what narcissism is. Clearly not. They're really bad at
they-
analyzing characters, but
They just-
something's up.
They really don't like him. So, because I find that
Clearly.
narcissists can be thrown out for, like, anybody you think is a piece of shit, basically.
I mean, Tony is a
Gamora-
narcissist, but he cares about people.
Exactly.
Clearly.
You could
he
say the same
cares
for
about
Doctor
other
Strange.
people. You could say the same for Loki.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about shitty Loki from the TV show, like, even before that.
Hmm.
He's the one that he's less obsessed with saving the universe, more obsessed with proving his plan was correct. It's like, I don't know that you can say that that's
way-
true.
Even, by the way, proving that your plan is correct is how you save the universe.
I was gonna say, like, how do you even determine this? Like, his goal is to do it. He's like, no, his goal is to prove his plan was correct. I don't think we find him going around the universe saying, see, I was right, when he does it. We find him, as Fring just said, on a farm, making some food.
And on his own, yeah.
Yeah,
when
there's
nobody
no
knows
way.
where he
We
is.
can't make that argument. None of you know what narcissism is, please stop talking. So here's a big fun fact. Rags made it clear earlier. If you want to just add with the
Fuck
extra
me.
characters what we missed on your comment, that would be great.
Yeah, if your brilliant addition to this conversation is nuh-uh, maybe put a little bit more work into it.
Like,
You're
so-
wrong,
Because
Lol.
I looked at the definition, by the way. Like, that was one of the things that I was doing. You probably didn't hear it, but I was looking up the definition to be sure.
I mean,
This
yeah, I
person
haven't.
clearly doesn't fucking know what narcissism is. If she thinks that Thanos is a narcissist, then she just doesn't know what it is. Once again, she's using a word that she doesn't know the definition of.
There are several qualifications, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of definitively making it without looking at a definition. I'm pretty sure it involves just caring about yourself more than basically anybody, and like you result in basically not caring about what other people think and feel. That doesn't get taken into account into your actions. The thing is, I think Infinity War actually takes steps to show that's not the case with Thanos. He does a lot of things that are unnecessary to his goals that only tell him things about other people because he's interested.
Exactly. I want to see what this person's going to do.
Yeah.
I want to be impressed by other people.
Yeah, will Star-Lord kill Gamora? I want to see if he does. And then he says, I like you, I think, before he leaves. It's like, how is that? Like, it just doesn't seem to... I'm more than happy to say he might have tendencies. I'd have to rewatch it, but, like... she's saying it to the point where he doesn't love anything but himself, or he's not even capable of love.
But at that point, we're not even talking about narcissism. Isn't that just like psychopathy at that point?
Is it sociopathy at that point? Or
I thought I mix them up.
Sociopathy.
Yeah.
You guys, words
So-
mean whatever you need them to mean at the time so you can win the
That's
argument.
right.
Oh,
That's the
right,
definition of words.
It's
Just
just
definition of words.
It's just kind of funny
All
that
words.
what she's essentially doing here is pointing out a plot hole. It's like, you're supposed to have to love the person, but you didn't. Plot hole. But it's really hard to prove this one.
Believes that Thanos is incapable of love, and quite frankly, by every indication, she's right. He's a raging narcissist who can't see past his own chins,
Nope.
and this should have
Wrong.
been the test of character that screwed him over. And also, like, you must.
So
See,
wow,
I li-
3 wrong
she's-
things in a row.
She's
Brilliant.
almost suggested, it's like, see, that would have been the way the story should have gone, is that he realizes, damn, because I don't love anything, I can't even get the stone. But it's like, isn't it more meaningful to be like, this horrible monster that you've been trained to hate, he actually loves somebody? And then the
Yeah.
universe confirms it, meaning like, oh fuck, how does that make you frame him as a person? He loves someone, and he just gave them And then of course he says, it's like, what did you lose to do this? And he says everything. He loved Gamora. I'm sorry. He really did.
Yeah.
Kill your loved ones to get this powerful MacGuffin and become strong is like baby's first obvious secret test of moral character, and it's frankly
Yeah, you have no room to be saying baby's first anything. You analyze media with the mind of a child. That's all that I've been able to really soak up from this. You're not capable of complex analysis of these
I
things.
thought you said tropes were bad, but now you're saying that what they probably should have done is the trope of the test where you do something evil, it's actually a trick. And by not doing the evil thing, you become a hero. You've just identified that as a common trope, and now you're saying that that would have been a preferable alternative?
Well, yeah, she did say that Gamora's death on its own is bad.
Yes, she did. She said that's bad enough. Which
Yeah.
means it's even worse than that.
obvious secret test of moral character. Criminal that killing your loved ones was actually the only way to get the stone. That's just lazy writing.
How
Why-
is that
why?
lazy
Why?
writing?
Why?
Lazy writing.
Why? Why?
I don't know.
You had the grimdark option and you had the actually option, and you picked grimdark because you thought grimdark was automatically more interesting. That's just disappointing.
Oh, hey, look,
I
Marvel
thought you
used...
said that the alternative was babies first.
And she said, hey, look, Marvel used killing is bad as a secret test of character all the way back in the first Avenger, and Cap passed because he's a good person. He says he'll kill. He just said he doesn't want to, but he will. And he does. Cap kills a lot of people.
A lot of people. Like in the Triskelion and all those people who are on his side.
Yeah, you can, yeah. we try to avoid mentioning that.
You had the grimdark option and you had the actually interesting. You picked grimdark because you thought grimdark was.
Ooh, so we've identified now, one is grimdark, one is interesting.
Yeah, as if grimdark is inherently uninteresting.
You can call Warhammer a lot of things, but uninteresting is not one of them.
Just it's the amount of stuff that gets said without being explicit by her.
Yeah.
Like,
Automatically more interesting. That's just disappointing. It'd be bad enough if they just undercut Gamora's whole personal arc by saying that the irredeemably evil overarching
is this not tragic as fuck that Gamora spends
Yeah,
her
it
whole
is
life
tragic.
trying to like mend wounds from the abuse she's faced from Thanos, convincing herself every day that he was just this horrible monster, never loved her, and she's trying to make it all better. Then she finds out that not only is she gonna die here, but that she was the only person in the universe that would allow him to get that stone
Yeah.
because
Right.
he loved her. Like,
It's
how is that not
incredibly
incredibly
tragic.
meaningful?
Gamora is a
Mhm.
great character.
This
Like,
was
she's
this was
great
a harsh
character.
ending
Yeah.
to her story that I don't think
Yes.
undercuts like
What-
the potential other stories you can tell. I think this is a great ending, and we're gonna have to see what they do with her in
Well,
Guardians 3.
it's a great ending for her, and it's also a really good piece of development for Thanos in this film.
I'm starting to think the issue really is we can't give these bad tragic endings to female characters. It's just they're you get to the point.
You can't
where you're
argue
like,
that this has no
"Mm,
weight, though. Like, she said that the other two had weight, thereby implying this one doesn't. This one has weight.
This one has
so,
huge amounts
Of
of
course,
weight.
this has weight.
She's decided
It
that it's
has-
almost contradictory. Like, oh, you spend your whole life being like, oh, he is abusive, but he loves you. Okay, like, what? Why view it that way?
Mm.
villain who slaughtered her people and tortured her and Nebula for decades really loved her all along.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Truly, I'm a tragic hero. Okay, see, this is
No, he
So,
okay.
so this feels
You're
bad
bad
faith.
at
He's
your
the
bad
job.
villain.
faith.
He is the villain.
You're bad at your job.
He is the villain.
And he's got,
And
look what
it's
you
not-
made
look,
me
it's not
do.
meant-
Totally.
It's bad. It's bad, and the story recognizes that it's bad.
Yeah, and it's so complicated too, because Thanos is sitting here like, what the fuck? Like, I had to kill... Because he was going to keep her alive through everything, seemingly.
That was his plan.
He was just gonna protect her. Because he fucking loves her, by the way. That's why. He's trying to appeal to her in the scene where he offers her food, remember? And she's like, fuck off. And he's like, yeah, I know, you don't like me.
I'm a tragic hero. Okay, whatever.
He's
just-
not the hero. What the?
I don't. Oh, I'm just.
Well,
gonna
he
open up my
believes-
theater.
Like
He
if
believes
the
he's
idea,
Yeah.
the hero,
he believes
Yeah.
that.
but the story doesn't, and that's okay.
Villain who slaughtered her people and tortured her and Nebula for decades truly loved her all along, it crosses the line twice by having him prove that he loved her by murdering her. Gamora's entire arc and place in
Wait,
the
why-
Cross the
why
line
is that
by
a crossed
confirming
line?
it.
Why is
You're
that a
not.
crossed
It's
line?
crossing the line to confirm it.
Why is that crossing the line? I don't get it.
I don't know. I have no clue.
It's hard to follow because she's saying all of this as though we've already agreed with her, but I'm still like, I need bonus information because I'm just so far away from agreeing with her.
twice by having him prove that he loved her by murdering her. Gamora's entire arc and place in the narrative is undercut and sacrificed to give Thanos
No, that's so. It's a little bit of a. He didn't. The proof that he loved. He. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. That's the thing. It didn't. He loved her, despite killing her. That's the thing.
Well,
If he
absolutely, yeah.
hadn't have killed her here, he would still have loved her, right? It wasn't. He didn't love her because he killed her.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He
Well,
loved
the
her
logic,
before
the
then,
logic
yeah.
was because his logic was, this is more important though.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
the
was
thing.
actually
I
his
love
honestly,
her,
I would
so
imagine
I have to kill her.
his priorities are probably his life, then the plan, and then her, because obviously he can't do the plan if he dies. But if the
Yeah.
plan cost his life, I believe he would do it.
I believe he would have
Yes.
done it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because remember, he used the stones, that hurt him enough, and then when he destroyed them, it almost killed him.
Yep. And the
He
idea
did
that he's
anyway.
doing that because he values himself over everything else, like, I don't believe you. And yeah, I think he
that's
valued
right.
her, like, as number 3. Like, everything else came below her, and then the plan, and then him. Just to make sure that he could do the plan. Well, yeah, because I don't mean to explain that. The plan is first, but not if like his life is what makes the plan happen. So he needs to be alive. So of course he values being alive.
Yeah.
But like I said, if his death made the plan happen, he would have done it. If Red Skull had said, like, you got to toss yourself off this cliff and everything you want to happen will happen, and he knew that to be true, I could see him doing it.
Yeet.
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
So I said, I'm
No,
coining
it's a
the
character
EFAP
trait.
term ragging Kruger effect. It's when Rags Googles something for 12 seconds and thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Yes,
Well,
'cause
again,
none
feel
of-
free to display that I don't know what I'm talking about. And we gave many, many
And also
examples of how
that
he is not a
Only
narcissist.
Rags does this.
Oh, well, so I was about to say, all 4 of us have not disagreed with Rag's take. All 5 of us know what narcissism is. Like, and to be fair, I'd be like, she probably does too. I just don't know that she's thought whether or not clearly that Thanos actually qualifies. Because as you can see, she's very much, she hates him as a character to the point where it's muddied her ability to judge him in terms of his characteristics.
I think that person might be underestimating the value of looking up the definition
Yep.
of something. It's
Wik-
just like,
Wikipedia.
oh, you look up the definition of a word and all of a sudden you know what it means, do you? It's like, yeah.
Better
Yeah,
than
that's
not
why I
did
looking
it.
it up.
That's pretty much
Better
why
than
I
not
did
looking
it.
it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you get the broad understanding of the word, it's going to be fucking useful.
It's
Yeah.
it's a meme, but seriously, if you just like look at Wikipedia articles, you'll end up being more informed on a lot of things, like on a lot
Absolutely.
of topics that you talk about, than a lot of people. A lot of people don't
So-
even look up things on Wikipedia.
Yeah. So, doctor, if you'd like to explain to us what narcissism is, feel fucking free. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Gamora's entire arc and place in the narrative is underutilized to give Thanos a character trait that makes no sense for him and to make Star-Lord sad so he acts
Makes
dumb
no
in the
sense to
finale.
him.
So,
Wait, it's
you
about-
just said make Star-Lord
Wait,
act dumb for the finale, but that is a huge
Jeez.
consequence. It means that he wins.
It's a
Thanos
massive
wins.
consequence.
Thanos
I don't like
wins.
her death contributes to the destruction of half the universe's lives.
You can't have it both ways. I'm sorry, you can't. And
Well,
also,
but she's
like, I
decided
find
it's
it a little-
dumb, though.
I find it really frustrating as well that it's like, I'm pretty sure that of all of the characters in the film, Gamora has some of the most screen time in the whole film. I'm pretty sure that she might be like second or third in terms of total amount of screen time. I just don't like the idea that's like, oh, we're tossing Gamora to the side, like her stuff doesn't matter. She's got her stuff going on with Peter. That's all.
Well,
That's
yeah.
all happening for her. That's a story that's happening with her. Hold on, Infinity War screen time for characters. I need to know. I need to know because you can't be calling it fridging if she ended up yeah, she has the second most screen time
Who's first?
Jeez.
behind Thanos. Thanos has the most. Then Gamora, then Iron Man, and then Thor, then Doctor Strange,
I had
and
a
then
feeling.
Star-Lord at 10. Yeah. So she has the second most screen time. That isn't. I thought the whole idea with fridging is that you just like tossing them to the side and they got nothing.
Yeah,
Look at all that
we've
flame.
really deviated, I feel, a whole bunch from the original concept.
Well,
We've
she's-
really broadened fridging out.
She is cramming this square peg into a circle hole. She's just like, get
Yeah.
the fuck in there. Like, this doesn't count, though.
I mean, well, if Padme was that was the setup, right? For fridging to you just means some batshit insane thing. Now we're going to Gamora, and I'm like, we're just in crazy land now. You are not the kind of person who needs to be making a video on the subject of fridging. You're terrible at it.
Well, yeah, we pushed back on a lot of her rulings, and then we pushed back on the examples, and then when we got to Padme, just complete disagreement, and now we're in actually dangerous territory of like, so this is actually really good, and you have no idea why, seemingly.
Again, do not take this person's writing advice. Don't fucking do it.
I'll say don't take this
This is
video's
bad.
writing advice. I don't know, because I don't know
Well,
what
I
else
haven't
she
seen
said.
her other
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh
so
yeah,
I don't
maybe
know,
your other
you know.
videos aren't shit. It's very true. Probably not.
But yeah, because she said that it cuts off Gamora's story, what I think it gives it a very tragic ending, considering how the perception that Gamora's had her whole life. She doesn't even want to believe that Thanos loved her because of what he did to her. It poisons your perception of how awesome love is. Like, yeah, love's complicated.
Makes you wonder when it makes you wonder when you have permission to kill a character at that point.
That too.
Like if killing
Yeah.
a character just ends their story. Like,
Well, like-
are you ever allowed to kill a character? Like, when is it acceptable?
Hopefully
maybe,
she'll give us-
maybe in the next. Yeah,
she'll
that's.
give us an
I'm
example
hoping
of
we're
how it's
gonna
done
get
well, yeah.
examples. Yeah,
See.
I need
Twice
I
by
need a
having him
dichotomy here. That's what would be
prove that-
very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Loved her by murdering her. Gamora's arc and place in the narrative is undercut and sacrificed to give Thanos a character trait that makes no sense for him and to make Star-Lord
Makes
sad
lots
so
of
he
sense.
I love that she said
Completes his goal.
a person has a character trait of can love, which makes no sense. It's like, I don't even know that I can say that there is no character that can't have that trait.
It's like you'd have to be literally a sociopath or a psychopath. I also get them confused.
They
Maybe
got
I could Google it for 12 seconds and I'll know the answer.
the kind of
Yeah.
like Michael Myers type, where they are singular in their goal of just they like to tear people to shreds or something. It's like, can this person love? It's like seemingly not. Seemingly not. Terminator. I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, but you know what I mean. Like, we have to go to some extremes to be able to get to those. Like, Thanos is a full-on. He's like a person. He's got all the person stuff going on for him. The idea that you've just been like, he can't love. It's like, oh man, okay.
dumb in the finale. Oh, and to make Thanos sad, which is given more focus and weight than
Oh yeah, look at that. Her death, it makes Nebula sad, Thanos sad, Star-Lord sad, and it fucks up an entire plot line, and it allows him to get that stone. See? Fridging. It's like, I don't know, these seem
Thanos
like...
is also
it seems like a lot of consequences. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I thought if a lot of people were
I thought that was
motivated
good.
or effective,
Yeah.
I thought that was good. Are we also, because we've already had contradictions? Shall we add this to the pile?
It's certainly affecting more than one person, and it affects the world.
This needed a lot of redrafts. This video script needed
Fuck
a
yes,
lot
it
of
did.
redrafts.
This is something that bugs me with a bunch of YouTubers where like it's not like me disagreeing with them isn't the problem. It's like when they're so certain about their position, and then on top
And
of
it's
that,
so
it's like they're sitting
wrong.
on their fucking armchair, which is ironically a trope, in
Yeah.
front of the fireplace.
Ah.
And it's like, what? Why am I listening to you? Like, have you written anything? Did you study what it is you're talking about? Like, not necessarily that you have to have
Well, like,
gone
do
to
you know what
school
the
or
words
anything, but
mean that you're using?
right,
Things like
yeah.
that. Basic stuff.
Like, if she had framed this whole argument at the beginning with just like, well, I'm experimenting in writing and I watch a lot of movies and here's what I think.
I've noticed some
And
patterns,
then
yeah.
yeah, and just like even if she's wrong, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But like she's just so certain of like
She
this
said
is
it's
how
bad
it is, you
writing.
guys. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
It is
like,
bad
bad
writing.
well,
writing.
maybe this isn't how it is. Maybe you're just a little too certain of yourself. That bugs me.
Maybe love is
It's
a little
like,
bit more complex than
Yeah,
good people do it.
all you need is a fucking webcam, and all of a sudden you're an authority on something.
Well, in this
It's like,
case, a
I gotta
pencil.
tell the world. Yeah.
I have a webcam. I'm authority of something then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Makes
There was only one.
Star-Lord sad so he
That's
acts
enough.
dumb in the finale. Oh, and to make Thanos sad, which is given more focus and weight than Star-Lord being sad. Because obviously, making the pure evil villain kinda bummed out was
Well, he's not pure evil.
That's-
You've just called him pure
Jesus.
evil. I don't even think it's possible to be pure evil. That's like one of those Lovecraftian things where I'm just like, you just it's one of those made up things. Like no one's pure evil. I don't even think
Unless-
that's possible.
Unless they got some kind of weird specific definition, like they're a person who mainly does
Something.
horrible things.
Yeah, but that's just being mostly evil.
Yeah, she's like, it was given more weight to Thanos than it was to the guy who's dating her. And I'm just like, I don't know, the story is very much about Thanos. Star-Lord is still... I mean, Star-Lord's given a moment here that, like, changes everything as a result of Gamora's death. Like, it's not exactly insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
Remember it. Yeah, I guess we can continue. We got ways
worth
to
the
go
cost
still.
of one of Marvel's most interesting heroines. Like we're going for,
So she's pissed
Heroines
that
or
Gamora
heroine?
died. Heroine is what you
Yeah.
say, yeah.
Yeah, it adds. I think it is the fact she's a woman. I'm just fucking convinced of it.
She's
At this
annoyed
point.
because
We've
she
seen
liked
too many
Gamora a lot,
things.
and Gamora was killed. That's it.
Yeah, I liked her a lot too.
Like, this
I'm
used to happen
worried
all the
about what
time
they'll do with her.
when I was in my single digits and double digit... basically, 0 to 20, yeah, I used to get angry when characters I liked died. Yeah. It
But
sometimes
then
it
we
sucks.
grew up.
Yeah, you have to sort of look at the story a
I'm
bit
sorry.
more. It sucks. You know when Anthony Hopkins
Yeah.
died in Mask of Zorro, I remember being really fucking upset. I was like, no.
Yeah, I liked him a lot.
But the fact is, like,
You can't.
it's a very
you
meaningful
can't-
death story. Like, whatever. It's just...
Wow. Wait till someone you really care about dies. Fucking hell.
I'm just... But, like, the cope, make a whole video about how this is a trope in storytelling and it has
Jeez,
to
yeah.
stop. It's like, alright, calm down. Like, Gamora
What's the-
died.
Well, what's the date on this video? This might be a video made of copium.
Oh.
I'm not sure if this is right after like Endgame or something.
No, this is relatively new,
maybe.
actually.
Yeah.
But it's clearly a position that she's upset with.
but it didn't work well. It was a bad idea, and it completely undercut everything Gamora had in the previous movies.
So,
Nope.
not only was it a good idea, it really brings into focus exactly what Gamora's story was. It was a person who was convinced that Thanos, this creature's everything that's bad about her life, was him. And he was a monster, and he ruined everything. And as much as she did absolutely find love with all of these new people, she comes back to Thanos to be able to address him personally. Just this horrific realization that he did actually love her, and that was the nature of their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, I don't know why she can't find any meaning in that. I find that quite, it's just classic tragedy right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it just recontextualizes
Tragedies
everything
for
she
men.
knew.
Which is very disappointing. Meanwhile, Black Widow's death is similar to Gamora's, but is bad for different reasons.
Oh god.
No.
Everybody,
Oh, shoot.
Oh,
Let's
we're
should I
continuing.
play the
Okay.
guessing game.
everybody strap it, okay? Like,
All right,
Oh,
let's
man.
let's
I'm gonna
let's
go
play
ahead
the
and
guessing
guess that
game.
it's about
Yeah.
propelling Hawkeye. Her death is just for Hawkeye.
That was what I was also
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
gets to
yeah.
live while the woman dies. I'm thinking, what else could it be?
Would the same
Oh,
argument be made
this-
here if it was Hawkeye that died?
No, because he's a guy.
No. No, this is clearly a female-centric thing.
Right.
It was so at first, but now I'm thoroughly convinced.
But seriously though, put your helmets on and stuff. Okay.
Oh.
She's gonna say something in here, and if you've been watching all of our coverage of Black Widow related stuff, especially the video I made of Black Widow, she's gonna say some video that's gonna trigger the hell out of us.
I'm holding on to my controller.
Oh god.
Because unlike Gamora, who had too much character weight and potential to warrant her unceremonious death, Black Widow was
She had too much, and they worked too hard on her to kill her.
I feel like you
No.
gotta...
She just said she had too much character, so I think it's
Yeah.
safe
So
to
it's
conclude
clear what she's about to juxtapose it.
say about Black Widow.
Right, what she's
fuck
saying is that
me.
Gamora was killed when she had so much
Oh,
potential, right?
I get it now. I think
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see
yeah.
what the setup
Where
here
are
is.
we going?
Meanwhile, Black Widow's death is similar to bad for different reasons, because unlike Gamora, who had too much character weight and potential to warrant her unceremonious death, Black Widow was completely underutilized by every other movie she's been in with the arguable exception of Winter Soldier. We had this franchise for
Man.
So
Right then.
there are
Wrong.
on EFAP, so a lot of the people that we cover, right? You do wonder, why have you decided this is your vocation? What are you doing? Why do you maybe the problem is that you feel like you're qualified to talk about these things when you have no clue.
She's sitting
When
in an
you have-
armchair in front of a fireplace.
You
must
just
be.
have this person has no fucking clue.
I don't
what
know
she's talking
how
about.
you get to this point, because if you watch the MCU, right, she does start out pretty thin. She is defected person who is agent who works for Fury and is good at fighting. You're like, okay, fine. Then Avengers
Is it-
basically drops an anvil on her character's development. There's so much. It's this huge bulk of like, okay, she's a full-on person now. Age of Ultron does the same thing. Tries to add to what we already knew while pushing it forward. And Winter Soldier that's like my favorite part of Winter Soldier at this point, is all the stuff to do with Black Widow. Civil War is incredibly important for Black Widow.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Absolutely.
all of these films through line is that she's desperately trying to create that family that she wants. To be able to trust people again, because she's just learned her whole life not to. And to
Right.
save the world, which is going to undo all of the damage she's done in her past lives. That is Black Widow in the MCU. She is very well characterized. She is very well fleshed out, and I'm very tired of people saying she's not. Just pay attention to her scenes. It's all there. And so, making her last scene, she kills herself so that Hawkeye doesn't have to, so that the Avengers can save the world, and so that the family can remain intact, is incredibly meaningful. It tops off all of the payoffs of what she's been running through in this whole storyline.
Full circle is what that's called.
Great death. You don't need any more Black Widow after that. You've completed the story. Ignore her fucking solo movie.
We
Yes,
have,
please do.
let's see, we have someone saying Rags the qualified. Yes, I am far more qualified to discuss this than she is. I think that should be pretty obvious.
I don't
we
fucking
have
care what qualify. Like, what are we talking about? Like, whether or not you've read certain
Like-
books or trained or whatever?
basic level understanding of the material I'm talking about.
If that's the
we'll set
qualification,
the bar
yeah.
low. Yeah, we'll set the bar low. Because generally, that's kind of all we really ask for in EFAP is this: do you just have a decent understanding of what you're talking about? Because a lot of the times, just be pretty. You don't have to be like super familiar, but decently familiar, and then the rest is sort of you and how your thoughts put that all together. We have, this is an interesting one, Fringy. Since you're a moral compass, you'll like this one.
Yeah.
All right.
This guy said Rags is wrong. If someone can't be pure evil, then can someone be pure good?
It's pretty doubtful.
I don't think
Right.
so. I do not think
No.
that a human being in their current state has the capacity to be pure good. With the idea that purity is 100% without blemish, flawless.
You know how
Well, I guess wouldn't you just put them in a difficult situation where they have a choice that's very morally ambiguous and see what they do?
I just
well, yeah,
don't
that's where it
think
gets
someone
to
is
the point where you can't even achieve it
capable of being
necessarily because
perfectly good.
none of us all agree on
And of
what
course, it
perfect good
depends
even
on what you're
is.
exactly. Yeah,
Mhm.
what is good? That's complicated.
But then there's also the fact
Yeah.
that, you know how when we're referring to, like, perfect evil or pure evil, we're going to robots and psychopaths that only stab. Meanwhile, pure good, we're looking at essentially the same the other direction. It's going to be like a robot that only does perfectly good things all the time. You know what I mean? It's like they almost
And
don't have a
again,
character.
what does it mean? What does it mean if you're a robot? You don't have any free will, potentially.
Right.
So,
Does
like,
the fact
what?
that you do good things as a part of a pre-programmed script mean anything?
Yeah. What does that
I mean,
mean?
the
Or does it mean something to the person who made you? You know?
Yeah.
Well, can you even commit acts that have a moral component
Yeah,
if
that's kind
there's
of the
no
point I'm
level of
getting.
choice
Yeah.
involved? Yeah.
Like my toaster doesn't do something moral when it pops the toast out. You know? It's not
Yeah.
like
I consider
that
that
was
moral.
the morally right thing to do. Toaster.
Didn't burn your house
That
down,
is-
so you did the moral good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me see.
Let's press on.
For a decade, and we never got an arc for Widow that was deeper than she's hot or she's boning the Hulk. This her
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
Wrong.
There you go.
no.
There.
Wrong.
Wow.
That's so
Oof.
very, very wrong.
I
That's a
think what
you
happens,
problem, I think. Like,
She
I don't
did-
That is
know.
a-
I
yeah,
don't see
that's
how you
definitely her
missed
problem.
that. There's a whole.
What was cool
I remember
about...
when we rewatched Age of Ultron, and you just like even in that movie, you're like, "Hey, there is something going on
Well,
here."
a lot of Black Widow
So
stuff.
she's talked about that stuff. So I think it's just easy to acknowledge. Just you do realize that there is an arc going on for her in Civil War that has nothing to do with like romantic relationships or what she looks like, right? There is a whole arc there about trying to maintain this family, and that basically that she's going to try and take the most pragmatic approach possible in terms of what's happening externally, in terms of this conflict, to try and keep the group together. That is her arc. That has nothing to do with her being attractive or her liking Hulk. Hulk is not even in that story. Or do you think that she had nothing happening in that film at all? I don't know how you could possibly come away with that interpretation, but
It's just so hideously bad faith because, like, how
It's
the hell
wrong.
did you watch all the scenes with her getting? You remember when
it's very bad faith.
when
Yeah,
Endgame
it is.
starts up and you have her basically organizing the whole discussion between all these different characters across the world.
Yeah.
They all go, and then she starts tearing up. I was like, man, this is awesome
She's
that we're
playing
giving
the
her so much
scene.
focus.
She's
Yeah.
playing the scene.
Mhm.
The scene where that happens and where she talks about her values and what she's lost.
All
Like,
of
what
it,
she's
though,
lost in
is
terms of this team.
informed by the prior films
Yes, it is. It
and all the
doesn't come
work
out
they
of
put
nowhere.
into her. Yeah.
Yeah.
decade,
Man,
and
how
we
do you
never
get
got
it
an
this
arc for
wrong?
Widow that was deeper than she's hot or she's boning the Hulk. This made her
No.
narratively disposable, but you can tell
No,
No,
she's not
no.
disposable.
She's not narratively disposable.
Well,
she's one
no,
of the
this
main
makes sense.
characters.
Well, think about what she's been saying before this in terms of characters who are at first fridged, but now it just seems to be female characters who are killed, period. If you kill a character, as she said, then then the author thinks that character is disposable, that their story is not worthy of continuation. This, as wrong as it is,
Mm,
it slots right into this other stuff she's been saying.
right.
There's an
This
irony
is
there, though,
just a-
that if disposable means, like, disposed of once they've completed their use, is like, well, technically that should be the case
So
for
any
everything,
character
actually.
who dies.
Well, I was just
every
going to say
single
that
character
should
who
probably
dies.
be the case. You should probably stop showing and doing things that aren't relevant to anything.
If you're done, yeah.
Yeah.
If they're done.
But, no, she was...
Disposable, I think, kind of means that they can be discarded at any time.
Yeah. That's
Like,
what I think...
Almost,
their
yeah.
narrative,
As
narrative
opposed to
arc.
when
yeah.
they're most potent.
That's what it makes me think of, and it's just like, she isn't that. She's not that at all.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe in Iron Man 2, maybe. But not by this stage.
No.
the writers realized she was too disposable for it to be because for the first half of Endgame, they speedrun the whole characterization process by suddenly giving her some
No.
character focus.
No. No.
No.
No. You just weren't paying enough attention to the other movies.
It's almost a payoff rather than a setup at the beginning of Endgame.
This is a payoff, I
because
think. This is a
all the
payoff,
family
yeah.
has been torn to shreds. Half of them are dead.
Yeah.
Like,
How's
this
this
is...
speed running?
Well, so she's arguing that she didn't have character to the point where they had to just
And now
show a
we're
bunch of
expediting it,
character
yeah.
in order to kill her.
Right.
Which is something
So
that
true.
it does tend to happen in a lot of like classically bad movies. What I mean by that is like we have a new kind of bad these days that we deal with, but older bad ones would be like
Yeah.
character we've never met before is suddenly getting loads of focus in a scene. You're like, wait,
And
what?
it's like,
And then
oh,
they're
you're
about to
gonna die.
Yeah.
You're gonna die. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And she's arguing that that's the case for Black Widow. So that she's getting loads of focus right now in Endgame because they're gonna kill her because they realize she didn't have any meaning before that. It's like you weren't watching the movies apparently. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Man.
Dynamic with the other heroes and an alleged personal arc about Triz as a found family all
Alleged.
along.
Alleged.
It's not alleged.
Alleged.
She literally says in Civil War, staying together is more important than how we stay together. Like, I don't know what more.
Alleged. It's hilarious.
Alleged, yeah.
It's not really.
Nah,
It's
it's
just
not really.
alleged. It's wild. You just need. I think maybe it's just purely operating from memory. Like these
Maybe.
movies are years. These movies could be years old at this point.
But then rewatch them for the video if you're gonna make this
You
point.
should, yeah. Or I don't know. Like you have the footage of the scenes, and they're always in different aspect ratios. But you have the footage of these scenes. You should watch them, and you should listen with your ear holes.
Not a bad idea.
Ugh!
Allegedly, it's amazing. All the scenes they put in, and it's just like, yeah, whatever.
It was an attempt to make up for lost time so we'd be sold on her heroic sacrifice, but it was clearly token. The fact that the movie completely stopped acknowledging her death 5 minutes after they got back is...
What?
That's not what
I mean, I wanted more acknowledgement, but it is acknowledged in the funeral.
it is acknowledged.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. 5 minutes after, so they have the scene where the Hulk throws the bench
and talk about
But, like,
they talk about it.
To be perfectly honest with you, isn't it soon after that we end up with we're actually doing the plan, and then the war happens?
Yeah, and how are you going to be able to acknowledge her during the middle of a giant battle?
I mean,
Like,
that's what
this
I'm thinking,
movie's
it's like
really stupid, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of problems with all that. But, like, I can't deal with this. This is sad. It's frustrating.
really
It's-
just kind of indicative of how little she actually mattered.
Oh my
Sacrifice got every
God.
hero in the MCU paying their respects, a protracted funeral scene, and an entire movie
Well,
about how hard it
Iron
is.
Man is the main,
I-
like, he is the protagonist of the series, so...
I think I don't agree with because it's weird that she's bringing up Far From Home. It's
Black
like, yeah,
Widow
it's
probably-
fucking Spider-Man's surrogate dad. Of course he's relevant to
Yeah.
Spider-Man's solo film. Black Widow got her own fucking movie as well. But
and she
the important part
got her little dinky grave for some reason.
Well, I was going to
instead
say,
of a
the
massive
important part of the
monument.
point that I actually think is true to a degree is that she made essentially the same sacrifice Tony did.
But didn't get as much...
No, and I do think that's a mistake.
time, no. Yeah,
because, of
yeah,
course,
I would agree, but...
the funeral scene for Tony is not just in world, it's also meta. It's like, if you remember the
Yeah.
feeling of Endgame, it's like, we started with Iron Man and here we are.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, he gave the shot for everyone else in the MCU. That's what that funeral represents beyond the narrative stuff. So I can agree with her to a degree.
To a degree, but I don't like this whole argument.
The MCU to move on without him. Tasha got a bench in a lake and a solo movie a year and a half after.
What
Just a bench on a lake. That's it.
Why is
Just
she
that's it.
saying it's a
Nothing
year and a half after, as if the amount of time it took to release means it's less meaningful? It's a really weird way to look
Also-
at storytelling.
else. Oh, no, year and a half. Also, I mean, flawed point as it
COVID
is.
got
that's
delayed.
That's not that long.
Well,
Yeah, it was
actually,
meant
yeah,
to
you're
be a
right.
year.
But what if I said, like, oh yeah, you know, the effects and ultimate things of I don't know, Empire? It's like 3 years we had to wait till we see that. It's like,
I was just about to use Star Wars as an example.
just like that's a really odd thing to say.
3 years.
Ugh.
How hard it is for the MCU to move on without him. Tasha got a bench in a lake and a solo movie a year and a half after she died.
So yeah, no offense to Black Widow, Iron Man was more important to that world than she was.
Mhm.
The guy revolutionized technology. I like what, he organized the Avengers. I don't know why he's just saying this like she should have had the same impact as a loss on the world that he should have. It's like, well, no, that would be bad writing.
An entire movie
Yeah.
about how
Yeah, I
hard
said
it is
it.
for the MCU to move on. Got a bench in a lake and a solo movie a year and a half after she died. If we were supposed to believe she really mattered, the story should have acted like it. And
Well, you mean like because her death saved the fucking universe? Like that kind of means that she mattered, I guess. If you look at it beyond whether or not someone was crying an hour later, Jesus. If we're supposed to believe she matters, then she should be brought up in Far From Home. Like, which, by the way, she was in the opening, right?
She was, yeah.
Like Visions. This is unbelievable. Like, she didn't really matter, did she? It's only the Soul Stone.
What are you
Should have
doing?
acted like it for longer than just like the hour-long dying to advance the plot for stupid contrived.
So do you want character development or don't you? I need you to make up your
It advanced.
mind.
So she's calling the acquisition of the Soul Stone stupid and contrived, by the way. Just the aspect of you have to sacrifice something.
Sure,
you
but
love
I
to
mean,
get
the
it.
whole time heist was stupid and contrived.
Well,
but you're not talking about the whole time heist, are you?
I don't know that I hate the whole, like, Vormir is this thing that was presumably created in the universe that if you want to collect these stones, if you want to get this one, we can put, like, a curse on it, you know, mystically, that you have to give up something you love in order to get it, which is going to be harder for someone to do, typically. But yeah, I don't hate that. The time travel bullshit is way stupider than that.
Absolutely it is.
To her dying to advance the plot for stupid contrived reasons. Was she just getting too expensive? Is that what the problem was?
No, it matches her storyline perfectly.
Yeah, the explanation for this involves you being familiar with the character, which you clearly are not.
Yeah.
So
like, of course it doesn't mean anything to you because you didn't watch any of the Black Widow scenes in the other movies.
Clearly. Like, you don't care, yeah.
I'm back, what did I miss?
Everything. And nothing.
Perfect.
I mean, come on, guys. And it's kind of telling that the MCU or undercut all 4 of those deaths in one way or another. Loki and Gamora have time-displaced versions with 0 character development running around to replace their more interesting dead versions. Vision got an actual...
Yep.
No, okay, so, yeah,
Well,
but they're new characters, yeah, so...
Well, I was going to say, this is opening a huge can of worms I don't even want to get into. She's like talking about how these deaths are kind of undercut by the fact that people are returning. It's like, that was actually an issue that we had, but Loki isn't Loki, so...
No, yeah, Loki's just a completely new yeah, like, whereas Gamora literally is a new person.
Yeah, and then
you have Loki,
Vision
who's just a weird pseudo same person,
and then
person who's changed inexplicably.
We don't know what they're doing with Vision yet. We'll see, because he's come robot right now.
It's
and then yeah, and then we've got Black Widow got her own movie, but I'm guessing that's let's see what she says.
Vision and Wanda got to actually grieve. Plus, he's got his own not quite copy running around now for future appearances. And of course, Black Widow is finally getting that soul.
There's the thing where all of the clips are, especially on the whiteboard, they're all different sizes and ratio, aspect ratios. Some have black bars on the top and bottom, some don't, and it's all in front of a white background. To
be fair, some
masking.
Some of these movies are in different aspect ratios, and that's just at that point. That's a matter of. I don't like it myself. I like to force aspect ratio, but if some people are like, nah, I want to use the original aspect ratio for all clips in their native, thing, it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's all just weird.
Solo movie, we will proper send-off in WandaVision, and Wanda got to actually grieve, plus he's got his own not quite the same copy running around now for future appearances. And of course, Black Widow is finally getting that solo movie we were promised, which is a damn hard sell at this point now that she's already...
It wouldn't have been if it was good.
Wait, it's a hard sell if he's dead.
Shit.
I mean, isn't Metal Gear Solid 5 like the best-selling game in the series and the main character of that?
Well, nobody wanted to see the prequels,
I can
right?
be one better. God damn it, Mahler.
Nobody wanted to see how anything got to the way that it was.
I think I used to be like, oh, there's kind of a point there. Now I'm like, nah, there's no point really at all. Like, it doesn't.
I mean, I think part of it might be what that ending is. If the character is just like had a ruinous, terrible, like ending and everything, it's almost it's kind of like Game of Thrones in a way, where if you saw the final season first, it'd be like, do you want to see how it all got here? I would be understand how someone would be like,
Red Dead Redemption 2. Most of the characters that you focus on are dead, and you know it.
Right.
Most of them are dead. Like, Dutch is dead. Arthur, it's pretty safe when you're playing it to assume that he's gonna die. Bill is dead. Javier's dead. It's like lots of them are dead, but like you're still interested in the story because you want to see how they got there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an argument. Oh, they're dead. It's like, well, yeah, but they could be really interesting people.
Yeah, that's dumb.
You'll find that loads of people have been arguing this movie should have been about her and Hawkeye, their history. Like, that's not this insane fucking plotline they went with. It's like, no, the problem was that she died. It's like, No, it wasn't.
No, it's a
No.
shitty movie. This is a shit movie.
Yeah,
A
makes
solo
me
movie
appreciate her even more retroactively.
were promised, which is a damn hard sell at this point now they're already dead and thus frankly irrelevant. If the deaths had been properly
What?
I tell you,
Irrelevant.
it's mind of a child. Mind of a child.
Irrelevant? I thought one of the points you were making was that when characters are dead, they can still be really relevant, and that's like good writing.
Well, no,
But now you're saying that she is just
we
irrelevant.
said that. She didn't.
I thought she did.
She
Didn't
said that when
she
you kill a
probably- well,
character,
she's-
their impact is gone, right? And we had an issue
yeah,
with that.
but then she talked about Castlevania and how like that. Oh, well, she is still relevant because it informs everybody else.
It was
Well,
weird
it's
as
an
well.
anime.
So it's possible. Yeah.
It was also
it's
weird
an
because
anime,
this is a
right.
prequel as well, so you know.
Yeah. So her being dead, it's like, what do you mean?
Well, yeah,
It
she's
doesn't-
almost doubly wrong because this is a time where she was alive, so there's still things that she can do that could make us go, "Oh, wow, she did that."
now that she's already dead and thus frankly irrelevant. If the deaths had been properly impactful and narratively worth the cost, none of this rollback would have been necessary.
I
Oh,
think I'm
What do you
curious.
mean
I
rollback?
need
What were?
I
Yeah, I
need
was about to ask.
examples of
rollback.
good characters, that are done well with good deaths and good endings. I need to get the comparison between the bad and the good from her. That'll probably be the only thing that'll help me just understand what the hell she's talking about. Because here we've got no standard other than gender. We got no kind of set of criteria.
Now,
in fairness, okay, some characters really are plot devices in the stories, and arcs are more important people. Wait, but
What?
that
Okay.
Wait, but that just
is that
destroys
not the crux of
everything.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
But not all those other
Mm.
ones, but some are, but not all the ones that I've mentioned or that I've ever
how can you
We're
make
only halfway.
how can you make a rule and then
Ugh.
just make the opposite rule? Like,
Can we just play Gothic Phone?
no.
Damn it!
in fairness,
That's
the fact of the matter is that characters
child.
are not real people. Characters are parts of a story and they exist to further a narrative, and some of them
You could say that every character
Everybody
is
is a plot device, yeah, in
Mhm.
some sense.
The plot is their existence. I mean,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
really
Yeah.
actors are not real people. Characters are parts of a story and they exist to further a narrative, and some of them really are just props in other characters' lives, and that's not a morally bad thing.
Whoa, so she's
Oh.
saying that prior to this, she really was saying it's morally bad to do like the fridging. It's not even just bad writing, it's morally bad.
morally bad.
Like if I'm making a
Why?
chair wrong, the carpenter isn't just like you're not just fucking it up in terms of like, how you make a chair. This is also a morally bad thing you're doing. Like you shouldn't be attacking the wood
Did
this
she
way.
really say that?
Well, yeah, so it's an implication if you listen to what she says.
Characters are not
Yeah,
real
let me
people.
see it.
Characters are parts of a story to further a narrative, and some of them really are just props in other characters' lives, and that's not a morally bad thing. But
Yeah, there is an
And
implication.
It's not
So,
it's not a morally bad thing that some characters are props to other characters'
Yeah,
lives.
meaning there are times where it is morally bad, meaning the stuff that she's been
Yeah.
over.
That's not
Because now we're in the portion of, okay,
Yeah.
now time to talk about characters that are fridged, technically speaking, but it's not a bad thing. Not a morally bad thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
morally
Let's see.
acceptable.
the story probably shouldn't make you think that. Sure, we, the audience, may be able to guess that the hero's small, peaceful town and stern but fair father figure just exists to get torched by the Dark Lord in episode 1 to set up the inciting incident and set them on the hero's journey, but the hero doesn't know that, and that's
Yep,
what's supposed to be
that's-
important about
Wow.
Well, sure, but that isn't.
I mean,
Go ahead.
the hero almost never knows that. Like the meta of the story, they were only killed because actually X-Men Origins Wolverine is probably the only example I can come up with where they are aware that the person was killed, or in that case, faked to be killed, to motivate them to do a particular thing.
Mhm.
So now she's suggesting that when they are aware it is bad, but that 99.9% of stories they aren't aware.
I think the idea is in universe, the
I don't
hero
thi-
is not aware that they are like on a hero's journey and that their family is going to get fridged.
When are they?
Specifically,
I think that that's what I think. That's what I think she's saying. She's saying
And I
that the
think-
hero doesn't know that all these things are going to happen. Which
Yeah,
is like,
so-
of course, because if they knew it was going to happen, they'd be like, "Let's go."
Yeah.
Let's
So
leave
that's
before
the
bad
point.
guy shows
Yes,
up.
that's you're right. They don't
Like,
know that.
obviously,
But,
that's
like,
true.
of course they don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's saying like that's the preferable thing. It's like that is the thing.
That is
that is the
norm.
thing.
Well,
That's how this
I
works.
think, yeah. And now I'm confused.
Well,
actually,
let us listen to her again because that shit is confusing.
Able to guess that the hero's small, peaceful town and stern but fair just exists to get torched by the Dark Lord in episode 1 to set up the inciting incident and set them on the hero's journey, but the hero doesn't know that, and that's what's supposed to be important about this. To the hero, that's their whole world. Torching that town and icing that father figure off screen just tells the audience that the hero might theoretically care, but we don't have to, and the story won't really convince you that the hero does
What do you mean
care.
theoretically?
What does that have to do? Wait, sorry. That is totally disconnected from what you just said. That's like a totally different point.
Yeah, this is a totally different point. I mean, this point essentially gets into
You
how
are now
well
talking about meta.
I'm lost. I'd have to listen to it again. I got
Okay.
lost.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna roll it
Oh,
back even further
let me
because
hop
I'm
down.
really trying to see what her point is here.
But the story probably shouldn't make you think that. Sure, we, the audience, may be able to guess that the hero's small, peaceful town and stern but fair father figure just exists to get torched by the Dark Lord in episode 1 to set up the inciting incident and set them on the hero's journey, but the hero doesn't know that, and that's what's supposed to be important about this.
So I want to pause you there just for a sec because you hear that whole point, right? She said
You
that maybe
finished the
we will be
sentence.
able to guess it, but the important part is that the character doesn't. It's
Yeah,
like,
but
so that
the
is
character
like
doesn't
all
in
stories.
all of the stories that you
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
characters don't know that they're in a story. They don't know that they're a
It sounds
protagonist in a
like
story.
we're fine now. That fridging isn't even a thing because it's
Yeah.
all fine. But anyway, let's let it continue.
To the
Yeah,
hero,
let's
that's
see.
their whole world. Torching that town father figure off screen just tells the audience that the hero might theoretically care, but we don't have to, and the story won't really convince you that the hero does care. It disconnects us from
So
Why?
this is more execution of the idea.
Yeah,
This
again.
is how this is all execution of the concept. Some things do it well, some things do it poorly, some things do it in the middle. This is all in execution because the concept is there's nothing wrong with this concept. It's about how do you convey this information to us, the audience. So you've totally shifted from the character who's kind of removed from this now. Now we're talking totally meta. This is about us. You started talking about the
Yeah.
protagonist. Now you're talking about us.
And am I misreading this? She just said that if we see it all happen, then we know like it's meaningful to them. If it happens off screen and they're told, then theoretically it matters to them, but it won't be impactful to the story because otherwise we would have seen it, which is just wrong.
Absolutely, that's just wrong. I mean, we've already talked about the impactful off-screen deaths.
And what
I
is
mean,
it?
like
Yeah.
that was one of the early things that just got us to just go.
And what
"Whoa."
about us seeing Alderaan explode, but Obi-Wan not seeing it? Like, it's super
Well, 'cause
meaningful
he
to him.
felt it, yeah.
Well, it would be meaningful to him whether or not he like felt it through the Force as well. You know,
That's
say for Luke
true,
as
yeah.
well, right? Like it's a whole planet, and the idea is like, yeah, but we weren't shown them watching it, so it's probably not going to be impactful to the story. Like, I'm curious exactly how this works.
I feel like that curiosity is not going to be rewarded.
No, not at all.
someone we're supposed to be relating to, and an undercurrent of the death when the emotional impact of the death is the only thing this trope has. Now, if the father figure had been with us
Well, no, the emotional impact of the death can be presented information-wise to the audience in a very meaningful way. Again, that's execution of the idea.
But also, it's not the only thing that it has. What if I have a story where the character who gets fridged is like, well, I mean, we got Ned Stark, right? His death is significant in terms of just politics, like the world. It's not just the emotional impact, it's his place within the world. So what if I fridge a character, then it's not strictly the emotional impact necessarily. It could also just be logistics.
Well, John
How does this
Aaron.
world operate?
John Aaron's the one that people were referencing at the beginning of episode 1 of Game of Thrones. It begins with his death, and we don't really know
Right.
anything about him in the show. We know a little bit about his relationships with some people, but ultimately it's strictly a political death. He dies, and it forces
Right.
a bunch of politics things to happen.
I see.
And so, yeah, but
Yeah, I
there's
have to
we
defer
can
to you
just
on
we
that.
can create so many different examples of sort of these events, because it's like it's implied there's a key component, so you gotta have that. It's like, so what if we didn't and it worked? Like, that's basically all we've been doing this whole
Yeah.
video.
for, say, 2 seasons or the first act or 2 of a movie, serving as a mentor figure for instance, we would expect him to die with some fanfare, and we'd be weirded out and upset if he didn't. A heroic sacrifice, a dying monologue.
But again, if we do that, right? You know, like, there's got to be movies I could reference here, but I'm just going to make one up, I guess, because I can't think of one. But if you do that, like the Anthony Hopkins, for example, in Zorro, or someone else, just, if the death is quick, after they've been so meaningful and so introspectful, and they've helped the heroes so much, and they've told them, like, all about war and death and stuff, especially if they talk about how death is so quick and stuff like that. And, you know, it's just something tragic happens in the middle of the next fight they have, and they're gone. You don't even get to say goodbye, sort of thing. That can be really, really meaningful. I don't know why we're blocking out sudden death.
Yeah, I don't know why we would either. When, if anything, sudden deaths are actually uncommon.
Well, yeah, Obi-Wan.
Like the Tarantino sudden death is uncommon.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan? That's a sudden death, yeah.
And that made me think of Goodfellas when Joe Pesci gets shot. It's very quick. And it's like, that's kind of reflective of...
Well, yeah, and it gets into the question of what does she mean by fanfare? Because did Obi-Wan's death have fanfare? Technically? I don't know. Sirius Black, yeah, that's another one. That's actually a great fucking example, Sirius Black, because it's in the middle of, like, they're almost having fun when they're fighting back against the Death Eaters, and then the right spell's cast and he's just gone. I don't even like Harry Potter that much. Like, I'm just saying.
Admission that the hero made him a better man and so very proud. Dies, so we remember how he affected the hero's journey. If we didn't get that kind of thing, we'd feel cheated. But just because we, the audience,
it's on us to think about that.
What if they do all these things beforehand?
This reminds me of, like,
the training is done. They did the things. It's done and dusted. They just time to go to the big evil, and then the big evil is no. I'm way stronger. I'm just gonna snap you out of existence.
This feels super childish to me because it's like, wait. Why didn't I get to have the characters talk to each other for a while as he bled out? That's way better. It's like, no, it's not necessarily better, because the beating can come from the fact that their death was sudden. Like, why are you doing this?
It's tragic that they couldn't.
It is on us, as then the audience, to talk about what that death meant being so quick. Because remember, Boromir's death to Gimli was in an instant. You'd have been like, he's just gone. Last time I saw him, he was alive. Now he's dead.
Yeah, Gimli shows up with Legolas at the end, and he's just he's dying.
And, like, you can talk about what the meaning that has for them. Meanwhile, Aragorn was with him when he died, and Merry and Pippin didn't even see him die because they were pulled away. Like, this is all different experiences for all these different people.
Yeah, Frodo learns about it in the Two Towers when he meets up with Faramir.
Exactly, and we've talked about how you can kill main characters off screen. It's going to be about execution. It's got nothing to do with those specific elements happening or not.
Yeah. And we're fresh off a great example of that happening in media, so this was poor timing on that aspect for her, at least.
I'm blanking right now. What are you referring to?
Squid Game.
Ah. Anyway.
References to him after he dies, so we remember how he affected the hero.
I thought you meant movies. Do you know what I actually thought you meant was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? I was like, what? When does it happen?
I often, I guess, I sort of, it's kind of like how I, like, especially when it comes to, like, these mini-series kind of things, where my mind's just like, yeah, this is a long movie.
Journey. If we didn't get that kind of thing, we'd feel cheated. We, the audience, haven't seen the Chapter 1 dead dad for very long. The author feels comfortable just torching the place off-screen after a single expository line of dialogue, and then expects us to feel for the hero when the story hasn't made this death feel meaningful. In this...
Yeah, this sounds like, I don't like it when this idea is executed poorly.
I think it's worse than that.
This like someone wrote a shitty story.
She's practically got us to the point where we can't even disagree. She's like, it is less meaningful because of the less meaning that is in it. And you're like, wait, but
yeah,
wait,
like,
what?
That's a tautology.
But it's tautological,
like,
yeah.
Because it's like, I didn't agree there was less meaning in this.
I didn't agree, yeah.
Yeah, just because we don't see it exactly doesn't mean it's less meaning. Forcing us to think about it, not providing us with the visuals and making us do that, well, that's his own thing.
Dead dad for very long. The author feels comfortable just torching screen after a single expository line of dialogue, and then expects us to feel for the hero when the story hasn't made this death feel meaningful. In this structure, the amount of weight a character death is given is not proportionate to how important the character is, it's proportional to how much screen time the character was given. Which
you keep saying this as if it's true.
You keep saying that, yeah.
But you've just, the formula is not there, you've just said it's true.
Also, as if all screen time is equal. There are characters like let's take Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn has gotten her own full movie and has been significantly
Basically,
in
one of the main
2 other
characters in 2
movies.
movies. Yeah.
Yeah, and I still know basically nothing about her. She's still practically blank slate level after all of that screen time.
Hmm.
Then
I
you
don't.
take a look at Boromir. You're like, I know so much about Boromir for
Yeah,
how much he appears.
I don't mind what she's written on this slate here. I just think her examples are poor.
Someone
Well,
said
I guess
EFAP
it's
once again
interesting because-
demanding that she say, in my opinion. No, not this time. I'm asking that she say something.
So
Qualify something
you
that
just
you said.
point something out interesting is that what she's got on screen is actually not what she's talking about at the moment, because this is true. Like, the screen time will not determine how much the character cares about them, but that's not what she's saying. She's saying that the screen time indicates how much they should be cared about, which is a
Right.
different. That's not the same point that you have up on screen.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with how the characters should be reacting to this law. Fridging is a very disliked trope for several reasons. For
Some character deaths have caveats that reduce how tragic such unpleasant they are.
Heroic
Heroic
sacrifice.
sacrifice, personal contentment,
And
and thoughts of loved ones as
yeah.
they die. Fridging never does. Never.
Wait, Fridging never does these?
Never.
What?
Or that Fridging never has caveats that reduce how tragic and unpleasant they are.
But
So, wait, but she
Padme
said-
was thinking of her loved one when she died.
Black Widow. She said that's like her
Black
prime
Widow.
example,
Yeah.
and she's only thinking
Yeah.
about all of her loved ones.
Family.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why she's dying.
Remember, she's not falling while
because of them.
screaming. She smiles at Hawkeye.
Dude, Black Widow's doing all 3
Oh,
of
she's
these
doing all
things.
3 of them. Yeah. She's
Yeah,
doing
it is a heroic sacrifice, personal contentment. Man, that is poetic,
Wow,
isn't it?
what a fail!
That is poetic. That is
Like,
poetic.
She
You
is
can't hear
content
her
that she
screaming 'cause she's in the
sacrificed
fridge.
herself.
She's in the fridge. It's like,
Yeah. Black Widow is
That is
content
incredible.
that she is
That's
sacrificing
incredible.
herself for her loved ones.
Yep.
It is the ultimate. This is insane. This we are approaching levels
Is this
of
a meme?
social parody.
Is this
I was
a
gonna say,
meme?
this video might be a joke, and we're just now discovering it. That's insane.
That's
That's
unreal.
nuts.
It rhymes.
That is I can't
so
believe
well.
that. It
Literally
rhymes. It's like a
describing.
stanza. It rhymes.
3 out of 3.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
to this loss. Fridging is a very disliked trope for reasons. For one thing, you'll be hard-pressed to find a heroic death trope that people like. Heroic sacrifices are basically
Heroic death.
Wait,
People
what?
like heroic sacrifices.
People
What about
love them.
Iron Man? Like,
People
what?
love them. I
It's like
love
the first-
heroic sacrifices.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Why is she saying that now? That feels like that's not been the point at all.
Wait, we gotta.
Iron Man,
think we might have to
Boromir?
skip that.
Wait, but honestly,
Yeah, can we-
I'm so bewildered that she said that. I need more. Like, I don't believe
All
that's
right,
what she
have to-
thinks.
yeah.
to this loss. Fridging is a very disliked trope for reasons. For one thing, you'll be hard-pressed to find a heroic death trope that people like. Heroic sacrifices are basically the only one that's even halfway appreciated, since for the most part, killing a character is gonna feel bad. But more importantly, Fridging
What the
What
fuck
are
are you
you
on about?
talking about?
What are you on about?
I didn't feel bad when Darth Vader died.
What is she talking
What?
about? Heroic sacrifices are like one of the most obvious ways to get someone to be happy with a storyline. They love heroic
People
sacrifices.
love heroic
Yeah.
sacrifices. It is the greatest way that you could basically die.
It is. She's
Like,
so
it pretty much is the best way that you could die.
she is so wrong.
But in Christianity, right? If you sacrifice yourself to save another person, that's like a free ticket to heaven.
And it's like everyone's just going to be referencing all kinds of ones in chat. It's like, yeah, do you understand how some of the most popular moments for characters are heroic sacrifices?
Iron Man in Endgame, the highest grossing film of all, well, second highest grossing of all time.
Well,
Boromir.
hey, do you know what's number one is Avatar, right? Is there a heroic sacrifice in that?
Kind of, isn't there? Like, doesn't he?
few
Doesn't
characters
there are a lot of heroic
die fighting.
sacrifices in that movie. Yeah, you're
A lot
right.
of them die fight. Well, you
A
think
lot of
every
them die
soldier who
fighting,
goes
yeah.
out there and dies fighting for a noble cause,
Yeah.
as you could say, is heroic sacrifice.
And then you go, like, I'm just thinking of the most popular movies of all time. It's like Titanic. Jack sacrifices
Yeah,
himself for Rose at
heroic
the end.
sacrifice.
Absolutely, that was a one-person
Train to
door.
Busan. Talk about heroic
Yeah.
Train to Busan,
sacrifices.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll just look up the list of the highest grossing movies of all
It's
time and see how many.
How
they
far
have.
down do we have to go until
I
there's
think
not a heroic sacrifice?
We just got done with one of the stupidest things that she said. She contradicted herself hardcore, but now it's like, I think it's been trumped. She just said, like, people don't like heroic sacrifices. Like, what are you talking about?
Sort of. Well, people halfway tolerate them.
Yeah, they tolerate heroic sacrifices.
No, people love them. They want them.
People love them.
Wally,
sacrifices.
heroic
Yep.
sacrifice.
Well, any kind of act of good involves some sacrifice to some degree.
Typically.
Of some kind.
A lot of times, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Christ is an avatar of sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice,
No, well,
right?
well, not really, but
Ethan
people
Drake.
think
What,
he
what,
is.
what do you mean? No, I'm
He had a
curious.
bad weekend, so he could go back to being the ruler of the cosmos.
Man, this is unreal.
Trope that people like. Heroic sacrifices are basically halfway appreciated, since for the most part, killing a character is gonna feel bad. But more importantly, fridging lacks the counterbalancing qualities that can make a character death feel satisfying or earned.
Like Black Widows. Oh, well, we'll wait and see what she says.
Well, usually when we talk about fridging, we are talking about we're at a point where the story is unresolved, where there is more story to come.
It's just so
So
funny.
are we going to say that any plot device that is something that is unresolved or it is creating something we had a resolve and then it has been broken, that like any trope that breaks that is nah.
It's just funny because she's got fridging never does above the 3 traits, because there's just no way to interpret anything other than she's just wrong, unfortunately.
Basically.
I love the fucking salt in the comments because my Jesus comment. Fucking get over it. That's what the story is. Fucking get over it. That's what the story is.
A hero
Try to be
might die
objective for
gallantly
once in your goddamn life.
defending their loved ones, which is heartwarmingly heroic with an element of free will and choice, or fully at peace with their fate, making their death
the
a
Iron
natural conclusion to
Giant.
He was fridged.
Iron Giant.
He was fridged.
No, he was fridged. Well, no, I think she's saying this is a heroic sacrifice.
No, I'm saying
right?
he was fridged because of his stupid rules. I'm like, nope, he was fridged.
He died to make our main character sad and learn
Yeah.
a valuable lesson about friendship.
A hero might die gallantly defending their loved ones, heroic with an element of free will and choice, or fully at peace with their fate, making their death a natural conclusion to their arc, or with some other caveat that makes the audience
but when
believe
we're
that
talking about
Natural conclusion
fridging,
to their
it is-
arc. Like
So
Black
is the
Widow.
idea that basically we can't have any deaths until the ending? Like the third act, we can only kill people at the end of the story, or what?
Yeah, we've kind of been asking that this whole time. Like, when is it acceptable to kill characters?
Seemingly at the end. Otherwise, they need to live forever. And if they die, it still needs to be like some level of, there needs to be some counterbalance that I get. It's weird. It feels like the appeal is no sad things, please.
Kind of, yeah. It fits
Yeah.
in with the juvenile aspect of the rest of the video. No sad
Nobody should
please.
die in any movie ever because it
Yeah.
gets rid of their storytelling potential.
I want more. It's like I want more. You get that. You get this character's dead, so we can't get more of them. And I just want more.
Yeah.
Stories shouldn't end. Characters shouldn't end. They should just keep going on and on and on and on.
Well, that is an extension of your prior logic with the whole, like, when you decide that a character dies that's worth more as a death than their life, and it's like, okay, does that apply to ending stories? You've decided that the characters sort of having the stories end here is more meaningful than going on. It's like this weird thing that most writers would be like, what? No, I've told my story. I didn't think... I'm not saying that nothing meaningful ever happens. What are you talking about? Like, what?
Leave me alone. Go away.
death works to end their personal arc. And if their death is tragic, it'll often be tortuously prolonged to really drive home to the audience that, yeah, sorry,
A tragic ending to a life doesn't have to be... It could be 1 second.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about... She's like, it's usually
Absolutely.
prologued. You're like, well... but why are you saying this? Stop it.
Sorry, I thought the problem with fridging is that it's often unceremonious and like quick.
I'm assuming she's saying like a quality of being able to spot it is that it will be extended most of the time, when in reality, like, a lot of them are very quick.
Yeah.
some other caveat that makes the audience believe that their death works to end their personal arc. And if their death is tragic and unfair, it'll often be tortuously prolonged to really drive home to the audience that, yeah, sorry, it's not a fluke or a fake out, the character isn't making it through this one.
Yeah, like fucking Jackson. That was a really drawn out scene, wasn't it? In Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
A classic Fullmetal Alchemist example, spoiler alert, Maze Hughes, professional funny man and sweetheart, is unexpectedly killed fairly early in the series because he figured out the overarching plot way too early, so the villains needed him out of the way. His death serves as a major motivation for most of the heroes, most notably Roy Mustang. But
I see, so he was fridged. Interesting.
I'm telling you, man, it's the fucking anime rule. I hate to say it.
Well,
but
I
fuck
don't
me.
agree with her on what fridging is. I'm just saying that it qualifies under her crazy rules.
it's not just a token heroic motivator to get the protagonists in gear. It feels awful.
It feels awful?
It feels awful.
What?
It's
Dude.
anime, so you paid attention. Like, I don't know what to say.
What do you
Like,
even...
why are you not? What about the other examples where you just don't? They're more than this, and you just don't know.
The reason I'm
Or
frustrated
you
is because
don't
I've been
care,
like...
or you're not familiar with it.
You know what else felt awful? Watching Gamora get killed by Thanos, or watching Black Widow
Yeah,
give up her own
Black
life to save
Widow.
everyone. Come on.
My feels, though. My feels. I only want to feel good things. I go to the theater to have fun, okay, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to feel sad.
I don't want to feel sad.
Tragic, it's unfair, he fights very hard to stop it from happening.
All of these things apply to... Oh my god. Like, this is so bad.
So,
So here's the thing. I'm actually familiar with this material, not
am I.
only in video form because I've watched the show, or at least these parts of the show. I've also read it in the manga form.
Read
This
it.
ain't the. This is just it's wild that this gets all the fanfare and the other ones are just like, nah, fucking Black Widow, Gamora, they don't fucking care.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I cared a lot about Mace Hughes' death, but at the same time,
Yeah.
I don't understand how he qualifies while the others don't. He's like fought hard. It's like, did you watch the scene with Black Widow? She fucking fights Hawkeye.
It is way longer, way more prolonged.
God, what are we doing?
His wife and daughter are devastated and the ramifications are felt in the alley. This death would not work the same if it happened off screen.
I can replace all of these visuals with people reacting to Black Widow's death.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
don't understand.
Didn't Hughes die off screen?
He's in a phone booth, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember if he dies off screen or if it cuts to the subtle imagery of his blood washing over his family photograph.
I don't think you see him
I
get
don't-
stabbed.
Yeah, I think that's an
Yeah.
off-screen death.
Yeah, I guess I would qualify that now.
And by the way, whether or not it was off screen, it could totally function off if it happened off screen.
Absolutely. It's good. Yeah, it was a sad thing. I hated seeing it.
It could not be replaced by a binder of Pokemon cards. It
No, but neither could Black Widow's death.
yeah, if you dropped a binder of Pokemon cards, it wouldn't be.
Dude, that would, to be fair, that would be a hilarious scene. You need
That
to
would be
sacrifice something
really
you
funny,
love,
yeah.
and he just gets his Pokemon card collection,
Yeah.
throws it down.
And then Red Skull is like,
holographic
man.
first edition Charizard.
Like, man, you loved them a lot, didn't you? And he's like, yeah, really did.
Yes, I did. I really did. Yes.
But they're first editions. The sacrifice must be made.
Can I just throw one of them? He's like, no, the binder, the entire binder.
Not the holographic Charizard, please.
No.
means too much to the story, so it's not fridging. Fridged characters do not get
Maybe here's a slightly it is sort of related thing.
Mhm.
My most prized, I guess, in terms of sentimental value, my most prized Pokemon card, because I kept all my old shit. I kept all my old Pokemon cards, Magic cards, all that. It is a humble Caterpie. It's a card that I got. It was the first trading card that I ever got. It was an extra that my best friend growing up gave to me. That has the most sentimental value of all the cards. So there you go. There's your example right there. I would be upset if someone destroyed that, particularly in front of my face, or if it had an off-screen death and then I learned about it.
Well, there's
Yeah,
a harsh
you just
reality.
Come back.
You're going to care more about someone destroying that than finding out
Mhm.
Jim Bob Jr. died yesterday in some country. You'd be like, well, that sucks. But the card is probably going to fuck you up a little bit more because of how much it means to you. The reality of human beings.
I hate human beings.
I know, me too.
Yeah, they're lame.
and it could not
Humble
be replaced by
Caterpie.
a binder of Pokemon cards. It means too much to the story, so it's not fridging. Fridged characters do not get this kind of treatment, and frankly, they're lucky if they get personal arcs at all. They die only
Well, that's the thing. You think this is, if Gamora got fridged, and if
It undermines everything
Padme
she's
got
saying.
fridged, and if Black Widow
Yeah.
got fridged. Yeah, it's wild. Well, I mean, with this image of Black Widow doing literally all 3 of these
All
things
three.
as she dies, it's
And then
it's
saying
wild.
like it has to have an impact on the story. It's like, yeah, Black Widows didn't. Like, it didn't really
Yeah,
do anything for the
Gamora's
story at all.
didn't.
Nope.
To make another, more important character feel sad or mad. It's not a heroic sacrifice, they have no agency in it, they're not at peace with it.
No agency. She literally like forces Hawkeye
They're not
to
at peace
have it
with it.
die.
Are we gonna?
Yeah.
Are we not gonna have any story? So can we not have characters who die and are not cool with it?
Well, so this is the problem.
the only-
She's basically said a pizza is, and then she said it is cheese, it is tomato, it is bread, and we're like, well, it doesn't have to have cheese on it. You can have other things to qualify. There's like the bread one, complicated. If she said like pineapple, we'd be like, okay, like why does it have to have pineapple on it? And that's what we're doing. She's giving us components, and we're like, well, no, not really. And then she's like, well, no, that's just more of an indicator. If you see a slice of bread with cheese on it, you're more than likely a pizza. And you're like, what? Like, no.
And their personal arcs, if they get them, aren't neatly resolved in time for it. Their death or brutalization is cruel and unfair because it's designed to feel cruel and unfair to the character they're supposed to hurt or motivate. But
Also to the
It
audience.
can also be it can also be legitimately those things. In the
Yeah,
frame
no.
of the story, it can be cruel. It really can be cruel and unfair, and that could be part of the tragedy.
The interesting thing here is that
Whether it's designed to be or not.
she's fucked up in that Black Widow's death isn't what motivates anyone to do anything in particular.
They were
Yeah, they're
already
already
doing
in
the
motion.
thing.
Yeah,
It's
her
already all
death
in
doesn't
motion.
make anyone do anything that they weren't already doing.
Yeah.
So that Black Widow, that was like the worst fucking example because every single thing she says that qualifies it as fridging, it doesn't qualify.
as a result, it undercuts the only semi-okay parts of it, makes the experience relentlessly unpleasant and catharsis-free for the audience. Now, this is not a mistake. This is an intentional part of the trope, because it essentially sets up an unstable narrative situation the protagonist must now work to stabilize and resolve, usually by hunting
Yes,
down and
it's
stopping
called an
the killer.
inciting
This
incident.
It's
When things aren't good, and then the character needs to go and make
Well,
things right.
the problem here is that she said like fridging intentionally does this, like so does not fridging them. So
So there's a lot of things.
yeah, like,
yeah.
it's useless.
a
Why would
motivation
any
that starts
writer
an arc,
write
so it's
something that's intentionally narratively unsatisfying?
Yeah, that's why would you ever do that?
Ryan Johnson.
I want to write a bad story.
Ryan Johnson does it a lot, yeah.
I share that. I will say, I would just say, Ryan Johnson, why would you write something that's so intentionally unsatisfying? I share the sentiment. I just know who to direct this question to, really. Why?
work to stabilize and resolve, usually by hunting down and stopping the killer. This is a motivation that starts an arc, so it's not meant to feel like an arc resolution, which is often the only part of a character death the audience halfway appreciates. But it betrays a fundamental dismissal of the fridged character, which undercuts the very emotional impact they're trying to invoke. As an example,
I disagree, but carry on. That's pretty much where I'm at now. Like,
Alan Moore wrote The Killing Joke, Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl, is shot, paralyzed, and brutalized by the Joker, entirely to upset Jim Gordon and Batman and kick off.
so I don't believe you is the problem. I'd have to read it.
Yeah, I
no longer believe you when you reference
After
stuff.
the things that you've said,
Yeah.
about the other stuff.
you
Yeah.
cannot be trusted to accurately convey information to me if I'm not familiar with it. So let's just coast ahead.
Yep.
One last terrible joke. She's not even killed, but how it affects her is entirely glossed over in story. In fact, all she says to Batman afterwards from her hospital bed is how worried she is about what the Joker's gonna do to her dad. It's heroic of her to be concerned, but that's not why her reaction was.
But that's character writing, isn't it?
I was about to say, that's interesting that
Yeah.
she's condemning the fact that Barbara's more concerned about what might happen to her father after what's happened to her, which is really great character building.
Yeah, she even said that was character work. So I'm confused. Is this is it because she's a woman and her father is a man?
Well, someone in chat said this is actually considered an example of fridging. So it's like, but the thing is, she's saying it, so I just like I don't know if it's true. And I hate it when we concede on content we haven't seen. Then there's comments like, "Guys, that's not at all what that story's about." And it's like, well, unfortunately, I haven't read this, so I just have to go on what she's saying.
written that way. Barbara didn't matter to this story. Actually said he kinda regrets treating her that way. He thinks his editor probably should have reined him in instead of responding with, and I am apparently quoting, "Yeah, okay, cripple the bitch." That fundamental
Okay. I feel like there's a lot more going on there that we don't have context for. Let's just put it that way.
dismissiveness on the part of the creator really does drive home that fridging is a fundamentally broken trope. If the author doesn't
Fundamentally
Ooh, interesting. What's a broken trope compared to a functional trope?
An unbroken trope, yeah.
I'm guessing is what she's suggesting that there are tropes that are almost like good, and then there are tropes that are bad, and this is one of the bad ones.
And the idea that it's fundamentally broken implies that there is no version of this that is good. It is, like, intrinsic to what it is, a bad thing.
Which, by the way, the people who said in the first like hour of this fucking stream, like, she's not saying it's bad. It's like, where are you now? Like, fundamentally and morally broken.
I don't like the term fridging. It's stupid. There's a bit of an overlap with like gaslighting, where it's a term that has a very specific origin in like a play, and like a woman was driven crazy by her husband who like made the candles, you know, dim and flare up, and it drove her crazy. And so the term gaslighting is relevant to that phenomenon. But in the case of fridging, like the fridge in that Green Lantern comic, that has nothing to do with why that, you know, that story element is bad. Like the fridging kind of makes you focus on the fridge. That's not the important thing. The important thing is if a death is like unmotivated and forced. Like, why are you calling it fridging? I don't get it.
You can argue with shorthand,
again, I'm
right?
curious about that Green Lantern example. Like, what? Maybe it actually makes sense in context. You know, that fridge thing.
Yeah, someone was put
I'm
in
gonna
a
look
fridge.
into that after this.
A body was put into a fridge.
Yeah, if we went as far as finding out, because none of us read that, presumably, if we found out that it made sense that the villain did that, and that his Green Lantern's reaction to it makes sense, it's like at that point, I'd be struggling to criticize it outside of just like, yeah, but it's the girl deserved more, or something like that, because we come back to the whole, like, well, is the story about these things or not? Is it about knowing her well before she's killed? Yeah, fridging, I can understand what you mean by it, but obviously I assume it's shorthand, and videos like this are supposed to explain to a wider audience what it means to say someone is fridged, so that we can then improve the speed of communication. All this has done is fuck it up completely, though.
It's a quick single word identifier for a trope. I guess it's fine, and as far as that goes.
The etymology of it is.
on the part of the creator really does drive.
Like, honestly, I'm not trying to be mean, but she's made it so that Black Widow was fridged. So now, like, how much does that fuck up the conversation? And
to the point, this is not good.
It reminds me of the Mary Sue thing, because like instead of saying someone is a Mary Sue, I will instead comment on the components of their characterization that are flawed. That could qualify them as Mary Sue, but that's irrelevant. It's like whether or not they are or not, it doesn't matter. Whether or not a character is fridged or not is irrelevant. We're going to talk about the actual relationships, the meaning, you know. Let's just do that instead, because shit like this just makes it so no one can fucking understand each other.
Home that fridging is a fundamentally broken trope. If the author doesn't care about the character enough to give their pain narrative weight, they'll have a very hard time convincing the audience to care when they suffer. The only way the author...
So there's irony here in that
absolutely.
If a character has a wife that I don't really know and they die, or husband, whatever, I still, depending on what I know about them, I'm still going to feel something for them, because I know them. What's interesting about this for me is that there is a couple of examples in, and look, it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I don't think I mentioned it at all last stream, okay? So I'm allowed at least one, surely one per stream, in Buffy. Some of the deaths are not actually really about the person who died, it's about what they meant to other people. Like the tragedy and your sadness may not really come from them being gone necessarily, it's just more so focused on what does this mean for those other people? Which in a sense, I find interesting, because like she's practically said, like, it's like, what were they? Who were they? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, they could theoretically die without any characterization beyond the relationship they had with the person, and then we just look at what that means for the person. I don't know that it's an impossibility, or that it's a missed opportunity, even. Buffy spoilers. I was vague.
Can make the audience care in this situation is by making this unimportant another, more important character. But since the author doesn't care about the fridged character, they'll have a hard time writing the more important character's reaction to their fridging. The more important character...
Maybe.
See what I mean? She's almost angling it, so it's like, if we don't care about them and only what it meant to the other people, like, that's, like, why would we care? And I'm like, there's loads of reasons we'd care.
I mean, you could not care about the character who died, but you could care significantly about who it impacted, and that could influence your writing, and you could do an excellent job. Like, all of these characters are invented anyway.
I guess Dom's wife could be an example of this. We didn't see her or the relationship he had with her. It was, we only learned about her for ages, and then when you get to the conclusion of that, all we have is his reaction to it. You know, and you could be like, we didn't fucking know anything about it, really. I'm not saying that that's some kind of narrative masterpiece, I'm just saying you can make it work that way.
Cares more about the fridged character than the author does, so write their grief when they clearly can't even imagine it. It comes across as shallow and hollow because on a very
no, you
real
can imagine
level,
about something and not care about it.
Hopes, dreams, any traits that aren't about them. It's like, you don't have to.
Yeah, I just...
How much do we
mean,
know about
maybe I
John
don't
Wick's
care.
wife?
Yeah.
Nothing. She got sick and died, that's all.
I was about to
And
say,
they
like...
love each other very much. That's all we had.
And it's safe to say nobody
all we
cared
need.
about, like, the story in John Wick, right? Nobody liked John Wick 1, I don't think.
But maybe she
Oh, yeah,
thinks that's
universally
bridging, though.
Well, but that's almost a problem, right? If she
He's
does
saying
classify
he
that as
couldn't
fridging
possibly know.
and inherently bad, despite the fact that it's
Yeah.
thoroughly worked with audiences, it's like, so what's happening then?
Yeah, I thought this. Yeah, I thought that this was.
Are we all just wrong?
Impactful.
And why?
Yeah, I'd like her to square that
My
away, because
emotions
she's
were on.
advocating a lot of the time that like, this is why people don't like this, and it's just like, okay, but they do.
Yeah, and
So-
when
Yeah.
yeah, and when we got 90 minutes, 2 hours or so, I mean, if we have a protagonist, I expect that protagonist to get a lot more development and work put into them than I do, you know,
obviously.
a fridged character. Like, you just got to be pragmatic about a lot of this.
Right.
it is. A fridging isn't just lacking in resolution, it's actually lacking in real emotional weight. We're lucky
Real emotional
resolution.
weight.
That's like saying
I
the
don't know
first
what that
quarter of a
means.
basketball game is lacking resolution. Like, this is the beginning. This is like part of the setup. The fridged character is supposed to set up another character's journey or a plot. That isn't the resolution. Of course, this isn't the resolution part. This isn't going to create resolution. All the things that occur after it will. I feel like you're just looking for something in the wrong place.
I just don't like saying real emotional weight. It triggers me. I hate that fake
As opposed
emotional
to
weight.
Fake emotional weight.
we really know the character who dies, and if we don't, then it really affects us by how it affects the characters who care about them.
And there's nothing wrong with that, necessarily.
That's
Yeah,
There's
fine.
nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
That's fine. You know, there are people who have died in real life that I've never met, that I don't know anything about, but someone that I do care about did know that person, and that impacts me.
Yeah, I don't even want to reference
Yeah.
it specifically, right? But like, yes, yes, like 100%
Yes,
to that
this
one.
is a
Yeah.
real life thing, yeah.
And only if we care about those characters in turn. Killing off not invested in tells us that character was never going to matter on their own merit. which
They
can
do
disengage
matter
the
though
audience.
because it propels the character forward, so they do matter.
Yeah, because at this point,
Yeah, of course they
what does it
matter.
mean to matter?
What does matter mean? That you exist in the story and that like you're there and you're doing stuff?
Rags, Hitler died off screen. What?
He died in bunker.
Yeah, what's very sad about that? I wasn't there, but it's pretty sad.
the story as a whole. So opening a story by fridging some clear message to the audience that most characters don't matter, which
Look at the because this is interesting. Look at the fire effect, and you could see the line at the bottom where it starts.
Oh, sure. But I mean, I wasn't sure if we were going to comment on it, but I'm not super thrilled with the aesthetic.
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm
yeah,
not, but
is very...
it gets...
'Cause-
It reminds me of
'cause
extra
Fringy-
credits.
It's not very...
Fringy,
What's
here's
that,
what we're
sorry?
gonna do. What I'm gonna do,
Yeah.
Fringy, is I'm gonna point out that the bookcase is 3-dimensional, but the books are 2-dimensional.
Well, yeah, because that's a perspective thing.
And now you will never be able
I was
to.
about to
You're
say,
gonna go to
Rags,
bed
I hadn't
tonight,
seen
you're
that
gonna
yet. Why did you do
Yeah,
that?
thanks,
You're gonna
Dick.
you're gonna
That is
stare
that is a
at
perspective thing where if you've got books that are bigger, we need to see the books going. It's funny because I probably did this, but I don't have 1 million subscribers.
two.
Thanks a
Yeah,
lot,
they're closer to
Rags.
2.
Now it looks
I'm
like a
just
fake
saying when-
bookcase, where you know, like one that's got fake things on it to try to look like a bookcase.
And we're not done. Think of all that space behind that bookcase.
Yeah, I noticed that though. Yes.
You just can't. You
Yeah,
just
I
can't
saw
that.
use. You know,
Well, so-
there's nothing.
yeah,
You
so-
can't use it.
Though, admittedly, I would say the more fundamental thing is that it is super inconsistent. And so, like the bricks or the stones that they've got for the black outlined fireplace, they're like a texture sample and not
Yeah.
drawn, and so it looks really inconsistent with other drawn elements in the background.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a
Um,
it's like a cheap indie game, and they use a pre-bought
Yeah.
asset from a store that doesn't fit anything else in their game.
And I guess normally I wouldn't say anything, but I guess it's just weird because your channel is big enough that I would presume that you could just commission somebody to do that.
Absolutely. And
You know?
plus,
Yeah.
like I have like that's one of the things cosplays. I have commissioned a whole bunch of new art, and it's getting sketched out and everything, and I care about it, and I'm like, no, to change this, change that, change this. All of that shit that you commission for your channel, you can write that off on your taxes because that's a work
Well, it's
expense.
business expense.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like it's,
Bet your
but
ass
even
it
if
is.
it wasn't, you know what though? Even if it wasn't, you should just still be doing it anyway
Want
because
to-
like it
yeah, yeah.
improves the look of the videos.
Someone just
I'm
said,
just-
are they seriously commenting on the background? We spent 4
Yes,
hours.
we are.
4 hours talking about the script. Yes, we're going to talk a little bit
We
about the
are.
aesthetic.
But well, I mean, it's part of the
Opportunity for some-
video. It's part of the video.
It's
Some
all
of
we
the
needed to
things
do to
are-
debunk the video. Those books
And you
aren't
know-
in 3 dimensions.
I will say
Debunked.
though, I
Case
wasn't gonna
closed.
bring it up. But then Rags mentioned it. It's like, all right, well, yeah, now
Yeah,
I can't.
Rags.
Those books, man, those books are the ones that are actually throwing me off now.
Yeah, Rags knew
Now
what he
you
did when he
pointed
said
that
it.
out.
He knew. He knew what he was doing when he brought
All
it
I
up.
can, no, all,
Yeah, absolutely.
Every
No, I
time I
hear the
look at them
music,
now, I
hear-
acknowledge the 3D 2D thing.
It's like it's kind of like in a video game. Like, oh, we have the bookshelf is 3D, but we have like a texture on the front of books. You know, that sort of thing.
Something I am surprised about is that there is a very few expressions on the character. The character doesn't move around much, and like there aren't many. I'm pretty sure there have only been 3 expressions, I think, or 4. Which is
Something like that.
odd.
Very
And yeah,
few. Yes.
it does feel
for a
weird.
character that is not colored in, you know, like it's and not shaded. It's
Well,
not like
yeah.
an issue of creating the assets. It's not like that hard.
Well, I'd fully recommend she get herself loads of assets.
I would recommend
Do
it.
it.
Yeah,
It looks awesome. Look at Rags with all
yeah.
his little fun
Yeah.
little
There
characters.
Absolutely. It's even more to come, but y'all are gonna be blown away by some of the stuff you'll be seeing soon. But in terms of like there's no like artistic. It doesn't. Everything is its own thing. The pillar, the chair, look at the board that comes down from the bottom right. It's like it's not drawn. It's a picture that comes down. You can see by the handle. It doesn't fit with anything else in here. It's not because if I was doing it and you want to go with the fireplace, big sofa, armchair thing, then you would have it on an easel. It would be like you set it
Right.
up on
I
a
think
nice
that's
easel, like
projector
you
thing that's
paint
going
it.
on there, right?
Well, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
but
this
like-
is the kind of
yeah.
you pull it down from the ceiling, it's all rolled up there. But it doesn't fit with everything else here.
Why isn't the background in a kitchen where we can see the fridge?
Oh,
you call
wow.
videos about fridging,
Putting
you can't
the
even see
woman
the
in
fridge.
the kitchen. Okay.
Wow.
That wasn't
I
even the
feel
joke
like
I
you
was
should-
making, but sure.
Well,
I feel like you could have a fridge sit on top of the fridge while you're talking about this topic. You
Yeah,
know?
that could be fun.
like- yeah.
and then at the end of the video, you get inside it and a nuke goes off. It's just like,
Okay.
But I was going to
Yeah.
say, honestly, it seems like many elements of this image are done in different art styles, and I'm assuming that's the point.
Is that the point?
I don't know. Well,
'Cause
it's
really-
so disparate.
I
Like,
don't like it.
look at the
I don't
logs, then the
like it.
bricks, then the chair, then her, then the bookcase. It's like, man, these are all very different.
Well, so I feel like
Also-
the simpler explanation is this was made a while ago and it just hasn't been updated.
Could be that, yeah.
Maybe.
Because you have it, so
How long-
like you just use it.
Maybe. But still, it's like because you think about, well, I have to make it, so why not just make it like not look like shit?
I mean, yeah, I am more invested in a script. Unfortunately, the script is
I am
fucking
too.
ass. So,
Oh, here's another one. So look at the back right
No,
leg
stop
of the
it.
Oh,
chair.
no.
No, we're doing this.
Oh,
The back
it's
right leg of
No,
the
leave me
chair.
be.
the
It's
the
halfway
front two are
red.
like you're right, it is. Is that like you missed something?
No, that's a
colored in,
chair
or-
thing where
I
the
thought that was a
front
chair
two
thing,
legs
yeah.
are
Okay,
actually
alright,
more
it is.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
But it's the back right leg where the right side is actually red
Could it
and the
be
front side is brown.
Could it be there's a reddish light off to the right side of the room that's reflecting off it, Rags? Is that possible?
But
Definitely.
why wouldn't it be
that
reflecting
would,
off of her?
Because it's
And
a
the other
little
side of the,
it's a little laser
it's not
light that's
reflecting off
pointing
the
directly
pillar.
at the chair leg.
It's not
Yeah.
reflecting off the pillar though.
Yeah, because like I said, it's basically a cylinder light that only shines on that part of the leg of the chair to
I
create
see.
the aesthetic.
Okay.
Also, when you have because I'm doing this too here and there. In this new video, you see it more. But you have the for me, I use a whiteboard with markers of different colors, and like the last color that's being used, I have different images for the one that the dog's holding, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with here, this is a drawing that's being on one of these pull sheet things, but it's framed in gray and it just sort of stops where the image ends, you know? It's like, that's just,
You're just hating,
and
Rags.
the white of the image doesn't match the white of the board. It's just like, ah.
These are the little touches for
It's just because I just need a little break. That's
Well,
the
that's the thing.
thing.
If
All of this was just, I just needed a little break.
if the video was top notch and a friend showed you this, I imagine you'd be saying all of this stuff because you'd be like, "You are so close to greatness. Just get all these things tweaked and then
Yeah,
top
like
notch."
these are the final details for you to ascend into godhood.
Mm-hmm.
This is all that you need. But I'm saying this is
It's
just
a
because
fridge
this
hood.
has been an exhausting video
Yeah.
and like every sentence is wrong. So it's nice to just, you know, point
Take a
out
breath.
the fire pin, like the little gif of the fire and the bottom of it cuts off on the fireplace and the different dimensions of the it's just we're just enjoying it. You know what? It's all a joke.
Burning the
It's all a
unburned
joke. We're just
fire.
having fun.
It was all a
It's
joke,
just a
yeah.
joke. Yeah, it's just a joke. And if you just don't get it. This is highbrow humor. What we're doing here. We're experts.
So opening a
Yes,
story by fridging
quite.
someone sends a pretty audience that most
For fuck's sake, now that you pointed out that fire thing, I can't not see it. There's a distinct line where it cuts.
Yeah.
See, yeah.
Boo.
They cared
I saw
enough.
that. I saw that hours ago. And I was like, I'm just not gonna mention it. I'm just gonna torture
Well,
myself
I'll
for the greater
swoop
good.
in
A
and save you. Yeah.
heroic sacrifice.
You could have at
know?
least put it in line with the two bottom logs, you know what I mean? Just put it a little bit further down and those lines kind of match them a little bit so it would look a little better.
Yeah, or you make a drawing with that line in mind, you know? Or you mask the bottom of the image to where it's more blurred so you don't get a straight line. The fire just sort of appears.
You could even have
transitions
done
in and out.
like a
Because they
cartoony
care enough to
fire
get the gift.
where they did like, you know, like 6 frames of a fire just repeating, like to make papery fires. Like they could have done that.
Yeah, this looks like a fire in Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where everything's a cartoon, but the fire's like a real fire effect that's occurring on something.
Yeah. Like South Park.
Characters
This video isn't written as well as Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
No, of course not.
matter, which speedruns the disengaged audience problem. Fun fact, this is how Supernatural begins. I tried watching it way back when and lost interest after the first season or so, but I remember the pilot because it's burned into my brain.
It's not. I have criticisms of Supernatural. It's not a problem. The story begins with Jeffrey Dean Morgan's wife getting, like, I think she's possessed by Azazel, and she gets killed horribly, and it motivates him to become a hunter of demons. So, like, it's pretty much exactly what we were saying. It's like, that's not necessarily bad. You don't. I think you find out more about her as time goes on, and I know from the latest season some significant developments happen in relation to the mum. But I remember liking the pilot for Supernatural quite a bit, actually. So, yeah,
I have not seen it.
There's your setup.
season or so, but I remember the pilot because it's burned into my brain. Even at the time, I could kind of tell the writing wasn't working. First scene, we meet our protagonists as young children in an idyllic home with their father and mother. Smash cut to the night, their father wakes up to see his wife stuck to the ceiling with a horrified expression. Then she explodes and the house burns down. Smash cut to the main plot, it's a couple decades later, brother 1 is in college and has a girlfriend, brother 2 shows up and tries to give him a call to adventure to make the actual plot happen. Brother 1 is reluctant because he's got so much going on for him in his personal life right now. Then brother 1's girlfriend gets
Has this been a 15-minute? Has the music been going on this whole time?
I think
or
it
am I
has.
going insane?
Yes, it has been.
And I'm assuming you don't know the answer to
Okay.
that because, like me, you've tried to just fucking block it out.
Yeah, it's just it popped up again. My brain is just like, oh, music. I know that song.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's been there this whole time.
Just want to point out,
Okay.
she summarized most of episode 1, but she did it in a voice that makes it sound like all the plot points are just bad. Like, it'd just be like, you know, oh yeah, there's a character who lives in a fucking happy little place, and then his uncle has a ring, and apparently this ring is apparently just an evil ring, and he's gonna hand it down to him, and then the crazy wizard who's locally here sometimes is like, oh, it's a big spooky ring, and so he ends up going to a different place with a bunch of elves until he ends up in and you're just like, what are you doing? You're just saying the whole story.
stuck to the ceiling and explodes, so it's time for a road trip. It was kind of spooky. The second time it happened, I actually laughed. I looked this up to make sure I was remembering the details right, and apparently in the plot, both of these women were killed specifically because the bad guy had plans for the protagonist, and in the case of the girlfriend, he's the one who introduced them in the first place, specifically so he could manipulate the protagonist by killing her. That's just, I mean, God, that's so funny.
So
What's
that's what I
funny
meant.
about it?
It's like she's pointing out, see, it's fridging, but it's like, well, but wait, it has an in-narrative justification. There's a reason the villain is doing this to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the funny part? I
What's the
missed
funny?
the
Yeah.
joke. You just explained the reason for the thing,
Just don't.
but I guess. Okay. I guess.
That's the pilot. No wonder death is meaningless in this show. Tries to
She's
have
right
things
about that. Everybody dies in that show and then often comes back and stuff. It's a bit floopy.
Yeah, it happens in fucking
mm.
Universe too. It's shit.
Clearly disposable. Plus
all.
Yeah, you go ahead if you want.
Okay, I was confused. All narrative focus put on other character equals audience is not made to mourn the character who actually died. Yes, that is correct.
I mean,
good job. Move on.
Not made to audience.
don't
is
know,
not made to mourn the character. Odd wording, but
It's
why is
just
that
just
made to
goes
mourn
back
the
to
character?
yes, we're not supposed to mourn that character. We're
I
supposed
mean,
to
if you
care
want
about
us
the
to,
character.
you have to work for it.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I'm assuming you were going to say we don't mourn that character. We feel for the person who's lost them,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Beginning of God of War 2018.
That's fine. Like that's not. This is what I mean. I don't understand where the problem
Yes.
is. That is fine. Whether or
Yes,
not
if
they're a girl or a
person's-
boy, that is fine.
Yeah. It's I find this
I'd like
very
clarification on how she's defining
Same.
disposable.
Oh,
Person who
God.
dies, like, they were disposable. It's so
Kind of.
post hoc. Like if they died, they were
That's kind of what I'm
disposable.
leaning to at this point.
Yeah, especially
mean,
she
like,
described Black
like,
Widow as
that's what she said.
disposable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
it's
kill a character, that
insane.
means that their death is worth more than the things that they could do in life. That I mean, it's disposable. All deaths are
Which is an
they're just
absurd way to fucking figure
disposable.
it out. But yeah, we're out again because she's like talking about how obvious it is. Like the audience isn't gonna connect. But like, Supernatural was hyper popular. It only continued because people just kept wanting more of it. So like you can't appeal to the audience with this one. It worked for them. You know, on average, I guess. So I just think the audience is made to mourn the character who actually is not made to mourn them. I'm just like, I don't know, is that a problem? Is it a problem when someone dies and we didn't know them? It's where we've been for the whole thing.
Do I have to know everybody in a story?
Tries to have things both ways. It gives us a character who clearly doesn't matter on their own, and then kills them in a way that highlights that they didn't matter.
What makes a character matter on their own?
Matter on their own?
She said like a character who clearly doesn't matter on their own. It's like, what does that mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to
Mhm.
think.
If she's
Matter
just like
on
she
their
works in a
own.
diner or something, she's just doing it day to day. She hangs out with her friends and
Maybe-
family. Like,
Maybe she means that if the protagonist didn't exist, would the character matter?
but again,
But if the protagonist didn't exist, then we're talking about a whole different story.
yeah, it's just a different story.
I mean, the character matters to themselves. Like they care about themselves. Like, I'm sure they're not thrilled about dying, probably, so but they don't have to. How they feel about it is kind of irrelevant oftentimes, especially to how the protagonist feels about it.
I think a character mattering should be like tied thematically to the story somehow, and not just be like that. I liked that character, therefore that character matters. Like a comic relief character. It's like, oh, that guy made me laugh,
I don't know.
and then
It's
they die. It's like, oh, I
complex.
really
Well,
cared about that character. He mattered so much.
But if
I would just go into the pragmatic aspect of if you are introducing a character that does not matter, would not that screen time and effort and money go better into a character who does matter, who does have some influence on the plot or something?
So here's a question. It's basically been defined that if a character dies and it motivates a main character to do something, that's bad because they weren't a character on their own. They were just a thing that makes the character do something else. Like, so characters who die and don't motivate a character to do anything, is that like the most catastrophic thing ever? Or is it fine because it's whatever? Like, someone just gets killed and our character doesn't care about it.
Yeah, I feel with her logic, you could justify it both ways.
Yeah, I don't know what she would say about that.
I don't know. Yeah,
Because-
we've had 16 minutes of this, and I'm still just sort of baffled at the I was about to call it a process, but I don't think it's a process.
Mm-hmm. This is one of those EFAP acting dumb to make a point bits.
If you said to any of them, this character doesn't matter on their own, I absolutely guarantee that's not how you spell that word.
You'd know what they meant.
No.
Okay, so because you're a bit
guarantee
slow,
you
I'll help
they
you out. When you say, does a character matter, right? You've got, when they died and they motivate someone to do it, oh, so they mattered. It's like, no, that's not mattering to the story. It's like, oh. So you mean like they had their own character? It's like, yes. And I'm like, well, but that doesn't mean they mattered to anything. They just had a character. It's like, maybe it means they mattered if they have an impact on the world around them. Like, no, it means that they have to have a character to matter. I should be like, I have no fucking clue what you mean when you say they have to matter. I have no idea. I'm trying to find out, because otherwise I can't figure out your stupid formula. I think a character does matter if their death motivates somebody. I think they mattered.
Yeah, they influence change within the story.
Maybe it's a matter of
All
semantics,
the more
I don't
that
know.
it's necessary change.
They spur
Potentially.
agency in other characters.
Story by their own merit, but then tries to tell us that they're really mattered to the character we're supposed to sympathize with. It's like the worst kind of damsel in distress, a character in trouble whose only trait
How
we're
is
given to
it?
care about is that they're in trouble. It's
The funny thing is I don't think damsel in distress is a bad thing.
I'm fine with damsels being in distress.
I'm fine with men
In
being
fact,
in
I
distress
think
as well. Like, it's
Yeah.
fine. This is
I
what
mean, damsel
I
in
have
distress
a...
plays into the concept.
Mario
Go
goes to get Princess Peach.
There's a
right?
problem. She's a damsel in distress. Until she has her own game, then it's okay.
Well, I mean, she was in Super Mario 3D World. You can play as her. She's helping out in the adventure. Does that count?
I just like
Yeah.
tropes fucking annoy me, because it's just like, if you have your female character being something the man wants to save and she doesn't really have a character on her own, your story's bad. It's like, no, it's not. You just said it was.
No.
Can
I mean,
a man
if
be a
someone's-
damsel? What's the male equivalent of a damsel?
I probably still would be
Um,
called damsel in distress.
I
It
imagine
just-
it's the
I don't
same
know.
as you can call some male characters Mary Sue's, depending on, because Gary
Yeah.
Sue's a different sort
Yeah.
of thing.
If I see a girl locked in a tower and she's like, "Please help me! I'm stuck in this tower and I want to get out and I'm being trapped here against my will," how do I have to be like, "Yeah, but what's your backstory?
Oh my god.
What do
that-
you like?"
Dude, the definition of damsel in distress, bring you fucking, like, the whole of the
Wait,
world,
what, sorry?
whole of the world qualifies.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
So fucking stupid.
it does. And that I don't care if it does.
That's what I mean. It's like, what, you see of fucking tropes at this point. Like, avoid them to, so you get great stories, even if they kill a whole bunch of good stories on the way.
the epitome of tell don't show. If we don't care about the character unceremoniously, we'd never have a reason to care. If we do care about the character and they die quickly and unceremoniously, and all we focus on is how bad that makes someone else feel, it feels like a bad use of their
How bad it makes Thanos feel, Star-Lord feel, Nebula feel, the lack of her existence in this storyline and what that means for ongoing consequences, and then the fact that it ends the world. To a degree.
Yes.
Mhm.
Is all of that...
But other than that, nothing.
And
Yeah.
you
Other
can,
than
you
that,
can
it
tell
just gives the purple man sads.
she's compensating hardcore here because she just said, like, if we don't know the person, then why are we going to care? We know Gamora well. And she's like, yeah, but it's framed as though it's only sad for the purple guy.
I think this lady needs to understand that women are going to die in stories, and you're going to have to fucking grow up and get over it.
I like that someone
Be
said incel in
thankful that we
distress.
got great characters like Gamora and Black Widow. Be
Stress.
thankful.
Save the incel. Save the world.
Potential, and it makes us aware of the hand of the author, which is never a good. Some authors recognize this without really recognizing
Did
the
it skip
problem.
for anyone
We'll
else?
try to
Yeah, I don't know if I missed anything, but we
Or
can throw it
maybe-
back.
Yeah, it might
never
have just
have a
been bad
reason to
editing.
care. If we do care about the character and they die quickly and unceremoniously, and all we focus on is how bad that makes someone else feel, it feels like a bad use of their potential, and it makes us aware of the hand of
A
the
lot of
author,
feels
which is
arguments,
never
yeah.
a good thing. Now, some authors recognize this without really recognizing the problem, and will try to play it one of two ways. In one school of thought, the soon-to-be frigid character will suddenly be given an unprecedented amount of on-screen focus.
So this is closer to how we recognize it. And
Yeah.
our rules are very simple to the point where we don't even require fridging as the colloquial. We'll just be like, no, it's just a character that's just poorly characterized or essentially meaningless because there's just nothing, blah, blah, blah. Like her rules have involved, she's now saying, like, these are things that they try and compensate with. Meanwhile, we usually identify it with these.
Yeah.
And a handful of purposefully heartwarming or cute character traits being invested in this hitherto non-character, so it feels halfway momentous when they die. I like to call this the Whedon school of fridging, or the Coulson.
Wrong. Coulson had loads of screen time in all the collective MC up to this point. He gets loads in this.
But he doesn't remember
consistently-
those movies.
He's consistently characterized, and his death is very meaningful because it's an attempt to help out the heroes, even though he's completely outmatched. I like that she's the Whedon school of thought. It's not even Whedon's a fucking legend at killing people. He's like relatively famous for it. And chat's gonna know what I'm referencing. Fucking Firefly has one of the most referenced. Well, I say Firefly is more so Serenity, but you know what I'm talking about, chat. Then certainly Buffy and Angel's death scenes. Holy fuck, these are not characters that you don't know and only knew but for one scene before where they talked a lot. That's not at all what Whedon does.
Whedon is a legend at killing. That's a sentence.
He is. So is George R. R. Martin is really good at it too. I'm more than happy to say. This is bullshit. Like this is the worst way to kill characters. When you're like, the example she gives is pretty good. It's like, oh, in the little drawing where it's like, I'm this close to retirement and I love my wife. Like, yep, off you go. Fucking
It was his first mission.
the Resident Evil movies would do that we watched them. Like. Be like, oh, this character, he's nice. We like them. Oh, they're dead. Oh no. Oh.
If
Terrifying.
you're just existing and Alice shows up, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
You got a timer on you. You
Yeah,
get the fuck out of that story.
All three of the men she shows a love interest in, they all die. Some of them die twice.
Yeah.
So-
Like the groups that she comes across, her arrival will spell your doom. Leave.
I don't even know that she knows that Coulson was in other movies. Like, I don't even know that she
I
knows
could
that.
believe that she doesn't remember, or she never even saw it. It's hard to tell when you're just wrong about everything. It's hard to tell whether or not you
Mhm.
don't remember or you never even saw it to forget it.
Effect. This is the author's attempt to speedrun the getting the audience process without having to actually make the character.
It's such a bad example because Coulson was the perfect person to kill in terms of we can't kill any main characters, but we need to kill someone that's more meaningful than literally giving them one scene of going, ha ha ha, I'm a nice person. It's like, yeah, this guy has been in all the other movies. He's been really friendly with everybody. He's just trying to make everything work, and he's competent at his job. And he's also got some courage in there, so like it works. It's probably why Whedon chose to kill him. Obviously, he comes back in the show, but that's fine. We're ignoring that right now.
Stand on their own, or, like, matter. Side, sometimes a fridge character will give.
Wait, so she's saying Coulson didn't matter?
Okay.
Coulson
I-
absolutely mattered.
Okay.
All
Oh boy.
right, strategy 2. Suddenly tonally at peace. Have I told you guys I finished my bucket list? The last thing with it. All right.
How was that any different from the first one where you said 2 days from retirement in your little fucking is that was that they're nearly at peace and versus I am at peace and those are your two strategies?
I think you can separate these
That is
enough in that you can have a character that just, I don't know, their goals are complete, but they don't have to be old or young,
Yeah,
right?
one of them is that's right.
some kind of token justification for why their death is okay, usually along the lines of,
What's
I'm
the
at peace
example,
now, or I already have everything I wanted, or the real treasure was our friendship, or something. This is an attempt to kludge together a satisfying character resolution so it doesn't feel completely unceremonious, but it suffers from the fact that the fridged character definitely didn't have an arc leading up to it. It doesn't fully counterbalance the disengaging
Need an arc?
You don't have to have an arc.
A
How does she
whole
not know
arc?
this? How does she not know this?
You need a whole arc before you die, everybody? We've
Not
got
every-
shit.
But people
Lady,
in
I
real
got
life
places.
don't get everything that they want before they.
It's like,
Exactly.
lady, I got places to be.
We're so close to the end that I'm less invested in
Yeah,
responding
we
anymore.
are.
Yeah, just fucking.
And
yeah,
she's
just
referencing
fucking
some video
go.
that I haven't seen, so.
unceremonious character death because it feels token and disc. If the character's arc was really
Oh my god, this
resolved,
is
we
Mortal
probably
Engines. We
shouldn't
have to see Mortal Engines.
I'm on board with seeing that. at
Do
some
we
point,
have
yeah.
to?
Yeah.
What do you
Well,
mean?
yeah, we.
That movie
no,
seems
like,
like
really,
it'll be
this
perfect
is-
for EFAP movies. It looks insane.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I
alright.
think Mortal Engines. It's like the biggest bomb in history. So
Oh, really?
I know that much.
Ooh, maybe we
So
should do
it
an arc like
really
that.
is-
An arc of the biggest bombs
Just
in
all
history.
of the biggest box office bombs.
Oh,
yeah.
boy. That
I
sounds fun.
think watching this, understanding that it lost more money than like anything,
Anything.
will really be. I think it'll be interesting watching it, knowing
It'll be
that.
interesting to think about why you would do this movie, I guess, because probably we'll
Kind
watch it and be
of.
like, this was never going to make that much money. Why would you?
Yeah, I
get
think
so
it's
much money?
I would love to do an EFAP movies with it. I saw it, and I was one of the 3 people who went to theaters and saw it.
Yeah, $150 million budget, and it earned $83.7 million. It is estimated to have lost $175 million. Oh,
Why?
Neat.
By the way, if you look at the thing, she says, earlier in the story, fully unprompted, dialogue presumably from this character who's dying, when this body is done, throw my ashes to the wind and I can face anything, even death, as long as my spirit is free. You could subvert that and they don't die. Like,
Yeah,
absolutely.
That would be a beat, you
Yeah.
know? It's like they talk about how they're ready for death and then they don't die. Like, that's, you know, she's saying, like, it's obvious they're gonna die because they've talked about how they're happy to die. It's like, no, that could be that it's obvious they're not gonna die because they're the only character that's comfortable with it. Like, you don't know. It's not an indicator. It's not as strong an indicator as character we've never met before going, oh boy, I love living. Hey everyone.
I sure do love dying.
I hope I will die.
Oh, my grandma gave me my boot today. It's a real nice one. I'm gonna wear it loads. It's just, I actually would like a character like that. It'd be funny as fuck. He just never dies. Keeps talking about how great everything keeps getting.
Need to hear them say it out loud seconds before they die. It shouldn't need to hear the characters say I love you to know they're in love, you know? I love you shouldn't be a surprise.
Coming from the person who said they have to have like a speech before they die to make it ceremonial, it can't be quick.
You know what? I think there are certain people who just. I don't think I've ever told anyone that I love them. You know?
Well,
Like,
she's just,
I just have never said the words. So sometimes once a character says it, it's very meaningful because they said it, and it's not cheap. It's valuable that they said it.
agreed. Empire
the
Strikes
ad
Back.
break. The ad is coming. It's so close. We only probably have a minute left before the ad.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the example is given that Empire Strikes Back is that, basically.
Yep.
One of the
Love
most
you,
famous
I
movies
know.
of all time, but it does that.
The audience, and neither should I'm totes cool with death now. Both just end up feeling like a way to compensate for inadequate writing last minute. You may recall,
But see, the problem
Uh,
isn't... Black Widow.
Widow's death and Endgame did both of these things, and it was bad because neither of these writing tricks make up for wasted character.
It didn't actually do either of those things because she has a huge
Yeah.
fucking... It's so bizarre to pick her. At least I could understand picking Coulson because she hasn't seen the other movies, but... Endgame, like going after Black Widow while referencing the other movies, like, you must have seen her scenes, right? Just one of them. Just one of them.
Potential. Avoiding fridging is a matter of
Ooh, how to not
That's
fridge.
a lot of text.
okay.
Oh, this
here
is
we go.
great. Treat the character
Oh,
like
right.
a main character. Do you know how fucking
No.
dumb that
What if
statement
they're
is?
not?
What if,
What if
well,
they aren't?
treat the character like a main character implies there is more than main characters that are
Yeah.
characters. Therefore, do I treat everyone like a main character, or only the ones who die?
How? Yeah.
No,
Or at
every
least a
character's
beloved
main
secondary
character.
character. At least a
Well,
beloved secondary character.
Well,
What, you
this
mean, like
gets rid of
Black
the
Widow?
concept of a main character.
Yeah, it does,
Entirely.
doesn't it? If you treat, yeah.
Also, let's be frank. people have a hard enough time writing one main character. Let's pump the brakes on that one, all right? Let's walk
Yeah.
before we can fly.
Give them a character beyond their relationship with the hero, hopes, dreams, agency, other relationships.
Give them
Well,
a
that
character
depends,
beyond their
but-
relationship with the
It's
hero.
so funny because I just think about how Black Widow qualifies with all of these. I'm just like, oh, you mean how
Yeah.
she's got
Yeah.
her own Reddit ledger, but simultaneously wants to build a family relationship with the people, meaning she has
Give
both.
that. Oh no. I'm
Give
just
their death
reading
time
ahead.
and weight to have an impact on the characters, not just one scene or a couple. Wrong. Wrong.
Yeah, wrong. Remember the off-screen and property damage test when handling the emotional weight?
No, those
Don't
tests are shit.
disregard those tests.
Those tests
Disregard
are
the
bad. Forget they
tests.
exist.
This is
If
just
you-
not particularly valuable advice at all. You haven't helped me. Treat them like a main character. What if they're not? I don't have time for that. I have one main character who I'm focusing on, so that's where we got that out the window. Give them a character beyond their relationships. It's like, yeah, sure, but I could do that and still qualify as fridging under your definitions. So that's kind of worthless here. Give their time, death, and weight. No, that's the point. It's abrupt. It's okay, awesome. So have I now written a bad story because of all
Yes.
of these things?
Yes,
If
you
he
have.
had-
She
yeah,
said,
but that's what I mean.
Fring, you've done worse than that. You've been morally bad.
Being morally
Oh.
bad, that's right, yeah.
Oh, you've been the moral one this whole time, and now it's
Yeah.
I feel like
you
that's-
with us. You're with us.
That-
Get it our boat,
that-
Fringy. Take my hand. Take my hand.
Maybe more than any claim that was ever made in this video, that one required the most like substantiation, and we just got none for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The character,
This-
their narrative.
This
deep.
is another example of like just it's the certainty that bugs me. Like these rules
Yeah.
are written like commandments, and I'm looking
I'm
at these
so
rules,
correct.
and it's like I've studied writing. I've never seen these points anywhere in any books. Or like, and you're not even paying attention to your own terminology. Like you say, treat every character like the main character. Well, if you did that, then there wouldn't be any main characters.
To be fair to her, I think she's referring to any character that dies must be treated like a main character, which is still
Well,
stupid.
That is just like, I don't know what to do with that.
It's absurd.
Weird.
This is the
It
thing,
is absurd.
the Capazzo being the first one to go in Saving Private Ryan, he's probably the one we knew the least
Yeah.
about. Is that a problem? It's like, well,
Mhm.
that's just the nature of the
That's
story.
just what happened.
We got to spend the
Yeah,
least time
the
with
other
him.
guys are going to get more time because they were alive for a longer amount of time in the story.
treating
And
them
like,
like they
is
really
it fridging when like other people who don't even have names are getting killed, or is that just irrelevant? Like that's nothing.
Well, if they don't matter to the person that's better, that seems to be the implication.
Did in Civil War when Wanda like blew up and threw the thing up and it killed those people? Were they fridged for the sake of the Avengers?
Yes, because we didn't know them, and it motivated everyone to do things. Oh my god, these rules, they're just ugh,
Yeah.
they're infectious.
Bend
Thou
over
shalt
and-
not fridge.
are the
Shut
hero of their
up,
own
Rich.
story, and writing their death
Wait, does this mean that I forget his name in Suicide Squad. Milton?
Mm-hmm.
He got
He wasn't
fridged.
fridged. Or was he not fridged?
Well, no, he died
because-
quickly and unceremoniously, so he
but
was fridged.
only all right. Let's
And
discuss.
remember, they rushed his
Is-
character development. They rushed it. They rushed him to get it to become a
Yeah, he
superhero
was-
and find his purpose.
he was
so-
more he just helped them with plot stuff. Only one of the Suicide Squad cared when he died. He was killed unceremoniously.
Yeah, and
So-
they tried to cheat you by expediting character development right before he died.
Wait, what do you mean?
Or after he died.
I'm being facetious. I don't
It's his-
believe that they did. but
No,
he's
because
a
I'd
designer.
agree with Rags. It was after. I was just getting confused.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's so does that mean by her
Oh, sorry, I'm mixing them up. Not Milton. I'm mixing them up with Polka Dot Man. I'm an
No,
idiot.
yeah. Rags talking
Oh.
about the guy who got shot.
You're talking about Milton, yeah.
Milton. So I'm trying to think if by her criteria, many insert quotation marks is needed, does he count as being
He
fridged?
does. He has to.
Well, but so nobody did anything as a result of his death in terms of other than Polka Dot Man complaining about something for a bit, right?
Yeah, we
Right.
got some character about him, and I guess we also got character on the rest of them because they have their responses. And
Well, we
so
only care about Milton in relation to the Suicide Squad. We don't know what his hopes and dreams are, and we don't care because they're not relevant. All that we
Yeah,
care about
yeah.
is how our heroes use his death.
And
to
well, and I was
propel
gonna
the
say,
plot
it
forward.
seems like she would walk up to James Gunn and be like, "This whole Milton character's all wrong. You got to get us to know him." And then James Gunn's like, "No, the point is we don't know him."
That's the whole point.
That is the
And
point.
she's
It's
like,
like
"You're a
that is
shit
that is an
dude."
immoral point.
Yeah,
That
you
is
have
a-
you have
You're
become
immoral.
immoral. Yeah, we didn't even know Slipknot, the man who can climb anything, and he had the most impactful death in possibly all of
And
content.
what about all of the people who died on the beach? They all got the man with the spear. He got fridged for Harley.
Javelin?
Yeah.
All that we care about is his spear in relation to how it propels her journey forward. He got fridged. He
Unacceptable.
did.
Yeah, man. Boomerang got fridged.
Oh, and also, someone might be able to. Someone might argue that Rick Flag got fridged if they were being really stupid. He got fridged because all that matters is what this does to Peacemaker.
Yeah, you can argue it
Man.
with these flimsy rules for sure.
Yeah.
Character potential. Avoiding fridging is a matter of giving the due. It's about treating them like they really are the hero of their own story, and writing their death or brutalization as if that's where the story actually ends. How much more impactful?
I mean, that literally
them it
that
does.
is that is what it was
Them,
for
it
Black
does
Widow.
end there, yeah.
Yeah,
That is
is
one-to-one
a
what it was for Black
character's.
Widow.
I mean, a character's end is often. I mean, like that's what death is. That's the end of you.
I think what she means in terms of an end of the story is that the death has a relevance in terms of what their journey was, as opposed to just, like, say for example, you're learning all about sword fighting and then you're just hit by a train. You'd be like, oh, okay. Meanwhile, if you learn about sword fighting, you defeated some evil sword master person, you got really old, and then you were defeated by a new villain who's younger and faster, and just like, oh, there's some, I can see the through line there, as opposed to suddenly hit by train. I assume that's what she means, and like I said, Black Widow's, that is just 100% in line with everything that's happened to her in her story, so I just don't understand.
Would a fridging be if the story actually acted like an important story ending with their death? And how many riots would there be if an actually important main character was iced as unceremoniously as these fridging victims are?
Well, that's how many times does that happen?
That's happened a
though?
lot of
Like,
times.
That happened a
That's
lot.
the thing. Important characters can just fucking die. A
And
lot of
it-
the times, an unceremonious
just-
end is what it can add to the tragedy.
It all just goes back to how they do it. Like it's
Like
Pretty
what? Like you're gonna
frustrating.
act like all of this? Like, does she understand that for almost a decade, a show called Game of Thrones dominated popular culture?
killing main characters and beloved
Did-
characters left, right, and center unceremoniously.
Did she
Mhm.
just forget that existed? Like she forgot about Black Widow? Like, damn, I didn't even watch the show and I know about it.
If Captain America had gone over that cliff with a token little half piece now, there would have been fucking riots in the street.
No. Had he gone to Vormir with them too, that was his task, and he
he would've
concluded
totally
that
done it.
both of you need to live, that no one's sacrificing themselves, and then he fucking knocks them out or pushes them away and throws himself off. I think fans would be like, right, well, I mean, it's in line with a lot of what we believe to be true about him, but I don't
Yeah.
know that, like, there would be riots, like, in frustration over the death not be... Like, I think people would say that this was an ending that matches his storyline for the most part, but I think we would be actually discussing it. Maybe would have made more sense for Black Widow to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
maybe.
But Cap's already
Yeah.
done this. He did it in his first movie. It's just that he ended up
Yes,
getting
he
frozen.
did. He fridged himself.
So
Yeah.
it's just funny that she's
He
like...
literally.
Yeah.
People be so
Literally,
upset to see Cap fucking do something like that. It's like, we've seen him do something like that, but okay.
And you know it. I guess this is just another trope
And
that
you know it.
better to write
Oh,
actual
doesn't matter.
characters with agency and
Actual characters, you see.
Actual characters, not like
Jesus.
Black Widow, not like
Not like Black Widow.
Gamora.
Come on, just bring on the ad. Come on. Just
personal goals
do it.
instead of people-shaped plot devices. It's funny how often that happens.
Just say
So,
women.
yeah,
That's what you
thanks
mean.
again to World Anvil for sponsoring this
Yay.
video.
Yeah,
As you may
done.
know, World
Yay.
Anvil is designed to help organize your world building, making the whole process easier for writers, gamers,
They can help
and
you
Yeah,
creators.
organize
that
all the
looks
characters.
hard.
you're afraid.
That looks hard right
software with
there.
interactive world maps, family
No,
trees,
maybe it
a
is
fully
really good.
customizable
But yeah,
calendar, custom wikis you can use for
the music's still
characters and
going.
events, a built-in word processor
Yeah.
with a Scrivener-like
It
layout,
is,
and
yeah.
built-in story timelines. They also recently added a new tool called Chronos that lets you create multiple visual timelines, which also connects to
cool.
a map view or more than one map
That
view
is
to show
cool.
how
Yeah.
things change in your
Neat.
story over time. You can use it to navigate events, wars, character lives, the spread of a religion, pretty much anything that happens
Music's
in
gonna haunt
space
me in my
time.
dreams.
Yeah, but how many characters are you gonna fridge in that war?
Yeah.
All of them.
That's what I want to know. How many
Dude, that-
people die in that war for a cause that impacts history greatly that we'll never know about?
That software is
Thing.
pretty pimp. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, it's nifty. So
That's
some
cool.
good came of this video.
Yeah, there you go.
You can also
learned
make them
about
public
it.
so other people
I'm just trying to get us in
But-
that last 30 seconds. Okay, we nearly there.
Yeah, come
Oh,
on.
but
can
if
use it
you
to track
don't
your
end up
story and world.
subscribing
So-
to World Anvil, it'll be fridged.
Oh no.
And
True.
you're gonna fridge it if you don't subscribe.
all that sounds interesting,
much
check out the
is
link in
it?
the
Let me
description for more
check.
details. And an annual membership, you can now get 30% off with the promo code Overly Sarcastic.
Oh, she disappeared.
Let me
Ah.
see. Oh my
God.
goodness gracious.
Spooky
I didn't see. I'm
ghost.
looking at World Anvil.
Bam, bam, bam.
Do I have to where's the buy button? Create your own world now? Do I have to click here? No, I don't want to create an account. Just
I
tell
don't
me
want to.
what
No.
I can-
All right, I'll just look up World Anvil without going through the link. Let's see.
Yeah, I just want to
No, stop saying create your free account. Just tell me how much it costs.
yeah, tell me how much fucking money it costs. I've scrolled down and seen the same thing many times. Create your own world now.
Pricing.
Yeah, it's
There we go. Pricing. It's right there.
I found it. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it. Let's
So
see.
we've got so there's there's different plans.
Man, that's kind of expensive. Like,
So if you want the lowest plan, it's $50 for 12 months. So $50 a year. You get a gigabyte of uploads.
yes.
You
You get unlimited
see.
articles. I don't know what articles are. You get 5 universes / worlds. You can have 2 editors, 5 subscribers, and then you have article templates. And so, but you don't have manuscripts. You don't have interactive tables, family trees, advanced map features, markers, journey line marker, advanced access. There's a lot of features.
Is there no lifetime license for like a one-time payment?
No,
Is it-
they're
everything's
all
fucking subscription now.
Subscription.
God damn
Everything's
it.
subscription now. Yeah,
And this is yearly, yeah. So this will be the cheapest yearly, but there's a Grandmaster World.
that is
Smith,
160
which is-
Australian dollars.
It's 105 American.
Right.
It only comes with 5 gigs of storage. I mean,
I
I
don't
guess
know
that's.
about that
I
one.
guess
Doesn't
Is that like the
Google Chrome
highest
give you, like,
package?
doesn't Google Chrome
Yeah,
give
it's
you
the
15
highest.
gigs?
Damn.
Like Google Drive gives you like 15 gigabytes for nothing.
Well, let me check how much Steam gives you. Steam storage.
Yeah, you get 15 gig for nothing on a Drive.
How does Steam storage? I forget. I used to know. Steam profile storage. I don't know. It's not that important. I just feel like I guess if it's mostly Word documents and stuff and pictures, you have to upload a shit ton to get to 5 gigs, but still.
Then again, if you
I wonder how much
I don't know, man. It depends, like how many pictures
Yeah,
you've
that's-
got, like, and
that's
how
the
high
thing.
quality they are.
Yeah, and especially if you're talking about like maps and stuff and you want really good stuff. I feel like if you're paying $105 a month, you
Yeah.
should get more than you should get more than 5 gigs. I mean, it's 2021. Storage ain't exactly expensive. The free if you spend $50 a month, you only get 1 gig of storage.
Funny enough, I was just looking at the top comments, and there's one of the ones that I find most interesting is like, well, in fairness, this trope would work if you were writing a comedy, and it's just like, that alone destroys the
That
whole
alone,
video,
yeah.
like, before you even have anything that we've said.
And it works for more than just comedies.
Absolutely, but another one I spotted said, Red, just thought I'd tell you you're currently being covered by every frame of pause, and they're ripping this video apart. They've just gone through your Black Widow section. It's pretty clear you didn't watch any scene in the MCU involving Black Widow because the Avengers are my family thing was something established as far back as Age of Ultron. It's their core motivation in Civil War. And quite frankly, the reason they didn't bring up Nat after a bench in a lake, by the way, which is incredibly disingenuous as to what happened in that scene, was because they did the snap, then Thanos came back to kill them. Kind of hard to mourn someone in the middle of a battlefield trying to save the universe, and quite frankly, trying to say that Nat's death, which gives the Avengers the Soul Stone and allows them to undo the snap, has no narrative weight or stake in the plot, is a flat-out lie to push the idea that Nat was fridged. I'm sorry, Red, but you're wrong about this entire video. And it sounds, because I didn't even know her name was, is that, like, I'm guessing Red and Blue are their names?
Red and there's two of them?
Yeah, there's, because
The
that's
logo has two of them.
Yeah, there's a blue guy.
Oh, well, I don't know.
But
maybe it's like a writer, narrator, or artist. Maybe he does the little doodles, but I'm like, I think anyone could do that. Quite honestly.
I think the video was,
I am glad that there is an effort made to have like little illustrations that are about the point that you're doing.
Little pictures, yeah.
I think the video is not only bad, it's just really bad advice, especially for people going to it specifically for writing.
I think it's really bad advice. I think it'll throw you off, and I think that's the problem. Is like, I feel like a broken record, but I don't like the sort of like this type of writing advice where it's like, we'll see, you need to be hyper aware of like what other people are doing generally, and that should inform the decisions you're making for the story that you're trying to tell. But if you've got an idea that you think is really cool, I don't think that you should be allowing that to be warped and twisted based on like general perceptions at the moment of things that you should be doing and shouldn't be doing in terms of narrative structure or the types of characters you have, or like the kind of themes that you can look for. Fundamentally, does it make sense that your characters are going to behave this way? Does it tie into your theme really well? Does it make sense? Does it follow? Once you get that, that's kind of it. Like in anything else, you can start adding on and thinking about it a bit more in terms of enhancing it or pushing it further.
When you have like 10 people and they're like, it should be a 10-second death scene. No, 3 minutes. No, 1 minute with many things said. No, nothing said but 1 minute. It's like, oh, all of you killed. Just stop.
Well, yeah, because the actual advice should be, well, just think about what you want to achieve with this story. Think about the goals that you have in terms of the story you want to tell and the themes you want to hit at and the character payoffs you want. And if it follows and if it makes sense and if it feels right to you, that's it. Like, that's it. You shouldn't be encumbered with all of this baggage of like, well, you know, but generally there are these types of storytelling devices, and you know, it's just immoral, like to have characters get killed unceremoniously. So you shouldn't be doing that. I don't know how you could possibly hope to sit down and tell a story that you want to tell if like you're trying, because the reality is that these rules bend back on themselves, and there will often be examples that defy these rules where the rule, it's like, well, it doesn't apply there, but most of the time it's like, that's not helpful. That's really not helpful at all. There's got to be something more fundamental that you're trying to appeal to in terms of good and bad.
Right.
Doesn't let's see, someone said, doesn't Rags do the same stuff on a white background with maybe better points, lol? Well, I'm glad you brought it up because I thought through this quite a bit. I do have fairly recently, relatively to videos, introduced a whiteboard that I can use to display things or make doodles and whatnot. But I had the whiteboard drawn. That was a commission to have the whiteboard drawn. I got a font. I downloaded a font that looks like someone wrote on a whiteboard, right? I have different versions of the whiteboard and the dog on the chair. The dog on the chair, I got commissioned for that, so that he has different colors for the markers. So I have different marker colors, and I'll use corresponding text colors so that I even have them in my folder. I have them. So if I go to blue in my folder, then I have my whiteboard with no blue marker on the tray because the markers are on the tray. And it also brings up the dog with the blue marker in his hand because if it's in his hand, it won't be on the tray. And I can draw on top of it so that it fits with itself, right? It's not like I drew an image and just pasted it onto the whiteboard. I just draw on the whiteboard and that is an image. And I save it and I could put that on there. And also, the whiteboard will show up in a different image that I'm getting of the dog at a desk. This is really top level shit. It's like a 3D render. It looks insanely good, and you could see in the corner the edge of the whiteboard. So there's a little continuity there. And the
The
chair that the
rags
dog's
versus
using
expanding.
coming up to the whiteboard is the same chair that he uses when it's pulled up at the desk
Oh,
in the
the
Tiffer
rags
stuff.
universe. Look at
There,
it.
there
It's
is
expanding.
there is lore here.
Yeah.
So I put a lot of thought into this because I like it when everything just all sort of comes together and it makes sense. I was getting this and I was like, these markers. Yeah, it doesn't make sense if the dog's holding a colored marker and that marker also exists on the whiteboard, because the dog and the whiteboard, those are two different images, and one will just be on top of the other and they could slide in and move if they need to. Those are the details I go like, oh, that's the thing.
The
That's what I need.
Ragsverse. Going to a theater near
The
you.
Ragsverse.
Raggleverse.
But yeah.
Raguverse.
Yeah, I'm getting some art of me pulling it down. So when it slides down from the top, I'll be pulling it down. And when it goes away, or when I need to have it pushed in from the side, I have one of him pushing it, so that it's not just the board appearing. I have the option to have the dog actually making it move. It's the little things that add up.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to look nice.
So
that's the difference. Shadow.
Yeah, and just I saw it mentioned. It's like, well, it wasn't one of the worst videos you covered. It's like, I mean,
this is one of them.
it was pretty bad.
We keep saying that. That's the problem. We keep saying
Well,
that. It's now like
because
the
it's
scale.
true.
Well, remember, I said the CinemaSins one we watched last time about Train to Busan. That was like,
bizarre.
Yeah, it was bizarre
it
and
was
strange.
weird.
But this one, like, the reason why I would probably go as far as saying this one's pretty bad is because it's just bad advice, as well as just horribly worked out, and then misrepresenting loads of media. Like, man, this really does tick a lot of bad boxes.
I get what you mean. It's like it's an amalgamation of a lot of frustrating things.
And as someone said, it got worse as it went along. It's like, the Black Widow part really brought it down.
Yeah, like at some point it just fell off a cliff.
It did. It wasn't just like wrong. It was a pretty long video, and it was wrong for like the whole video. Almost every point made was wrong and unhelpful. And someone who legitimately followed this advice, their stories would not improve.
It's almost like you're getting directed into the forest, like you're getting lost. Like you've been given this map and you're like, all right, so the village is through this way. Oh wait, maybe turn left. Maybe turn left.
Yeah.
But right could work. Also, maybe it's like, okay, left, and then it's like, but remember, like you don't want to walk too fast. All right, you don't want to get to the town before sunset, or maybe you do. It's up to you really. But it would be morally wrong if you got there before sunset. It's like, but also watch out in the forest because the monsters come out at night, so you might want to keep a weapon on you. But then again, like it's their land. But then again, they will kill you. And it's like, okay. And then before you know it, it's the middle of the night. There are a pack of wolves descending on you.
It's like a map that's just taking you to a bad place is worse than no map.
Yeah, because with no map, you might end up going to the right place anyway. You'll figure it out for yourself. You'll be like, maybe I shouldn't walk off this cliff, as opposed to the map that says, do it. It's fine. There's a bridge here. It's invisible. You'll be all right.
I do think this was one of the worst. Yeah.
Supposed to do the Mary Sue video. No more short EFAPs. We're at 5 hours 20 minutes. We haven't even done super chats yet.
We're tired.
Super chats.
So, but I'll keep it in mind. Maybe we'll come back to it one day for the Mary Sue one. But I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I find Mary Sue discussions fucking boring as hell.
I do too.
Yeah, I don't really care.
It reminds me of genre where they talk so much about what qualifies or not, rather than just you get the point, right? That they're really badly characterized. That's the point.
Yeah, or you can't do this in the movie. It's not this genre. Or you need to do this in your movie because it's this genre. It's crap like that. I'm like,
maybe we'll check it out at some point. But yeah,
maybe.
Video bad. We're probably going to move into the super schlorms now. So, was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about in relation to this before we do?
No, it was shit.
And of
I'm
course,
ready to move on.
I just want to see a bunch of scenes reshot with like fridges in them now, where like Hawkeye and Black Widow get to the top of that cliff, and there's just a fridge there, and they're kind of
And he,
awkwardly fighting
and
over trying to climb into the fridge. Hawkeye pulls her out. He climbs in. She pulls him out, and then
See,
she
what I
finally kind of finds her way in, and then the fridge falls, and then it does that POV over the cliff shot where you just see the fridge at the bottom, and it's sad.
what I thought you were gonna say is I would like to see all of these famous and incredible scenes in, cinema reshot with her rules, quote unquote, in mind to see how much shittier they are.
Sure, that sounds great. That too.
No.
I guess if there was, because I feel like that when it comes to the writing advice stuff and the takeaway, I think the big actual piece of advice is whenever you hear something like that was in that video, it's worthwhile to immediately, even if you don't have a specific question in mind to counter it, you could just be like, what if this is wrong? And that might like help you sort of take more of an approach of what ways do I think that this rule breaks? Because, if the rule breaks, then at that point we're dealing with something a little bit different from a rule. It's more like a suggestion, and a suggestion can have value as well. But if it's a suggestion, you'd be more willing to accept that it would be contextual. Like it depends
Right.
whether or not this is a suggestion that'll work for me. But if there's like a rule of like this is just bad, it's always worthwhile to go, what if you're wrong? Like what if it isn't bad? And even if you don't quite know why you think that, or even if you don't necessarily think that, might be worthwhile to just bring that question up and then explore it. And then maybe
Right.
you might find that there is an actual underlying truth that you can get at that is super helpful for your writing adventures.
Yeah.
That would be the thing. Don't just accept it wholesale. Read it and then think, let me think about it, and then just go from there. And then hopefully you'll arrive at some rules that are working for you.
Right.
It makes me think of because we kind of did the same thing here we did with the extra credits one about you can't have evil factions. Remember that?
Yeah.
We just spend most of it talking about all this great media that is beloved by many, that is doing the things she's talking about, but she just like happens to avoid talking about those ones specifically. It's just like
Right.
Right.
And that's
I mean,
the thing, is if you can bring up examples to the contrary and they work, if you can figure out why they work, you're probably going to be able to hit at some underlying point that is way more valuable to you when it comes to writing. Like if you can figure out why is it that this works despite falling into this archetype or trope, then maybe you'll be like, oh, so really the fundamental thing that I want to achieve here is this, rather than
Yeah.
avoid this because other people have done it a lot. This is not helpful.
Right.
This is a video that you could tell when they were making this. They never considered when they were writing it out. What could someone say in opposition to this? Or should I double
Yeah.
check what I just said?
Right.
When you have to
No, but-
forget
yeah.
Game of Thrones existed, you probably need to think a bit more.
Well,
Right.
yeah, because I guess the problem is it's like you might run into the issue of if you think about counters, you might find a really good one, and it's like, oh, but then at that point it should be, oh, maybe I don't believe this, and I should maybe there's a different thing that I believe when it comes to writing instead of just disregarding it.
I doubt she'll talk to us at all, but I would just be like, I genuinely think you're very mistaken, and I to the point where I'd be confident that if we gave her particular piece of information, she would have to clarify and rethink the entire position, especially on Black Widow. That's the big one. She's clearly not registered a lot of what makes Black Widow's story her story, yeah. And it's a little bit, it's just like, it seems to me you really liked her, and you really like Gamora, and you were like, no, don't die. Okay, now I'm gonna make a video about how it's a trope to kill them, and it's morally evil to do so. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Tell me you care about someone
Bizarre.
without telling me you care about somebody, I guess.
Yeah, bizarre, terrible video.
Not a fan of the video.
Not a fan.
No.
Very bad.
It was interesting because, like,
poorly informed, bad advice, juvenile.
I think it was really good for us because, like, it just got us to talk about so many things to do with storytelling. And I find it interesting that most of the time when we criticize stuff or praise it, we don't typically talk about tropes, like, ever.
No.
I don't like to talk about tropes or genre or things like that because I find that it just start getting stuck in the weeds because it's all big, broad definitions of things that people think they agree on, but then when you start talking about it, we find that we disagree on a lot of the underlying things. So, yeah. Just try and take the story for what it is, because, like, how much you've experienced in terms of media is going to differ from somebody else. And if we're trying to have a conversation. We kind of need to get on the same page.
Oh, and yeah, because I just saw, I don't know if it was an old or new comment, it doesn't really matter, but someone mentioning, I feel like Clint is much poorer characterization than Black Widow.
He's much flatter.
I didn't hear any complaints.
I mean, we talk about characters in that film, like Black Widow is the strongest.
Yeah, I would say so. She's the least damaged.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, John, Metal, you lads want to stay, or do you want to maybe go do life things?
I'll hang out for a bit. I don't mind.
I just got myself another can of beer. I'm around.
Very well. Alrighty then, because that seems about that for talking about a wonderful video.
What I took
the good
away
thing
from
is
this
we can do away with words like kill, murder, and death, and just say fridge for everything. Like, did you hear about that guy who fridged all those people?
It does make the conversation quicker, we'll say.
Yeah,
double dash.
Less words to remember. Just replace them all with fridge.
Double dash? What are you talking about?
Wait, is it not? I just saw the warning thing. That looks like the double dash one. Oh no, you're playing Mario Party, aren't you?
I'm on 6 now.
Yeah, it's Mario Party.
And I don't mind that she's wrong about shit. Everybody's wrong about something. Nobody has all the answers. I just don't dig the certainty. Speaking from this top-down place of authority, this is how it needs to be done, and there's no kind of investigation into what the proper way of doing things might be. Like, if she could have framed this all differently with the same points, and it wouldn't come off as pretentious, you know.
It's
I mean,
like,
God,
wrong.
The armchair and
like,
fireplace, it's done unironically.
I wonder if it is on purpose.
I've got it all figured out, and here's how it is.
Are you supposed to put that with overly sarcastic? Is it supposed to be? We're not supposed to be taking that seriously.
I don't think there is any sarcasm. I'm not sure why. Like, that's the name of the account.
You mentioned that because there aren't many jokes in that video. It's very straight. Like, it's actually played incredibly straight. There's not many jokes at all.
Yeah, and she feels frustrated at points in the video. So she's had to deal with this because these stories are bullshit, sort of thing.
Yeah, this was totally a serious video. Absolutely.
So anyway.
All right.
The first one says, Morley, I finished Squid Game, and then it says some things that I can't read out.
All right.
So, if you didn't know, person who sent that, as well as everyone in chat, Wednesday, we're doing a Squid Game EFAP. Probably going to be a long boy. So we're going to talk all about it, and hopefully we'll cover everyone's grievances as well as praises. I imagine it'll be a fun one. So, yeah, there you go. Bringy, what do you think of the contentious political topic that may get you cancelled?
I don't. I am caffeine deficient right now, so.
Oh, I think it's that thing.
That particular, yeah.
That thing.
I agree with chat. It's bad.
Very bad. I agree.
Sent me this. He said he fixed it for me.
Oh, did it?
Oh,
it
he fixed
so much nicer.
Wait, what he fixed? Did he make the white match?
Well, I mean, like all of it, essentially.
Oh, right, because he's repaint. That looks way nicer. Yeah, it does.
That's nicer. Yeah.
But the main reason being that it's more cohesive as an image. That's
the light, the firelight.
Oh, the bookcase goes all the way back. The books are 3D.
He added shadows.
Did forget about the red log at the bottom there. The red on one side. He might have just gotten
rid of it. Oh yeah, he did. That's all right. This is a huge improvement. I like this a lot better. It looks more cozy.
That looks, yeah, like it's seriously though, like I would say to like in terms of the original creator, it might be worthwhile to just like
get
a new one.
Nice. Yeah, you gotta.
You can keep the same aesthetic as well. Like, I actually like the fire and the logs and the like, I like that. I just, make it all nice and cohesive.
Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
I haven't seen this one, but you should also look at the Overly Sarcastic video on Mary Sue, an absolute trash video going as far to say Beowulf is a Mary Sue and Ray isn't.
I mean,
I'm not
I don't know
familiar
enough about
with-
Beowulf, so
Yeah,
I
I'm not
mean-
familiar with Beowulf, so maybe, I'm not sure.
I've seen the weird animated one that was with Anthony
the
Hopkins.
one by
Yeah.
Zemeckis. I don't
So
think I've seen that.
yeah, I can't remember enough of it to know if it would qualify, but I don't know. The Ray isn't part. That's interesting. Also, to show I mean no harm, high rags.
Hello.
Good luck. Fridging is a funny trope. It's I don't even know
Fucking
what I think in
stupid.
total of it. I find it frustrating. I don't know.
All this told me is like it's all about execution. Like, who gives a fucking shit? If
As
it's
per
good,
usual.
it's good. Who cares if it's a trope, a cliche, whatever?
Well, yeah, because if I
It's
said
so
like
stupid.
never gloomp a character, and you're like, what does that mean? It's like it's when you kill them in an environment where, you know, fucking the main villain hit them with something when they shouldn't have been able to. It's like that just sounds like something else. Why are you calling that gloomp?
Yeah. Why does it need a name? It's like, hey, don't gleam. It's like, what's gleam? So it's when you establish one thing and then contradict it later on, and it doesn't make sense. It's like, oh, so
just the
just doesn't
contradiction.
make sense. Yeah, it's gleaming. Don't gleam.
Gleaming,
What do you
you
mean
fuck.
don't gleam? Why do you keep saying that? Gleaming.
gleams.
Like,
Yeah, you definitely don't want to jibby dibbit, which is when you do a handstand in a triangular room. You don't want to do that. That's a bad thing.
Hmm.
That is a bad thing.
now I'm thinking about like if you have tropes in video games, right? Not the video series, like just actual things that are just recurring elements in games.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think every time you try and qualify one of those, you'd be able to qualify it without relying on like the fact that it's done by other things. It would always be some sort of mechanical issue in the game, or some problem that doesn't line up with the other mechanics. I don't know, just can we... I guess the focus on them being tropes feels like a waste of time. Like,
Yeah,
what we're
especially when-
actually complaining about is that it's just a bad thing in this particular story.
I find it beyond
game
frustrating
movie.
if you spend so much time identifying it, telling people not to do it, and then you go, but sometimes it's okay. It's like, oh my god.
So there is some other thing. I feel. Do you ever feel like that's sort of almost basic, just deduction stuff that we need to work on there? Like, you understand that if you say, but sometimes it's okay, then what you're talking, there is something else that is the problem. Then it's
Yeah.
not what you've just talked about; it's something else.
Unless
and
it's
we've just
this
wasted time.
General advice, like, don't
Yeah,
fucking
sure.
go to the edge of a cliff because you might fall. You're like, well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could do it with story, because again, like I think it's just framing it as advice, like, hey, buddy, you've never written a story before, maybe just do 3 acts, okay? You can start messing around with other stuff later on, but like for the first time around, maybe just focus on making sure that like there is a beginning, middle, and end. Just do the basics.
Mhm.
Or like, hey, I know like you've only written a couple of stories, it might be worthwhile to just like have a main character who goes on an arc, and it's just the standard. He thought he wanted this, but really he wanted this. Nice, basic, simple story. And then it's like, but again, it's like, there's a difference between that and saying, so never deviate from the standard, like, the hero thinks he wants this, and then he actually wants something else. That is fundamentally, you have to do that. Yeah, I don't know. It's too restrictive. It's just too restrictive, I think. Less
Right.
rules, please.
Yeah, boy, here from the start, hoping to edge for at least 9 hours. Well, we're at
boy.
5.5, so
Oh,
let's
good
see how
luck.
it go. I mean no harm. I submit to you a very peaceful high rags. And to further prove my harmlessness, I submit a high fringy.
Sorry.
Oh, hi!
That's like super peace at that point.
That is very
Yeah.
peaceful.
Can you say what? But you're all my real friends. This meme doesn't make sense. Okay. Wait, do you want everyone to say that or just me? I guess I'll do it, and then that should hopefully be enough. What? But you're all my real friends. This meme doesn't make sense. There you go. Also high ranks.
Maybe it's
Shut
like
up.
the inflection, what? But you're all my real friends. This meme doesn't make sense.
There you go. Another
Like the meme is one of them is your real friend, but you're like, no, all of them are my real friends. So this meme doesn't make sense because of it.
Fringy and Morley, watch Fotman for EFAP movies, please. Assuming they mean Fat Man.
Thought Man.
No,
Is that
oh,
the-
Botman.
It's the Mel Gibson one, right?
Is that? Do you mean Pig, or is that a different thing?
No, Mel Gibson's Santa Claus in Fat Man.
Oh, right. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm mixing them up completely. Yeah, it's a potential Christmas movie. I'm not for us for EFAP. I'm not sure if we'll do it. We'll figure it out.
Christmas.
Train to Busan. I thought the main guy at the start of the movie was being told to sell off the bio company's stocks. The big wigs know what's coming and want to get out. Loved it. Watched it last night because of you. Specifically, I can't remember exactly what was sold or sorted.
I
that
think he
conversation.
was. I think that was the idea. He could see what was coming, so he wanted to sell
Right.
because the price was about to tank.
Mm.
So he wanted to get rid of them and get their values. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
that's what was happening. Yeah.
I couldn't remember the specifics though, like what stocks, if not all. I think it was just the ones related to that. If ever you met someone who's never watched a movie before, which movie would you recommend to them first? Also, high rags.
Hello, who's never seen a movie before?
Yeah,
So I feel like we want to do fundamental, something super fundamental.
something grounded, probably non-fantasy or sci-fi.
Probably.
I would
A
maybe
s-
I
a
was
Serbian
thinking something
film?
lighthearted and animated.
Maybe a lighthearted.
Sorry,
animated,
Yeah, like a
Um,
Disney, one of those Disney classic movies, you know, that's really
What, like
approachable.
maybe
and
Snow
has-
White and the Seven Dwarves or something? Lion King?
Maybe-
that could be a good.
maybe
that
like
could
a
be good
Lion
one.
King. Yeah.
No, people. Let's do people actually. Like
Really?
I feel if they've never seen a
Um,
movie before, I feel like it's a good way to introduce them to how, because it'll be a fun journey, right? To start giving them like,
true.
how about a
Yeah.
movie with talking animals, and they're like, what?
You know what? Someone said 12
Well-
Angry Men. That's a good choice. I like that one.
Yeah, good movie.
Yeah. And you know, if you want any other information on why it's such a great movie, 12 Angry Men video on my channel. Go check it out.
You made a video on that?
I did.
Cringe.
Cringe.
It's the best example of blocking I can think of in a film.
What,
One
in
of them.
terms of like cinematography and stuff?
Yeah.
That's what blocking
Yeah, no, it's
would be, right?
cinematography is that.
Um,
Raiders of the Lost Ark could be fun as like an adventure, you know? This is what an adventure movie is.
Yeah. I don't know about
BRB.
Human Centipede. I'm gonna vote no on that one. I think.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with one of, like an animated Disney sort of classic, or maybe one of the Pixar, something that's super approachable from all different kinds of people. That's very kind of vibrant and like they could understand all the messages. It's not super complex, I guess. Something like that. I think that would be a really good first movie for someone.
Yeah,
Especially if I don't know who.
if they've never seen a movie ever, like you'd want to show them like a good movie that's like the moviest movie ever, like Good Will Hunting or something like that. That movie is the moviest movie.
And then you'd be like, right, time to expand your brain. We're gonna go crazy.
Crazy.
Also, high rags.
Hello.
Sup, John, high rags, and hello, all my N-words. Hello.
Hi.
Started.
Hello, Mola, Fringy, Metal, and Rags.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you guys seen Dune yet? Any non-spoiler thoughts? Oh.
Not yet. I'm planning to see that with my dad. He had a minor surgery on his foot, so he's hanging out at the house for a while until he could start walking around again. So that once he's up and about, that is going to be our return to theater movie. Now that those are kind of back in the swing of things and are normal, so we're gonna go see Dune in the theater once we can. Looking forward to it. It should be nifty. I kind of want to go see it.
I've seen it, and I feel like I'll wait for a little bit before saying anything about it. In fact, you'll probably hear me say stuff about it on Real BBC. For EFAP, I know that Fringy, Metal, and Rags are intending to see it, so I'd rather not say anything.
Yeah.
I'll talk
We
with
shall
people who have
see.
seen it. Yeah.
We shall see.
Also,
Just
would it-
tell me how it ends.
look on my Twitter. You can see what I said about the ending. Also, would it be better to have AI or human supercomputers? What would it be? A human
Is
supercomputer?
capable of. Yeah, I'm not sure a human is capable of it, but if you had a human who also had the thought power of a supercomputer versus an AI, I don't know. It depends on the AI and depends on the human. That's the thing. I feel like both could go either way.
I do kind of wonder
terms
if
of-
you had a human with the potential of like a huge, amazing supercomputer, like well beyond what it is. It's like, are they human at that point, or are they like? I wonder if they'd alter everything about them, you know?
Yeah, if something is truly an AI in the sense that it's indistinguishable from a person or a human mind, but you give both a human and an AI the same like thought power, I don't know if there's really a meaningful distinction between the two at that point.
What is Michael Bay's best, objectively best movie? Fucking, I'm not even sure.
No.
I'd have to look at the list.
I'm sure he's made some bangers, I think.
The Rock is a dope movie.
Michael Bay movies.
Is it his movie though, or is he just a producer?
He directed it, didn't write it.
I can never remember if he did. Yeah, no, you're right, he did. Yeah, because there's a lot of visuals in that film that are very Michael Bay.
That's my favorite of his.
That's probably my favorite of his. Yeah, I don't know if anything's gonna beat that.
Which one?
The Rock.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's
Not
a good one.
Welcome to the Rock.
Transformers, Age of Extinction.
No, I thought about
It's
it.
the greatest movie.
Have
It's
you
a close
seen,
one, but I think I go with The Rock.
Have you guys seen The Rock? I know Mel
haven't
and John
seen The
have.
Rock.
I have not. No.
Oh boy,
I have not
Mel.
seen it.
That's pretty
Ooh.
EFAP movies potential, I'd say.
Hell yeah.
Oh boy,
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
he directed all kinds of. He did
I pressed the wrong
Meatloaf's Bat
button.
Out of Hell 2. Picture show. That was a music video. That was a good one. Actually, I don't know anything about it.
Hey Frinkled, I didn't mean to get you so riled up with the Smash question. I didn't know that argument was so common. Also, thoughts on Sora and High Rags?
Hello.
I wasn't actually that riled up. That was like I just find it annoying. But as for Sora, that's I find this is interesting when people talk about characters who they want in Smash, because you know I don't care about Kingdom Hearts. I don't care, but
Yeah.
that feels like a fair choice in terms of a character to include in Smash Brothers. You know, it's like a well-known character from a popular franchise that to some extent has been relevant on Nintendo platforms. That feels like a fair choice. So
But the
I
DS games, right? For
I think there
Kingdom
were, yeah, like Dream Drop Distance or something. I remember hearing
Yeah.
about that. But yeah, like it feels like a fair choice. So I can look at that and be, well, it's not a character that I personally would have wanted, but that's cool. And I mean, I feel like it's the same for Minecraft. Minecraft feels like a perfectly... In fact, Minecraft is a more than apt. That's like a really great idea to have a Minecraft character in Smash. Conversely, Byleth, that's... I don't think that's a good choice. This character from this game that came out when you already have like 9 characters from this franchise, no. Like, no, that's taken up slots that could have been taken up by a rep for a whole other franchise. Like, yeah, somebody said Leon Kennedy. It's like, that feels like a much better choice than Byleth. Especially considering that, like, Resident Evil 4 came out on GameCube originally. Get him in
Yeah.
there.
That was
Get
very
Dante in there.
influential.
Because we don't Persona 5, like, that character I'm pretty sure was only in PlayStation, but that's fine. If we're going to do that, at that point, yeah, get Dante in there, get Crash or Spyro. Just get whoever, put him in there. Yeah, well, I mean, they got a good relationship with Microsoft by the sounds of
John
it. Get
Halo,
Master Chief in
put
there.
him in there.
John Halo, yeah.
I don't know
Jonathan
how
Halo.
people tolerate. I don't know how people tolerate the online multiplayer with that input lag. I keep like
On Smash?
I'm like, yeah, I own Smash,
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm
pretty
just, I
bad.
never fucking play this game. I don't know why. And then I played it recently, and the input lag is so dreadful. Like, I don't know how this is. I mean, I guess most people just do the
Because
couch
the
co-op.
PC has
That's fine.
spoiled you, or
I'm
I'm assuming other console games have better input delay.
Yeah, the
than-
lag is pretty
No,
bad on
Smash
Smash.
has always been shit online.
Bad online,
Like
yeah.
every
That's
single
just
one of
a
them.
Nintendo
Oh,
problem,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Wii one was even Brawl was even worse.
Yeah, Brawl was a disaster on some online.
Yeah, because it used like the frame sync method, so everything was choppy as fuck every single match.
Again,
playing
Fringy,
Smash at the
Sakurai's
moment.
bias towards Fire Emblem. Yeah, well, sure, maybe that's an explanation, but it's not an excuse. It's, I mean, like, because I know that there's a bit of a Kirby bias, but, like, that makes way more sense to me to have a Kirby bias. Like, Kirby is a long-running Nintendo franchise. I mean, look at that. Kirby only has 3 characters. And it's like, Kirby's always super important, like, in terms of these games and stuff, but, I'm totally fine with that. I mean, really, if anything, there should be a Mario bias. Like, there ought to be a Mario bias if there is one, but yeah. Ideally, no bias, though. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much are the DLC characters? Do we have like a pack or something? Or are they all individual?
Pricey.
They're 110 coins each.
How much
Microsoft points.
Or 20 red coins.
Everyone remembers that.
Fringy, Fire Emblem goes all the way back to the NES. Okay, so I'm just going. Let me look up sales figures for these franchises. I'm getting tired of these points. Like, I'm pretty sure that Fire Emblem has not sold as well as. Hold on. Let's look up the best-selling games on Nintendo Switch just to put things into perspective. You know, for just how popular these franchises really are. Nintendo Switch. Give me a minute here. Goalpost moved. Sorry, well, I'm pretty sure that in the last stream, if you remember my point, one of the big things is how popular they are. Like, I think that is a relevant factor. Alright. Best-selling game on Nintendo Switch is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 37 million copies. The next one is Animal Crossing at 33 million copies. So Animal Crossing, I would say, deserves more than 2 characters. You know what? Legend of Zelda Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, 24 million copies. Breath of the Wild, 23 million copies. You know what? Zelda could stand to have another character, I think. Pokemon Sword and Shield, 21 million copies. Man, look at these games. Splatoon 2, 12.45 million. I am jumping a bit now. 12.45 million copies. God damn. Where's Fire Emblem? Hold on. Where is it? Where is Fire Emblem? The best-selling one in the series. 2.87 million. Man, you know what? 3 million? That's like a tenth of 37 million.
Everyone's asking how popular is it in Japan?
This is worldwide sales.
Oh, there you go.
Like, I mean,
so the number is going to be
Japan,
lower. If you could
yeah, the number will be lower, that's right. Dude, like, I'm pretty sure, as you just look through this list, it's like, man, it feels like Ring Fit Adventure, you probably did a rep from Ring Fit Adventure. It's like, why the hate for Fire Emblem? I don't hate Fire Emblem. I think it's a cool game, but there are like 10 Fire Emblem characters in Ultimate. There's like as many Fire Emblem characters as there are Mario characters, and that is bullshit. That is absolute bullshit when we're talking about the legacy of these franchises. Like, there's no arguing around that one. Oh my god,
just killed myself. I fridged myself.
No.
Why are there 3 Metroid characters in Smash if it's just about sales figures? Okay, so, like, 3 versus 10. And I didn't say it was just about that either. When we're talking about diversity of characters, Samus and Ridley are nothing alike. But, like, I don't know if you can sit there and be like, you know what, Ike and Marth, like, they're very different. And they're like, the most different if you compare them, in terms of one being heavy attacks and one being light attacks. You're making it into it? I said it was one factor. Samus and Zero Suit Samus are totally different too. That's right.
Oi Morley, Cinema Sins Civil War video too spoopy for you? We could cover that someday, I guess.
No.
I mean, Cinema Sins is, you know, don't take too much in a row is what they say, right? Be careful.
Don't OD on Cinema Sins.
Are you Massives planning to play the next game from Supermassive Games, House of Ashes, this Halloween? Coming to in 3 or 4 days, yes.
I took a day off for that. Phew.
That is a way to spend your life, yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Um,
It's gonna be so shit.
It'll be great. What are you talking about?
Uh,
Oh god, Bowser's minigame. Oh. I agree with your criticism of Atla, but still love it. So I was wondering if there's anything you remember from the show that it did really well. Hi, Raggle Daggle. I was waiting for him to say hi back.
Rip.
Wait,
Yeah,
Fraggle Dangle. Oh, that's me. Hi.
Oh, Raggle Daggle.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay, fine.
He's having a pee or something. It's fine. Yeah, Iroh, I think I would argue that he's done really well. This, like a character that is a part of the sort of evil empire in a way, but, doesn't believe in their goals, but at the same time his whole family are into it. And so it's only, he's like building a force in the background to try and undermine it eventually, but also try to get his family to come with him, sort of thing. I think there's lots of good stuff there.
There's too many characters that use fists in that game with Fringy's stupid logic of Smash inclusion. Okay, I feel like that's just bad faith right there. They're just like, oh, specifically that they have swords. I guess, alright, let's lay it out from the beginning. So, I think that the decisions that you make in terms of adding characters into Smash Brothers should be determined by a variety of factors, including, but not limited to, how popular is the franchise, what is the significance in terms of its legacy to Nintendo, also, like, how diverse is the roster in terms of characters that are very different in terms of how big they are, how fast they move, what are their primary weapons that they have. You have a ton of these factors. By that metric, I do not think that there should be 10 Fire Emblem characters who fight with swords. That's basically it. That's the take.
That seems like overkill.
No?
Yeah.
There's like 10 characters. There's
Yeah.
representation for like
Smash?
every single game.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Waluigi, who would be very different, I would imagine, from every other Mario character that they've added, man, feels like a really great choice that we don't have in this game.
Yeah,
I
he's
never
so
knew
weirdly
about, like,
proportioned.
Mm-hmm.
When I
You'd have,
started
like, a
playing
whole-
Smash, I never knew about ice climbers or Ness or
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like these are some really cool choices in terms of
Pit?
pulling characters. Pit is another one.
yeah, I never knew
Um,
about it. A lot of these
Little
you know,
Mac is kind of reaching back a bit too. And also like the Duck Hunt characters. It's like this is kind of fun picking characters who had a history with Nintendo. And it feels like there have to be more than that who haven't gotten a chance. But Byleth gets one.
Damn, those fighter passes are pricey.
They are pricey, yeah.
25
Stop
for the
discounting
first
Japanese
one.
culture.
and
Dude,
the-
if they even got like
What?
8 characters, what I don't is this actually an argument that like Fire Emblem's more popular in Japan, therefore that's the reason why they're in there? Because like I don't know if that's an explanation. That's not really a justification. And plus, like, I don't even have a problem with that, because I'm pretty sure Dragon Quest, that's not... Like, Dragon Quest
I
is
don't
more
even know what
popular in
that is.
Japan. Well, that's the thing, right? It's not super popular here, but really popular in Japan. And that franchise got a character added in. That's cool. But, like, that's because he's from a different franchise. Like, you're giving other characters from other franchises a chance to be in it. Because that's the reality of it. When one character gets a slot, that's somebody who doesn't get to be part of the game. Somebody who people would like. It would be cool to have. I think it would be cooler to have like some indie, because you got Hollow Knight skins. You should put like not
Yeah.
Hollow Knight. No, there is a Hollow Knight skin, but you could put Hollow Knight in the game or Shovel Knight. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool if you could add those guys in there.
Pretty
Oh,
sure
nice.
there's Hollow Knight spirits, like those supporting.
I think there
thingy
are.
from the game,
I think
because
there's a
I'm pretty sure I
skin,
unlocked one earlier
the
today.
Raker.
Because
Yeah.
I'm playing Smash at the moment, actually.
Yeah, I guess the problem is like I don't know that I'm not sure why someone would be like, okay, so presented the option between the 9th Fire Emblem character and somebody who is from a different franchise entirely. I don't know why you would say, Yeah, 9th Fire Emblem character. Let's add him in, because frankly, I'd be cool with not adding any more Mario characters either. But like, I would sooner add another Mario character than I would a Fire Emblem character.
Yeah.
Because there's just way more diversity in terms of like the roster of Mario characters, in terms of size, how fast they move, what weapons they use.
Alrighty then.
But yeah, I'm happy to stop talking about that. I'm actually not that invested.
Clearly not that invested, yeah.
No, I know. I'm very much not. I don't actually care. All right.
Liar.
Wish I could stay and watch, but I have to go to work. I'll definitely check out soon, though. Also, hi, Rags.
Hi.
Hope you have fun when you finally got through this, presumably 9-hour stream. That's where I assume we'll get to, but who knows. Oh boy, an EDAP when I'm operating $1 million printing press. Let's go. Oh.
Oh, all right. Careful.
Yeah, $1 million printing press. Sounds interesting. If y'all think the Reddit-tisms is bad, you should check out the Discord more often. Mainly trash chat. The mods themselves argue objectivity doesn't exist. No, I know. That's fine. Trust me, everyone in the Discord is allowed to believe whatever they want about objectivity and subjectivity. Seems that the Discord, the Reddit, the Twitter, the dreaded Twitter, still a collection of people that really like storytelling. And what I've gathered is what is true. EFAP's value isn't in agreeing on any particular framework. It's that, yeah, people should be behaving in line with who they are in their stories. Things should make sense. Like, you don't have to be compelled that is the thing that should happen. You just have to want that to be the case yourself. As long as you have that value yourself, then everything we do here is useful to you. So yeah, it's totally fine.
I think it's not fine.
Mel doesn't think it's fine.
Away.
He's gonna beat up all the mobs.
Yeah, beat him up.
Y'all should check out Inscription, an incredibly unique, creepy card puzzle game. At least try out the demo on Steam. Also, hi Rags and everyone else, I guess. Hello.
Hello.
Never heard of it, but sounds interesting. EFAP increases game luck in Destiny 2 can verify. I don't understand.
Say that one more time.
It's a grindy game. So
Destiny
while
2?
watching EFAP, whoever super chatted probably got some good drops while farming some weapons.
If everyone's different, no one is. I'm not sure what that's referencing in terms of the video.
We're all individuals. I'm not.
One of the greatest quotes ever. The snap is all Steve's fault, because at the end of the day he should have just sacrificed Vision, the Marvel's director. Thoughts?
She did say that.
Well,
And she's not wrong that, like that, but that was a choice that he made. That's the thing, and the choice.
I was gonna say, we can
understand why he'd make it.
talk about it consequentially, that is what happened as a result, but it is in line with Steve's beliefs,
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
not something I condemn, like, in a moral sense. Rather, I'd just be like, it's unfortunate that he couldn't bring himself to do that, and I wonder if he would make the same decision if he could do it again.
I do wonder. I think he would. Probably.
I
I don't
mean,
think he's a consequentialist man, you know? Like, his
well,
idea would be
sure,
to,
but
like,
you know, at the point of everybody initially dying, if you were like,
True,
Steve, this
true,
can all be
yeah.
undone if Vision dies, and he's already dead, so, you know, you'd have to assume that he'd probably commit.
Probably, yeah.
But, yeah, so to clarify, though, it's not like it's all Steve's fault. There's a lot of things that had to happen to make it all happen, right? But I don't know the context of exactly what she would have said. I'm just saying that, yeah, it's Steve's decision to do that was very important, and it would have been fucking hard as hell to be like, let's kill him, we got to. And I don't know that it would have made sense for Steve to say, let's kill him.
Yeah, sorry, Vision, you gotta go. As he gets the pliers out of the, you know,
Because, like, it's on the foot of a lot of characters. Like, Gamora couldn't sustain watching Nebula get tortured. Loki couldn't allow Thor to keep getting tortured. You know, a lot of people give up the stones for different reasons. Doctor Strange was probably the most bizarre. Ooh, I actually like OSP. Sometimes they do have bad takes, though. I haven't seen this video, though. Well,
Well,
it wasn't a great one.
now you
Now
have.
you have. Now you have an excruciating detail.
So is Superman but evil a trope or a cliche? Irax.
Hello. Maybe it depends on how the origin begins, right? How do you get an evil Superman? Then again, I'm not sure. Is it a trope? Maybe because it applies to, like, are we talking specifically Superman fighting an evil version of himself? Or are we talking about the idea that a superhero or a protagonist might often have to face off against someone who's just like their moral inverse?
I'm assuming it just refers to doing Superman but evil.
Yeah, and there's a difference
Well,
between evil Superman and Superman being the opposition, like the Dark Knight Returns, where it's not really evil
Right.
Superman. But
yeah.
him and Batman differ.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess as it's currently been presented, I'll say trope because it's sort of broad enough and you could do different things with it. But I'm not particularly certain. I don't know really.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I would categorize it as, but it is like, if someone was to make a brand new Superman, they're like, this time we're going to make it so that he doesn't end up being so wholesome and all about the American way. We'd all be like, he's going to be more nihilistic or disenfranchised with the hero work. And it's just like, it's fine, I'd give it a chance, could be amazing, but like after the Snyder stuff, it's kind of like, alright, can we...
I just want a good... I just want a great Superman. I want a good Superman. Who's just a super... Dare I say, a superhero.
No, that's cringe.
No, yeah, stop right there. Hola, bonjour, howdy, mola, fringy, metal, and guest. Hello.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hi.
It is an embarrassment of riches this weekend, Wednesday, Friday, and now again today. Woohoo! Well, there's even more on the way in terms of compact for EFAP stuff, so grab your bum.
Grab the bums.
Grab your
Always is.
Watching Grace Randolph's Dune review, so racist.
Yeah, she's got some racist tendencies.
She says some weird shit. Oh, that is... okay. This is an interesting little mini-game. They, like, reveal to you what is in the box further back from when it actually is, then you gotta keep it in mind. It's kind of neat.
Is it, though?
Ah, shite. I forgot to say, hiya, Rags.
Oh, hey.
Don't forget the Dead Space 3 playthrough November 2nd. What? What?
Dead Space 3 playthrough?
Yeah,
Like, have we...
I don't remember
That's a
setting that up.
potential for an EFAP.
Well, yeah,
it's
it
a
always has been, but
potential,
I don't
think
remember
we
us...
scheduled it.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, when did we make a fucking schedule for that?
Yeah, I don't
Gaslighting
recall.
me, super chatter. Can't have that.
Yeah.
Wait.
Rags, look up Stan Lee's Batman.
Stan Lee's Batman? Let's see. Oh, it's like a Man-Bat person. Oh, let me see. This is... I'll show you a picture. Show you a couple pictures, actually.
Alright, calm down.
Wait, that's Batman from Stan Lee?
I guess that's when he...
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe that's closer to what you were saying about
I guess
committing
that
with the
was his
costume?
version. Yeah, I'm thinking so. I guess that was Stan Lee's version of Batman.
Excelsior.
Definitely a Batman.
I'm gay and I'm not offended by it eating gay. Well, how about that? You can watch
You're wrong.
the evil clown munch on a gay and it's apparently fine. Okay. I
What
think
if
it's a
you're
really bad
a
trope.
clown and you're offended that a clown was made to eat a gay person.
Yeah, like as a
Maybe
clown,
in
you're
the
like they
clown
should
lore.
only eat married people who are straight.
Yeah, something like that. Like in the clown lore, different people just taste different.
Clown
Which I
lore.
assume they would, but I don't know if being gay would have any influence on that, you know?
The next one is, do the gays taste different from the not gays? It's like, maybe. Maybe. I 100% support Barry the gays. I think they mean Barry the gays, but like I said, man, if your character is dying for very meaningful reasons, I don't fucking care if they're gay or not.
Fridging. Let's use the proper term.
I refuse.
Do you think that world building could be more important than the plot? You can have a story with basically no plot, but the world will have a large part in what characters believe and how they act. So
But what they act is
I
the
guess the
plot.
thing is,
That's the thing.
well, what I was gonna, yeah, I think that I mean, I don't know what a story is without a plot, because even if the story is, hi Jim, hi Bill, I'm going home, bye, the plot is Jim goes home, like that's the plot.
Yeah. You have to have a plot. Your world building can be like a result of the
Well,
I would
there's
say the
always
plot's
world
more
building to a
important.
certain extent. Well, I say the plot's more important. I think that if we're talking about things in general, like if the four pillars are character, plot, world, and theme, like world building is last. I think the character, plot, and theme are all more important. But I think it's just that world building can only ever be relevant through plot and character.
and it's more emergent, I feel.
I think it is
because
more
you
well, yeah. I mean,
can
you
have-
can think about it this way: NCIS, that's set in the modern world. It has world building. It's just not.
Yeah.
Like the world building is this is the modern world, and there is NCIS, which is an agency of the government, and they like investigate
have a-
crimes. And, yeah.
There can exist a plot that just doesn't have a theme really at all. But there has to be world building because all of these events take place within like space. Like there has to be
Yeah.
some level of world building. But the plot is king when it comes to those three.
I would say a story is a meaningful sequence of events. So there's a couple
Yeah.
ingredients there. Plot being one of them. You need a sequence of events to have a
Well,
story.
yeah, 'cause
Whether it means something is another thing. 'Cause
Trying
it
to
can just
envision
be
this-
a bunch of stuff happening that doesn't really go anywhere.
trying to envision the story is like, is it like a lot of us are just sitting in a room watching TV and like the world's events are sort of happening, you know, and we're just sort of like, whoa. But then even that, the synopsis of the plot would be 4 friends, you know, 5 friends, whatever. They stay in their little blah 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 house watching the worlds unfold, and you know, that would just be the plot. And then presumably there's going to be some kind of meaningful ending to that, like I don't know. It makes me think about 10 Cloverfield Lane, where it's like they're all in that place, but it's the world's changing around them that makes them sort of decide to do certain things within the place they're in without actually going outside.
Right, yeah.
I guess. But again, it's like impossible to not have plot, because that means you can't really have characters that don't have any interests or goals, which generates plots. Thoughts on the Scream franchise? I remember liking the first 2, and that's about it.
I think it's the same
I
for
don't
me.
know.
There were neat
think
little
I've seen the
movies that
first
try
2.
and shake up the horror genre by being aware of the fact that some of the characters are kind of aware that they're kind of in this horror story, and they talk about it as real people probably would.
Okay.
Like this. It just came at a time where slashers were just so fucking boring and dead that Scream is like, what would people do if they were in a slasher movie, but like kind of recognized it in the same way that we would if, you know, we were all in some kind of fucking situation we couldn't necessarily get out of, but we know there's some guy running around killing people with a knife. We'd be like, interesting. But yeah, I remember liking the first 2. I'd have to rewatch them, I guess. Will the Karen EFAP movies come out next Halloween or next Black History Month? Probably Halloween.
Karen for the Black History Month movie.
Oh, God.
Overly Sarcastic Productions doesn't tell people to avoid tropes, but talks about how they are executed both well and poorly. A little
Well,
late, so not sure if you knew. I'm afraid that she's
Yeah.
outdated
I'd avoid this
information.
one.
She is explicit that
Yeah.
it is inherently bad, broken, and immoral.
This is inherently bad and immoral.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe she doesn't normally tell people to avoid tropes, but this time she did
She's
say don't
yeah,
do
who
it.
knows? Maybe she's just waiting for the time to pull that card. Who knows? Who knows?
I did see some people saying this video was unusual, so maybe it is
Okay.
just an unusual one.
Maybe.
Okay,
yeah.
right. That was just a
Maybe.
bad first impression then in that case, I guess.
The problem with trying to avoid tropes that a lot of people don't realize is they are inevitably in storytelling, and subverting tropes is a trope too.
Can become a trope.
It frustrates
I
me.
guess
escape.
it's just-
It frustrates me to categorize it this way. If someone said, like, I don't fucking want to see a story where, oh, boy grows up in some farm and eventually becomes strong and heroic and saves the princess from the evil warlock that's got her in a castle. That's boring. I'd be like, we can still make that really good. What the hell?
Yep.
Nope. Boring.
No, I've seen it before. It's like, maybe you haven't. Maybe I'm going to bring in a character with a fish on his head. You haven't seen that before.
Damn, oh fish head Larry.
Mm-hmm.
What if the hero dies? Whoa, that's great filming.
Whoa.
That's what pissed me off about film school. Surrounded by people who are like, they want to reinvent filmmaking because they're all so ambitious, right? And it's all these projects pitching all these extreme ideas, like the protagonist getting killed. It's like,
I feel like you outgrow that phase at some stage, you know? Like,
Yeah,
you have that
exactly.
edgy phase where you want to do all this crazy shit, and then you're like, actually, this is retarded. I'm gonna just do
Yes.
something just a little more
Yeah.
normal.
right.
Have you seen any videos by Film Courage? I don't recognize the
No.
name, so presumably not. Resident Evil Dead Aim had a man named Morpheus who became a tyrant, but the tyrant had more X and a lot less Y when it came to chromosomes. I haven't. What's Resident Evil Dead Aim?
I don't get.
No
Is
idea.
that one of the animated movies? Maybe.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
No, it was like a on-rails shooter for, I can't remember which one it was for. Maybe, I was thinking of Survivor. That's PlayStation 2, I think.
That's PlayStation 1.
Is it PlayStation 1? Right. Yeah,
I
you're
had
right.
that game when I was younger, and I played it all the way through. It was very short, and it's pretty shit, but I love it.
The Wii had one or two on-rail Resident Evil games as well. So
We had a lot of on-rail games.
yeah.
Survivor's a weird one. Looks like an arcade shooter you could use a light gun with, but you can't.
Fun fact, Major Force can't die, so Green Lantern cut his head off and hurled it into space, so the man would suffer the void of space forever. Jesus.
Oh wow, that's dark.
That's terrible. Ooh.
It's great.
Green Lantern,
I mean,
bro, that's rough. Reminder that the Great Linkara referred to Black Widow's sacrifice in Endgame as a woman in refrigerator moment. Fucking... Did any of these people watch the
He's an
movies?
idiot, too. No, but they just they just remember it as Marvel sludge. They don't actually remember what happened. It's just, oh yeah, those were just those Marvel
Honestly,
sludgy movies that I saw that one time.
I see it as the awful thing of seeing like maybe a black person in a role and being like, oh no, super diversity. I see it as just the reverse. We're like, a woman died. Oh no, fridging. You're like, what? No. What?
Classic fridging.
It was the Great Linkara that said it though. Hello from Ketchikan, Alaska. Hello.
Hi.
Women in Fridges is a hackneyed criticism made up by Gail Simone to get a job in comics and used by people that never read comics. I mean, with all the examples
That's
she
where I
gave.
know Gail Simone. She's a comic book writer. Yeah.
I can believe it's used by people who aren't familiar with source material. I can believe that now.
Yes. Watch The Last Duel. It's not woke, but great. Hi.
I don't.
What a dichotomy.
I've heard of it. I don't know.
That's Ridley Scott, right?
Yeah.
More like Ridley Rod.
Jill Valentine and Chris
Ridley Rod.
Redstone and Fortnite, yeah.
Yeah, Jill and crits in Fortnite. I just saw that on Twitter.
Oh, that's
Dude,
Oh,
that
there's
game bugs me so much. It's just this amalgamation of pop culture.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
if you
that annoys
haven't played it yet, God of War is on sale, so now's the time to pick it up.
Oh, minus
For
$0?
$0.
Fuck yeah.
Oh man, down from $49.99 to $49.99.
It's on sale.
Yeah.
That's a
Super worth
Is that
it.
Steam or the Epic Game
that
Store?
on PC.
It's not out on Steam
don't
yet,
know.
I don't think.
Oh,
I don't
well,
know.
it's
God of War
got a
1?
page on Steam, but I didn't know if it's on sale.
Yeah, got a page. No, it doesn't even have a price attached to it, I think.
What is that store?
I don't know. I just saw it.
Okay.
someone
I'm
posted
guessing
it.
it's PlayStation Store of some sorts, I guess.
On a scale from Mootle to just felled trees alone in the rain, how masculine are you feeling today? Because the only thing I didn't do to earn my man card is colonize some lands and kill the natives. Oh my.
How come metal gets singled out as the person who's the zero spectrum for virility? How'd that happen?
I don't know.
I feel like it was obvious. but,
seems-
yeah.
You think it would? Like, you think they'd pick me?
So, yeah, we were totally manly today. We took down a Whammon's video. That's
We did.
Uh-oh.
and we could get in more trouble for this one because she's more popular than the one I've already forgotten about, the Black Widow one.
Oh my goodness. Maybe. I don't know. I just feel like I'm just numb to that now.
Yeah.
I'm just like argue with us. like, it's, like listen to the things we said, please. We made ideas. We thought about it. We gave this genuine thought. Please.
And it comes from a place of liking the stuff that you were saying is shit, okay? Not just hating you or anything.
Metal, I'm Dutch and I want my bicycle back.
You took
Oh,
someone's
I have it.
bicycle? Again?
I have my own one. I don't need your shitty bicycle.
I think you guys are really gonna like this. So Zigzor, he made this a few days ago, he said.
Where was this?
Wait, I'll get it on the screen.
Oh my god, that's huge.
Damn,
this-
Fringy, you're looking good, man.
You looking jacked, bro.
Birdman.
Have I got a little antenna?
You do. You have an
You're
antenna.
right.
I like this. I like this like almost robotic take on you.
Wurst und Schnitzel,
Yeah.
Mann.
What does that what does that mean?
Sausage and Schnitzel, man.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Dog-sized
Jay's
doggo.
Goo shirt.
Normal sized German man.
Dog sized doggo Jay, normal sized German man.
Australian emu
German man.
human
Welsh sized
hybrid.
Longman.
Giga Chad.
Australian emu human hybrid Giga Chat.
I like the idea that once the
Ned
mask
Kelly
comes
shirt.
off, there's just a green beak.
So
It's just a beak.
that's really funny, but I'm pretty sure the official lore is that it is just a mask.
As
I
the
think this is
writer,
the
I'm pretty
official
sure
lore.
the official lore.
The problem is
I'm
that
pre-
I'm currently like almost building up the Friggy mythos, and it's getting very confused already. Like it's already starting to not
your
make
your
sense
belt
to me.
buckle says no. No.
It does. It does
No.
say that. Yeah. This is great. I'm saving this one.
It's really good.
The little folder.
Like everyone has a something size, and Jay has just says J.
5-hour Doctor Who video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we're sized in what? It is meters. Yeah, for a second there I thought it was going to be like in video
Minutes,
length or
hours.
something.
Oh wait, I'm over 2 meters tall. Jeez. I'm a
Nice.
giant.
So a meter is what, like about 2.2 feet, right? How much is it?
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure a
know.
meter is 3 feet or something like that. 3.3 feet. I
Meter
think.
3.3 feet. Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
Or
that's
2 meters is 6.
yeah. You're a big one.
Yeah.
Was Barbara Gordon fridged for Jim Gordon? Iraqs.
Well, that came up.
Hello.
It did come up.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to read it, I guess, and then be much more clear on exactly what we would classify as being
Define
fridged.
as fridging.
The trope/cliche argument is a false dichotomy. There are cliche tropes and there are tropes that are frankly unavoidable, but tropes are not bad. I mean, we preaching to the choir at that point. I don't really have an issue with something having been a trope or is a trope. You know, I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
When you finish with fridging, you should look up the Pandora's Box video. It's like a red stumbled on the legend and got super butthurt over it. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Well,
Well-
like the legend that it's like the curiosity of man, or you know, just like needing to.
Well, what is
Well,
the original story
it
of
was
Pandora's Box?
Well, it's that well,
me look it
Pandora
up.
opened the box and released all the evils into the world.
I know that.
So maybe she has an issue with the fact it was a woman who did it. Much
Oh,
like how it was
what?
much like how it was a woman who who was tricked by the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So I don't know. Women are up to. I'm telling you, man. They do
Oh,
silly things
okay.
all
So
time.
the myth is that her curiosity led her to open a container left in the care of her husband, thus releasing physical and emotional curses upon mankind.
Which isn't fair, I feel. If you're just like, oh, I wonder what's in that box. Oh no, I've created.
yeah.
No,
all
I know,
of the
that's not
evils
fair
in
Don't
to
the
her.
world,
fucking
you
look
That's
in
not fair.
boxes. That's what you've learned.
That's why you don't open Pandora's fridge.
Exactly.
Pandora's fridge.
Lots of bodies in there.
Yeah.
Pandora's fridge. It's all these fucking corpses.
Lots of
Pan-
skeletons in that fridge.
Yeah.
If you tried to live your writing career avoiding any and all tropes ever made ever, could you even write and finish a story at all? Seems impossible. With how many
Seems
tropes there are,
totally-
yeah, you're not avoiding them all.
You are not avoiding them. You're just not. There's too many. And again, they are descriptive of things that arise from stories. There's just gonna. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Maybe, but that's. I mean, you'd also be intentionally avoiding a lot of the good ones. So.
Mm-hmm.
One of the issues with this trope is it starts from the lens of the gender politics of Gail Simone. She can't help but see everything as sexism. Well, it is weird because we noticed straight away that it's not about the person, it's about women. And it's like, oh, that's strange. Because the ruling would obviously apply to women who have a husband who dies in order to fucking motivate them or whatever, right? It's like, well, it doesn't happen as often. You're like, yeah, but that's not
It's like,
an
okay,
argument.
but that's not how we define. Yeah, that's not how it works.
Are you gonna check out OSP's video on the Mary Sue? Maybe one day.
No.
I mean,
I don't.
I
want
don't
to.
want to. I don't want to. But maybe we will.
hey y'all, are you ready for the sex scene in Marvel's Eternals? I know I'm ready to shell out more money to corporate overlords, consume product. They have a sex scene in it?
Do they?
Oh boy.
How do we know that? Has it only been shown to the press or something?
Remember, like,
I don't know, maybe something on Twitter. I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
was Joel fridged for Ellie? Or was the zebra savior fridged for Abby?
Well, they were. The
Well, so-
zebra was definitely a fridged.
So
Like,
what,
if we're using this definition.
what would zebra savior be? The dad?
Yeah.
So this is the thing. If she were in the call right now and she knew Last of Us 2 well, and to be honest with you, she probably likes Last of Us 2 because it's so subversive. But if I said was Joel fridge for her, she'd probably say something like, "Well, no," because they had an entirely meaningful relationship that separates him as a character, but also their relationship together. And I'd be like, "Oh, like Black Widow?" And she'd be like, "No." And I'd be like,
Not
"Oh."
like Black Widow. Yeah.
I must say, I am a little bit confused. Was Joel... Oh, wait, yeah. Batwoman's pot plant was fridged. Yeah, man. Just knocked right out just to motivate
Right.
Batwoman to scream and then hit Hush in the face.
Yeah.
So hard that his
Knock
face
his
fell
face.
off.
The
Mm,
writers
you know what, I
totally
will say-
forgot that she didn't know that.
That was a breath. That was. I was quite happy when that happened. It's like, yes, we're not going to have to deal with the evil Bruce Wayne. I couldn't deal with that. I thought we were going to get a whole season of that, and I was not ready for that.
Yeah, because that was the big like cliffhanger stinger of the end of season 1, and then season 2 first episode. No, it's done.
They just get rid of him, yeah. Because I guess there's no relation to Kate, right? So it's not that significant.
Mm-hmm. right back.
Suing this? Is she suing them?
Ooh, Kate. Sorry, Ruby Rose?
Ruby Rose? Is she suing them? I don't know. Someone wrote that in chat.
I don't know.
So I don't know if is that the development?
I guess you could just Google News, the newest thing.
I am
Rose.
Yeah, just
Googling,
Ruby Rose.
Well, everything's from 2 days ago, so I guess nothing's really developed since.
By the way, that would be really cool if the show was really well written. The idea that an imposter Bruce Wayne suspects that he's Batman and is constantly trying to find the Batcave while
could
not
be a whole
appearing.
story, yeah.
Yeah, while trying to play it cool and everything in front of everybody, you know. That could be
a story, yeah.
comedic, funny almost. He's frustrated he can't find the Batcave and he has the full run of the place because it's just hidden. But I think that would be really that could be really good. Former Batwoman employees are responding to Ruby Rose's allegations.
Well, there was that one where the woman said that she was like basically really mean to them on set and often late. That was their claim,
which is amusing.
Yeah, because Dougray Scott definitely.
Well, Dougray Scott said, yeah.
He said, "I absolutely and completely refute the defamatory and damaging claim." I could hear it in his voice. Made against me by Ruby Rose. They are entirely made up and never happened. As Warner Bros. Television has stated, they decided not to exercise the option to engage Ruby for season 2 based on multiple complaints about her workplace behavior.
We'll just have to see how it pans out, I guess.
I absolutely condemn all the claims made by Batwoman, and we will take her down.
Dude, Cameron Johnson, who plays Luke, he tweeted out this. Bat fam, you know I couldn't go the whole day without saying something. I love y'all. Don't think I haven't seen all the love today. But yeah, fam, she was fired. And it is very hard to be fired when you're the lead. Imagine what you have to do for that to happen. Cameron Johnson, who plays Luke.
Oh, the guy who plays Luke, right.
Yeah. Like one of the only 2 actors who can act on the show. Damn, he's like, yeah, imagine what you have to do to get fired if you're the lead. Damn, both him and Dougray Scott.
Well, so that's the question: is if more people who are in the the crew start talking about these mishaps on set and all of these injuries and everything like that, then I guess we'll see, like at that point. But I don't know.
I mean, maybe she knows that there's like something preventing the real info from getting out, so she's engaging in this he said, she said kind of thing. Maybe she feels that's the best kind of war that she can wage.
I guess so, right? Because if you're not part of because it may well be that there are people who are still employed on that show who, want to keep their jobs.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll just have to see. We'll have to see how
maybe.
It goes.
I mean, who knows who knows who's right? But I think it's interesting how both Scott and her are.
Well, to be fair, they're both people she shat on, right?
Yeah, by name, she was shitting on the guy who plays Luke.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, the reason why maybe we haven't heard from Javicia Leslie about anything is because it's just, like, probably better I don't say anything. But if she was called out personally, she'd probably be like, fuck you. If Bowser killed Luigi, would that motivate Mario more? Well, yeah. That's part of the requirement, I guess, of this criticism, is that it does motivate them, but it makes a character's own value meaningless, ultimately. That's, like, the implication. Like, they were just used to be killed for someone else's story when they have their own story. Without realizing how much that fucks with, like, loads of good stories, and that's definitely a thing that happens. Like, Boromir's story ends in Amon Hen for him, you know what I mean? Like, that is his film. It doesn't mean that, he's reduced because he's just being used to motivate a bunch of other people to do things. Blah, blah, blah.
They fridged him.
They fridged him, damn it. Just some guy made a good video about the WIR trope. WIR?
Women in refrigerators.
I kept thinking of fridges, not refrigerators. I was like, it's supposed to be an F, surely.
Women in Refrigerators. It's a website created in 1999 by a group of feminist comic book fans that lists examples of the superhero comic book trope.
Probably just list every time a woman died.
Why female characters are affected by injury, rape, killed, or depowered. Fridging. Okay. I don't care.
Fun thing is I've
like-
seen it. Oh, go ahead.
I just feel like people who make lists like that are not people that I should pay attention to.
Mm-hmm. Fun thing is I've seen it criticized both ways. People call it fridging to have a long-running main character just killed off, but also for introducing a new character just to kill them off. Gotta get that middle ground. And then you'll make them happy. Lost Jedi hadn't come out when Red said Rey wasn't a Mary Sue. Oh, that helps.
Okay. That does help.
That does help.
Especially not... Tross is probably the worst of the three, to be fair.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it's still it's not good in the first, but it definitely doesn't get better.
I have been going through your tremendous backlog of podcasts from the beginning, and I'm really enjoying the journey. Your discussions have helped me look at all aspects of my life more objectively. Also, high ranks.
Oh, hello.
Well. Yeah, glad you're having fun with it. There are a bazillion episodes at this point. Because Adam and Sitch were like, haha, we have more episodes than you now. And I was like, you guys, you number everything you do. We don't. Half of our content is fucking minis. Like, you gotta get that
minis
too.
and movies and
Yeah. Liars. Wibblestein, please play the Henry Sickman collection. It's hilarious, and I'd love to hear your comments out on it in a stream. Henry Sickman? What was that?
Henry Sickman.
Yeah.
Henry Sickman. You mean Henry Stickman?
It says Sickman, but if there's a Stickman, then that's probably it, yeah.
There's a Henry Stickman. He's the stickman with a really big black line eyes.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Springy, I agree with most of what you said about Effie and Smash, but if you say that Roy is a clone of Marth, I will strangle you through the monitor.
I don't think I ever said that there was a clone. They are similar, though.
Roy!
They're not the same.
Marth.
Because, well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the thing, is it's funny, because when I think about Brawl, it's like, I was cool with that when you had, like, 2 or 3 of them. That was kind of cool. Then it just went off the rails. No, but, I mean, some of them are explicitly clones, but they're nevertheless part of the roster, so...
Mm-hmm. I'd love to see Liana K guest on EFAP one day. I don't remember that name very well.
Liana K. Let me just put it in YouTube. Liana K. Check video here. I want to say I have heard of her before, but I don't know anything about. Yeah, I don't know anything about her.
Oh, she was on South Podcast. She hates The Last of Us 2.
Oh well.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's a good start.
OST once said Ray, not Mary Sue. That was before episode 7. Would be TLJ, right? No, wait. TLJ's 8.
Yes.
So she must have said it after TFA before TLJ, yeah.
She would have to, otherwise...
Otherwise, I don't understand what... It'd be weird. Overly Sarcastic Productions was better, but now it's like they have a minimum of 1 stupid take per video. That's not just restricted to Red. Blue says weird and wrong stuff, too. I don't know if it was 1 stupid thing in a video. That was
a lot of stupid things. A lot of stupid things. That was impressive, actually, how many wrong things were said.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel.
Ah, that's
Okay,
good.
neat.
There's probably a lot of streams on the Citadel.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I watched K&D's video on the Moo's episode 7 critique. He makes an insane EFAP Hall of Shame first pace-worthy line in the first 5 minutes. React to it. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
K&D?
K&D.
This is what it says. I'm a little...
I watched K&D vid on the Moo's episode says. So I guess maybe the Moo is the episode 7 critique. So that's you? Is the Moo you?
Oh, I could
Are
be
you the
Moo, I
Moo?
guess. I'm not sure.
You could be Moo. Episode 7 critique. He makes an insane EFAP Hall of Shame first place worthy line in the first 5 minutes. React to it. Hi, Rags. Oh, hello. Watch K&D.
Hey, chat, who's K&D?
K&D.
Well,
I'll
keep
no,
an
it's
eye
not
on...
K, like K and D. I guess that's a channel. K and D.
Oh, Kids Next Door is what people are saying?
Well, that would be K and D.
Oh, right, yeah.
This is K and D. So I guess what they say will sound the same, which is probably why they're saying it. Knowledge and defense.
That would match. Yeah, I've only ever seen clips and it's hilarious.
He's like a weirdo. Yeah, he's just like a weird loser.
Was Stormfront fridged for Homelander? Hi, Rags.
Oh, hi there.
I'm not even going to pretend to know at this point, you know. It's like, the rules are confusing. EFAP Season 10, Rags is fridged to motivate Mauler. No.
No.
Put in a little doggo fridge. Alec Baldwin...
cold dog.
Alec Baldwin fridged a Clinton Foundation / Epstein lawyer by killing his wife?
That's strange. That's a strange super chat.
Yeah. I got no context for any of that.
Hello.
Hi, Rags. Which is better, tomboys or femboys?
Tomboys.
I mean, yeah. This says Mauler, please passionately argue against him, but I agree, so...
Yeah, I agree as well.
Fringy, what Simpsons does this remind you of?
What, this one?
This is particular.
This episode. Oh, it was the best of times. It was the blurst of times, you stupid monkey. You know, because they were all monkeys at the typewriter working on the next great American novel.
Ah.
Have you that is an interesting thought experiment. If you just get a bunch of monkeys, set them down at a typewriter, one of them will inevitably write a masterpiece, just by virtue of, you know, if you give them enough time.
I'm not sure that's going to take a long time.
Oh
well,
yeah, sure.
Well,
but the idea is if you give them
infinite
time.
They will, yeah.
It's just
they
like
will.
You said, like it's an interesting idea. It's like it's not feasible right now.
I find it really interesting. That's all. Just that a monkey will write the best book ever just because he's typing.
We don't even need the
enough.
monkey. You just make an AI at that point, right?
Well, sure, but an AI is not as interesting as if it's a monkey. This monkey has written the greatest book of all time, and he couldn't tell you shit about it.
Well, I feel like you wouldn't have to simulate it because it's just going to happen because of the nature of infinity.
But I mean, we talk about reader response. Fuck me! Death of the author. We talk about Death of the author.
Death of the
That's
monkey.
a real interesting one.
Death of the
Ask
monkey.
the monkey. So what did you mean when you know, what were you getting at when you wrote this particular plot beat? It's like, oh, very interesting. And now
I get it.
I find Jerry's arc really interesting in terms of, you know, what would you say that this is a critique on capitalism? Okay, I never thought about it like that. Thank you, monkey. Alright, next up on our panel, I don't know, a fucking octopus that also wrote the greatest novel ever for getting in a typewriter for a long time. Mr.
Well,
Octopus, you know. What's
The
that?
first thing the monkeys write is Twilight, but it gets better from there.
Well, and even they recognize what they've done and burn it. They just burn it, spin around it with blank stares, watching it fry. Scrotum Booger Balls. Well, that would be a good reference in terms of just trying
Scrotum
to write.
Booger Balls.
So, you haven't watched South Park, so there
Yep.
was an episode where the kids were forced to read Catcher in the Rye for their book report, and they were told, like, this book was banned. Like, this book was banned. And of course, they're like, holy shit, this is going to be awesome. And then they read it, and they're just like, that was lame. We should write our own banned book. And so they write a book called The Tale of Scrotum Booger Balls. And the whole idea is that they are just writing a book that is bullshit. Like, it is just meant to be offensive. And then their parents find it. And they can't read it without vomiting. But they finish it. They finish it, and it's funny because it's like Randy, read this. So then Scrody, he shoved it up his infected. Oh man, this. It's just they're all vomiting. But then the whole idea is, but this is like the greatest book ever written. The characters are so vivid and like the themes.
Yeah.
It's so good, but you have to vomit.
You have to
Well,
put
it's,
it
so,
over
it's,
stuff.
it's the most disgusting book ever, but it's incredible in terms of its commentary. And like the whole idea is they frame Butters because they don't want to get in trouble, and Butters becomes like this icon of literature. And everybody just keeps talking about this book and what it means, and the kids are just like, dude, it was bullshit. Like the whole point was that it's bullshit. But then Butters has to write his own book. But of course, Butters isn't as lewd as the other kids, so the book is called The Poop That Took a Pee. And it's just like the poop, and then I think Morgan Freeman narrated it, and nobody was vomiting, but they're like, oh, this book is incredible, it's amazing, it's like the greatest thing ever. And it's just the whole idea of like, dude, you guys are just looking for reasons for why this is brilliant. It's bullshit. Like, sometimes it's just bullshit. So I guess that this video made me think of that for some reason.
I think the other kids,
someone in chat said it.
They pin it on Butters because they think they're going to get in trouble.
They're going to get in trouble.
Find it,
right.
yeah. But then he gets hailed as the great author.
Butters still gets grounded. He has to write his book in his bedroom because he still got grounded for the language.
Yeah.
And I remember there was like a gag of a game show. How long can you listen to the book and not vomit? They just put him in a little box. 3 seconds, he's already vomiting. Now I'm just thinking about Touch the Stove. Well, now back to Touch the Stove. So, like, Jerry, I hear you're, I don't know, you work in, like, automotive. Yeah, it all started with Touch the Stove! Just a game show where you're standing next to an oven and, like, it's called Touch the Stove, and you don't even think, maybe they're gonna put my hand on the stove.
There you go, chat. I was giving the Simpsons reference.
Yup. Yeah.
More like Schlimmsons.
Nice.
Ha!
Fucking
This ended with metal, oh yeah.
That's just funny.
Wait, what?
Out of context.
Metal, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Metal. Oh yeah.
Metal. Oh yeah.
Any thoughts on the
Brilliant.
2017 Prey game, also high rags?
It's really first off, hello. I really like the 2017 Prey game. I would highly recommend it to people who like a survival exploration action sort of game. It's got decent I would highly recommend. I won't go too much further. I really enjoyed. Nope, I said I wouldn't go any further. I really highly recommend it. I gotta stick to my guns.
Now that's really cool, and I'm gonna let you finish. But let me tell you, it is a crying shame that Prey 2 got cancelled.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It still upsets me.
Ripperoni. I haven't played it, but I plan to at some point.
I will too.
It is the good.
It's Woody Insys.
Boo.
Hmm?
Oh wait, he's just normal Boo. My bad.
Hey, he's not got a crown, you fucking idiot.
Hey.
Sorry, I gotta call it out where I see it. Would Yinsen's death in Iron Man be considered fridged? Also high rags. I certainly wouldn't. Not in
We
the...
talked about it. I wouldn't know. Fuck no.
No,
If that's
no, not
fridging,
by
I
our
don't care
standard.
about fridging.
Like, yeah, 'cause
Fridging is a box best served cold.
Yeah.
the closest we would probably get to calling something fridging is when someone dies and it doesn't make any fucking sense. The only thing that comes out of it is forcing someone else to do a thing.
Yeah.
And as much as they may be correctly motivated by it, the nature of the death is fucking absurd. And we're like, yeah, so we would just be talking about how stupid that is. We wouldn't then say, this EFAP chat is an example of fridging. We don't usually do it that way.
No.
Tropes are story shortcuts that can be both good or bad.
Yeah, they're neutral. I just think they're neutral.
Well, it's saying they can be good or bad. So at that point, it's the tropes aren't good or bad, it's just the execution of them can be good or bad.
Yeah. So tropes are neutral.
Yes.
What ideas do you think
Yeah, that's what I think.
aren't shown enough? Stuff like main character as secret villain trying to sabotage the group and side characters becoming hero? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, those are some examples. The main character who you thought was the main character dying and it was actually not them at all. That's
The fun one.
that is
This
a fun
character's
one, yeah.
just behaving with basic levels of intelligence.
I don't think
I
they're
really
talking
miss
about that. But
What, like
that would be-
tropes?
Well, so they're
I mean,
talking...
that's sort of tropey.
I assume you're referring to the fact that so many incompetent writers can't write people properly, and so they just end up being really stupid.
Well, I think, yeah, that's the stupid ball, right? Who's holding the stupid ball?
Mm-hmm.
I really hate the stupid ball. No one should hold it.
Well, yeah, I
Should not
don't
be a
think that's
ball
what
with a
they're after. Because, yes, we want people to not be stupid.
Tropes we want to see more.
I don't know
I think
that
just what are story situations that are just not common that you would like to see
like people
more of?
being intelligent, I guess is what you're saying. It's just like, obviously, that's not something that's not seed, it's just something that they badly execute, is intelligent people.
That's such a tired cliche.
Well,
Intelligent people, yeah.
Well, if you badly execute intelligent people, that's like having no intelligent people, right? Are they stupid?
Yeah, so they're asking for
Yeah.
stuff that's just not even attempted, usually.
Not even attempted.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
not
so their
typically
example was
attempted,
your main protagonist turns out to be the villain,
Yeah.
which
I'm
is
just
very
thinking,
unusual.
The bad guy has a point trope. I like some level of justification for why the bad guy is doing what he's doing. He's not just bad for the sake of bad, and it's not just power for the sake of power. It's there really is some kind of a point or a purpose, or he is informed by things that are happening, and so he's trying to do something about it. We need more Zemos.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I just want better villains in general. I'd consider that an upgrade
media in
from
general.
a villain who's like, I want to take over the world. It's like, okay.
Yeah, power for its own sake it's fine, but it's just like it's the one tiny step above evil because evil, you
Right.
know,
It can just be boring. You know?
which can be boring. But yeah, I want to either no true.
You know what I want
like-
to see more of?
What?
Unhappy endings where the resolution is kind of like not great. Things don't pan out, or maybe just the Pyrrhic victories. Externally, you've won,
Bittersweet
but,
endings.
yeah. Basically, you won, but it
Blind
kind of
Manor,
wasn't worth
kind
it.
of.
Blind. I think that could count. I would call
that bittersweet. Yeah.
I guess the thing is bittersweet. I'm trying to figure out if I actually mean something different. Where like in Endgame, the good guys lose, and it's like, yep, that happens.
I mean, Infinity War?
I don't know if I want. I don't know
yeah,
if I want
Infinity War.
more of that.
I mean, I
like-
just, you don't see a lot of it. That's all.
You don't
Um,
see a lot of it, yeah. But I'm definitely down with the more we won at a cost, or we had to learn like we learned some valuable lesson kind of thing where it's not just everything's just hunky dory dandy at the very end. There's some aspect of, I mean, it's good that we won, but man, shame about da 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 da.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bittersweet.
I was about to say, Fringy, is that brought on in part by Kid Detective, or?
I really liked that ending.
Yeah.
That felt honest to me, and I think it's just where the good guys win and it's all really happy. It's like that is just so much the common thing that I do like when the ending actually give a little bit of consideration to maybe things didn't work out as well as you wanted.
Me and Rex don't like happy endings. No, I do. I prefer happy
Why?
endings.
Why would
that,
they
like,
say that? Why?
That is not my.
Maybe it's
That
just
is
for
not my take.
clarification,
I do like
but-
happy endings. I just would
Yeah.
like to see a few more stories that
that
fully
are like
commit to the
100% perfect
Yeah.
endings. You know?
Yeah, where things
Like,
are a little bit like.
ideal. You can
maybe
still have
the
a happy
heroes
ending that
actually
isn't
change for the worst.
ideal.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Mubes, Frongo, and Raggles. Hello.
Hello.
All right. You
Hey.
No, there you go. Just self-shame time. I'm 31 and I've never seen Pulp Fiction. What movie have you yet to see that's passed you by? I think is what they're trying to ask.
Pulp Fiction.
Wait, you haven't seen Pulp Fiction?
No, I haven't actually.
Wow. Fair enough. What's your answer for that one, Free?
I mentioned I've started reading 2001, the book. I have not seen 2001, the film, and that's one that I want to see.
I have seen that.
I know plenty about it just through like pop culture references and everything, so I basically already know what the movie is in full.
I think I was asked this on Real BBC, funnily enough, and I went to just IMDb's top movies of all time, and the first one I hadn't seen on the list, I think, was City of God. I've not seen that. It's like in the top 30 or something. Because I'm not sure... There's probably something more obvious, but I'm just not sure exactly which one I haven't seen yet. I've seen a lot of movies. I'm a big old movie nerd.
I've seen a decent chunk of movies.
Can we make fridging synonyms with killing, please? Someone is a serial fridger, or someone goes on a fridging spree, and then they fridge themselves. Fridging spree.
Oh, no.
Themselves. I could see how we could use fridging themselves. That could be useful.
Stop. Yeah.
Fridging is an epidemic.
Fridge
It has to be
itself.
stopped.
Tear it out from the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down. Nobody's gonna get that reference.
Yes, it's Pirates of the Caribbean.
Hey, no, it's not. You know it's not.
I meant Office Space. See, he's silent
Stop
because I was
it.
right. Oh wait, okay.
You stop it. You just
Wait, what?
It's
keep saying things
the
that aren't
Mario
true.
movie with Bob Hoskins, right?
No, it's okay. You don't know.
It's the whale movie, Jaws.
That's a
I
shark
feel like you're just
bringing-
messing with me now.
All right, I think that's a shark. That's a unicorn.
Unishark.
Sharkicorn.
Broke. I'm the protagonist of my life. Woke. I'm the villain of my life. Bespoke. Reject modernity. Embrace NBC. NPC, sorry.
I'm the villain of my life.
While I don't always agree with everything OSP says, I think the videos provide interesting talking points, but in her video about kaiju, she says King Kong is super racist due to him being an allegory for black people, high rags.
I never thought that
I don't think I've ever heard that before. That's new to me.
So that's the opposite take. Also, I have no idea, Rags, were you about to say you've never... Do you know the connection for King Kong and black people? Just...
In terms of like the villagers, I would assume that the racist part would come from the villagers on Skull Island might be depicted as racist.
Oh no, I meant...
But I've never heard that
the
King
story-
Kong was an allegory for black people.
Yeah, the story itself. Loads of people have made this connection of, like, it's...
Okay.
A bunch of Americans go
familiar with the
to
story.
a particular place,
I know
pull him
the-
out of his homeland, and then chain him up for their own benefit. He goes nuts, and then he gets killed
Yeah,
by
I know the
them for,
story.
you know, being aggressive or whatever. Is like... There's elements there to connect, and I'm pretty sure...
Yeah,
Like, I'm
but
not
it's
sure
not
if we...
racist.
Well, no, so I'm
That's
gonna...
the thing,
What
if
my
it-
point here is that King Kong is trying to make a particular point. To flip it, to be like, it's actually so I'm trying to think of how this would translate for something... You know, like if someone was to say blah 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 is anti-capitalist, that you're like, it's actually cruel to capitalism, it's immoral or something. You'd just be like, wait, by being that...
Well, yeah, because I remember that when in Peter Jackson's King Kong, that the whole idea is it's tragic. Like this animal was living here in its home, it got pulled out of its home, and then got killed for it. Like it's unfortunate, it shouldn't be here. Then again, I guess that one doesn't have the.
Well, it seems like
I don't know.
I'm assuming she's almost like reverse engineered it instead. It's like it's because you can connect it. It's racist rather than.
Well, isn't it? It's a based on what you've said, it sounds like it's a condemnation of
the idea being it's not
racist
King Kong's
act.
fault. He was dragged out of his home and then strung up, and so yeah, he rages out and they kill him, and it's like, wow, what a fucking angry monkey thing. And it's just like, well, but you did this.
Yeah, I would have
it's your
jumped to
fault.
something else before that, like colonialism. No one benefits from it. Like you might think that you do, like the people did, like the white people did, but they didn't actually benefit from it. You know, it's like that would be what I would go to first, but there's probably a number of messages you could pull from it. It's just like the aspect of you can't control nature. You know, things of that nature. Don't punch above your weight class, essentially. But yeah, I never ever watched that and thought it was racist or had racist messages.
Well, if someone said like the fact that there's allegorically a connection to slavery or something, and that it's a gorilla, therefore racist, I'd just be like, that seems like a pretty shallow reading.
And plus, like, the original King Kong was made in 1933. If they wanted to be racist, they would have just been racist.
You give just straightforward about it.
Like, you didn't have to hide it back in 1933.
But no, I mean, I don't know what she has definitely said on that subject, but that sounds a little awkward and stupid, but
Yeah,
who knows? Archduke Franz Ferdinand was largely unimportant to the plot of World War One. He was fridged, god damn it.
Someone said, "Isn't it racist to compare black people to gorillas in the first place?" So the idea here too is that you've kind of almost trapped yourself out of an option, because when it comes to like animals that you could use to portray something else, because animals are very symbolic depending on cultures and whatnot.
Yeah.
The idea that you want to say, okay, I want to portray this group of people, this race, this culture, this kingdom, this whatever, using an animal, and that animal needs to be super strong, right? You might think, oh, a gorilla would be a perfect option for that, where it's strong, it could have brutish force and that sort of thing. And you're sort of, because of the connotations, you're excluded from using that as a symbolic way to represent certain people. So it's been locked out of use, essentially, in a way.
If you had a film full of animals that talk and stuff, and the free-spirited sort of patriotic one is an eagle, you're like, oh yeah, that lines up. But then, like, I don't know, the one who's aggressive and is the only character there that came from, I don't know, fucking the jungle, but he's also just a gorilla. You can easily see people being like, wait, what are you trying to say? It's like,
yeah,
well,
people instantly are like, oh, gorilla, that means a black person. And you're like, whoa, fucking calm the hell down, mate.
Yeah.
You know? Like, fucking chill.
People who are looking to problematize anything.
it's like the whole false positives thing. They develop a system, that system produces these all results. These results have a pattern of having these things. You look at those patterns, you find those things get spotted in something else, you assume it's one of the examples, and it's like, no, actually it just has the superficial elements. Kind of like with the video today. She was identifying all these things that come with the trope, but they're also in good things. So it's like, getting a little confused here. I know this isn't appropriate, but it still kind of is, since it was my money being spent on you dumbos. So do super chats get shared with Rags and Fringy? Yes.
That means for every dollar that you send to EFAP EFAP Limited, EFAP and Co. EFAP Limited, EFAP Incorporated. We all get
LLC.
some.
LLLC.
Yeah. So if you hate one
LL
of
Cool
us
J.
but love the other two, then you're just going to have to bite the bullet and understand that every dollar goes to one of the people you hate. But at least 2 people you like get some.
It's like, yeah, Free and Rags can have the sandwich, I guess. Molly can have one too. Jeez.
Sandwich.
Damage. Uncle Owen and Aunt Baru were fridged via barbecue. Ice burn. Oh. Those poor lads.
Fridge via barbecue.
If so, what are the percentages? Also play DDLC. Fucking, you be dreaming if I'm gonna tell you all the things that go on in the background of EFAP and
Nope.
should be in friggin' rags. Fuck that. Like this.
Fucking telling you that. I'm fucking tell you that.
Forgot to say hi to Metal. Give us a hot take.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Well, come on. Hot take, come on.
I didn't like Breath of the Wild that much.
Oh shit.
Oh my goodness
That's the
gracious.
only
How
one I
dare
got.
you?
The hot
So
take isn't
far.
that you didn't like, you gotta say it's bad.
Oh no, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't go that far.
Wow, coward. Chat, call him a coward.
No, why? It's
Do it.
brutal call us a slur. Schleem.
No.
Slim schlong.
I mean, I know it's not the best game ever made, like The Last of Us 2, but it is pretty good.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
A lot of people saying coward, Metal, you gotta do it. You're a chat,
Do what?
Metal. I think they meant to say chat, they called you a chat.
I'm a chat. I'm a window that scrolls chat on it.
Mhm. Well, there you go. Metal said Breath of the Wild is a terrible game. Damn.
That's not.
I'm expecting lots of Reddit threads.
Well, maybe I wouldn't say it if the game wouldn't be so shit.
Oh, damn.
There, I fucking said it.
Grace Randolph said Black Widow and Gamora were fridged in Infinity War and Endgame. Whatever.
See the simple explanation.
for today.
That's because Grace Randolph is an idiot.
A little bit, yeah, for what I saw. Dude, that one video for Suicide Squad, holy shit, the amount of stuff she said.
Was not expecting that.
Oh, that
was my expectations was
ride.
perverted.
That was an
That was a
adventure.
trip.
That was pretty funny.
That was a
Went to
journey
hell.
to Mordor.
Remember when she just, like, almost exclusively talked about rating the movie through fucking tomatoes? Like, just, you know, there's some movies that I refuse to give a fresh tomato because of how it'll just, like, shut the fuck up, just tell me whether or not it's any good.
She's like if an alien made an algorithm to pretend to be a person. Ah, yes, I will give you the tomatoes for your movie score. You know, it just has that vibe to it.
They push
Ma'am,
tomatoes towards you when
please
you
give
ask
me
them
money.
how good is my movie, and she just has a little basket. She puts some tomatoes down. You're like, what are we? What?
What's happening?
It's like, don't you understand?
No, actually.
No, I actually
I'm
don't.
scared.
Fridges had their chance, kinda.
As he laces him in half. No, she's in that. Fuck. Now she's dead. Fool.
Blanket on popcorn, popped EFAP, covering female. Yep, it's misogyny time. Hi, Rags.
Hey there.
Welcome to misogyny,
It's misogyny time.
time. You watched Berserk? Which one? The 1997 series or 2016 one? Oh, the good one. At least by
Then
comparing
you're-
those two.
Yeah.
Or did you watch the 2012 movie trilogy? No.
No.
No. Despite only making up 15% of characters, women account for nearly 50% of fridging incidents. Also, hi, Rags.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Rags, you're
Someone
straight.
should get to the bottom of this.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, I'm not.
No, sorry, I made a mistake. They said hi, Is the way the line broke up. Longo, you're
Oh.
straight. Alright, I'm straight for now, I guess. And, Frongo, give me your, and it just ends.
No. Well, sorry, buddy.
I don't know what you want.
Give me that beak.
Give me that.
No.
Let me
No.
suck on that beak.
It's his beat.
No.
Aren't almost all characters secondary? The argument is of less female primary characters doesn't change how many secondary characters are women. Oh yeah, I think she says at one point, like, typically there are less primary characters that are women, and it's just like, at that point, it's probably negligible in terms of all secondary characters. Like, changing out how many primary are women. That's fair.
When I'm outlining stories, if I have like a main character and a villain, I refer to them as like the A plot and B plot respectively when I'm outlining. But I don't consider one to be like of less importance than the other. Like hero and the
Well, I
villain, I
mean,
kind of see like
Yeah, secondary
on
usually
equal
just
level.
means they just don't have as much time, or it's not as much about them. Like, it's never, it doesn't mean like they're fucking worthless or anything.
Yeah, I only use A and B to like distinguish them on paper.
Mauler, racism and unbridled praise when? Christmas. Mauler, you've been a little short lately. I just wanted to ask if everything is okay. I need my long EFAPs to get through the workdays. Hi, Rags. Well, I mean,
Hello.
you're still getting, obviously you've had, what was it, 4 EFAP movies this month? So that's probably, and we're still dropping them minis. And you got double EFAPs this week. Yes, we had, I think we had 2 5-hour EFAPs in a row. Which is terrifying for the audience, I know. But, I mean, because I'm doing a couple more shows lately on different channels, so, like, it's just a little bit stretched further thin, but I am alright. I am A-okay.
Mahler's too busy working on the polio vaccine and unbridled catastrophe.
Yes, my magnum opus.
Oh.
So,
Women's rights and unbridled catastrophe.
alright, this is minor Buffy spoilers, and then it says a thing that, yes, that makes complete sense. And, that is indeed the episode that goes from, I think it'll be the episode, hopefully, that Rags and Mel will both be like, oh, the show isn't entirely shit anymore. And I'll be like, yay! That's usually the one where it kind of changes it up. Been enjoying the show a lot, really looking forward to the great seasons. Oh yes. Let's just say, if you're on board by season 3, you're in for a real fun ride. Some people take a little longer though. That's alright. Speaking of Bly, when are you gonna bring Drinker to justice for his crimes against Good Rat? Look, I'll make him watch a series of videos I'll eventually make for Bly, and then I will poke him with hot poker rod things and be like, say Bly good, do it, say good. Hey Mauler, Rags, and Fringy. Hello.
Yo.
Hello there.
Of these adult video game characters, fuck, marry, kill, Sei Nijima, Seideo Kawakama, and Tai... Wait, didn't we do this one? I recognize these names. You did it last time, didn't you, Rags? You looked at them. You looked them up.
Which ones? No, these.
Oh
are
yeah, I
different.
remember that even. Yeah.
Well, let me. The first one I don't remember. Say Nijima.
It ends in don't be racisms.
And then we have. Yeah, it's not popping up in my search. So yeah, Seideo Kawakami.
Maybe
And
we
the
already
next
did a
one
racism.
is Tai Takemi. Oh, whoops. Tai Takemi. My right hand was off one position. All right, so these appear to be lady characters. Looks like they're from Persona 5. So let me see. I guess based on looks.
More weeb stuff.
It
Choose
seems to
carefully.
be more. It definitely seems to be more weebery. I think I might go with. Fuck, marry, kill. I think I might want to. I want to marry Seideo. She looks wholesome. I'm gonna fuck Sai Najima and kill Tai Takemi.
I'll second that. I'll trust your ratings, Rags.
Yeah, I have no idea who these people are, but I feel like that's my extremely moderate thought process that went into that. So yeah, marry the
Beautiful.
teacher. Yeah, she seemed teachery. She seemed like the most normal and wholesome of them. So we're gonna marry her. The one I was gonna fuck, she seems like the business type. So you know, there's this aspect of, you know, I'm having sex with like a powerful woman, so that's kind of nifty and cool. And the other one just sort of seems depressed, so maybe I'm doing her a favor.
All right then. In Train to Busan, were the military throwing zombies out of helicopters? I think we're supposed to believe that a bunch of people tried to get into a helicopter and then zombies held on to it.
Yeah, they were hanging on to the little landing strut thingies, and then they fell off.
It's a good thing there weren't any zombie cats or dogs in Train to Busan. I guess
Theoretically, there are.
There probably are. Yeah, it was just that our story didn't
Zombie
regard
deer.
them. Zombie deer, yeah.
That's right, zombie deer.
Man, zombie birds, you gotta watch out for them. You get a couple, one good peck breaks the skin, and you might be in trouble there.
I thought it was weird how the main character's told to take the rear, but he ends up being in the middle. He actually ends up being in front, I think, by the time they get through the full first fight. It's just obviously I think the idea was, I'm gonna punch, kick, and throw them. Middle guy hit them with a bat, back guy just keep them off us as we move with your shield. But it didn't quite work out that way as they started doing it. Just nature of fighting zombies, I suppose. Oh, is chat upset their favorite content creators being covered in the usual way and being revealed as less competent than they thought again? Hey, look. Call us out if you think we're doing something fucking hypocritical and everything. I'm totally fine with that. it does feel uncanny when you see messages like, hey, let them finish. Hey, why are you pausing so much? It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
And you're like, oh yeah, because we're gonna
Where
have
did
new
you
people
go?
in chat. Like, genuinely, people who've... This format is fucking alien to them. I'd be like, why are you... What is this? Like, let them talk.
And if their argument were to become clear at the end of it, I'm sure you guys would address that, right? Where it's
We've
just
done it
like,
before,
we
yeah.
said
Of
this
course.
before, but I can see by the end of this video what she was getting at, but that didn't really happen with this.
Well, I saw it, like, in the Train to Busan one, someone was like, wow, they took a parody seriously. And I was like, it's like they don't even listen to us when we cover stuff. It's super explicit about all of that. It's just like, nah, parody. That'd be just stupid.
Right.
Trope talk, inciting incidents. Trope talk, call to adventure. Trope talk, conflict. Not everything that happens frequently is a trope, you hipster. Hi.
Hi.
I mean, I just, like I said, I don't even see a huge amount of value in fucking getting the categories straight at that point. I just don't talk about it. Like, is this thing a trope? I'm like, let's just talk about whether or not it fucking can be done well. Know what's the better term for this? Red shirting. She's describing random Star Trek deaths. Well, the thing about red shirts is that they don't necessarily motivate anybody to do anything. That's what fridging seems to be regarding specifically. It's not just someone dies, it's that they die to make a different character want to do a thing, and thus it's disrespectful to them as a character. That seems to be the point they're making. Check out the Nerf Limited Halo Needler. Very cool.
The what now?
Oh, I guess Nerf have made a Halo Needler.
Nerf Halo Needler. Images.
Yeah, the gun in Halo, right? It's like a
Duh.
dart gun toy version.
No, the Nerf one looks like shit though. I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's it looks. Yeah, it looks kind of shit. Like, I see what they tried.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't look cool, does it, Rex?
No, it doesn't.
Right.
See different versions.
Yeah, the Nerf one is meh. Like, you can tell it's a needler, but
Oh, the picture I've seen is a digitally rendered one. Okay. Is there a real one?
Fridge my GF, please. I need to grow as a person. Joel, Jesse, and Team Abby. The Last of Us 2 is fridging the game. Fridging the game, meaning. Yeah, again, I have a feeling that she wouldn't say that The Last of Us 2 counts. I'm not sure, though. As I said, she thinks a lot of stuff counts, so I don't know. Would an example of fridging is the townspeople in WandaVision?
I guess with the exception that they don't die. Well,
Yeah, well,
what does she
remember,
learn?
It involved suffering
All their
greatly.
trauma is just for
Yeah.
him. That's true. Their suffering is just for her.
That's what I mean, like, you start... It's so expansive that it starts to just be, like, absurd. Luke never mentioned Biggs at all between dinner at the Lars house until he shows up at the end, and never mentions him again after he dies, but nobody believes he didn't mourn him. Hashtag learn to fridge. It's weird, yeah, man. It's really... it's really hard to be definitive, like, oh, Luke clearly didn't care about Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, and you're like,
Luke didn't care about Han.
Well, Ryan Johnson almost made it so that he didn't. Apologies for the typo. No problem at all.
No problem.
Speaking of Titanic, LEGO is releasing a $600 set of the ship. It's massive, and you can find it in the Coming Soon section of the LEGO website. Sounds neat?
The what?
Coming Soon section of the website.
Yeah, but what is it?
Oh, Titanic ship, $600.
Ah, I gotcha.
Can you fridge yourself? In Star Wars The Old Republic, the MMO from BioWare, Darth Malak, I don't know if this is a spoiler or not, killed a woman he loved to eliminate his weakness, but he did use the grief to empower himself. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
I would ask her.
I mean, I guess in that sense, sure.
I assume
that's
that
not
counts.
fridging yourself.
Well,
That's fridging someone else.
yeah, it's like... I assume that would count,
Fridging
yeah.
yourself is... Yeah, like, that's... I'm gonna kill myself so that I could be a better ghost.
What
Yeah,
better thing to make of your life than being a good ghost?
Pretty sure in Star Wars, 10 minutes after his parents die, Alderaan gets destroyed. He then meets Leia, who just lost her whole planet. I could understand Luke being quiet about his parents dying. He's just got a lot going on, is the point.
He's got... yeah, Leia's like, oh, your parents died. Oh, your parents died. Wow, that sounds really bad, Luke. Man, I can't imagine that. That must be real. That must really suck, losing your parents. Wow.
She does console him when he's, like, mourning Ben as well. Because Leia's a good one.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's a good one. She's a great character. I wonder what will become of her.
Yeah, because apparently the Obi-Wan show is gonna feature her in a significant way. That's what I've heard.
Oh, okay.
That's what everybody wants.
Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure that it's been confirmed that Hayden Christensen's going to be in Ahsoka as well.
Dude, he's gonna be in the
Good
Vader
for him.
suit, and he and Obi-Wan are gonna have a fight, and it's gonna be cringe as fuck, and I'm gonna see
They're
people
gonna have a
celebrate it,
fight,
and I'm gonna
yeah.
be very unhappy.
Sounds very accurate.
I've always
Yeah,
wanted to
Star
see
Wars
Vader and
crying.
Obi-Wan fight. But now they're
I
like
saw
really
even,
fighting.
not that one. Yeah, not that first time didn't fucking count. That was
Neither did
about
the second
emotion and
time.
character and history.
This one was cool because, did you see the part where he like did the flip with the lights? He like went...
He did the flip and he breathed. He went horror and then
And then Leia showed up with her lightsaber and stopped them from fighting.
yeah. I wonder if that'll happen actually.
It would make no sense. It would be. I like the idea that just stuff that's impossible. I was like, Rey, she comes in just to stop the fight. You're like, what? Why? She's not. Is she even
I
alive?
time traveled to be here.
Or maybe Ahsoka will. Stop it.
Shove them all in.
Done.
Anyone we can get. Shove them. Get them in there.
Boys are
What's up?
fighting.
I
again.
am gonna peace out now. I just realized it's 3:30, and that
Ah.
makes
Oh,
sense.
nice and
I'm so
early.
tired. Yeah, nice and early. I think
Okay.
I'm free to. I'm free of the mines tomorrow, right? I can do whatever I want. I think.
I'll allow you to do whatever you want.
I
Yeah.
feel like laws and stuff.
Woohoo!
But yeah,
More amnesia.
Woohoo. Alrighty, goodbye,
Good talk to you,
mortal.
Metal.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Fling
Toodaloo.
flong.
Swing flag.
Have a good one, man.
Gonna fridge myself.
Mm-hmm. There he goes, fridging himself.
Fridge in peace.
Is it just me, or are there a lot of jump cuts in her video? She had a couple flash frames throughout the clip she was using. I don't know about
Yeah.
if that's what you mean. then,
Not. Yeah, it's kind of a messy video. Wasn't very well edited.
Did she just unintentionally create fridging of the author?
Ugh.
Bridge of the author.
I usually enjoy Overly Sarcastic Productions content, especially when they talk about Greek myths and such, but this is just painful to listen to. Yeah, it was.
They should stick to Greek myths, not geek myths.
Ho ho! Glad to catch EFAP live. If people won't describe Rey as a Mary Sue, fine, we can just rename the trope to She's a Rey Skywalker. That's what I mean, it doesn't fix Rey as a character to say she's not a Mary Sue, it's like she's still shit. The anime Yu Yu Hakusho plays with this idea by the villain pretending to kill the protagonist's best friend in order to motivate him into giving the villain a proper challenge. Highly recommend. Like I said, those are scenarios you can come up with where fridging is like in narrative something, or at least how she's described it, something that the characters are invested in doing in the first place. It's like she's saying, nah, you gotta learn about that lady first. Oh guy. I guess Hamlet is bad since the king is killed off stage and it's not like his death matters at all, right? Don't kill people off stage. Screen, rather. That's what I understand to be true now. While I really like Overly Sarcastic Productions, a lot of this stuff can be really hit and miss. Hopefully Red will come on and discuss this. She would be welcome to. Is Othello's wife fridging? If someone died and it was a woman?
No.
Can say
Oh, well, yeah, Desdemona.
Definitely fridging.
I think her name is Desdemona.
Fridging in cold blood.
It is Desdemona,
Cold
yeah.
blood.
So... no, she doesn't die until, like, the end.
Sounds like your opinion.
But then again, I guess a character can die near the end, and it doesn't, like, you have Padme, and, you know, like, Black Widow's, like, she dies near the end, the whole thing, but... No. Well, because well, I guess spoilers, but... fuck it. I'll let y'all watch the movie. Check out Othello and Iago. Yeah.
Say it, Mola. Say the prequel memes. I just mentioned the prequels. I didn't do no prequel meme, and there was no need to do such things. It was all fine. Would Uncle Ben count as fridging? We kind of went over that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably would.
I think by her
Yeah,
definition,
probably
he does.
Unless not, because he's a man.
Oh yeah,
Never
maybe
know.
not, because yeah. She did. I'm pretty sure the word "women" came up several times in her like little tidbits and stuff. So. Unironically, I'd say Han and Luke's deaths qualify much more as fridging than Padme's. Both of them made little sense besides the gut punch. You could argue
But
Han...
what did Han's death accomplish with how weird Kylo was written?
I was about to say, because I was about to try to argue, I guess it motivates Kylo to... And then I'm like, well, but he just does anything, so...
To keep wobbling?
Yeah. It motivates Rey to be angry at Kylo for 5 minutes. Oh.
Then she kisses him at the end, and then he
yeah.
dies to save her life after they smooch.
Well, in fairness, Kylo did forgive himself.
That's good. That's
That's
important.
great.
That's good. It's good mental health, I suppose.
I've seen people say that. It's like, it is important for him to forgive. It's like, yeah, but it has nothing to do with, like, the fucking relationship he had with Han. Nothing. Nothing at all. Han's fucking dead.
You don't want to bottle up all that guilt that you have as a mass
It's just,
murdering
it is funny to me.
lunatic.
It's like, I feel kind of guilty that I killed him, but you know what? I think it's okay. It's like, oh, okay.
What do you think, me? Am
What
I
do you
good?
think, man?
What do you
Yes,
think
I
of
am.
me?
Thanks, me.
Characters aren't people, don't deserve anything. Oh, you mean like there is no deserve with characters, or?
We use that.
It's
in a
not
different
about
way.
deserve, it's about what you
Yeah.
believe, and I believe in love. Then I will destroy you. That never stops getting funny. It's fucking hilarious.
It's like some of the
written down.
shittiest dialogue ever made. It's Adman level.
It's so fucking bad. Like the lie commonly agreed upon still is, oh, the first movie's pretty good. It ain't.
No. Well, remember when that got brought up when Az was here, and he was like, "Wait, you guys don't like it?" It's like, no.
No, we do not.
On account of it being poopy,
Mm-hmm.
we both chose poopy independently at the
Yeah.
same time to describe the first Wonder Woman.
Well, I guess that's kind of been revealed now. So that was the whole reason why me and Rags were like interested in starting this whole thing. We described something as poopy at the same time, and I was like, you know what?
That's true love.
That's what wavelength right there. And then one
Not
day I was
that
like, hey, Ringy,
Thanos
what do you
shit.
think of blah blah blah? And you went, oh, it's a bit poopy. And I was like, Rags, you gotta see this.
We have our third host.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is just as the spiders foretold.
Yes.
He who speaks poopy shall be the third host of EFAP.
Yes, Rags, you're right. Also, hi Mauler and Fringold. Fringoid.
Hey.
Yeah, I agree. That's fair. Also, hi.
Hello.
Love is a pathway to power some would deem too murderous to younglings. Hi, Waggleton.
Hi. However, you're never too murderous to younglings.
Well, I was about to say, though, that kind of highlights a thing, right? It's like, Anakin slaughtered children. I could picture her being like, he's not capable of love. I'd just be like, oh. Like,
You bastard.
I think she's also a communist, so it makes sense she doesn't understand reality. Oh my goodness.
Fuck. What?
Well, that would explain that.
Imagine if her read on Thanos was true. After he tossed Gamora, nothing happened and no stone, roll credits. So, you could have gone that direction, where Thanos then realizes what he feels for isn't love at all, by the universe's standards, or whatever you want to say is happening in Vormir, but I'm not sure what you do with the story there. You have to get him to get someone to, you know, he has to convince someone to fucking sacrifice their family member, I guess, to get the stone, then take it off him.
Yeah, yeah, and where does this soul stone? I guess it goes back after you use it. It goes into. Well, no, if you destroy it. So what is Red Skull doing right now?
Chilling.
If there's no soul stone to guide, is he just hanging out? Oh well.
Just having a chill.
Yeah.
Lets people know. Like, maybe you can get more than one. Like a little vending machine.
Mini soul stones.
Mm-hmm.
Cabinet somewhere.
You don't need made-up examples of people hurting those they love. There's 1800s Blanche Monnoir, I don't know, Blanche Monnier. Mother confined Blanche to a dark room for years because she disapproved of the fiancé. Police released her, she couldn't speak. People do horrible things to the people they love. That's the thing. Not like constant,
H.P. Lovecraft's mother was super paranoid. She was mentally ill. She was like put in a sanitarium. But yeah, it's one of the reasons that he turned out the way he did was because his mom like kept him secluded, wouldn't let him go out.
Only thing I would correct is that Trope Talk doesn't say all tropes are bad and talks about some positively. It doesn't make her tism valid. She got a lot more, trust me. Also, oi there, Rags. Rogs.
Hello.
I don't think I ever said that she thinks all tropes are bad. Just that this one was bad. This is like fridging someone is something you shouldn't do, and then she lines up what fridging is, and then she's accidentally said that loads of great stories shouldn't have done things the way that they did them. It's like, Which could be valid, but I don't think she meant what she eventually implied. And I'd love to go over some examples with her. How dare this villain do this villainous thing? She wants Thanos to be irredeemable asshole rather than a bad person who's still capable of love. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think that she hates Thanos so much that it shouldn't be considered that what he has for Gamora in any way could be considered love.
What great writing.
That's the thing, it's a harsh reality for you that love is not some glorious, altruistic, wonderful, happy balloons and rabbits thing. It's like, there's a lot of elements to it that are a lot more complicated.
Yeah. We use love and to mean a lot of different ways, and there's a lot of different kinds of love. It's a complicated thing.
Would it be crossing the line if he killed a sexy lamp? I don't know. Don't know if I'd want to
Unforgivable.
be definitive about that. I don't know. Red is right. You guys just hate women. I know. I know.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to hide that though. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Hulu Owl Guy here. I also think the Sunny D logo looks like a wiener. Sunny
Let's take a look.
Logo.
Sunny D logo. All because Sunny D is basically orange acid that you put in your mouth. You're saying that Sunny D looks like a penis?
I mean, I know why that's being said, but come on. We gotta have standards better than that.
Yeah, we got to do way better than this, guys. I know what you're referring to, but it's just
I don't drink it for the taste. I drink it for the wieners. I see a wiener on the label. I'm like, I gotta get some of that.
I just
Gotta get
licked
right in
the
there.
label. Everyone
That's
in the
getting
store
in
looks
me
at
right
me
now.
weird, but
Right down the throat.
Sunny D really is disgusting. Just so we're
It is
clear.
kind of gross. I used to like it as a kid, but
It's
like
liquid sunlight. What's wrong with that?
yeah, but kids like McDonald's and kids like stupid bullshit. But yeah, Sunny D is terrible. It is like orange acid in your mouth. It is just so tart and it's like I swear you could if you put some in your mouth and close your teeth, you could feel the grittiness of how fucking sugary it is and just how ugh.
yeah. Question: do you
It's
think
probably a
Sunny
fucking
D should be fridged?
disinfectant. It should be thrown out. It should be garbaged.
Garbaged.
It should be dumpstered
My god.
and garbaged.
Garbaged.
Capri Sun is better. Correct. Capri Sun is better.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Capri Sun is better than Sunny D. I haven't had Tang in a long time, but Tang is probably better than Sunny D.
Was Franz Ferdinand fridged? Yeah. I think we've been over that several times. Definitely, 100% fridged.
All we learned about he's the most famous thing he ever did was get shot.
Exactly, and that's just unacceptable. He's his own person.
JFK.
He was very good at getting shot, though.
He nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Was he?
10 out of 10.
Because he almost like stumbled into it, you know? Like it was like a happenstance. Like it wasn't really like premeditated, the assassination.
That's why it was so
Guy
good.
was just like, oh, there he is. There's our Super Ferdinand. Fuck that guy. I wonder if the person who assassinated him, if they knew that it would plunge Europe and more into World War I, the Great War, would they still have done it? What about you, Mahler? Would you have done it? Even knowing that it would begin or help begin the Great War, would you still kill Archduke Ferdinand?
Well, it's something that he told me himself as to why I had to do it, so yes. I can't tell you what it was, though.
Rags Capri and my son. Oh my god.
Ew. Keep your foul tongue, but hide your teeth. I don't remember what he said. It's something to do with Lord. It says it Lord of the Rings. Your forked tongue.
Yes, because some men just want a tangerine.
No. Imagine if she was here to hear these points. The response would be the classic, just right. Be glad she's not, fans in chat. I mean, maybe, maybe not. Maybe... I feel like if she were in a conversation, she could be so much clearer than that fucking video, which is, I guess, ironic, because that's like the video is the time where you make it all fucking clear, but oh well. Then again, maybe I'm expecting too much, I don't know. My intro to fridging was a video by Carl Smallwood. He usually does okay, but this video was terrible and he defends Captain Marvel assaulting the Dawn. Oh, dude.
Fucking hell. How do you defend that?
This is one of them, like, basic
Busted
tests.
moral compass. Yeah, like you're just, like you have a flawed moral compass if you think that's okay.
It's unreal.
Like there's something fucked up about you.
I know that the argument was made at one point, like, oh, people like it when he did it in T2, but they don't like it when a woman does it. And it's like, no, you don't understand. You've been the sexism. You're saying that a woman breaking a guy's hand is okay. Like, why are you saying that? You know that if the roles were reversed, that wouldn't be okay. You were the sexism all along. fucking stupid legal eagle who was like, hey, you know, if you feel your life is in danger, you could totally get away with like doing certain acts like that. It's just like, she's fucking invincible. What do you mean?
He lightly touched her map,
Which is assault.
and then she trapped him in a handshake. She offered him. That's what's good. She offered him a handshake, and he was just so thrilled. He's
fucked
like,
up, man.
yeah, a handshake from this lovely lady, and then he just gets fucking this battery. He almost gets fridged.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, like, it does, in retrospect, I think we brought this up as well, but it does kind of come across as just, like, a little bit creepy from the people who made it. That, like, yeah, suffer man who asked for a smile. You're like,
Yeah.
oh boy. Oh boy.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Freaky piece of shit.
I'd like to propose the Dunning-Kruger knowledge Dunning-Kruger effect, where knowledge of the Dunning-Kruger effect makes you more subject to it and more likely to use others of it. To abuse it.
I would think that knowing about... Oh, like, if you know about it, you'll accuse people of it more.
That's probably
Well, that's
true.
everything.
But
You're
I was
not
going to say that
accuse
applies to
people of
everything,
things
yeah.
that you're not aware. Yeah.
Like, that's what happened with fallacies. It's like, people found out about them and they were like, there it is, I got it. And you're like, no, you don't got it. And you're like, yeah, I do.
Yeah, like, I never accused anyone of gaslighting me before I knew what gaslighting was.
Right, yeah.
It's like Pandora's box. You've been bestowed the gift of knowledge about what fallacies are, yeah.
Pandora's fridge.
And then you abuse it.
No, Pandora's fallacy.
Pandora's icebox.
Worst writing advice ever from Linkara. Why would you ever kill a character? That means taking away the ability to tell stories with them. Oh my god.
Good thing that I could literally invent an infinite amount of characters.
But how can he square that away with all stories? Like, what? Does he think that all stories suck? Because everyone gets killed in them? Or at least some people do? Damn, dude.
No one should ever die.
EFAP 158. Bitches get fridges. Or how I learned it's bad to have females die. Yeah, that's the title of this one. It's been an adventure, to say the least. Thanos tries to do what he thinks will save the universe. OSP. Thanos is pure evil. Yeah, what? Well, it's weird. I would actually like to talk to you about Thanos as well, because especially Infinity War Thanos, man. It's like, I think he's a little bit more complex than, man, can't see past his own chins. You're like, what? Man, I swear I pressed A there, but it didn't come up.
Guy tried to fridge half the universe.
Oh. Well, that's why he's the villain.
Greatest writer of all time.
Oh man, I think I'm doing this all wrong. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go left. Now I'm winning. It's not her fault she took a women's studies class. Oh well, I mean, there's plenty to learn in them, you know? About tropes and writing.
Probably not, though.
No, probably not.
They just talk about the fucking Bechdel test for 3 semesters.
That, I can't believe that even, like, has any kind of traction. It is the stupidest fucking test.
Well, it's like the test in this video. It's like Overly Sarcastic Productions tests. Those are shit, too.
Yeah. Boromir would fall under this, too, and that's wrong. Also, Sword doing pretty great. I'd argue can't wait for the coverage. Love you massives and high rags.
Hello.
Yeah, I wonder if Boromir counts or not. At this point, you sort of give up and just assume everyone who dies, who is a man, probably doesn't. Because she didn't use it. Did she use any male examples of it being bad?
I don't think so.
I don't remember her doing it. In this video, her version of Gedelb, every position she has is insane. Well, yeah, but we don't like to put everything in Gedelb from every video, otherwise they'll be 10 years long. Morning, Molar and lads. Morning. Also,
Morning.
hi, Rags.
Hello.
Good to see you guys covering this video. I normally like OSP's content, but this one was noticeably badly written when I watched it. Keep up the good work. Man, I will admit.
You bet.
I feel for you guys out there who would have liked both that channel and this channel. This one would have been a little tough. Probably. Because we fucking shredded that video.
You know in your heart that you love us more.
Well,
search your feelings and know them to be true.
As long as they don't quite love that video, because, oof.
Curious what some of her other takes are. They can't all be bad.
I assume she's got to have some good stuff in there. Did Vision get a bench? I guess you could say the
Vision got a town.
Well, so I don't know if the joke's being made or if he's serious, because Rags is right in that he got a whole TV show related to his death. So he may not have got a bench scene, and thus you could argue there's more criticism to levy against him in terms of the trope, because he qualifies the same as Black Widow does. And didn't get any scenes like that, but then again, she said he had a whole TV show about someone grieving for his death, so I guess she would say that that's more. Jackie Chan and Arnie's movie arcs when? Oh, I think that's definitely on the list. Not sure when though. Also, ever watched a new Police Story? It's a Chan movie.
No.
Also, thoughts on Face Chappelle? I assume I meant Dave Chappelle. I like him a lot. I find him funny as fuck.
Very, very funny. Very funny.
And get a lot of insight listening to him. Glad he's still working. Wanted to keep going. Don't stop. But if he wants to take a break, that's fine. And hi, Alice. They must be referring to the Resident Evil movies. But yeah, I have not seen that movie we're referencing, but we'll have a go at good old Jackie Chan and Arnie's movies at some point, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe.
I think we're long overdue for a Batman Well movie. Maybe we'll get one. Who knows?
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Samuel Jackson, Deep Blue Sea, very sudden. Yeah, well, I mean, nobody thinks that movie's good though, so it's a bit. But that's an EFAP movie right there.
Yeah.
Castlevania Seasons 1 and 2 are great. 3 and 4 are... blah, blah. Oh.
I hear that. I only watched seasons 1 and 2.
Well, apparently that's a good move. That sucks though that it's gone to shit then. Can we talk about roofing? This bitch needs it. Oh my god. She needs to get a roof replaced? I mean, if it's in disrepair, then yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, leaks are bad. You gotta fix leaks because water damage can. Yeah, it's subtle sometimes, but you gotta take care of that. You can't let it fester.
But yeah, you know, make sure your roof's alright, everyone.
Check your roofs. Call roofers.
I wish Ra was here for this video. Imagine.
Oh.
If only.
What do you want?
The wife at the beginning of Up had almost no screen time with no dialogue. It still crushed everyone. So that's just one that just fucks with her narrative, and that's probably why it didn't come up. Because like, Up is practically completing a storytelling challenge. The opening of Up, and it fucking worked. So what can you say? You don't even need to go to story to know that people love heroic sacrifices. We still talk about heroic sacrifices from battles that happened thousands of years ago. The Battle of Thermopylae is a big one. It was a bizarre statement she made, and I have no idea how to deal with it. Like, people don't really like the heroic sacrifice shit. It's like, are you insane?
You're a strange person to think that.
Mr. Freeze's wife in Batman and Robin is a character who got fridged but has no character whatsoever and only exists for the sake of his character. She's also in a literal fridge. Yeah, well, you're not allowed to do that. Bad. That's what I meant about, like, that's I guess a good example. If you just meet up with this guy who's doing all of these evil things and you find out he's got a wife in, like, perpetual frozen... I don't know what science he's using exactly, because obviously it's sci-fi-ish, but... It's like, oh, the story would be better if we knew her really well. It's like, I don't know that we have to spend time on that. We understand what's happening here, and if the story is strictly about him, that's okay. We don't care about John Wick's wife, we care about how her death affects him. Yeah, I feel like John Wick would be one for her to have to address. Again, all under the guise as well of the... She keeps appealing to how the audience don't like these things. It's like, they clearly do. Weird. the best anime is actually Australian, and if you can't guess what it is, Sassy is gonna be disappointed. TBLS. I have no idea.
I don't know what that is.
Australian anime? I have no idea. What are you talking about? Yeah, fucking, and then they've got a licking emoji. I have no idea.
What is it? TWS?
TBLS. Oh, the Big Les show. There you go. People mentioned it before.
The butt liquor syndrome.
No, I don't think that one. Yes, totally.
You can't believe what it makes you do.
Oh god. The Infinity Stones are not MacGuffins. They are essential. Stop using it wrong, please. We've been over it on EFAP a couple times. It's become a little bit colloquial to just say item of importance. As opposed to... I think the classic definition for it is literally that it's an item that we never know what it does, but it's one that's sought after.
Also, I gotta use the loot. I'll be right back.
Pulp Fiction being a classic example. There's something in that briefcase that a lot of people want. We never know what it is. Does she want a Tolkien-esque length sort of backstory for every character? And if a character has to die, it has to be meaningful to avoid fridging? This is something of an issue, I think, that eventually will happen. Is that there can be no character that is killed that doesn't have a sufficient amount of information about them to know their hopes and dreams and how it's tragic that they've lost their chance to achieve them or something like that. If you are ever pulled over and have all the drugs in your trunk, tell them you've seen a spider in the back left corner. Do you see the spider? But why? I don't understand. What's that? Is that? Am I missing something?
No idea.
Very well. You want the truth? You want the truth? There is no fridge. Oh my god.
Crazy.
I mean, it's just kind of mind-blowing. Sorry, I had to appreciate that for a moment. I just keep wondering how she got into Arch's living room and when he's going to throw her out. My god. It would be funny if that was her shtick. She just breaks into people's houses to record and... He's like, okay. Is she one of the narrators for Watch Mojo? I've got no clue.
She did remind me. She sounded like her, but I would imagine she isn't.
I read the Mortal Engines book. Not perfect, but lots of potential with easy fixes and with polish, with exception to the third book. The movie is horrid. I have only heard bad things about the movie.
Yeah.
Like, not only did it flop, it was, like, it's just something that no one enjoyed. Which is kind of interesting, right? See a movie that no one likes.
That is, yeah.
I'm 3 hours
Usually
behind.
someone liked it.
Well, yeah, there's probably somebody who was like, no, it was pretty cool, actually. So...
All three of them.
I'm 3 hours behind, but I've been waiting for you guys to cover Overly Sarcastic Productions. There are a lot of bad takes from Trope Talks. King Kong is racist, and the defense of Ray from TLJ. Iraq. Oh, they've been telling us that it was before TLJ came out. So, who knows?
Hold on, BRB.
Alright. I want to see a react to a landing craft full of women take on an MG-42. Oh. Well, you see, we would say that all the men in D-Day were fridged, but they ain't women, so... fridged and melted, perfect balance. No. Melted and then put into a fridge, imagine that.
Oh my god.
If you had to choose between fridging or getting melted, which would it be? Also high ranks. So, if we're talking about these scenarios lead to your death... death by cold or melted, I guess, is like the idea, I guess. I don't know, there's probably a correct answer to this, and by that I mean a least painful one out of the two. Or at least extended. I wonder if cold is the better way to go, I'm not sure.
Well, you could survive in a fridge and not melt, because it's not a freezer, right? You wouldn't freeze to death.
If the implication is you die from both of these, which you prefer, then we have to assume you die just from either the cold of the fridge or you just eventually starve. Or, Dehydrate, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't want to prolong my death in an enclosed space like a fridge, so maybe melting's the way to go. Just get it over with.
Somehow melting sounds more painful than burning, even though like we don't really melt, right? Or just I forget how skin reacts to heat in different ways.
I think you melt with lava. If you fell into. Oh wait, no, that's not true.
Your skin can melt.
In that case, you might just be right then. It's if we have to choose melting or die from dehydration. Guess melting. It's gonna be quicker ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Is the War movie arc still coming to EFAP? Also, hi, Green Shad.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, it's still recording. The problem is just the cast for it. We have to find particular times to be able to get it done, so it's just ongoing. World Anvil is free, but there's a subscription for additional features. Fair enough. Got introduced to EFAP through one of your Friday Night Tights appearances. Here's some change for some dog treats for Rags, and some, I don't know, subjective opinions or whatever it is you eat, Mola. Thank you very much. Glad to see some folks from Friday Night Tights. It is a bit of a different vibe over here, but hopefully not one that's too alien. And thank you, yeah. Did Alec Baldwin fridge his cinematographer? Oh no.
The cinematographer died, the director was injured.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be... Wait, what image is that?
There's like some Spider-Man stills got in a magazine. And people are mad.
Why?
The color grading.
Oh, so wait, these are actual, like, final images
The
then?
one on the left is the color grading, and the one on the right is... sorry, the one on the left is the actual screenshot. The one on the right is color graded differently. And yeah, they are stills from the movie.
Oh, I guess they don't like that it's a little bit faded out.
Yeah, but that's all Marvel movies, though. Why are you picking on Spider-Man?
They picked on Civil War a bit, if I remember. I know Patrick
Oh,
Williams did.
yeah, a bit on Civil War, but then they ignore all the other movies. Like, where was the post with Shang-Chi about the color grading?
Look at so someone said, y'all think color grading is like the most important thing of all time. And then the response is, I think making a movie about superheroes look realistic is the least important thing of all time. It's like, well... But... So then it's just up to the beholder then?
Yeah, at that point.
It's like they're so smug about being 100% right whenever they bloom the colors, but it is kind of like, well, they color code it that way on purpose. I don't know. Just feels like the people who say there are no wrong answers or right answers are the ones that always say this is how to properly color correct it. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Is Rags Snow in the fridge? Yeah, Rags has fridged his snow before, yeah. Kinda fucked up. We don't talk about it though.
Are the movies supposed to look like dark shit like the Zack Snyder movie?
No.
'Cause I kind of like how Marvel makes their colors pop.
Well, you get different response in different things, right? Guardians is much more colorful than Civil War, for example.
Colorful, oh yeah.
Oh
But
yeah.
again, Civil War is not a very grounded
Hey, back.
film.
Sorry, I had to take care of something. I am back.
No problem.
Oh my goodness.
My first full live length EFAP was this was good. As an aspiring writer, this video was really odd. Keep up the good work. Hi, Rags.
Oh, hello. Yeah, this would be an odd one if you're an aspiring writer.
I think so, yeah. I feel like any writer would have listened to some of the stuff she's saying and been like, wait, but wait, but wait, and like over and over again.
What's the secret to rag snow? Temperature and moisture.
Loved your Machine for Pig stream, Mauler. Can't wait for House of Ashes. Spoiler, it looks like garbage. Gonna see if I can buy the Machine for Pig soundtrack now. You all gay. Yeah, man, it's good stuff. And yeah, we're gearing up to check House of Ashes out. I'm sure it's gonna be top notch. In Mask of Zorro, Diego and Alejandro both have a loved one fridged. It kicks off their journeys and leads them to team up together to seek revenge. Yeah, it's a bad film. Everyone knows it. It's bad. You can't be doing that. Can't be fridging people. Fuck you and your fridge. Joel literally fridged everyone. Oh yeah. Every death is his responsibility, so you'll just be fridging everyone. This is a peace offering. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Goodness. How you guys tell beginning and end of acts in... Oh, how do you tell the beginning and end of acts in films? Usually the end of a scene. So it's going to be the end of a scene and the beginning of a scene. That'll be where you're looking. But then the particular scenes... the most obvious break, I think, is between Act 2 and 3. But you can make the mistake sometimes. It's usually just you put everybody who's driving the story in a low point and they gotta rise up to the challenge and win in the end. I find that Act 1 is usually at the end when we've done our introductions for everything and things start to develop. But they can sometimes be vague.
It's often
lines.
a point of no return.
Yeah.
Like you can't really return to the situation you were in before.
Sometimes you draw the line visually. Like, I was thinking of that movie, The Maze Runner, where it's like all in one scene, but in the middle of the scene, they run into the maze and the doors close behind them. And even though it doesn't time jump to a new scene in that instance, I would say that's the line that you draw, where it's like, okay, we're in Act 2 now, because the doors have literally shut behind them and there's only going forward. Sometimes you can draw the line, I think, inside a character's head, where they make a decision. They observe something and then something transforms in their head and they've chosen a certain course of action, and you can draw the line there too. You can draw it in a number of places. Usually it's between like one scene and another, and the preceding scene is the main character makes a decision to go one way and there's no going back.
Do any of you have a P.O. box? My 10-year-old has made some stuff he wants to send Mola, Fringy, and Rags. 10-year-old? They probably shouldn't be watching.
10-year-old? Probably shouldn't. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not. We're not child. We're not a child-friendly thing.
As for P.O. box, I'm gonna try and sort something out. I don't know if either of you have anything to do with it like that.
I don't. Maybe in the future, but not right now.
Yeah. Have you played Overlord 1 and 2? I don't think so. Either of you guys? Or any of you guys, rather?
No.
No.
A fun Pikmin-like game. Also, you should watch Hocus Pocus. It's a goofy movie to watch for Halloweeny. Also, Yo Rags.
Yo.
We probably will do Hocus Pocus at some point. Good old-fashioned witch movie. Grape, marry, kill, Samus, Kratos, Master Chief. Why have you put...
Wait.
Why Grape is in there? Why?
Grape. I don't know if I have the power to grape them.
But also,
Kratos.
why would you
But
put
then
that
why
in
is
there?
it in there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, not doing that.
Next super chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's
blew it.
disqualified if you put that in there. Don't worry, writing can be a very fun and enjoyable experience for both the writer and the reader, but if you fridge my character, I'll fucking fridge you. Oh god. Yeah, there's advice against it. Everyone go buy a CJ plushie. I assume CJ's doing a plushie right now, I think. Fair enough. You mentioned you'll do a Transformers movie arc in the future, but I was wondering if you plan on watching the 1986 animated Transformers movie. If
No
I was to watch
plans.
that, probably wouldn't be EFAP movies, I doubt. It's probably just like a normal animated film rather than like the Transformers movies by Michael Bay are just fucking hilarious in lots of ways. I don't know if that would be included in like an EFAP arc. In regards to the speedster animals, one of the 14 Air Bud movies contains pets with superpowers, including super speed.
14?
Yeah.
Is that
That's
hyperbolic?
probably
or is there
not even a
actually-
joke. No, I think there probably is 14.
Oh my goodness.
It's like the Land Before Time. It's a billion.
The series before Limits.
Super Buddies get on it. I mean, sounds interesting, I guess. Any of y'all seen Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes? Really good animated show that got cancelled after 2 seasons. Hi, Rags and Fringy.
Hello.
I have not.
Not seen it.
Rags, could the Terminator beat the Mothman?
I don't know. I don't know much about the Mothman. Sure, right? If you can shoot him with guns, right? And the Terminator is really tough.
It's gonna be hard for the Mothman to kill Terminator, presumably. I don't know about the Mothman's powers, so...
Yeah,
Unless he can, like, melt metal with his mind powers. I feel like the Terminator's gonna have this. But maybe I'm wrong. Mutually, a friend holds that Simpsons is bad and not funny until seasons made after the movie. Alright. Is he from opposite dimension, a living error? I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, every opinion is valid, okay? I've never heard that one before. Honestly, that is kind of interesting, because I don't actually think I've ever heard anyone say that, Simpsons was better after the movie than before.
Fuck no.
Overly Sarcastic Productions history content is even worse. Sorry for the late super chat, I'm in rewind time. No problem. And yeah, I wouldn't even, I wouldn't say. I have no idea how good the historical content is. I would have a bit of concern after seeing that one, but you know, let's see.
So there's 5 Air Bud movies, 7 Air Buddies movies, and 2 Santa Paws movies that belong to the franchise. Jeez.
I bet that's not even counting like the spin-offs with different animals, like most valuable primate, most vertical primate, which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, they need to do one that's really strange, like BMX with the sea urchin or something like that. You have to invent, how did you possibly learn that this sea urchin was really good at BMX? Now there's your writing challenge.
Coming this summer, a sea urchin on a BMX.
Adam Sandler is a sea urchin rated PG-13.
Coming June something. Fuck you.
Yeah.
What is the weirdest power that you could call OP? Example, milk bending from Misfits. Yeah,
Milk bending. Nice.
I don't know. I guess you could say cum bending. It would be really powerful.
took me a minute to realize. I just had this image in my head. So, oh shit. Horrifying.
Yeah, I'll go with that. What happens when you put a MacGuffin in a mystery box in a fridge and then throw it into a plot hole? Oh. You got yourself a bad story at that point. Metal and guests, thoughts on God of War from the PSP era and Endless Jess video on Kratos was always deep video. If not, watch them and tell us your thoughts on stream. I don't know who Endless Jess is, I'm afraid. And I played the first of the PSP games and thought it was fine. I've not much got much other commentary for them, I'm afraid. I know Mel played them recently, so... Or I say recently, within the last, like, year, so... Metal does not like the PSP games. Okay, there you go. Watch SAS Red Notice. Ruby Rose villain character, intentionally sociopath. Die Hard style doesn't even have to be an EFAP. I just want y'all to see it. Probably will at some point. We got to see the Backdoor Man or whatever that film was called as well. Any of y'all fans of the Advance Wars series? They're putting it on the Switch finally. I don't know.
I played
It's okay.
I played Dual Strike and Days of Ruin, and I liked them pretty decently. So I think I like Days of Ruin better. But I don't remember much. It was a long time ago.
Hateisms, I would just like to share that I've noticed a strange thing about OSPS Chanel. or channel, I'm not sure. All of their Musk Myth series makes it onto YouTube trending regardless of how it performs. Look at their community tab, they are cataloging the foul play themselves. I've got no clue. I'm completely out of the loop on that.
I don't even try to appease the algorithm. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, just
like who knows what
stuff
the
Feels like the better approach, you know, just
yeah.
whatever.
Just make what you want to make. Hope for the best.
Yeah.
Hello, EFAP and High Rags.
Hello.
I'm planning on getting a gaming PC and a desk for it. I know nothing about computers. Any suggestions?
Look up
Things
builds
would be
online.
Yeah, you get
look
a
at
pre-built.
builds online, Gamers Nexus and Linus Tech Tips and all those guys. You know, just kind of be aware of the relationship and power of one thing to the other. I think it's going to be a bit pricey right now. Not as bad as it was, but still kind of up there. So just be aware of that.
Don't forget the
Yeah,
thermal
just-
paste if you're gonna build your own.
Just familiarize yourself with the components, what they do, what's important, what you need, you know, that sort of thing.
And look
Yeah.
up some videos of people building them. That'll help.
There's gonna be people who like make their career from explaining how best to do this sort of thing. So just go shopping on YouTube a little bit, or browsing rather.
There's like websites where you can like it'll catalog all the parts and you make a list and it'll tell you like everything's compatible with every other part in your list.
Yeah.
Those are really helpful.
Wait, you haven't heard Alec Baldwin shot and killed a woman on set? No, I've heard of it. I was just confused about the whole something about who she was the wife of or whatever. I don't know anything about that. I just know that he shot the DP. Well, and the director, but the director's alive as far as I know. Greetings, EFAP. Hope all is well. Do videos you cover have a length limit? Channel called Geekvolution has long videos on Iron Man 3 and Winter Soldier. Love to hear your comments. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
We probably do have a length limit. I'm not sure what it is, especially if it's a video. Say a video was like 3 hours long, but it made loads of really bad points and supremely missed, like understood some stuff. We would maybe try and find a way of doing it, but yeah, I'd say we definitely don't want things to go like over an hour long video would be preferable. That's really like hitting a cap, because even we did, what was that, a 20-minute video today, and it took like 5 or 6 hours.
Took a while.
Doesn't YouTube have a 10-hour hard limit? Like you can't
11
upload?
hours and 45 minutes is the stream limit.
Oh,
I think
really?
longer.
video length you can go as
go
long
longer.
as like.
I think videos 10 hours. I think.
Is it? I thought videos can be way longer than that.
Oh. Maybe.
Just type
Wait,
in
hold
longest
on,
video
let
on
me-
YouTube, and I'm pretty sure you can find like
Well,
crazy
no,
long
you're
shit.
right actually, because I've got a playlist. Oh, no, well, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds is the playlist I have open of relaxing Nintendo music. So maybe there's 12 hours.
Relaxing Nintendo music.
Yes. Very
To jump
relaxing.
/ grow big too.
Rags, look up Pieces Interactive. Soma Writer started working there semi-recently as creative director. Also, hi Arkansawyers. Also, hi Rags.
Hi. Let's see. Pieces Interactive have released over 10 titles on PC, console, mobile, blah, blah, blah. Puzzlegeddon, Fret Nice, Leviathan Warships, RoboSurf, Kill to Collect, as well as Work for Hire and titles on Magicka 2, several DLCs for Magicka. Titan Quest. Alright, something.
Yeah.
At least he's still in the industry, you know, working. So hopefully he gets a writing gig somewhere.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, the girl from OSP goes by Red on the channel has admitted she doesn't understand love well in other videos. Thanos take bad. That may be why, though. She doesn't understand love?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm just lost now.
Yeah. Well, no.
She's a serial killer?
Well, Isidoro said it very well. Maybe she's got some gaps in her knowledge about it. I don't know. Opinions on the Futurama movie series. There's,
I
Haven't
like
seen
a
it.
lot of them.
there's 4 of them, right?
I think there are 4, yeah.
Yeah, I like them a lot, from what I remember. I like the first one the most, I think. The Triumphant Return. Bender's Big Score, I think it is, right?
Bender's Big Score was the first one, I think. And then there was the Beast with a Billion Backs.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite the orgy.
Yeah.
I'm blanking.
Bender's Big Game, that's another one.
I think, yeah.
Rags, nice to hear you like Praise 2017. Do you have thoughts on the Dishonored series, maybe by the same developers? Also, hi, Rags.
Hi. I don't remember much of the first Dishonored. So I didn't play that much, and it was so long ago. But I really, really like Dishonored 2. Arcane, they make some good stuff.
Hi, Mola. Is a breadcrumb trail throughout the stories surrounding the villain far too tropey, i.e. leaving the viewer to pick up the pieces? Oh, do you mean like when they're not explicit about who the bad guy was, you can only pick it up from details, maybe? Like all along and stuff? I don't know if that's tropey, is it?
I don't know.
Or do you mean just the villain is revealed at the end and you could have picked it up had you looked at different things that were happening throughout or something? Because, yeah, I'm fine with both of those. Though, I don't know that I would describe something as a trope and therefore bad. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess when they say too tropey, do I think it happens too often? In this case, no. Have any of y'all read the frictional blog post Amnesia Rebirth 5 months later and Soma sells 1 million copies? They address some criticisms, but not fear flashes. I think I read some of it the other day, funnily enough. I was just like, it was on my mind because Mel was playing it.
Fear flash meme.
I'm gonna be perpetually bitter about that shit.
Fear flashes is just a funny way to describe it.
I didn't punch you. I stroked you hard.
I gave you the old fist stroking.
Fear flash.
Yeah. Rags fridged his snow and Frungus's goo. I didn't know that they developed that far already. Any chance for an EFAP con in future? If there's any chance of that happening, it's gonna be once fucking restrictions are lifted, so we'll have to see what's going on. But I'd say maybe. Several 5-hour EFAPs. Are Sitch and Adam stealing your long? No. Look, we're up to 8 hours today. That's
Yeah,
nice.
we
That's
are
a
doing
chungus. If you ever talk about a global language again, look up the Power Language Index. It's a decent list of the top lingua français of the world. Frank is? I don't know. Interesting. Should I watch Hateful Eight? Rating out of 10.
I like it. I'd recommend it.
Yeah, it's good.
Rating out of 10.
I don't know what I'd rate it though. I don't know actually. I need to rewatch it.
Definitely not my favorite of his, but good.
No, it's not my favorite either. I don't think it's anybody's favorite.
There's a
some
couple
cool
of things I
parts.
didn't like in it, but there's a lot that I do like in it, so
Yeah,
can't quite put a number on it. Yeah, I'd have to rewatch it.
I really liked Kurt Russell in that
He
movie.
was great.
Yeah.
He was awesome, yeah.
I want Rags's Capri cum.
Capri cum, oh my goodness.
Rags, fuck, marry, kill T1 Arnold, T2 Arnold, and T3 Arnold.
I don't know. Just go down the. I don't know.
You'll marry T2
T1.
Arnold because
Yeah, he's
Probably
great.
marry T3 Arnold, fuck T1 Arnold, and then kill T3
I'll fuck
Arnold.
T3 Arnold because he's actually a good one. T1 Arnold might kill you during it, so just kill him.
Well, I
Oh, yeah,
guess we
that's
presume that that's not what's gonna happen, right?
Is that what we're presuming?
Oh,
Maybe that's what
if
the
we're not,
T1
then- I guess
maybe
if we're
that's what
not,
the
then we'll
Ts
flip it
expect, you
around,
know?
yeah. Maybe that's my mistake.
Yeah, I'll just go with it via the movies they're a part of. There you go. In that case, actually, yeah, kill T3, fuck it. But anyway, so... fuck, marry, kill Hitler, Noriega, and Pol Pot. Hi, Rags and Friggy. Figgy Gib? I don't know, okay. I feel like that one answers itself, you know? Everyone understands exactly which you choose for those three. Easy, 100%. Everyone knows. Everyone chooses the same thing.
Next super chat.
Mentioned a long time ago, but still think you should do a year-end episode called The Fappies. Would love your version of the Oscars and the Razzies for Best and Worst Movie Actor.
Fappies.
Yeah, we've
like the
talked about it
name.
before as a potential. The thing is, like, I don't know that we see enough brand new movies to be able to make it like a meaningful competition. Because if we see, let's say, 10 new ones per year and a couple of random older ones and then a few maybe indie or foreign stuff, and it's just like, it's going to be so limited by our perception that maybe instead we could just copy whatever the nominations from the Oscars are that year and then do our own results. You know, it's possible. And then throw in a couple of funny categories. I don't know.
Anything would be better than the Oscars.
Yeah. If you don't know what's happening, that is the biggest compliment you can give, because that means you aren't questioning what's happening. Black Widow director. What? You don't know what's happening, that's the biggest compliment you can give, because that means you aren't questioning what's happening.
What? That's not a quote, is it?
I can't know for sure, like, but that's what they've said. I'll paste it in chat so you can Google it as a statement if you want to see if you can find anything, but that's pretty dumb. So what I learned today is that everyone who died at the end of Man of Steel got put into separate fridges. Hashtag release the fridge cut. No, it was just one big fridge. They all got shoved into it.
Release the fridge cut.
Has Rags seen Rahul Kohli's Joker impression? Also, B-Hugs.
B-Hags.
I'm assuming you haven't. It was on Twitter. It was pretty neat. He just did some lines from The Dark Knight. He's a fun dude on Twitter. It's just funny at this point because he's so interactive with everything that like everyone just wants him to play everything. He actually got really pissed off at one point because every time like I guess a person of color role came up, it would be like everyone would be atting that he should play them, and at one point he got mad and was like, "Can you stop doing that? Loads of people are able to play these roles." Right. And it was super awkward as a tweet, and he was very angry because it would be like someone is already playing it, and then they'd be like, "You should play it," and he's like, "No, they're fine. They're a good actor." What the fuck?
Yeah.
Random question. Do you think the CIS would have a good chance of fighting against the Flood since they use a droid army? We actually, that came up, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah. I think the answer is yeah, they probably would. Even taking into account the AI infection thing.
Mm-hmm.
Logic plague, I think.
Hello, Rags. Care for a howling match? Winner doesn't get put in the fridge.
No, why would I play that?
I don't know, to see who's got the coolest howl.
Well, I guess Rags feels like he wins by default, which is fine.
I do win by default. How dare you?
Where are you on watching Batwoman? Also, hi Mola. We've completed Season 2. I believe there is soon to be a third episode of Season 3 out, so we're going to have to start setting up to record them again as well. So, but yes, we completed Season 2. So you'll all see eventually. You'll all see. Dune was a 2.5-hour waste of time. Damn.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Fring Daddy G, what led to the addition of the nose to your PFP? As I recall, it was just a green Spider-Man before, right?
It's not real. I mean, it's not an additional nose. It's a Plague Doctor mask.
So why did you add the nose?
I didn't have the nose. Plague Doctor masks have noses. What are you talking about? Beaks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a mask, guys. Gosh, calm down. Weirdos. Thanks for giving me the incentive to finally watch the Train to Busan DVD burning a hole in my cabinet. Also, hi everyone not named Rags. Aww.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Wow.
Hey there.
Did John fridge himself in ANTC?
Yes. Climbed in, closed the door. Enough said.
Okay, you're not a short man today. I forgive. Today. Oh my god. So, I see the line between short and long man is somewhere between, like, 6 and 8 hours.
Right.
Me high, me cheek sent me high, Rags.
Oh, I know him.
He died recently.
Yeah, High Cheek sent me high. Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He went to the
Unfortunate.
great Cheeks Up High.
Mm-hmm.
He got sent to the Mihai got sent to the High Cheeks.
Well said. Hi y'all. So, grape soda or juice? Which would you prefer?
Depends on the juice. I'm not too fond of grape soda or orange soda. So I'm gonna go with juice, because it could be a yummy juice. It could be like a pomegranate juice, you know, something like that. As long as it's not Sunny D.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I went to toilet when they were setting up the third act in the Venom sequel. I came back shortly after and the movie was almost over. Bad pacing. Well, pacing's complex. Like, the idea that there's a short third act, I'd be like, I don't know that that's bad on its own. But maybe. I haven't seen it. Red is asexual. Makes sense she doesn't get love. Oh, I got no clue. Completely out of the loop on that
anything
one.
about that. I don't care.
Did Hawkeye help Black Widow blow up Dreykov's daughter? Yes. But I don't know that he knew that was happening, because in the scene, if you look at it, he's like, "Are we good to go?" And then she's like, "Yes." Like, sort of like, hopefully he doesn't know that I'm using the daughter to nail this. But I don't know. Fuck, marry, kill, high rags, or Fringy's goo. I guess I'll marry high rags. Fuck Fringy's goo and kill, fuck, marry, kill, so you don't have to answer these anymore. How about that? Fine, fuck, marry, kill, Mother Teresa, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Anne Frank. You guys alright if I skip that one? Yeah?
Well, we're wait, what?
Too spicy.
All right, yeah, if we can skip it if you yeah, we can skip it if you want.
I'll just say I'm sure they know the answer. Easy to figure out again. Yes, the Black Widow director said that in Assembled on Disney Plus.
Ah.
Wait, what's Assembled?
It's like they're behind the scenes, like they do an episode where it's like, hey, here's how we made this. So they've done it for like all the shows and Black Widow.
It's a pretty great quote.
Have said that in an interview. That is, if you don't know what's that's just weird. Surely you'd love it if people know exactly what's happening. It means you've communicated it very well.
Well, I would have thought.
I don't get that.
Fringy's wrong. He can't know 2001 until he sees it at least 3 times. Oh.
Right.
You'll see it 3 times, Fringy.
I'll be watching it for sure. Yeah.
For the Fappies, instead of movies, movie critics. We could do that. I still feel like we have only a small portion of what's happening on YouTube for review-style content, you know? We only cover, like, 20, 30 people probably per year. I don't know. So, maybe. Fuck, marry, kill, the Flood, the Reaper virus, and the T-virus. Why would the choices matter at that point? They're all gonna fucking annihilate you.
What is the Reaper virus?
Is it the indoctrination thing?
I'm not sure.
What's that called?
Yeah, I don't know what the Reaper virus is.
It's like when they indoctrinate you and you go all flumpy.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but that's not. Is that a virus or is it just like a weird mind control thing? I don't know.
I'm not
They're all
sure
bad.
how it'd be qualified. It's mind control, really. Yeah. Well, yeah, they all suck.
They all suck.
Content with saying they're all bad. I don't know what Reaper virus is, but it sounds bad. It
Two of
also
them-
has the word virus in it. So
two of them take over you, and then the third one just turns you into one of a bazillion different things, depending on which lore you're going with. So
yeah, maybe the T virus will turn me into Alice, a
Oh my
super-powered
God.
Alice.
Yeah.
I could get the T virus could give me superpowers.
It could also turn you into a hideous creature that, like, is just
Yeah.
demanding death. I
It'll-
don't know.
Well, it'll probably give me superpowers.
Alright. We'll let you have it. Boop. Where are we? You put on some music to set the mood, but all you have are video game soundtracks. Which do you choose? Oh.
Music to set the mood.
Wait, sorry.
Probably-
What music to set the mood?
Stellaris.
Stellaris is incredible. I
problem is
adore
that-
the soundtrack.
What mood am I going for?
Yeah, it depends. If I'm going for an epic mood, I might want something else, you know.
Oh, I thought you meant fucking.
Oh. In that case, I don't know what video game soundtrack I'm going with. Something non-intrusive, I guess.
You know what? I don't know. L.A. Noire. You got a lot of jazz in there.
Ah, yeah.
Hmm. EFAP 166 Plinkett's prequels review. Do it. We're at 150 something right now, right? We're almost on 60. I don't know about that. I don't know. No promises.
Yeah, I think we'll get around to them eventually. They're always there for us.
Is Alien 3 intro fridging? I don't know that their death's motivated to do anything, and if that's what is required for other than she's just fucking sad that it happens, you know? I think the film runs... like, her goals run the same whether or not they were alive. Because nobody on the island or planet killed them, necessarily. It was just a bad crash. I'll stop now. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Overly Sarcastic made assertions that gun control is good and guns are bad in their History of the Wild West. Their African history video is very one-sided, but to be honest, colonization did a lot of negatives. When someone says that guns are just universally bad, I do get pretty tired. I'm just like, okay.
How very juvenile of you.
She, Yelena, knows how to function in the things she has been trained in, but she has no clue how to live as a human. That's from Florence Pugh, apparently. No clue? Didn't come across that way.
You didn't. Yeah, that's the problem. If that was true, that would be more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You say that, but...
Yes, but it's not fucking true, is it? And that is the
isn't
last super chat for today.
Oh boy!
Can you
We did
believe
it.
I know. But before we do any kind of heading out, John, would you like to tell everybody what you're up to these days? Why they should check you out?
Sure. So, if you don't know, I make a show called R Being the Chief about two action figures who come to life, play video games. The last one I made was making fun of E3 and how cringe it is. So if you want to look at my fucking stupid content, you can go to John Graham on YouTube. And I just want to say I remember the last time you had me on, which I really appreciated, and we talked about my show at great length. I realized I may have like bored the piss out of some people just because like talking about myself the whole thing, and I'm very grateful for everybody's patience during that. I hope not everyone was too
It's
bored.
like one of my favorite
But,
episodes, dude. Had loads of fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is one of
thank
my
you.
favorite episodes.
It's
But
definitely in the top 100.
I greatly appreciate you guys having me on again just to like go over a video this time. It was really fun.
Oh,
And,
yeah, you
I
bet.
hope-
It's always fun.
Yeah, I love talking to you about
Cool.
writing. It's you had influence on myself and Fringy about writing when we were younger lads. That was kind of neat.
Yeah. It was really cool to like take the piss out of a video this time.
Yeah, especially one
It
that's
was like-
just
it was-
all about writing rules that don't work.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Um,
is a great subject for me to jump in on. It's an entertaining topic for me, for sure.
Yeah, man. And for those interested, the link is in chat and in the description. And you'll see more of John, hopefully, as time goes on. We'll be booking you back in if they make a Cruella 2. We'll be doing the original sequel, the 90s sequel, and the sequel to Cruella, all in a row.
Oh, brilliant.
Round
Epic.
2, everyone.
I love it.
Yeah, a couple more have come in, so I'll read these just quick. Did you watch Legion yet? No, I have not seen Legion.
No.
Just as the founding fathers intended. A quote from Gearhead. Wait, Gearhead's Rick and Morty, right? Or am I making that up?
Yes, he is. That's right.
Right, yeah.
Did you see the Robin Williams biopic test footage that came out a few days ago? Thought it was lovely, honestly. No, I haven't seen anything to do with that. But
Is it biopic or biopic?
I don't know.
Fair
I
enough.
think it's biopic.
I have no idea. I know that I switch between them because I've never known which one it's supposed to be. But at the same time, yeah, that's something you're going to want to take great care with Robin Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the last one for now. So what I'll say is, EFAP we're on Saturday, Sunday and Monday. I'm actually thinking, I think we're going to try and get Squid Game finished for you and Metal Rags, but I think Sunday, no promises on this, it's going to be Sunday or Monday, that another EFAP movies is coming out that isn't Resident Evil.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure I said what it was last time, and now I'm pretending as though I didn't.
I think you did.
Wait, you mean tomorrow?
No, he didn't say it. Don't check. All right.
Well, either way, you got a bonus one coming, right? You crazy EFAPers. And then you got the Friday next Resident Evil, and the next one after that will be on Sunday. It's just a whole bunch. And that's the Resident Evil arc that will complete. You've got an additional one EFAP movie as a guarantee, but you might just have an additional 2. So you have lots of EFAP movies to watch in the coming week and a half. It's gonna be something. And then you've also got me and Metal gonna play through the new Dark Pictures game because its multiplayer is ass. But because obviously we would have had a lot more than just 2 of us, but this time we're not gonna go through the fucking horrible shit that was last year, if you guys remember. I think last year we had John and
luckily
Literature Devil, right?
Something like that.
I think so.
Luckily the gameplay basically didn't exist, so
it didn't cause that many issues.
Too much, so yeah.
And then on Halloween night, after the premiere of the final Resident Evil movie, myself, Fringo, and Rungo are going to be playing that Alien game. Finally. EFAP Halloween gaming movie flumes. And then, of course, Wednesday, you've got an EFAP covered about Squid Game, and the Saturday, you'll have an EFAP about League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, a film we watched yesterday, if that's right. I don't even remember anymore. And that'll be homework. You've all got homework to finish the show by Wednesday, but then you've also got to watch League of Extraordinary Gentlemen by Saturday. So yeah, there is a shit ton of things happening.
Oh boy, it's a busy spoopy ween.
It is a busy spoop.
Yes, it is.
So much homework. No, you don't have to watch these things. We will take care of you no matter what in terms of the events of them, but I'd recommend it. Gets you nice context and all. So yeah, that's that. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you so much for staying with us for the 8.5 hours, John, as well. Appreciate it.
No problem. Happy to do it.
Did a certain footwear on Cranium watch the Final Destination movies with you? I have no idea what you're referencing there.
Footwear on Cranium.
No idea. But yeah, we
ring
did
a
watch
bell.
Final Destination. But yes, with that, thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good night. Is there anything you guys want to say before we stop?
Nah, fucking pooped.
Maybe something on Spooky Ween when you play Dr. Friend.
Ooh.
Keep an eye out.
Okay, goodbye,
Stay
everybody.
Get bridged.
Man.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, guys.
so much for watching.
EFAP.
Thanks for donations. We'll see you next time.
Thunk. That's the sound of the refrigerator closing.
Nice.
It's like The Godfather, the refrigerator doors. It ends.